Chapter 1. Binding the novel system to save the villain. In the dimly lit dungeon, the incessant ticking echoed ominously. Jiang Luan's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her spirit sword, summoning her courage to venture deeper into the shadows. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she beheld the scene before her. It was a remarkably exquisite youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. His hands were shackled by chains, the points of restraint marred with blood. His white disciple's robe, typically pristine, was now stained crimson, and countless lash marks marred his flawless skin, a harrowing sight indeed. His pallid complexion betrayed his suffering, held captive by the chains, unable to kneel upon the ground, his weakened form having long since lost its strength. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. His inky black hair hung disheveled at his sides, matted together with either blood or sweat, presenting a most pitiful visage. "He Yunqi, do not presume that playing dead will spare you," cried the girl wielding the whip, delivering a furious crack. She lashed out again. "Your master sister remains in a deep coma. What ulterior motive did you have in bringing her to such a place?" The already feeble boy was struck severely by the whip, unable to suppress a muffled groan. The whip, stained with vivid red blood, still left the girl feeling unsatisfied. She prepared to strike again when Jiang Luan could no longer contain herself. With a gentle gesture of her right hand, the spirit sword in her grasp suddenly radiated brilliant light, soaring towards the whip and entangling with it. In an instant, the whip was overpowered and flung aside, crashing against nearby tables and chairs, raising a cloud of dust. "Little master sister." Upon recognizing Jiang Luan, Luo Ling stamped her foot in anger, her face contorted with resentment. "Why do you protect this worthless wretch? If it were not for him, master sister would not be. Now that Fengshi master sister remains unconscious, nothing is yet determined. Your blatant abuse of power is merely an attempt to coerce a confession, is it not?" Jiang Luan interjected firmly. "Little master sister." Luo Ling gazed at Jiang Luan in disbelief. In her memory, Jiang Luan had always turned a blind eye to the bullying of this junior, seldom showing concern for him. What had prompted such unprecedented advocacy for him today? "Leave." Jiang Yuan's voice carried a hint of sternness. Fortunately, the dungeon's darkness obscured her trembling legs. Luo Ling, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. After all, Jiang Yuan's elder brother was the revered sword sovereign of the cultivation world, Qing Xianxinzun. Even the sect leader treated Jiang Luan with utmost care, let alone someone as inconsequential as an inner disciple. "Yes, little master sister." She ground her teeth as she retreated, casting one last furious glare at He Yunqi. Once alone, Jiang Luan finally mustered the courage to step further into the dungeon. She reached out to gently caress He Yunqi's face, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead. Ding. Binding the antagonist He Yunqi, the narrative of saving the collapsing plotline has officially commenced. I am your novel system, little fan, dedicated to serving you. The AI voice of the system resonated in her mind. Jiang Luan furrowed her brows, lightly touching the space between his brows. She summoned her sword once more, severing the chains that bound him, and knelt to embrace him in her arms. Her name was He Yunqi? She whispered softly, her hand trembling with hesitation nonetheless. The moment he made contact, his brows furrowed deeply. A warm sensation enveloped her hand as she anxiously called out in her consciousness. "What should I do? Xiao Fan? The antagonist can't possibly be dead, can he?" "Xiao Fan. No. Host, the antagonist is not that fragile." A friendly reminder. Currently, the antagonist favorability rating is in the negative. Each increment in favorability will yield 100-fold points, which can be exchanged for exquisite items in the shop. Our ultimate goal is to alter the antagonist's fate as depicted in the original narrative. Negative? While others began from zero, why did she have to start from a deficit? Jiang Luan felt a surge of tears welling up. This novel, Mo Xian Xianzun, narrated the journey of the male lead, Luo Mo Xian, and the female lead, Feng Shi, as they leveled up and faced adversities together, gradually, developing feelings for each other, culminating in a sweet and harmonious conclusion typical of popular cultivation tales. In this tale, Jiang Luan, the malicious female counterpart, harbored an unrequited love for the male lead, leading to jealousy and relentless sabotage, ultimately becoming an obstacle in the path of the protagonist's romance. She repeatedly conspired against the female lead and met her demise in the later chapters, cast into the misty forest, where she was torn apart by magical beasts. The principal antagonist, He Yunqi, endured a harrowing childhood filled with abuse and humiliation, which twisted his psyche and fueled his ambition to dominate the Six Realms. Trampling upon all who stood in his way, he approached, treading upon a sea of bones, and beneath the crimson sky, the exquisitely beautiful youth once softly questioned, why? This poignant line from the original text had moved Jiang Luan to tears. Due to the overwhelming aura of the antagonist and the tragic backstory crafted by the author, by the later chapters, countless readers beseeched the author to temper the torment inflicted upon him. Due to work commitments, Jiang Luan had not kept up with the novel for quite some time, hoping to resume her reading once the project concluded, only to wake up one day to find herself inside the story. Indeed, it was such an abrupt turn of fate. She spent 3 days grappling with this reality, during which He Yunqi endured 3 days of relentless torment in the dungeon. Remembering this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, cascading down her cheeks. Oh dear, He Yunqi has suffered. I have arrived too late. Thankfully, there is still time to amend this. Warm tears fell onto He Yunqi's face, causing his left hand to curl instinctively, his long, thick eyelashes trembling slightly. The physical pain compelled him to bite his lip. The faint, sweet fragrance of the young girl mingled with the scent of blood in the air. Jiang Luan wiped her face and summoned a communication talisman. Reciting a few incantations, the talisman ignited in midair, dissolving into nothingness. In a gentle tone, she reassured him, "Do not fear, Achi. Soon, someone will come to heal your wounds." The boy in her arms stiffened slightly as she awkwardly channeled her spirit energy to alleviate his suffering. In less than a quarter of an hour, a man clad in a dark green robe hurriedly approached, carrying a small box. "I say, Yuan, when did you become so attentive to your little junior?" The newcomer was none other than the savior she had summoned with the talisman, the esteemed healer of Tianqing's sect. Li. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, casually playing with a folding fan in his hand. Not renege on the promised reward. I have come here secretly, bearing the risk of a reprimand from the sect leader if discovered that I understand. Jiang Luan replied, cautiously placing He Yunqi beside her as instructed by Li Heng. Li Heng clicked his tongue in disapproval. Who could be so ruthless? The sect leader merely mentioned a temporary confinement, yet someone dares to resort to such barbarity. What audacity they possess. Chapter 2. The initial encounter with the male protagonist of the original novel, Li Heng's finely defined fingers lightly brushed against He Yunqi's body, assessing the extent of his injuries. Yuan, please step outside. He gestured, indicating that she should leave. He Yunqi was gravely wounded, his skin marred with bloodstains. As a girl who had been pampered since childhood, it was unnecessary for her to witness such sights. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luan could only nod in acquiescence. Call for me when you're done. After exiting the dungeon, a heaviness settled upon her heart. Ding! Dear host, would you like to activate the Spirit Beast Companion mode? The system began to bounce around in her consciousness. What is the Spirit Beast Companion mode? She inquired. It is a mode wherein the system can accompany the host in the form of a spirit beast from this world, able to revert back to the consciousness realm in times of extreme danger. Then please transform. No sooner had she spoken than an ordinary orange spirit beast cat landed in Jiang Yuan's embrace. It was soft and fluffy. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened as she cautiously reached out to touch it. System? Yes, it is I, came the enthusiastic response. Oh, I'm utterly defenseless. Such a sweet little kitten. Instantly, Jiang Yuan's spirits lifted as she cradled the creature and settled onto the steps outside. The sunlight bathed her in warmth, casting delicate, fragmented rays upon her. Did I just do that? She murmured, stroking the orange cat in her arms. I heard that entering a novel is forbidden. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Rest assured, dear host, for we are at a very early stage of the narrative. At this point, Jiang Yuan's character is that of a willful and innocent junior sister. Soon, during a secret realm incident, the male protagonist will rescue her, causing her to gradually develop jealousy towards the female lead. That is reassuring. She had once felt indignant on behalf of Jiang Luan. After all, she was born into privilege. The foremost sword master of the cultivation realm was her brother, and the illustrious elder He Yuan was her mentor. Possessing an exceptional innate talent with a single ice spiritual root, she had been adored by most within the Tianqing sect. Yet, all of that changed because of her affection for a man. She transformed from a pampered, innocent junior sister into a beautiful yet malevolent antagonist. Upon learning of her numerous misdeeds, she met a tragic end. Her mentor, He Yuan, consumed by guilt, withdrew from the sect and vanished from the world. Her brother, Jiang Luan, avenged her, turning his hair white overnight and destroying his spiritual roots, indirectly wreaking havoc upon two extraordinarily talented sect elders. Thus, as long as she maintained her current persona without deviating too drastically, the host could act freely moving forward. Tilting her head, she voiced her curiosity. What has become of the original owner of this body? In this novel, the original character willingly relinquished her claim to the body due to the antagonist He Yunqi's excessively high corruption value and the male protagonist's overwhelming combat prowess, requesting a temporal reversal. The host is the fated individual chosen by the entire world and the original character. The host's primary mission is to redeem the antagonist, while the secondary task aligns with the original character's wish. She recognizes her many transgressions and harbors guilt, hoping the host will take her place and not disappoint her brother and mentor, caring for them well. Once the antagonist's favor value reaches 100, the timeline of the novel will stabilize, thereby completing the mission. And what shall occur once the task is concluded? Upon the conclusion of the task, the host may choose to return to the original world or remain in the realm of the book, where a year passes. Yet only an hour elapses in the original world. Jiang Luan nodded obediently. Fortunately, in her original world, she was solitary and unencumbered. Nonetheless, she was fortunate to experience an abundance of goodwill in that realm. I understand, she remarked. Beneath the sunlight, the silver butterfly ring on her right index finger gleamed conspicuously. The chain swayed gently, refracting light akin to diamonds. Butterflies call? She exclaimed in astonishment. This exquisite spiritual artifact was a gift from Jiang Luan. Additionally, there was the feather hairpin, crafted from a strand of Jiang Luan's divine essence, nestled in her hair, and the silver armor fashioned from the heart-protecting scales of the dragon clan that adorned her body. Jiang Luan truly cherished this sister of his. Rising to her feet, she brought her hand to her chest, then pointed ahead with a swift motion. Countless purple, spiritual butterflies erupted from her ring, instantly enveloping her in a radiant display. As she commanded the butterflies, wherever they went, fierce attacks severed all in their path. The towering trees before the dungeon collapsed in response. By the time she realized the consequence, silence had fallen around the entrance. It was over. She had caused trouble. The little kitten bounced about in excitement, while Jiang Luan belatedly recalled that those trees were under the care of the male protagonist, Luo Maxian. What to do? What to do? Little fan, can we remedy this? Jiang Luan fretted like an ant on a hot pan. Her momentary curiosity to test the power of the exquisite spiritual artifact had unwittingly led her to exert 3/10 of its force, resulting in the destruction of trees nurtured by the sect's spiritual energy for many years. Insufficient points, no remedy available. Who's causing a ruckus here? A chilling voice echoed from afar, and before the figure was visible, a sharp sword light arrived. Jiang Luan instinctively dodged, catching sight of a man in white approaching swiftly. His features were as striking as a painting, draped in garments as pure as fresh snow, his expression frigid, as if cloaked in an unmelting frost. Luo Maxian stood solitary. Upon recognizing her, he paused momentarily. Sister Yuan? Seeing your brother, Jiang Luan responded, mustering her courage, her hands entwined in anxiety, feeling utterly at a loss. Is this your doing? He furrowed his brow, discreetly glancing at the little kitten clinging to her shoulder. Yes, it was me. Jiang Luan lowered her gaze to her toes, contemplating how to rectify this blunder. Both Luo Maxian and Feng, she were esteemed disciples accepted personally by the sect leader. Their auras were equally formidable, particularly Luo Maxian, as the sect's eldest disciple, surpassed all others in ability, often appearing aloof and unapproachable. He was also the current deputy of the disciplinary hall. You shall go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. Luo Maxian's tone was frosty. After uttering this, he turned to leave. Jiang Yuan tugged at the hem of his garment, but quickly felt it inappropriate and released her grip. Senior brother, may I delay my punishment for a few days? She spoke softly. My master is in seclusion, and my junior brother's fate in the dungeon remains uncertain. As a senior sister, I must care for him. Uncertain fate? Luo Maxian expressed surprise at her choice of words. He turned around and gazed at the bowed head of Jiang Yuan, remarking softly, "This statement would be more appropriate if applied to junior sister Feng Shi, would it not?" Jiang Yuan retorted, "That is not the case. Luo Ling entered the dungeon without permission and harmed my junior brother, who is now in a grave condition." At that moment, Li Heng emerged from the dungeon, carrying a small box. Upon seeing Luo Maxian, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What is happening today? With everyone rushing to the dungeon. Greetings, Eldilium. Luo Maxian bowed respectfully, and Li Heng returned the gesture. Go inside and check on your junior brother. His injuries are severe. If he experiences any discomfort tonight, contact me. Li Heng retrieved an item from his storage space. The dungeon was chilling. It would be best to remove him quickly, as his constitution is already weaker than most and cannot withstand much turmoil. With Luo Maxian present, Jiang Yuan dutifully bowed, expressing her gratitude to the elder. Li Heng lowered his voice slightly. Feng Shi will awaken by tomorrow. Do not act recklessly on account of your junior brother. Understood? Jiang Yuan nodded. Luo Maxian, perceptive to the underlying implications in Li Heng's words, responded coolly. It seems what junior sister said is indeed true. The conflict among peers is a grave taboo. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. I ask you to promptly accept your punishment. With that, he prepared to leave. Li Heng was also set to depart, and the two exited together. Jiang Yuan hurriedly rushed inside. Chapter 3. Will you trust your senior sister this once? Inside the dungeon, He Yunqi leaned against the corner, his injuries having been treated and wrapped in white bandages. Li Heng had provided him with a clean set of clothes. His complexion was pale, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, with his eyelids lowered, revealing nothing of his thoughts. The air was thick with the scent of medicine. Jiang Yuan chose a nearby spot to sit, her heart tormented as if beset by countless ants. She softly inquired, "Do you feel any better?" Even Li Heng acknowledged the severity of his injuries, leading her to believe they were indeed critical. Yet he remained silent. "Why do you not speak?" She cautiously leaned a bit closer to him. He Yunqi's eyes flickered, his beautiful gaze sweeping over her, revealing a profound coldness and rejection. "Ah, Qi," she whispered, "I am your senior sister." He Yunqi remained motionless. Jiang Yuan sighed. "Please, talk to me." After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved 2 small bells from her storage ring. "These are a gift from my brother before he went on his journey, known as the twin bells. By infusing a trace of spiritual energy and shaking one, you can discern the location of the other." She tied one around her waist and unfurled He Yunqi's hand, placing the bell in his palm. "With our master absent, it is my failure to protect you. From now on, I will do everything in my power to safeguard you. Ah Qi, will you trust your senior sister this once?" He Yunqi did not fall silent this time. He gazed at the bell in his hand and let out a soft laugh. Senior sister? Such a repugnant term. Jiang Yuan understood that patience was paramount. Every journey must be taken step by step, and every villain nurtured with care. She gazed at the thick quilt deliberately left behind by Li Heng, pulling it over He Yunqi and tucking a small kitten into his embrace. Quietly, she sat beside him. The kitten climbed up his palm, softly nuzzling against his hand, meowing gently. A flicker of helplessness crossed He Yunqi's eyes. His back stiffened momentarily. He was not fond of others encroaching upon his space, not even a cat. In the next instant, he tossed the kitten away, sending it into Jiang Yuan's arms. His voice was hoarse. "I don't want it." The orange cat blinked innocently in Jiang Yuan's embrace. As the night deepened, Jiang Yuan placed several luminous pearls around them, establishing several sturdy barriers before turning to glance at the seemingly sleeping He Yunqi. Although he appeared to be asleep, his eyelashes fluttered slightly. Jiang Yuan gently tousled his hair, whispering, "Good night, Aki. Tomorrow, once Feng Shi awakens, he will be able to leave." Cradling the sleeping kitten, she tiptoed out of the dungeon. He Yunqi's eyes snapped open. His hand, resting on the pile of grass, gradually tightened. He knew she was deceiving him. In the past, when disciples from the sect bullied him, she always pretended not to see. Yet today, she was inexplicably saving him and uttering such words. Was the charade finally over? The fading footsteps returned softly, and he shut his eyes, feeling something wrap around his wrist, only for the footsteps to fade once more. Jiang Luan, holding a quilt, entered the neighboring cell. The thread in her hand glimmered almost transparently, infused with spiritual energy. After confirming its efficacy multiple times, she found a spot barely suitable for rest, laying down the quilt. It was uncomfortably hard. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan placed the kitten on the soft quilt. She was utterly exhausted and soon drifted into slumber. After she fell asleep, He Yunqi tore away the quilt enveloping him, leaning against the wall as he slowly stood up and walked into her cell. She looked peaceful and obedient as she slept. He Yunqi sat beside her, resting his hand on her neck. His touch was chilling. The crimson mark on his forehead flickered with an otherworldly glow, both enchanting and terrifying. Absent was the docility of the daylight. At this moment, he was malevolent and obsessive, the brutality and sickness inherent within him consuming his reason, revealing his unbearable side. His hand did not exert pressure. It merely grazed her skin. Jiang Yuan stirred uncomfortably, reaching to grasp the cold object on her neck. Her warm palm pressed against his hand before she turned, her hair cascading over her face, obscuring her sleeping visage. He Yunqi gently brushed aside her hair, his gaze imbued with a near-morbid intensity as his fingertips caressed her cheek. Such beauty! His little junior sister was indeed strikingly radiant. He swayed the bell in his hand, staring at it absently for a long while before finally tying it around his waist. Little junior sister, this is the first gift I have received. He Yunqi's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. He gazed at the distant, pitch-black wall, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yet, the crimson mark on his forehead deepened, both eerie and conspicuous. If you choose to deceive me, then do so thoroughly. Do you understand? He had never possessed much. Disillusioned with the world, he felt as though he were suffocating under torment. The despair of having once possessed something, only to lose it, seemed far more profound than loss itself. He paused, a chill flickering across his pale visage as his cold fingertips brushed against her delicate skin. Should I gain something only to cast it aside, I would ensure that your suffering is beyond bearable. Chapter 4. He doesn't seem so filthy after all. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuan was roused by the sound of celebratory firecrackers. Congratulations to the host. He Yunqi's favorability has increased, and the points have been credited. You may check the back end at any time. Jiang Yuan was still half asleep, utterly perplexed. What transpired last night that suddenly elevated his favor? It is as such, dear host. He Yunqi starts with a negative favorability towards everyone. Under the circumstances of his concern, it typically takes only 2 encounters to restore this negative value to a neutral 0. Afterward, favorability and points can be queried in real time on the back end, without further announcements. A beginner-s gift pack has been credited with an additional 10,000 points. So that's how it is. Jiang Yuan tousled her hair. 10,000 points. Sounds like it could purchase a multitude of items. Before she could redeem anything from the marketplace, a youth clad in a white sect robe stood before them. Jiang Yuan, junior sister. He Yunqi, junior brother. Senior sister Fengxi has awakened. The sect master, upon learning the truth, understands the misunderstanding regarding junior brother. You should return to rest for a few days. The sect master will summon you personally soon to provide an explanation. Here are some high-quality medicinal pills. Senior brother has taken junior sister Luo Ling to the discipline hall. Junior brother Yunqi will not suffer unjustly. Leaning against the wall, He Yunqi coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his lips, which he carelessly wiped away. Supporting himself against the wall, he approached the sect disciple in silence. Jiang Yuan hurried to his side, offering her pristine handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips. She was strikingly beautiful, her voice sweet as she said, "Thank you for informing me, senior brother." His face flushed crimson, and he quickly turned away, handing her the medicinal pills, stammering, The sect master has instructed me to escort you back on a celestial crane. Please follow me. He Yunqi's gaze darkened, unconsciously tightening his grip on the handkerchief. The celestial crane was a spirit beast reserved for the sect master and the esteemed elders, a privilege not afforded to the disciples. However, this did not include Jiang Luan. Her brother and the master had been friends for many years, and the master had always favored her, ensuring she received the best of everything. The celestial crane of He Yunqi had long become her means of transportation within the sect. The sect master's celestial crane was exceptionally docile, and once they boarded, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Jiang Luan felt a twinge of fear, but did not wish to reveal her apprehension. She grasped He Yunqi's fingers, applying a gentle pressure. He Yunqi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Junior sister. The senior brother hesitated, his words caught in his throat, casting several glances at Jiang Luan before finally confessing. Before we came, the elder brother specifically asked me to remind you about the disciplinary hall. The disciplinary hall? She recalled having felled a few trees yesterday. Instantly, her expression drooped. She knew that once she returned and changed her attire, she would have to face her punishment alone. He Yunqi's voice was gentle. What wrongdoing has the junior sister committed? In his memory, Jiang Luan had never entered the disciplinary hall. Even when she erred, there were always He Yunqi and the sect leader to shield her. She was a favored exception within the Tianqing sect. Yet now, the situation seemed dire. Had the master truly retreated into seclusion, leaving her unprotected? It's not a significant matter. It's merely that the junior sister used the butterfly's call to prune the grand tree nurtured by the sect leader's spiritual energy for many years. As he spoke of this, the senior brother's excitement was palpable. Junior sister, I have yet to witness you wield the butterfly's call. How formidable can this exquisite spiritual artifact be? Jiang Luan felt disinclined to speak, drowned in the impending doom of punishment. It was particularly impressive. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught her senior brother's eager gaze. He Yunqi was also watching her intently. She murmured, "Do you wish to see Aki?" The senior brother nudged He Yunqi, gesturing animatedly. He Yunqi nodded gently. In an instant, her enthusiasm soared. Although she felt uncertain, her curiosity was piqued regarding the butterfly's call's power at full capacity. Positioned high above the Tianqing sect, she believed she would not inadvertently harm any more trees. Sitting gracefully upon the celestial crane, she concentrated all her spiritual energy into the butterfly's call and pointed her finger backward. In a flash, a delicate lavender hue enveloped her entire field of vision, startling the celestial crane into vigorous flapping. A multitude of lilac spiritual butterflies swirled around, their energies radiating abundantly. The butterflies fluttered their wings, weaving countless violet threads through the air, creating an absolute safe zone for the trio, a pressure akin to that of the transformation stage. Wow, is that the junior sister's butterfly's call? It's so beautiful, the onlookers exclaimed. Truly a premium spiritual artifact, though the junior sister is merely at the golden core stage. She can exert the power of the transformation stage. Oh, how I envy the junior sister for having an elder brother like Qing Xian Xinzuan. I've heard that this butterfly's call is exceedingly rare, sought after for ages by the Xinzuan with great effort. A chorus of admiration echoed from below. Jiang Luan, perched on the celestial crane, was filled with exhilaration. Due to the excessive use of spiritual energy, a thin sheen of sweat adorned her brow. She glanced at He Yunqi and softly inquired, "Am I not impressive, junior brother?" "Absolutely astounding," she thought, silently praising the spiritual artifact. He Yunqi's gaze was lowered, oblivious to her words. His entire focus was on Jiang Luan's hand tightly clasping his. Her palm was pale and delicate, gripping his hand with fervor. A faint sweetness mingling with the scent of the medicinal pills on him, creating an indescribably pleasant aroma. He cautiously reached out, intertwining his fingers with hers, feeling as if he too were not unclean. As the spiritual butterflies enveloped the celestial crane and flew towards Qingyun Peak, she quickly bid farewell to her senior brother before guiding He Yunqi into her room. The space was tidy and orderly, yet it echoed with an emptiness that resonated starkly. Aside from a bed and some simple furniture, there was nothing else. Jiang Luan felt a twinge of sorrow. after sending a message to Li Heng to come over. She rummaged through her storage ring and retrieved a treasure gifted to her by her brother, placing on the table. This was a token of gratitude meant for Li Heng. Ah Chi, rest assured here while you recuperate. Elder Li Heng will arrive shortly. I must first attend the discipline hall, but I will return swiftly, she instructed gently, laying her hand upon his forehead, which was no longer as feverish as the day before. He Yunqi, still seemed reluctant to converse with her, and as she stood to leave, her right hand was suddenly grasped. Startled, she turned to see He Yunqi awkwardly release his grip, gesturing toward the small kitten she held. Do you want it? Jiang Luan inquired, cradling the kitten and seeking the system's approval with her gaze. Although this was the early stage, He Yunqi was ultimately the formidable antagonist capable of wreaking havoc, and while she could currently protect herself, the little kitten, fear not, host. During times of great peril, I will return to your consciousness. Worry not. With the kitten's assurance, Jiang Luan placed it beside He Yunqi and tucked him in. Then I shall trouble you, Ah Chi, to look after it. She smiled sweetly, causing He Yunqi's pupils to contract before he quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 5, you see. You no longer want me. After a brief cleansing, Jiang Luan mounted He Yuan's celestial crane and proceeded to the discipline hall. A faint scent of blood lingered outside, where Luo Ling, who had just endured punishment, was dragged out, his complexion pale and legs trembling. Upon spotting Jiang Luan, a flash of malice flickered in Luo Ling's eyes, which she perceptively noted, prompting her to remain vigilant as she entered the hall. The interior of the discipline hall was vast, decorated in a dark and foreboding style, with chilling instruments of punishment scattered throughout. In the empty hall stood a solitary youth. Upon her arrival, he spoke softly. I have been waiting for quite some time. Junior sister, you recklessly felled the sect master's spirit tree. The elders have decreed that you must accompany the disciples in sword practice for a day. Jiang Luan was taken aback, pointing at herself in disbelief. Was that all? She had prepared herself for something more severe, perhaps dozens of lashes. To her astonishment, merely practicing swordplay sufficed. The elders state that junior sister possesses dragon scale silver armor, which renders her immune to ordinary spiritual artifacts. Besides, it concerns only a few spirit trees. It is not severe enough for punishment, the disciple continued, as if reading her thoughts. The disciples present will accompany the new initiates into the Nine Heavens secret realm in a month. We would greatly appreciate your guidance. A month until the initiation ceremony? The Nine Heavens secret realm? Suddenly, she recalled that in the original narrative, the male lead, Luo Maxian, had unexpectedly encountered magical beasts in the Nine Heavens secret realm, coming to the aid of the female supporting character, Jiang Luan, thus igniting her affections for him. It seemed that in addition to the sect disciples entering the secret realm, she too would be practicing swordsmanship. With a nod, she affirmed, I will do my utmost. Having accepted the task, she mounted the celestial crane and set off to the designated location. The disciples of the sect donned pristine white robes, each adorned with an exquisitely embroidered spirit bird. Vibrant and lifelike, they stood in neat formation, wielding their swords with grace, each movement exuding stability and strength. At the forefront was Elder Yi Feng. Upon seeing her approach, cheerfully remarked, Ah, it is the most cherished disciple of Master He Yuan. You fortunate youngsters, feel free to step forward and engage in some sparring. After exchanging respectful greetings with the elder, Jiang Yuan replied with commendation. You and Mo Xian and Feng, she are indeed treasures of our Tianqing sect. The elder praised her warmly and made way for her. Jiang Yuan gracefully leapt to the center of the competition platform, summoning her life-bound sword, Ice Kite, and playfully beckoned. We'll come forth first. A handsome youth stepped up, his voice resonant and assertive. Please, senior sister, bestow your guidance upon me. He summoned his own sword, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes, each move executed with ferocity and utmost resolve. Jiang Yuan practiced ice-based techniques, and in a heartbeat, the entire platform was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, an icy chill permeating the air. With one hand, she wielded her sword with elegance and gentleness, her hair flowing and skin as fair as snow, as she advanced towards her opponent with unwavering determination. Every technique was executed with precision. The youth, in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, found himself pressured to retreat repeatedly. Jiang Luan spun gracefully in the air, unexpectedly appearing to his left front, where she poised the tip of her sword against his throat. "I concede," the youth admitted, lowering his hands. "Senior sister, you are indeed formidable." Jiang Luan retracted her sword, offering him gentle words of comfort before the elder called him aside to analyze the battle. Subsequently, Jiang Luan sparred with countless disciples until dusk fell. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the competition platform, her garments soaked with sweat. "How tiresome. I would prefer to endure a beating instead," she murmured, flipping over on the platform. A celestial crane landed beside her, and she embraced its neck, slowly climbing atop it. By the time they returned to Qingyun Peak, the night was so dark that one could scarcely see their hand before their face. Beneath a few lanterns, a youth leaned against the wooden door, lost in thought as he gazed into the night. A small orange cat lay sprawled across his shoulder. He Yunqi spoke softly, tinged with mockery. "Look, you no longer need me." He extended 2 fingers, plucking the cat from his shoulder and holding it before him with a cold smile. "It seems you are not so significant after all." What was he truly anticipating? "Achi," a girl's melodious voice called from a distance. He Yunqi's hand faltered. Jiang Luan spotted him standing at the door. The night breeze was brisk, and seeing him, frail and exposed to the cold air, tugged at her heartstrings. She hurriedly descended from the crane and rushed over. The little cat, upon seeing Jiang Luan, meowed, attempting to wriggle free from He Yunqi's grasp. Breathless from running, she took the small cat from his hands, placing it on her shoulder, and gently touched his hand, frowning slightly. "Why are you not resting inside? Your hands are so cold." He Yunqi lowered his gaze, his palm warm to her touch, and replied softly, "Where have you been?" "After being reprimanded, I practiced swordsmanship with my disciples until my hands felt as though they were about to cramp." Jiang Luan, looking somewhat aggrieved, extended her hand. Indeed, her palm was flushed, and the area where she frequently grasped the hilt had developed a few traces of blood. She blew on her hand a couple of times, then retrieved the evening meal she had fetched from the kitchen. "Are you hungry? Let us dine," she suggested. He Yunqi took her hand and mimicked her actions, blowing gently on it. The wind lingered, and his voice carried a slight nasal tone. "Does it hurt?" "It does," Jiang Luan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She softly complained, "It hurts and is exhausting. I shall never do this again." He Yunqi gazed at her hand, momentarily lost in thought. "Sister's hand is truly beautiful," he mused. "Come inside quickly, the dishes will cool." She, belatedly aware, withdrew her hand and strode towards the room, carrying the meal. Upon entering, the sight of the exquisite elixirs on the table nearly blinded her. They piled high, resembling a small mountain, making it nearly impossible not to notice. Confused, she turned to He Yunqi, asking, "What is this?" "It's a gift from senior sister Fengxi," he replied softly, standing still and tugging at his clothing. Observing his cautious demeanor, Jiang Luan sighed deeply. She understood the source of his timidity. It was due to Yu Yuan's disfavor towards him, and hers as well. Moreover, he was the sole exception among disciples, being accepted as a direct student by a powerful figure despite possessing an ordinary 3 spiritual roots. The entire Tianqing sect murmured disapprovingly about him. "Ah Qi, 5 days hence, our master will emerge from seclusion. You must accompany me," she urged, to gradually open his heart. Someone needed to support him. Yu Yuan, after all, was his greatest ally. Furthermore, she knew that Yu Yuan possessed a coveted spiritual artifact that was currently idle, and she wished to intercede on his behalf. "But Master has stated that my presence is not required," he replied, surprised by her insistence. Jiang Luan, rarely assertive, softened her tone upon seeing his bewilderment. "As disciples of the Master, how could it be reasonable for me to go alone? Come now, the food is cooling." She meticulously organized the mountain of elixirs, setting them aside, then placed the dishes on the table. He Yunqi, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had already commenced fasting. However, Jiang Luan, unable to resist her cravings, insisted he join her for a meal. With the room illuminated by soft light, she filled a bowl for He Yunqi, asking, "Try it." Is it delicious? He remained still, and so she took the initiative to sample every dish, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. After exerting so much effort, finally tasting something warm brought her to the brink of tears. He Yunqi awkwardly grasped his chopsticks, clumsily picking up a morsel and placing it in his mouth. His exquisite features relaxed as he softly remarked, it's delicious. Jiang Luan couldn't help but tousle his hair affectionately. His long, dark tresses cascaded down, and his alluring eyes bore a hint of blush, presenting an endearing sight as he sat holding his small bowl. It was difficult to reconcile this image with that of the cold-blooded demon lord capable of merciless acts. She vowed to continue her efforts, hoping that He Yunqi could lead a tranquil life, to cultivate the land and pursue his path in cultivation. Such a life would be truly beautiful. After dinner, Jiang Luan urged He Yunqi to promptly organize the elixirs given by senior sister Fengxi. Isn't the junior sister going to ask? He mumbled, lowering his head as he sorted the elixirs according to her instructions. Ask what? Jiang Luan replied, bewildered. Did you not say that senior sister Fengxi sought your assistance, and you happened to pass by to bring her back to the sect? He Yunqi's long eyelashes fluttered. Do you trust me? Of course I do, Jiang Luan affirmed with a vigorous nod. After senior sister Fengxi awakens, she will surely send these to you, knowing that you have suffered injustice. When the sect leader summons you, surely she will advocate for your welfare. She was mentally calculating the benefits. Fengxi was kind-hearted and discerning between public and private matters. This time, He Yunqi had saved her, yet was wrongfully accused by the sect of deliberately leading her to the perilous Ling mountain stream, where he was subsequently subjected to cruel punishment. She would undoubtedly compensate He Yunqi well. When the sect leader calls for you, make sure to appear a bit wronged. Understand? Perhaps the sect leader will feel sympathetic and resources will come pouring down. She propped her head with her hands, envisioning the scene in her mind, and couldn't help but smile. The light illuminated her strikingly beautiful face, casting a gentle glow upon her, akin to the warm sun of winter gradually permeating the originally dark corners of his heart. He murmured softly, Junior sister, will you always be by my side? The greed within him sprouted like vines breaking through the earth, spreading through his limbs and bones, his fingers curling downwards as the emotion of possession gradually expanded in his mind. All he desired was someone to accompany him. He had endured a long and lonely life for far too long. Jiang Luan wished to assure him she would. However, she knew she was not a character from story and perhaps would leave one day. She gazed earnestly into his eyes and solemnly promised, as long as the junior sister remains here for a day, I will accompany Achi for a day. Achi, I have come for you. Her gentle voice was resolute and powerful, her smile radiant. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful, settling upon his heart and causing a tingling sensation that momentarily stunned him. He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. For the first time, someone had told him that as long as she was there, she would accompany him. He responded softly, the corners of his eyes tinged with moisture. Amidst the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat, he discerned his own voice, faint and scattered by the wind. Don't deceive me. Good night, Akui. Rest early. See you tomorrow. She softly bid him good night, contemplating that in a few days, she would arrange for him to change residences. This place appeared far too dismal. After she walked away, He Yunqi gazed in her direction, the faint red mark on his forehead flickering briefly before vanishing. Will we meet again tomorrow? He inhaled the scent that belonged to her, his eyes gazing into the dark night, resembling an unfathomable abyss. His voice was low, the corners of his lips barely curving upwards. Good night, junior sister. Chapter 7. Descending the mountain together for training Xiao Fan. Can my points be exchanged for so many items? Jiang Luan exclaimed in astonishment as the system opened the marketplace page. Before her lay an array of items available for exchange with just a few dozen points. And, as she counted her own points, an inexplicable sensation of suddenly becoming a wealthy woman washed over her. Alas, this system is truly benevolent, a divine configuration indeed. It felt as though she had assumed the role of a pampered protagonist in a delightful tale. Keep it up, host. You are simply the best. The little kitten affectionately nuzzled her palm. She perused the exchange page, and in a moment of astonishment, Her eyes widened. To her surprise, there were indeed items capable of suppressing the aura of the demon god seal. Jiang Luan clicked on the final column of the last page. 2,000 points for a small pill that could contain the aura of the demon god seal for a year. In the original narrative, many years prior, the former demon lord Xianyu had perished, pouring all his cultivation into a crystallized stone. Due to He Yunqi being too young to bear such immense power, it was sealed within him by the demon god seal. That power was sufficient to devastate half of the 6 realms. With the demon god seal, he was inherently different from ordinary beings, no matter how grievous his injuries. He could heal in a remarkably short time. In the narrative, there were only 3 means to unlock the seal. The first was the elder Qi Ling of the demon clan, a figure of great stature within the demon realm, yet he was notoriously carefree, solely intent on locating the former demon lord's son to release the seal and restore him to the throne. He would later become He Yunqi's most loyal and formidable subordinate. The only unique nightmare beast in the world could enter the dreams of all beings, save for those who bore the demon god seal. The rarest demon beast in the demon realm, the demon blood spider, could detect the aura of the demon god seal. These 2 beasts were pivotal in Qi Ling's quest to find the bearer of the seal. The second means was the Wuwang River of the demon realm. Throughout history, no one had ever emerged alive from its depths. He Yunqi had inadvertently unsealed the demon god seal due to the river, leading to his descent into madness and ultimately claiming the throne of the demon lord amidst a sea of corpses. The third means lay within He Yunqi himself. His malevolent thoughts and hostility could break the seal and claim the power of the demon god as his own. Therefore, if this pill were to be given to Ah Qi, he would no longer have to evade the demon blood spider for a year. Deducting 2,000 points, the system's notification resonated. She exchanged for a plethora of advanced talismans and pills, stowing them in her storage ring for future needs. Deducting 500 points, the little wealthy woman, Jiang Luan, blinked with satisfaction as she observed the substantial points still remaining. With a radiant smile, she playfully ruffled the little kitten's fur. In recent days, Jiang Luan had arranged a suitable residence and assisted He Yunqi in moving nearby, making it convenient for her to care for him. In her leisure, she took the initiative to teach him swordsmanship, and their interactions had been quite harmonious. As they walked side by side towards the Great Hall, Jiang Luan imparted some techniques of feigned grievance, then gestured for him to enter the hall hastily. Yuan has come too? Come in together. A steady, mature male voice resonated from within the hall. Jiang Luan paused momentarily, realizing it must be the voice of the sect leader, and with a steely resolve, she accompanied He Yunqi inside. The grand hall is dominated by a pristine white hue, exuding an ethereal aura. A man and a woman stand respectfully beside the esteemed leader seated at the head. After exchanging pleasantries, they obediently position themselves in the center of the hall. Yunqi, how is your injury faring? The leader's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, carries an air of authority intertwined with genuine concern. His piercing gaze sweeps over He Yunqi, revealing no discernible emotion. Thank you for your concern, master. I am much improved. He Yunqi replies softly, standing alongside Jiang Luan. Regarding the previous incident, Feng Shi has informed me upon awakening that I misjudged you, unjustly causing you distress. I grant you one wish, as long as it does not contravene moral principles. Jiang Luan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She quickly tugged at He Yunqi's sleeve. The master personally grants a wish. You must seize this opportunity for resources or magical artifacts. To her surprise, He Yunqi shook her head. Yunqi does not desire anything. Jiang Luan's smile froze in an instant. The leader, taken aback, stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. Indeed, a disciple molded by Yu Yuan. Very well, your senior brothers and sisters shall descend the mountain for a trial in demon slaying in 2 days. You may accompany them. Demon slaying? Jiang Yuan blinked, quickly grasping the leader's intent. With the talents of Luo Maxian and Feng Shi, the demon slaying would merely be a formality. And He Yunqi's inclusion signified the leader's approval. Upon their return from the trial, He Yunqi's standing within the sect would surely elevate. Let Jiang Luan join as well. The leader's light-hearted voice echoed from above, causing Jiang Luan to gaze up in disbelief. What purpose do I serve in their demon slaying? What if the demon is fearsome? She was frightened. Master, this matter is settled. The leader decisively concluded. Apart from Jiang Luan, the three others bowed in compliance with the leader's decree. Upon exiting the grand hall, Jiang Luan resembled a wilting flower, her head bowed in silence. Host, your intervention will inevitably induce a butterfly effect, which is quite normal. Please do not fret excessively. Jiang Luan remained silent. Her concern was not about the butterfly effect. Rather, it was about the demon she was destined to encounter. The depictions of demons here were terrifying, particularly the demonic beasts, which far surpassed her in size and ferocity. She feared she would falter with the sword in her hand. Though facing such challenges was inevitable, she had not anticipated confronting them so soon. Jiang Luan felt a sense of injustice. This was an ordeal she should not have to endure, nor should He Yunqi have to descend the mountain. Alas, it appears she is rather unfortunate. What is the little junior sister pondering? Chapter 8. This divine melody is yours today, suddenly. A crisp voice broke through her reverie. Jiang Luan realized she had unwittingly wandered in the opposite direction for quite some time. She ran her fingers through her hair, quickly regaining her composure, and mumbled, I was thinking of nothing. Let's go and welcome our master out of seclusion. Today marks the day of He Yuan's return from isolation. And she recalled that there were pressing matters to attend to. She tugged at He Yunqi's sleeve, again reminding him with a lack of authority. It's fine if you didn't follow my instructions earlier, but when we meet the master later, you must read my expressions, understood? He Yunqi's gaze fell upon her slender fingers, and he nodded slightly, allowing Jiang Luan to grasp the corner of his sleeve. They rode the celestial crane to the back mountain of the Tianqing sect. The scenery was picturesque, with clear waters and verdant hills. The air was perfumed with a delicate fragrance of flowers and grasses, occasionally punctuated by the cheerful calls of birds. The two stood patiently outside the cave, awaiting their master. Time passed, and eventually, a figure clad in white emerged slowly from within. With one hand resting behind his back, he appeared to be in his early 20s. He was as graceful as jade, an unparalleled gentleman. His brows and eyes were gentle, and even when he wasn't smiling, he exuded an inviting warmth. Upon seeing the two disciples waiting outside, He Yuan was rather taken aback. He was aware that each time he emerged from seclusion, his less favored disciples would typically shy away from him, but to have them standing before him to greet him was a first. His gaze fell upon Jiang Luan gripping the sleeve of He Yunqi and the twin bells adorning their bodies, raising an eyebrow, forming a conjecture in his mind. Welcome back, Master. They both bowed in unison. He Yuan affectionately ruffled Jiang Luan's hair and chuckled. There's no one else here, so there's no need for such formality. Let us go. The celestial crane fluttered its wings and landed beside He Yuan. The three of them mounted the crane and headed towards Qingyun Peak. He Yuan's expression was inscrutable as he glanced at He Yunqi and remarked, mid-stage of foundation establishment. It seems you have diligently practiced during my absence. He Yunqi bowed his head, stating that he had been striving to master the sword techniques taught by his master. Then, an awkward silence enveloped them. Sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Jiang Luan quickly interjected, Master mentioned that during your absence, Qi was bullied. You must support him and let them know that our Qingyun Peak is not to be trifled with. Her voice was sweet and soft, endearing rather than irritating. Oh, someone dares to bully Qingyun Peak. He Yuan frowned slightly. In recent years, he had seldom appeared before others, often in seclusion, leaving the care of He Yunqi primarily to Jiang Luan. Proud and aloof by nature, he had felt disheartened by the lack of talent in the disciples assigned to him by Jiang Qingxian, resulting in a rather perfunctory approach to teaching He Yunqi. However, the audacity to bully Qingyun Peak was akin to striking at his own face. Jiang Luan nodded vigorously, her small face drooping. It's all my fault for not providing anything of worth to Qi. I can only watch as he is not favored by everyone. Even the inner disciples disregard the master's orders and whip Qi. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unlike other disciples who received gifts from their master, Qi had none, still wielding just a low-grade spirit sword. Upon hearing this, He Yuan understood the situation all too well. However, he hadn't anticipated that in merely 6 months of seclusion, their relationship would flourish to such an extent. He raised the corners of his lips and chuckled softly. "What is this? You gifted your junior brother a twin bell, hoping to deceive me?" He pondered for a moment and touched his storage ring. "I possess quite a number of spiritual instruments here, and judging by your prepared demeanor, I shall venture to guess it is the Vanine." Jiang Luan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Is that permissible?" Her candidness left He Yuan momentarily speechless. "You truly know how to choose an exquisite magical attack spiritual instrument." A beam of white light suddenly appeared in his right hand, revealing a white jade flute that fell into his grasp. The hue of Vanine leaned towards the finest mutton-fat jade, yet it shimmered with a crystalline transparency, glistening like rippling waters. He Yuan infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. The flute's melody resonated clear and ethereal, instilling peace within the heart. With a gentle push forward, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the piercing notes erupted with a formidable pressure, conjuring a translucent barrier of water waves. He Yunqi clutched his chest, appearing exceedingly uncomfortable. The Vanine grew stronger in the presence of power and weaker against the feeble. With merely a slight infusion of spiritual energy, He Yuan managed to render He Yunqi, who was in the mid-stage of foundation building, breathless, prompting even Jiang Luan to furrow her brow slightly. He retracted his hand, allowing the flute to return to his grip. "Over these years, I have indeed felt remorse towards you. Thus I bestow upon you this Vanine today." He Yuan dissolved the contract and extended the Vanine to He Yunqi. "As I have little affinity for flutes and lutes, it would be a pity to keep it with me. Cultivate diligently, and in due time. I seek not for you to reach the heights of Mo Fengxi, but if you can attain a similar level as your junior sister, I shall feel content." He Yunqi stood in stunned silence. Jiang Luan hurriedly nudged him. "Quickly accept it. It is a gift from our master." Noticing He Yunqi's continued daze, she used her fingers to make a small incision on his index finger, pressing a droplet of blood onto the Vanine. In an instant, the Vanine erupted with a brilliant white radiance. He Yuan, who had previously lounged lazily, straightened slightly, an unusual gravity shadowing his face. Could it truly be so effortless for it to acknowledge you as its master? The Vanine is a rare spiritual instrument of the highest caliber, possessing its own spirit, ranking amongst the elite. It can be controlled with spiritual energy and can also serve as an offensive substitute for a sword. It surpasses the butterfly call in capability. It is inherently rebellious and difficult to subdue. Even when it recognized He Yuan as its master years prior, it required considerable effort. He had assumed that at the very least, assistance from himself would be necessary for the Vanine to acknowledge He Yunqi as its master. A chill flickered across his expression. Jiang Luan, still reveling in He Yunqi's effortless acquisition of the Vanine, was unaware that this instrument had long lain dormant in He Yuan's possession. Now, with it, He Yunqi could at least ensure his own safety. Naturally, she did not notice the cold glint in He Yuan's eyes. He Yunqi, perceptive as ever, quickly averted his gaze. "Thank you, master." His voice remained calm and devoid of fluctuation. "It is merely another spiritual instrument. In his hands, a mere trifle would yield no significant power." Jiang Yuan, however, was brimming with excitement. "Chi, you must try it out." Seeing her delight, he lowered his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. The Vanine circled around him, and with a pointed gesture of his distinctly knuckled hand, it shot forth into the air. The melody echoed like the low call of a vermilion bird, and the layered water wave barrier surged forward with great ferocity. Even in the mid-stage of foundation building, it exhibited considerable might. Yet, compared to He Yuan's infinitesimal infusion of spiritual energy, it still fell short by a great margin. He Yunqi's voice was soft, with a hint of redness at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, junior sister, it is my inadequacy." "It's all right," Jiang Yuan gently reassured her. "When you become stronger, the power of the Brahmin sound will grow even more formidable." She paused, finally sensing something amiss. The Brahmin sound grows stronger in the presence of strength and weaker in the presence of weakness. Therefore, if He Yunqi were to unravel the demon god seal, that already exaggerated power would become overwhelming. A string in her mind snapped. No matter what, she could not allow He Yunqi to break the demon god seal. She could not afford to repeat the despair of leaping into the abyss of Wuwang once more. Chapter 9. I shall only accompany junior sister, senior sister Fengxi. Are we heading to Larktown this time? Jiang Luan stood behind He Yunqi, clutching his garment tightly. She did not dare to fly on her own and sought an excuse to borrow He Yunqi's sword. 5 swords soared through the air in unison, leaving behind a long trail of light. Leading the charge were Luo Maxian and Fengxi. Dressed in a white disciple's robe, Fengxi had her long, dark hair tied into a high ponytail, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile. Yes, there have been disturbances caused by the demon clan in Larktown, and we're going to investigate. Isn't this quite dangerous? A nearby disciple interjected. Before we left, the sect master specifically provided us with a distress array. It's rather strange. Indeed, the sect master has never been this cautious when we've ventured out with our seniors in the past. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luan unconsciously glanced at her waist. There hung a translucent, ice-blue orb, swaying gently at her side. Before their departure, Yuan had instructed her to wear this orb so that he could track her location and communicate with her. There was nothing inherently peculiar about this. What was strange, however, was that Yuan had specifically instructed her to remain inseparable from He Yunqi during this expedition, and in the event of absolute danger, she was to shatter the orb. Yuan did not hold He Yunqi in high regard. Could it be that the emergence of the Brahmin sound had altered something? She kept a watchful eye, nudging He Yunqi. Ah, Chi, have you secured the Brahmin sound? With her gentle prod, He Yunqi nearly faltered in his control of the sword. His ears tinged with a slight blush. Yes, I have secured it. In that moment, Luo Maxian's cold voice interjected from the side. Larktown is indeed peculiar. He formed a hand seal, drawing in the air, and a golden talisman materialized, enveloping Larktown from above. A pervasive aura of demonic energy enveloped the area. And the aura of monsters? A disciple exclaimed. Is there truly a great demon and great monster within Larktown? In but a moment, the demonic and monstrous energies vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Fengxi grew more cautious. Senior brother, this is... Luo Maxian tilted his head slightly, once again inscribing another talisman. This time more intricate than the last, directing it downward. The city appeared only to faintly reveal wisps of lingering demonic energy. Larktown is merely an ordinary small town. Could it be that we misjudged? A bold disciple dared to ask, Senior brother, should we seek assistance from the sect? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Maxian declared, I shall inform my master of the matters at hand. You may return for now. Should there indeed be a formidable demon here, I cannot leave. Fengxi resolutely responded, I will accompany you, senior brother, to investigate. Jiang Luan, upon hearing this, felt an urge to flee. What is your intention, junior sister? With your butterfly guide in hand and Yunqi possessing the Brahmin sound, if we combine our powers, we should be able to engage and withdraw from any confrontation. Jiang Luan yearned to protest, asserting that she truly could not. Nevertheless, as a cultivator, safeguarding the common folk was her solemn duty. With a determined nod, she affirmed, I shall remain. Let Yunqi return. He Yunqi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of irritation. Junior sister, I will not leave. Then, let us descend together as a quartet. You may return. I will maintain communication with my master at all times. Once Luo Maxian had made arrangements, the four ascended on their swords. Larktown was a vibrant and bustling locale, with the sound of vendors ringing through the air. The four navigated through the throngs of people, their sect robes drawing attention, and it wasn't too long before they were noticed. A middle-aged man shouted, Is that an immortal? My goodness, an immortal has graced our Larktown. He continued, Are you all from the Tianqing sect? Your unexpected arrival has truly illuminated our humble town. Where are you? Where? Oh dear, do not jostle me. You stepped on my foot. Stop at once. In an instant, the marketplace erupted into chaos, encircling the four with an impassable crowd. Luo Maxian and Fengxi were accustomed to such attention, while Jiang Luan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to retreat into a whimsical Barbie castle. Fengxi spoke soothingly. We are merely passing through Larktown on our journey of cultivation and did not intend to disturb anyone. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the town of late? Her words carried a calming energy, momentarily silencing the surrounding populace. Unusual occurrences? I have not heard of any. The town has been lively as ever, no different from usual. A man scratched his head, puzzled. Indeed, is there something amiss? Upon hearing this, some began to panic. Could it be? Is there truly a problem? Is that why the immortals were summoned? Fengshi hastily reassured them. We are merely passing by. You need not worry. Relieved by her reassurance, the crowd began to relax and even invited the immortals to dine at their homes. After much effort to extricate themselves from the enthusiastic townsfolk, Jiang Luan glanced at her sect attire and remarked, "Senior sister, must we not change our garments? This is far too ostentatious. It's as if I am a disciple of cultivation. Come apprehend me written across my face. We may change, but our sect robes are uniquely crafted to mitigate some attacks in times of peril, and we have grown accustomed to them," Fengshi patiently explained. Luo Maxian mused. Junior sister raises a valid point. This situation is unlike any we have encountered before. We should strive to attract less attention. The four proceeded toward a nearby shop. Upon entering, they were all clad in white sect robes. Upon exiting, Luo Maxian donned a long black robe. Fengshi chose a water blue dress, while Jiang Luan, fond of purple, selected matching garments for herself and He Yunqi. Unlike Fengshi's simple hairpin, Jiang Luan adorned her hair with numerous exquisite ornaments. Heavenly Cloud Qi donned a flowing purple robe, his raven hair elegantly tied up, adorned at the waist with a delicate jade disc, from which a small bell dangled gently. His lashes quivered slightly, yet his demeanor remained aloof. Leaning against the doorframe, he resembled a precious, ethereal young master of a distinguished family, exuding an air of solitude and disconnection amidst the bustling market. We split into two groups to investigate, agreeing to reconvene at the inn later, promptly notifying each other of any anomalies. Luo Maxian took the initiative to speak, glancing at Jiang Luan and Heavenly Cloud Qi. I will team up with Cloud Qi. Among the four of us, Luo Maxian possessed the strongest spiritual energy, while Heavenly Cloud Qi was the weakest. This combination seemed prudent. Jiang Luan mentally reviewed the situation. Typically, the protagonists possess an undeniable halo of fortune, with Heavenly Cloud Qi aligning with the male lead and Qi with the female lead. They might bask in a touch of that luck. Just as she was about to express her agreement, Heavenly Cloud Qi interjected quietly, I will only accompany Junior Sister. Chapter 10. What a pity to arrive late. Heavenly Cloud Qi was exceedingly stubborn. Luo Maxian did not press the matter further, offering meticulous advice before the four parted ways, suppressing their cultivation levels to commence their exploration of Lark Town. In contrast to the earnestness of Luo Maxian and Fengshi, Jiang Yuan's demeanor was notably more relaxed. I would like a bowl of wontons, 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. I desire all these cosmetics. Please wrap them up for me. After savoring her bowl of wontons, Jiang Luan held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, offering one to Heavenly Cloud Qi while taking a bite from her own, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. So delicious. Her smile was enchanting, her eyes twinkling like a sky full of stars. A small kitten clung to her shoulder. Together, they strolled through the lively market, a picturesque scene reminiscent of a painting. Rather than a mission to vanquish evil, they seemed like revelers. Heavenly Cloud Qi followed closely behind, tasting a bit of the candied hawthorn. The sweetness mirrored that of his junior sister. They meandered through Lark Town until they reached the outskirts, yet failed to detect any trace of the elusive demon clan. Imitating Luo Maxian, Jiang Luan sketched a few talismans, albeit clumsily, barely sufficient for their needs. After their exploration, they turned in the opposite direction. Hours later, they passed through the market once more, acquiring an assortment of delightful trinkets. As twilight descended, lanterns outside the shops emitted a soft, gentle glow, enhancing the vibrant atmosphere. Jiang Luan, cradling the kitten, wove through the crowd. Qi, look at me, she began, her previously radiant expression suddenly stiffening. Her gaze fell upon a spirit pet, pure as snow, gracefully approaching them, resembling a fawn. Its 2 horns shimmered with iridescent light, strikingly beautiful, adorned with 2 fiery red bells, each painted with a lotus flower, It drew gasps of admiration from the townsfolk. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yuan's mind. Grabbing Heavenly Cloud Chi's hand, she sprinted in the opposite direction. "Junior sister," Heavenly Cloud Chi exclaimed, bewildered by her sudden flight. The wind brushed against the hem of her garment, a faint, sweet fragrance of youth permeating his senses. Her hand clasped his tightly, and amidst the throng of people, he could see only her silhouette. It was as if, no matter what transpired, she would never release his grip. Her hair danced in the breeze, and her palm had grown damp with a light sweat. After navigating 3 corners, she pulled He Yunqi aside, and they pressed against the dimly lit wall, cautious. Jiang Yuan hastily retrieved a concealment talisman from her storage ring, applying dozens on He Yunqi without a trace of hesitation, covering both herself and him thoroughly. He Yunqi's voice was low and hoarse, squeezing her hand with increasing intensity. "Why are we running?" Jiang Yuan peered outside, sensing danger. "We must ensure hasn't he followed us." A foreboding feeling settled in her heart as her gaze fixated on a distant shop. "Let us go there," she urged, needing confirmation of her suspicions. "2 guests, please proceed upstairs," they were beckoned. Jiang Yuan grasped He Yunqi's wrist. Her demeanor was no longer carefree. As she scrutinized everyone within the establishment, the attendant led them upstairs. The view was expansive, revealing a significant portion of the market. She chose a discreet corner, remaining still as she observed the bustling street, anxious not to miss anything. He Yunqi's gaze rested on her face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They ordered nothing, merely watching the ebb and flow of the crowd with unwavering attention. Suddenly, a wave of gasps echoed from downstairs, and moments later, 2 figures ascended to the 2nd floor simultaneously. "You truly are something, making such a fuss over a pastry," a somewhat exasperated voice drifted from nearby. Jiang Yuan lifted her eyes and froze at the sight. The man speaking wore a striking red robe, his black hair loosely bound with a ribbon, his features strikingly pronounced, a red mole at the corner of his right eye adding a bewitching allure. Beside him stood another man, his eyes concealed by a strip of white silk. His silver hair, cascading like a waterfall, donned in a pristine white robe that glimmered like moonlight, revealing a generous expanse of collarbone. He was breathtaking, yet bore an air of chilling fragility. "What? Not allowed?" The man's voice was cool and playful as he glanced towards Jiang Yuan, a smile gracing his lips. "What a pity you're late." Despite his eyes being covered, Jiang Yuan felt the cold intent in his gaze. She finally understood why Luo Maxian had used talismans to determine that a great demon lurked in Yangtown. These 2 were not to be trifled with. He Yunqi furrowed his brow, softly calling out to her, "Junior sister?" The girl's attire was strikingly unique, adorned with numerous concealment talismans, fascinating indeed. The man with the silk-covered eyes tilted his head, his words cutting, "What are you so afraid of that you use so many talismans?" He Yunqi reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Jiang Yuan, his voice laced with a chill. "Step aside." Jiang Yuan hid behind him, feigning ignorance, whispering, "Can you see?" "Of course I can," he patiently explained. "The silk covering my eyes is merely to prevent my captivating gaze from inadvertently harming others." He Yunqi's body tensed momentarily. Lowering his voice, he urged, "I will hold him off. You must go first." Jiang Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Yet, fully aware of their identities, she understood that if the opponent decided to strike, they would stand no chance of escape. "We bear no grudge against you. Could you kindly allow us to leave?" Jiang Yuan negotiated with him, her mind racing as she almost clashed with the system. She had acknowledged one significant figure. But why was there another hidden powerhouse that received scant mention in the text? "Leave, you say?" The man chuckled softly. "I have no interest in 2 insignificant cultivators. Let's make a transaction instead, merely to exchange positions." He tossed a highly valuable merman pearl, and Jiang Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it. "Unwilling?" His tone turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan peeked out from behind He Yunqi, swiftly snatching the pearl and placing a few coins on the table before dragging He Yunqi away. Their speed prompted a chuckle from the man in red. Why frighten them? The exquisitely handsome man leaned casually against the railing, observing Jiang Yuan's frantic sword flight with He Yunqi, a faint smile gracing his lips. She carries the scent of someone I despise. Chapter 11. The High Priestess of the Fox Demon Tribe. They have been running for an unknown duration. Jiang Yuan finally dismounted from her sword, her legs trembling. For the sake of their lives, she had attempted sword flight for the first time, a sensation entirely distinct from riding a celestial crane. Like her, He Yunqi's expression was grave. He appeared youthful, with a boyish visage, his lips slightly downturned as if he had been wronged. Jiang Yuan playfully tugged at his ear, offering reassurance. "Fear not, we have escaped." The man in red was Bu Xinglian, a nightmare beast, and the grand elder of the demon clan, Qi Ling. He spoke softly, raising his gaze to meet hers. "Junior sister, should there be a next time, abandon me and flee on your own." "What nonsense! I, your senior sister, shall never forsake you to run alone." Jiang Yuan lay on the grass, hastily notifying her senior brothers and sisters to avoid any encounters. He Yunqi's gaze darkened. Would she truly never abandon him? Did she not realize that her casual words might instill in him a futile hope? His voice was barely above a whisper. "Jiang Yuan, do not make promises lightly." He would take them to heart, yearning for more, and could ultimately spiral into chaos. Jiang Yuan, still feeling aggrieved, implored, "Quickly, let senior brother decide. They are far too terrifying." The wind tousled his hair, concealing the darkness lurking in his eyes. "Do you also know the other one, junior sister?" He Yunqi's gaze fell upon her, and she nodded. "She is the high priestess of the Fox Demon Tribe, Yu Shuqing." Fearing He Yunqi might not comprehend, she elaborated. "He is the most formidable being within the Fox Demon lineage. It is said his bewitching techniques are fearsome and terrifying. Cold by nature, he excels in psychological warfare." The narrative provided scant details, and the mention of him was rather perfunctory, but he was undoubtedly a figure of immense danger. One must maintain a significant distance. After relaying her thoughts to Luo Maxian and Feng Shi, He Yunqi reclined on the grass beside her. The night was desolate, and Luo Maxian's message arrived swiftly, instructing them to convene at the inn while exercising caution along the way. After several twists and turns, the two finally located the inn. Feng Shi's face was etched with anxiety. Only upon seeing them safe did she exhale in relief. "We have already informed our master. We must not act rashly until we discern the intentions of Qi Ling and Yu Shuqing in Yangtown." Jiang Yuan obediently nodded. "Just moments ago, my senior brother and I conducted a reconnaissance, and it is evident that the demon clan is causing disturbances in Yangtown. Fortunately, their cultivation is not high and could have been dealt with easily, but the sudden appearance of the clan's elder complicates matters." Luo Maxian interjected at the opportune moment. "An elder will arrive tomorrow to provide support. I shall keep watch tonight." Feng Shi nodded in agreement. "Our rooms are in close proximity. Report any anomalies immediately." After finalizing their plans, the three retreated to their respective rooms. Jiang Yuan dared not close her eyes, surrounding the trio with several barriers while clutching a small, unsheathed dagger in her hand. The little kitten, however, slept soundly and unconcernedly. One hand gripped the dagger while the other held the bead given by Yu Yuan, her eyes blinking as she gazed out the window. An eerie wind howled past, battering the window, and the patter of rain fell incessantly. Outside, two knocks reverberated against the door. Jiang Yuan jolted upright. "Who?" The door swung open, revealing a man of striking beauty and icy demeanor standing outside, who chuckled softly. "Still awake, little waist." Jiang Yuan's instinct was to grasp the bead, but she abruptly discovered she was unable to move. Yu Shuqing stepped inside, without any visible action. The barriers around her shattered with a crackle. He toyed with the bead in her hand, observing with amusement her incredulous expression. "Jiang Qingxian, who are you to me?" He already knew the answer within. As his hand hovered near the feathered hairpin in her hair, it transformed into a transparent form before he could touch it, and he effortlessly passed his hand through, leaving a trace of his spirit upon her. Jiang Yuan regarded him warily. With a mere lift of his hand, she regained her normal faculties, gripping the dagger tightly. Rising from her chair, she retreated repeatedly until she was pressed against the window ledge. "Why you?" Don't come any closer. Where's my senior brother? Where is he? The one who promised to keep watch. Is it time for you to sleep, System Coin? She felt tears welling up, her dagger trembling in her grasp, forgotten in its sheath. In her panic, she found herself uttering incoherent words. I want to kill you. Just leave. Kill me? Yu Shuqing chuckled as if he had heard a delightful jest. He approached slowly, placing his hands beside her, leaning in closer. The distance between them diminished, allowing her to catch the scent of fresh greenery emanating from him. The girl before him resembled a startled kitten, her eyes reddened yet resolutely biting her lip. Intrigued, Yu Shuqing smirked slightly. Shall I show you my true form? Jiang Luan. Who wants to see that? Just go away. All she wished for was to survive. Yet she was acutely aware that this perilous man, who might engage in light-hearted banter one moment, could just as swiftly lead her to her demise the next. Thus, she nodded, contemplating whether compliance was the prudent course of action. In truth, she felt utterly at a loss. As the moonlight bathed him in its silvery glow, his exquisite visage was illuminated, and from behind him, 9 pristine, unblemished tails flowed gracefully. These tails, imbued with an overwhelming and lethal intent, writhed and curved in the air, the longest of them already grazing the ceiling. His fingers were chillingly cold. He grasped her trembling hand and placed it upon his neck. Do you see? I possess 9 lives. Shall we test your fortune? His tone was beguilingly sinister. Jiang Luan, utterly devoid of backbone, succumbed to tears when faced with someone whose absolute power could extinguish her life as effortlessly as one crushes an ant. Especially when he boasted 9 lives, her composure shattered. She sobbed, I will return the mermaid's pearl to you. Please, spare me. Yu Shuqing's finger delicately curved, and his fingertip brushed away her tears. Though his eyes beneath the white silk were obscured, she could feel the intensity of his scorching yet icy gaze. His voice, cool and laced with amusement, murmured, It has been a while since I've seen anyone cry. It is rather beautiful. Chapter 12. Simply Call Me Brother. Jiang Luan found herself unable to weep further. The man before her was truly terrifying. His 9 tails continued to wave menacingly in the air, and with the pearl of yin seized from her, she realized that if she cried out for help, not only would she endanger the trio, but even if she managed to escape, his 9 lives could pursue her to the ends of the earth. Thus, she swiftly discarded the small dagger in her grasp and softened her tone, negotiating, High Priest, what exactly do you intend to do? Seemingly bored, Yu Shuqing took a step back. He pointed with a single hand, and the window swung wide open, a frigid breeze gusting in, while raindrops pounded violently against the ground in the night. He rested his fingers on the table, inquiring, Where is Jiang Qingxian? Jiang Luan dutifully replied, Brother has gone traveling. I do not know his whereabouts. She stood obediently beside him, resembling a little maid. Yu Shuqing cast a sidelong glance at her, asking for her name. Jiang Luan dipped her finger in water and meticulously inscribed her name upon the table. His gaze fell upon the feathered hairpin, and a smirk graced his lips as he plucked a single strand of fox fur from his 9 tails, infusing it with a hint of demonic energy, transforming it into a pure white jade hairpin. He lifted his hand and inserted it into Jiang Yuan's hair alongside the feather pin gifted by Jiang Qingxian. Do not remove it. In an instant, Jiang Yuan grasped his intent. Jiang Qingxian had used a wisp of his soul to protect her with a hairpin, while this high priest, with a mere strand of fox fur, was insulting her brother. Anger stirred within her, and she resolutely yanked the jade hairpin from her hair, declaring defiantly, I shall not wear it. Yu Shuqing raised an eyebrow, an air of danger emanating from him. That is simple. All you need do is call me brother. Jiang Yuan paused. How shameless could this demon be? A single strand of fox fur, and he expected her to address him as brother? She would absolutely never yield. Yu Shuqing seemed to have discovered a new world, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her own face. Wouldn't she cry out? If Jiang Qingxian were aware that his sister was calling him brother, he would likely be quite furious. You are imposing an unreasonable demand. I particularly enjoy putting others in difficult positions. Is there no sense of reason left? Jiang Yuan stood her ground, desperately summoning the system in her mind, hoping to awaken the slumbering entity. Yu Shuqing gazed at her, a mix of grievance and anger painted across her face, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yet she found herself powerless against him. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. It seemed that since his birth, few had ever displayed such expressions before him, and even fewer treated him as a normal being. He was destined to be the grand priest of the Fox clan. He had witnessed countless eager gazes from his kin and had seen many kneel in tears, pleading for his mercy. They revered him, supported him, feared him, and dreaded him. No wonder Jiang Qingxian was so protective of his sister. Sweet and obedient, she had a delightful fragrance, and even her cries were beautiful. He pondered earnestly for a moment. How about you cry just once more? In a century, tonight he was destined to be soft-hearted. Jiang Yuan mentally scolded Yu Shuqing numerous times, convincing herself that his role was minor, and as long as she didn't entangle herself too much, she would not provoke this hidden powerhouse. She pinched her thigh, shedding a few small tears. Yu Shuqing withdrew his 9 tails, his voice unusually gentle as he traced her face with his fingertip, chuckling softly, "Yu Shuqing, remember my name." He left as effortlessly as he had arrived, and only when she was certain of his departure did Jiang Yuan feel utterly drained, cold sweat soaking her garments. She collapsed onto the ground. After a while, she braced herself against the table to rise. Approaching the bed, she shook the sleeping orange cat, voice filled with grievance. "Xiao Fan, wake up quickly. I need to tell you, I've already mentioned, there's truly no such thing as a golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt. Even if you ask 100 times, the answer remains the same. Xiao Fan, do you know how perilous last night was?" Jiang Yuan cradled the small kitten, lamenting, "It was just a hair's breadth away." Yu Shuqing was truly terrifying. This is a plot that was never in the original text. Early in the morning, Jiang Yuan felt utterly exhausted. She sat in the inn's lobby, and He Yunqi immediately noticed something amiss with her. The young man's pale hand rested on her forehead, concern flickering in his eyes. "Did you sleep poorly last night?" Jiang Yuan nodded. "Did you have nightmares?" She nodded vigorously. It was far more than just a nightmare. It was more terrifying than any dream. Most importantly, last night, Luo Maxian had kept watch, and Yu Shuqing had moved right under his nose without him detecting anything unusual. What terrifying power that was. Luo Maxian, seated at the same table, then lectured her for a while, saying her barrier technique required more practice. Jiang Yuan felt even more disheartened. It wasn't that her skill was lacking. It had been shattered by Yu Shuqing. Yet, she chose not to voice this. Everyone believed that last night had passed without incident, and since she was unhurt, there was no need to stir up speculation or panic among them. As for Yu Shuqing, once they depart from Lark Town, it is unlikely they will encounter one another again. She would undoubtedly devise means to flee far away, ensuring that Yu Shuqing would never catch her. Although one might understand her brother's debts falling upon her as his sister, she truly could not contend with Yu Shuqing. It would be wise to avoid becoming an easy target. After breakfast, she returned to her room for a brief slumber. When she finally realized she wanted to catch up with Luo Maxian and Fengxi, she discovered that He Yunqi had been waiting outside her door all along. She tilted her head and inquired, "Didn't Achi go out with the senior brothers?" "Yes," came He Yunqi's muffled reply, his knuckles slightly pale beneath his sleeves. Summoning his courage, he added, "I wanted to accompany Junior's sister." Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, transforming into crescent moons. "Then let us depart swiftly." She placed the little kitten from her shoulder into his hands, saying, "I noticed you liked it during our last meeting, so I'll lend it to you for a while. Please return it to me upon your return." He Yunqi obediently nodded. Suddenly struck by a thought, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, "All right." She lowered her head and retrieved a pill from her storage ring that could suppress the aura of the demon god imprint. The emergence of the nightmarish beast stirred an unease within her. Qi Ling had never ceased in searching for those marked by the demon god, and their apparent close ties with Yu Shuqing posed a potential threat. Should they collaborate, coupled with He Yunqi's demonic powers, the fragile peace of the Six Realms could be shattered. She pondered for quite some time, but could not conceive a fitting explanation. She neither wished to deceive him nor disclose the harsh truth. Tentatively, she asked, "Would you care to partake, Achi?" In her mind, she thought that should He Yunqi decline, she would fabricate a plausible reason. To her surprise, he accepted the pill and consumed it without hesitation. He Yunqi's long, curled eyelashes fluttered down, concealing the emotions within his eyes. He then lifted his gaze towards a girl, whose face was adorned with a reassuring smile as she earnestly explained that it would not harm him, reiterating that it was merely an ordinary pill. "I promise, it will not cause you any harm," she insisted with utmost seriousness. "Junior sister, let's take a gamble," he murmured softly, so quietly that only he could hear. "This time, I choose to trust you. So, do not deceive me." Chapter 13. The Art of Divination. I shall do my utmost, descending from the upper floor. She found a familiar figure seated in the hall for quite some time. Upon seeing him, Jiang Luan's voice rose in excitement. "Master." She joyfully rushed down the stairs, oblivious to He Yunqi, who silently gazed at her departing figure, his lips pressed together. "I have arrived late," He Yuan said with a gentle smile, tousling her hair. It was then that Jiang Yuan noticed a man with a rather grim expression seated beside him. The man was clad in plain attire, contrasting starkly with He Yuan's ethereal presence. His appearance was fierce, and when silent, he exuded an intimidating aura. Due to He Yuan's presence, she could only greet him. "Oncle Su." Su Ying scoffed twice. "Your master's disciple is truly remarkable. I wonder if you're here to exorcise demons or to indulge in leisure, sleeping in like this. Were you trying to impress with that sulky face?" His hostility was palpable. Jiang Yuan understood the source of his anger. Due to Luo Ling being his inner disciple, her audacity in the dungeon was bolstered by the support of her master, who tacitly approved of her actions. As a consequence of that incident, she has now been dispatched to a remote area to exorcise demons, engaging in a thankless task. How could he not be infuriated by this? He Yunqi, after calling out to the two, stood silently beside Jiang Yuan. "They are still young. With me as their master, a little mischief is permissible." He Yuan smiled faintly, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. "Come here, let me have a look." "Brother Yu." Su Ying poked He Yunqi with his finger, addressing He Yuan. "Are you really going to indulge them like this? Sooner or later, they will fall into the hands of the demon clan and lose their lives." He Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold. "Junior brother, tread carefully with your words." His usual gentle demeanor did not imply that anyone could mock his disciples. After exchanging a few sharp remarks, Su Ying huffed and sat down. This time, the Tianqing sect had sent 2 elders for support, and He Yuan had volunteered to come. He cast a fleeting glance at He Yunqi before returning to his usual composure. The 4 of them sat around a table, and Su Ying took the lead. "Are you certain you did not mistake it? It was indeed that fox demon?" Su Ying's surprise was warranted, as Yu Shuqing had secluded himself in Qingqiu for many years, seldom revealing his true visage. Unlike Qi Ling, who had a myriad of false faces, Yu Shuqing preferred to show his true self. Jiang Yuan was quite certain of the identity of the individual as he matched the rumors, his eyes covered in white silk. Strikingly beautiful, and standing alongside Qi Ling, there was no doubt it was him, especially those 9 white tails. It would be nearly impossible to find a purer white in all of Qingqiu. The close ties between the demon and the devil clans raised my suspicions that the injury sustained by the sect master recently was orchestrated by them. Su Ying slammed the table and stood abruptly. "I must confront Yu Shuqing for clarity." The other 3 remained silent, observing Su Ying's agitated demeanor. Su Ying, in his distress, lamented, "Brother, we are all from Tianqing sect. We must seek justice for the sect master." He Yuan sipped his tea, his voice gentle yet detached. "You may go, but I cannot contend with them." Su Ying was taken aback. If Jiang Qingxian ranked first in martial prowess within the Tianqing sect, He Yuan would undoubtedly be among the top 3, while Su Ying was at the bottom of the elders' hierarchy. "Does that mean you intend to wash your hands of this matter?" Su Ying's expression darkened. "Powerful demonic energy is not exclusive to Yu Shuqing," He Yuan remarked lightly. "You cannot bear the consequences of provoking a conflict between our 2 clans due to misunderstandings." "Indeed, that is true." At that moment, 2 figures entered the inn, one accompanied by a docile spirit beast, the nightmarish beast. Qi Ling clapped his hands, wearing a half-smile. "Elder He Yuan, it has been a while." Their sudden arrival caused He Yuan to tense momentarily. he instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Luan, his warm eyes betraying no emotion. Yu Shuqing lazily stood beside Qi Ling, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze toward Jiang Luan. Are you all here specifically to find us? The atmosphere shifted, becoming palpably tense. Qi Ling and Yu Shuqing emitted a portion of their essence. And under the immense pressure, the expressions of the three, aside from Yu Yuan, gradually soured. He Yunqi's fingers were tightly clenched around the edge of the table. His joints pale, lips pressed together, with strands of hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the beads of sweat that trickled down his face from the pain. Fanning, in protection of his master, instinctively positioned himself before He Yunqi. A translucent, white wave of energy enveloped him, and seeing this, Jiang Yuan placed her hand over his, channeling her spiritual energy to safeguard his heart. What does this signify? Yu Yuan summoned his life spirit weapon, his voice calm yet firm. Acting rashly may provoke unnecessary conflict. Qi Ling was the first to withdraw his oppressive aura, tilting his head and saying, I was merely jesting with a few esteemed guests. I trust you won't take offense? After speaking, he casually pulled over a chair, swung one leg over, and sat down. TSK, he sighed, the cultivation world truly grows weaker with each generation. Yu Yuan, consider coming to my demon realm as an elder. Yu Yuan's voice was gentle, yet carried a chill. Yu Shuqing, stand down. The overwhelming demonic energy loomed ominously. Yu Shuqing took 2 leisurely steps forward, unfazed, responding, what if I choose not to? The further he advanced, the heavier the pressure became. Yu Yuan infused his spiritual power into his weapon, creating a barrier before the three. His stance was unmistakably clear. Should Yu Shuqing take another step, he would act. Boring, he declared, shaking his head and withdrawing his oppressive force. You 2 elders from Tianqing sect are rather dismissive. While Yu Yuan still possessed the strength to contend with him, too many liabilities weighed him down, rendering victory improbable. Qi Ling affectionately patted the head of the nightmare beast, feeling good that day, and remarked, I can't be bothered to bicker with you lot. The further away you go, the better. Qi Ling clearly aligned himself with Yu Shuqing. Yu Yuan's voice remained steady and composed. After years of cultivation, my sole aim is to protect the common folk. Should you 2 wreak havoc in a mortal realm, causing suffering to innocents, I would willingly destroy my own soul, taking you both down with me. I advise you to tread carefully. With a single hand shielding the 3, he departed from the inn. He was not an impulsive person. Even if he could hold Qi Ling momentarily, with Yu Shuqing's capabilities, the remaining 3 would scarcely withstand him. Moreover, the identities of the 2 adversaries were particularly sensitive. Until the other side acted excessively, it was best to avoid provocation. Qi Ling watched the figures of the 4 retreating and mused, what a loss. A single pastry almost ensnared by these useless fools. Yu Shuqing maintained a calm demeanor, his voice tinged with amusement. That little crybaby is rather unique. Not entirely without merit. Qi Ling swung his legs playfully. I still remember how Jiang Qingxian severely wounded you. The grievances of decades linger on. He doesn't even spare his sister? He stood up, draping an arm around Yu Shuqing's neck, chuckling languidly. I've heard that fox demons are the most cunning and treacherous. The high priest is quite vengeful. I've fulfilled all your requests, but do not play tricks on me. Yu Shuqing subtly furrowed his brow, gripping Qi Ling's arm and tossing him aside. As for the divination arts, I will do my utmost. Chapter 14. Seeking aid from the fallen spirits, setting off for Fanyu Town upon exiting the inn, the 4 shared a collective grim expression. Jiang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Su Ying, who had been the most vociferous among them, and inwardly mocked him for quite some time. Before their arrival, he had been the most spirited in his declarations. Yet, once Qi Ling and Yu Shuqing made their entrance, he fell silent, cowering behind Yu Yuan. Such a cowardice. Standing beside her master only served to tarnish his reputation. After reuniting with Luo Mo Xian and Feng Shi, the group changed their inn and began deliberating on their next course of action. The demon clan had devoured the essence of mortals, possessing their bodies briefly, which had gone unnoticed until now. Fortunately, their arrival was timely. They'd already established a barrier against the demons yesterday. Yu Yuan nodded, indicating that they should proceed as usual. Just as he was about to speak further, Luo Mo Xian's communication token vibrated violently, as if it were a flame. He hastily summoned it, only to hear a wretched female voice on the other end, filled with sheer terror. Master brother, help me. Falling spirit. Sujin exclaimed, his face paling as he leapt to his feet. Ah, don't come near me. Don't come near. Falling spirit's voice was shrill and piercing, her sobs mingling with palpable fear, creating a haunting sound. At that moment, the communication cut off abruptly. Falling spirit, Su Ying called out anxiously, but when he attempted to reach her again, he found no connection. Yu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Mo Xian immediately relay a message to the disciples who were with Falling Spirit. In their sect, the responsibility of organizing missions to eradicate demons largely fell upon Luo Mo Xian, the head disciple. He activated his communication token, reaching out to each disciple. Initially, his expression was merely troubled, but it soon deepened into a profound concern. Uncle Master, we are unable to contact any of the disciples who went to Fanyu Town. At this revelation, Yu Yuan's demeanor darkened. All of them? All of them? How many disciples were dispatched to Fanyu Town, with Falling Spirit included? There are 12 in total. Feng, she suddenly interjected. Fanyu Town is not far from Ling Tian Creek. Upon hearing Ling Tian Creek, Luo Mo Xian quickly grasped the implication. You mean, while our master was injured by the demon clan, you ventured to Ling Tian Creek to procure the 9th-tier Xian ice grass for her recovery and were subsequently harmed by the demons. Now, Fanyu Town, which lies close to Ling Tian Creek, could very well be the work of the same group of demons. Feng, she nodded in agreement. They have remained in that vicinity, specifically targeting disciples of Tianqing's sect. What could their motives possibly be? The answer to that question, it seemed, could only be uncovered through personal investigation. For the sake of both the citizens of Fanyu Town and the 12 disciples of their sect, they had no choice but to undertake this journey. However, Luo Mo Xian expressed his dilemma. Qi Ling and Yu Shuqing are still in Yunqi Town. If we all depart, we would be unaware of any incidents that might unfold there, rendering us unable to intervene or even notify the sect. Yu Yuan, longing to accompany Jiang Luan, weighed the options and declared, I will handle matters here with the malevolent demons. Yunqi will remain behind while you all proceed. Jiang Yuan felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety. She was aware of the impending events. Although the circumstances leading to this situation diverged from the original narrative and the timeline had advanced considerably, the incident in Fanyu Town would indeed involve a mysterious figure, causing injuries to Luo Mo Xian and Feng Shi. The author has woven numerous foreshadowings throughout her narrative, yet her incomplete reading renders her understanding far from comprehensive. She softly suggested, Master, perhaps we should send more of our people. I am afraid. Afraid of what? You are a disciple of the Tianqing sect. How could you fear those demonic and malevolent beings? Is this how your senior brother has been instructing you? No wonder none of you have achieved greatness. Su Ying retorted, striking the table. If you are fearful, then do not follow. I shall rescue my own disciple without relying on you. Jiang Yuan interjected, that is not my intention. Feng Shi, attempting to mediate, said, Uncle Master, do not be upset. Junior sister is merely concerned that we might fall into the traps set by our adversaries. If those who attacked me are indeed the same faction, they are not to be feared. However, if the assailants during Master S incident are the same. Her unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Feng Shi had been gravely injured during her previous encounter, barely escaping after being poisoned by an exceedingly peculiar toxin that left her unconscious for several days, only to be unraveled by Li Hong. Should they encounter the enemy again, the 5 of them, along with an elder, might stand a chance in battle. Yet if the same group were behind all 3 attacks, could it be that they had intentionally allowed her to escape during the last encounter? Even a cultivator of the Master S caliber had been harmed by their bizarre sorcery. The 5 of them might not be able to contend with such foes. Feng Shi's reasoning was sound. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, initially contemplating whether to keep He Yunqi behind, thinking that with his Brahmin sound, he could contribute somewhat. With your incessant fears of wolves and tigers, when will we ever set forth? They are unreachable now, and trouble could arise at any moment. A delay only adds to the peril. He scoffed. If you are all too frightened to go, then I shall go alone. With that, Su Ying grasped his sword and prepared to depart. Though impulsive, his words rang true. From Luo Ling's plea for help, the situation had evidently escalated to a critical point. Yu Yuan waved his hand decisively. Maintain communication at all times. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. He Yunqi, standing nearby, had a fleeting shadow of gloom in his eyes. Master, I wish to accompany you. Yu Yuan regarded him with a meaningful glance, nodding in approval. Go, but safeguard yourself. Chapter 15. The mysterious girl in the black robe. The town of Fanyu is situated in a remote part of the mortal realm, adjacent to a vast sea. At dawn, the surface of the water sparkles like a cascade of stars, a breathtaking sight to behold. After a day of flying on their swords, the group of 5 finally arrived. Jiang Luan landed by the shoreline, cradling a small kitten in her arms, her robes billowing in the wind. The tranquil waters were dotted with boats, bustling with people, creating a lively scene. Uncle Master, this is Feng, she exclaimed. Fanyu town is entirely different from what we imagined. Su Jing, feeling anxious, sensed the vibrations of his sword as it trembled. Extending his consciousness, he circled the vicinity, his brow furrowing deeply as he retreated 2 steps, such a powerful illusion. Luo Maxian traced his fingers along his sword, conjuring talismans in the air that soared upward with great speed. A vast, transparent barrier suddenly enveloped the 5 of them, vanishing in an instant. Even senior brother cannot break this illusion. Jiang Yuan's unease grew more pronounced. Form a formation. Su Jing Sternlikemandiv. And the 5 individuals promptly took their respective positions, summoning their life-bound swords. He Yunqi's sword was inadequate, prompting him to substitute it with the Fanine. Under the enhancement of the Fanine, the collective spiritual energy of the 5 converged into one, radiating a brilliant white light. In an instant, the sea and ships vanished without a trace, engulfing the entire town in a vast shroud of darkness. A dense fog enveloped the scene, obscuring the vision of the 5, while an eerie, faint scent of powder lingered in the air. The fragrance was not overpowering, sweet yet unctuous. A pair of clean hands covered her mouth and nose, warning her against inhaling, for it bore an unusual quality. Feng Shi reacted swiftly, retrieving several veils from her storage ring and distributing them among the group. Caution was paramount in such a bizarre situation. Jiang Yuan accepted a veil, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. It's fine now, a chi. Only then did He Yunqi release his hand. Within the darkness, his expression gradually turned frigid, enveloped by a surge of warmth. Through the layers of swirling white mist and shadows, he discerned the silhouette of a figure clad in black robes, resembling a woman. Her face was concealed beneath a hood, standing under the starlit moonlight, gazing at them from a distance. Su Ying endeavored to pierce through the fog, wielding his sword with mental focus as it soared into the mist, its blade gleaming fiercely, intertwining with the white fog. The countenance of the 5 grew increasingly grave. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Su Ying's forehead, revealing the strain he endured. Feng Shi recalled her magical artifact. She concentrated, summoning a unique red thread that materialized in her palm. With a flick of her hand, the red thread encircled them before swiftly vanishing. She traced her fingertip through the ethereal air, allowing a drop of blood to stain the thread, which reappeared only to fade once more. Luo Maxian sensed the presence of Qianin's silk. Feng Shi nodded, explaining the peculiar fog, should they become separated. The blood from her fingertip would guide the red thread's reemergence. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and assist. Su Ying glared at them, and with his admonition, the 3 hastily positioned themselves behind him to aid. Only He Yunqi remained solitary. The youth's obsidian eyes glimmered with a layer of ice. Upon closer inspection, his eye sockets were slightly reddened, as if harboring a tumultuous power within. He slightly tilted his head, fixing his gaze upon her. Clad in purple, he melded with the darkness, his pale, sickly visage exuding an eerie chill. To see me is indeed a surprise. A voice, ethereal and vague, resounded from an unknown source, unmistakably feminine. To the listeners, it sounded piercingly sharp, akin to nails scraping against metal, a jarring sound. The fog thickened further, enveloping everyone in its embrace. Jiang Luan extended her hand, but all she could perceive was a vast expanse of white mist. Anxiety surged within her. A chi? Senior brother? Senior sister? No one responded. The red thread lay concealed within the fog, and sensing something amiss, she hastily communicated with the system. Xiao Fan, what is happening? Apologies, host. But Xiao Fan lacks the authority in this domain. At such a crucial moment, it proved to be an unreliable ally. The sweet fragrance intensified, stinging her nostrils, prompting her to cough violently several times. The four figures of Aki seemed to have vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Under the moonlight, a beguiling woman obscured half of her face. Standing behind the woman in black robes, respectfully inquired, "My lord, shall we act now?" "Not yet." The voice of the woman in black was chillingly composed, returning to its original tone. "I have discovered something far more intriguing. My lord refers to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator who can discern my formation's intricacies with the naked eye. Little Peach Blossom, what exactly is his origin?" She raised her hand, conjuring 5 distinct images before their eyes. The youth, with an expression of icy detachment, found himself once more ensnared in an illusion. Yet he remained steadfast, fixated on her, motionless. His gaze, akin to that of venomous serpent, sent chills down one's spine. Little Peach Blossom was perplexed. The young woman, known as Little Peach Blossom, wore a puzzled expression. Logically, this formation could only be breached by a cultivator at the late stage of the transformation realm. How could a mere waste of a person? In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. The youth summoned the sound of the divine, a wave of murderous intent erupting from him. Even within the confines of the illusion, as he struggled against the constraints, she discerned an unusual quality in his aura. He could command the divine sound with such ease. This journey has proven worthwhile. The woman in black nodded slightly, her tone imbued with youthful exuberance. Compared to Feng Shi's single fire spirit root golden core, I find myself more intrigued by him. However, my lord, our time is limited. That individual will return shortly. Upon hearing this, the woman in black furrowed her brow. Her voice grew colder. To be unable to eliminate him is indeed troublesome. She tightened her black robe and gestured towards He Yunqi. "Leave this to me. You go retrieve Feng Shi's golden core for me. 3 attempts at most. Do not let me down." "Understood, my lord." Little Peach Blossom nodded and swiftly vanished into the shadows. The woman in black contemplated, her gaze fixed on He Yunqi, who was striving to break the illusion. In a cheerful mood, she raised her chin slightly and remarked, "Little Taoist, do not waste your efforts. With his cultivation, he will not be able to break free." With a gentle touch of her toes, she approached He Yunqi. As she passed, the white mist receded entirely, revealing the town's original appearance. On the spacious street, she donned her black robe, darker than the night itself, and her voice was soft. "Do you wish to save them?" He Yunqi regarded her warily. "What have you mixed into your fragrance?" "Jinmei," she replied, her voice sharp and piercing, assaulting He Yunqi's senses. He staggered slightly, covering his ears with his hands. "Jinmei, a long-lost poison. It was said that excessive inhalation would lead to excruciating pain upon onset, damaging the golden core and severing the meridians, rendering one incapable of further cultivation, with many succumbing to its effects. Due to its malevolence, it had been collectively eradicated centuries ago." He Yunqi gripped the sound of the divine with one hand. "Do you think I would believe you?" Suddenly, the twin bells at his waist jingled. It was Jiang Luan probing his location. "The twin bells? It seems that person holds particular significance for you." He Yunqi stepped back, pressing down on the bells. "Do not touch her." The woman in black approached him directly. The depths of the youth's eyes reflected an exquisite chill, and suddenly, she let out a light laugh. "Let us strike a bargain. If you return the Vanine to me, I shall release them." After a moment's contemplation, she found it lacking and tilted her head, adding, "And I would also require your pair of eyes. I find them quite appealing." Chapter 16, she merely wished to safeguard He Yunqi. "Host, your current approach is futile." In the dense fog, Jiang Yuan endeavored to establish contact with the remaining individuals using her communication abilities. All channels of connection were severed. She concentrated all her spiritual energy into a singular point, summoning the ice kite and butterfly guide, exerting her utmost effort. Even if breaking free was impossible, she had to try. She was in peril, and she must protect him. The silk threads were tainted with too much of her fingertip blood, glistening crimson, yet still obscured by the mist, failing to illuminate her path. Su Ying was also unreliable. In the early stages of his merger phase, he couldn't even dismantle a mere formation trap. She lamented this on her end. The group, scattered and unable to combine their strengths, left Su Ying, the most powerful among them, as their only hope to break this formation trap. Her brow furrowed tighter. The violet spiritual butterflies were devoured time and again, yet they fought desperately to gather once more. Her spiritual power had reached its zenith. Still, she could not break free. Beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks as she clenched her teeth, on the verge of another attempt when a voice pierced through the air. Sister Yuan? Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Luan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Senior brother. It was the voice of Luo Maxian. This indicated he was not far from her. She conjured countless spiritual butterflies, following the silk threads through the fog, where specks of violet shimmered faintly. Luo Maxian quickly located her, aided by the butterflies and threads. He appeared no better off than she, his voice laced with urgency. Hurry and break the formation. They are in trouble. Without time for further contemplation, Luo Maxian stood beside her, and together they concentrated their strength, striking fiercely. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy collided at one point, followed by a sharp crack, reminiscent of something shattering. Subsequently, the vast expanse of white fog vanished entirely, leaving behind an abyss of darkness, devoid of life. Luo Maxian and Jiang Luan stumbled forward, and in the endless blackness he spoke. This formation is strange and malevolent. I have never encountered anything like it. We must proceed with caution and search separately. Jiang Luan nodded, channeling another surge of spiritual energy into the twin bell, racing toward a different direction. Akiri. Her heart raced as her footsteps quickened. In the distance, she spotted two figures amidst the darkness. A woman clad in black robes carelessly trampled upon He Yunqi's hand. He knelt on the ground, his hair disheveled, with several prominent crimson wounds marring his face, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, and staining the purple and white collar of his attire. Blood marked a portion of his visage, his pupils dark, yet the corners of his eyes glimmering with a sinister red hue. The vanine was clasped in his hand, while the twin bell lay discarded nearby. The clash of stark white and red was a display of audacity. The woman in the black robe chuckled lightly, pressing down harder upon his hand. It seemed she had finally lost interest. She crouched down and seized the vanine from his grasp, recognizing that a claimed object often brought trouble. In her right hand, she conjured a chilling, blood-red, double-edged blade, effortlessly lifting the kneeling youth. Her eyes, hidden beneath the black cloak, glimmered with a fervent excitement. Destroying his spiritual roots was somewhat painful. Endure it, dear Taoist. He Yunqi, had long since lost the strength to resist. Closing his eyes, his heart felt like ashes. The image of that smiling face, with eyes crescent-shaped in delight, surfaced in his mind. He suddenly yielded, coughing violently, pleading, "Let her go. The eyes you desire, I shall give." It seemed as though no one had ever cared for him in this lifetime. Even if she was deceiving him, manipulating him for her own ends, he still wished to plead for her mercy in his final moments. I offered you a chance before. You did not cherish it. Now who? The expression on the black-cloaked woman shifted dramatically. She took 2 swift steps back, causing the sacred sound in her hand to fall to the ground. A swarm of purple spiritual butterflies enveloped He Yunqi, and as Jiang Luan pulled back, he was whisked away from his original position. Her voice was soft yet laced with fury. "Demonis, you have gone too far." As she spoke, her sword was unsheathed, advancing menacingly towards the black-cloaked woman. Each move she made was fierce and imbued with rage. The black-cloaked woman, elusive as a ghost, retreated under the onslaught, desperately protecting her cloak from being pierced by the sword. She was overly concerned with safeguarding her attire, and thus found herself unable to counterattack. The two were evenly matched. Suddenly, peculiar cries echoed through the air. The black-cloaked woman's expression shifted once more, her voice escaping involuntarily. So soon? She retreated several dozen steps, one hand shielding her cloak, while the other manifested a blood-red double-edged blade. After evading dozens of Jiang Luan strikes, she lunged fiercely towards He Yunqi. Ikiri. Jiang Luan watched helplessly as the black-cloaked woman approached him. He Yunqi, propping himself up with one hand, was devoid of the protective butterflies. This strike was likely to be his end. Her movements were quicker than her thoughts, the icy blade in her right hand responding to her will, soaring gracefully. He Yunqi bit his lip, gazing at the black-cloaked woman rushing toward him, her double-edged blade glowing ominously red. At the last moment, another sword intercepted just inches from him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the blood-red blade was deflected slightly. Junior sister, no. A figure appeared, shielding him firmly. The blood-red blade pierced through flesh with a sickening sound, followed by a soft, muffled moan, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The black-cloaked woman swiftly withdrew her weapon, preparing to strike again, but the spiritual butterflies had formed a robust barrier between the two. The cries in the air grew more frantic. "Master, it's too late," came the anxious voice of little Peach Blossom from behind. The black-cloaked woman, vexed, stomped her foot in frustration before turning to leave. "Junior sister." He Yunqi's voice trembled slightly as the girl clung tightly to him, her warmth mingling with the warm blood flowing down into his palm. For the first time, he felt utterly helpless. His voice quivered. Are you all right?" Jiang Yuan's complexion had turned pale. Not so well. The blood-red blade had carried demonic energy, penetrating her shoulder blade directly, causing tears to well in her eyes. The dragon-scale silver armor had mitigated much of the damage, yet she was still in such a dire state. One could only imagine the lethal intent behind that strike. In that moment, she merely wished to protect He Yunqi without considering the implications. Gripping the collar of his shirt, she shook her head, stifling her sobs. I am fine." Yet her hands trembled uncontrollably. It was difficult to discern who appeared more disheveled. He Yunqi cautiously wrapped his arms around her waist, gently resting his chin in her hair, overwhelmed by guilt. His heart felt as though it had been violently struck by some unseen force, a tumultuous clamoring within him, desperate to break free. Why, despite the fear of pain, did she shield me from it? Jiang Yuan was rendered speechless by the ache. Mustering strength, she gazed at He Yunqi, her eyes reddened, whispering through gritted teeth, "Senior sister promised to protect Aki. Since she has vowed, she shall fulfill it." He Yunqi's gaze deepened. In a concealed motion, the hand encircling her waist gradually tightened. Chapter 17. The little junior sister captured by me in a dilapidated temple in Chanyu Town. For individuals exchanged glances. The only lightly wounded Luo Maxian observed Su Ying, curled upon the ground, his communication talisman nearly worn out from summoning. Feng Shi's golden core was nearly excavated. Had he not arrived in time, her cultivation would have been utterly destroyed. He Yunqi was gravely injured as well. In comparison, Jiang Yuan fared somewhat better. After consuming a medicinal pill, she could still wield her sword. "So, why did we come here?" Jiang Yuan murmured softly. With the slightest movement, a sharp pain surged through her shoulder, causing her to draw in sharp breath. The five of them were on the brink of total annihilation. Luo Maxian hesitated. "Can junior sister still hold on?" "The demoness has departed. I wish to search the area." Suddenly, Su Ying on the ground let out a muffled groan. Appearing in great distress, Jiang Yuan pointed at Su Ying. "Eldest senior brother, do you not find this peculiar? With uncle's integration stage cultivation, how could I have engaged the demoness? Though formidable, uncle should not be incapable of combating her." He Yunqi remained silent, leaning against a corner of the wall, until Jiang Yuan posed her question. He finally spoke. "Perhaps it truly is Jean Mei." Jean Mei? Feng Shi's complexion paled. Had that entity not vanished centuries ago? Jiang Yuan was astonished. "Is it the Jean Mei I am thinking of?" She turned her gaze back to Su Ying. Indeed, his symptoms bore a striking resemblance to those afflicted by Jean Mei. Yet how could this entity re-emerge so soon? "We must hasten to escort uncle away," Luo Maxian urged. "We do not know how much he has inhaled. We must return to the sect and devise a plan." Jiang Yuan's bleeding had ceased, and she surveyed the injured individuals. Lost in contemplation, why had the narrative consistently depicted them as being overwhelmed? Why did the protagonists or as fail to manifest? Was it due to the presence of her and He Yunqi, two charming yet treacherous characters? It dawned on her. In Chanyu Town, the protagonists were destined to suffer injuries, fostering the development of their bond. Yet they had descended the mountain without accomplishing anything, all bearing wounds. Now, they were compelled to rush back to the sect. It painted a rather dismal picture. The little kitten remained motionless in her embrace, and, after a while, it cautiously peeked out, communicating with Jiang Yuan in her mind. Just now, He Yunqi's emotional fluctuations were immense, and his favorability soared dramatically. "Host, you are truly remarkable." Following this, a flurry of celebratory sounds erupted. "Can we mute the sound effects? This is not the time for such discussions," she thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Moreover, her act of saving He Yunqi was not motivated by the desire for favorability. Well then, a friendly reminder. Based on the storyline, related items can be randomly unlocked. A new item has been unlocked in the current narrative. Jiang Yuan casually inquired, "What new item is it?" "An item that can dispel the lingering remnants of Jingmei," was the response. She paused, her eyes brightening with intrigue. "Really? Let's buy it quickly." They inhaled a small amount, which posed no issue, but the one lying below, appearing so distressed, must have received additional enhancements from the enchantress. The item to dispel Jingmei has been exchanged, deducting 500 points. Jiang Yuan remarked, "Such a perfunctory name. How do I use it?" No sooner had she spoken than a stick of incense appeared in her storage ring. "Just light it," came the instruction. "With so many people around, how do I explain my actions?" Jiang Yuan silently screamed in her mind. After a moment's thought, she stood up from the grass and glanced at Luo Maxian. "Senior brother, please stay here and look after them. I shall head into town to gather information." Without waiting for Luo Maxian's response, she took her sword and departed, assuring him she would return shortly. She had distinctly heard the black-robed woman leaving. Hasty in her departure, and unlikely to return soon. Upon reaching the exterior of the dilapidated temple, she cast a glance back inside. Stealthily, she retrieved the dispelling incense and ignited it. The incense was colorless and odorless, drifting through the air. She inhaled a few breaths and felt no immediate reaction. However, Su Ying within the temple appeared to be faring much better. He had originally been curled up, but now his brow had unfurled, and he seemed considerably more at ease. With a sigh of relief, she extinguished the incense and was about to leave when her gaze met that of another. Her eyes widened in surprise. The youth had tousled hair falling across his forehead, and his dark eyes bore into her, inscrutable in their expression, neither anger nor joy, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. "Oh no, He Yunqi saw me. The remnants of Jingmei originate from the demon realm. If one were to trace the origins of the antidote, it would likely be found gathering dust in a forgotten corner of Elder Chillying's storage bag. He wouldn't suspect a connection between himself and Chillying, would he? Yet, I cannot explain myself." She and He Yunqi held each other's gaze for a long moment until he suddenly chuckled lightly. His inherent beauty remained untouched by his injuries, which instead lent him an alluring, battle-worn charm that was both captivating and unsettling. With the little remaining spiritual energy he possessed, he crafted a transparent origami crane. Seizing the moment when Luo Maxian and Feng she were preoccupied with Su Ying, and tossed it with one hand. The crane wobbled in its flight, barely making its way into her palm. Lowering her gaze, she opened it, and the youth's voice fell into her ears like a feather brushing against her skin, sending tingles down her spine. "Little junior sister, I've caught you." With that, the origami crane transformed into a flurry of stars, scattering into the air. Jiang Yuan stood momentarily stunned, gazing at him in a daze. The youth appeared particularly elated, voluntarily bowing his head to caress the dual bells adorning his person. He meticulously folded another origami crane, dedicating himself to the task with unwavering focus. As his spiritual energy waned, his complexion grew even paler. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain. Once more, he cast it forth, sending it soaring toward her. The origami crane landed softly in her palm, still imbued with a trace of warmth. His voice was both beguiling and husky. "I shall keep your secret." Jiang Yuan blinked in response. No. She was merely performing a good deed, wasn't she? Why then did she feel an unsettling sense of guilt, as if caught in some small transgression, desiring to evade attention? She gestured to He Yunqi to acknowledge receipt of the crane. Sniffling, she turned to walk toward the village. He Yunqi watched her retreating figure. His left hand pressed against his wound, suddenly coughing several times, a silent smile curving his lips. Cough, cough, cough. His injuries were grievous, and he had been enduring with great effort. Strands of hair obscured his eyes as he wiped the blood from his lips. Little senior sister, Jiang Yuan. He repeated her name in his mind, alone with her in his thoughts. No one could claim her for me. The obsession ran deep, and the possessiveness in his gaze intensified. The unseen crimson mark on his forehead flickered, and he felt a burning sensation between his brows, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Chapter 18. I am your elder sister. I will take care of you. In the desolate town of Fanyu, Jiang Yuan released her spiritual awareness, beginning to probe her surroundings. With no illusions to hinder her, and the communication channels functioning normally, she endeavored to reach out to the disciples of Tianqing sect, yet to no avail. Following the recent events, even the wind that brushed against her felt oddly foreboding. She wrapped her clothing tighter around herself, inadvertently aggravating her wound, causing tears to well in her eyes. This task was becoming unbearable. Help! A faint cry for assistance drifted from afar. The female voice was weak, as if summoned from the depths of her being. Jiang Yuan was startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fear gripped her, gripping her sword with vigilance. She advanced toward the distant woods, where the voice had originated. Just as she was about to enter the thicket, she collided abruptly with a solid, transparent barrier. Clutching her ice crane sword, she cleaved through the barrier with the simplest of strikes. The impact left her hand numb, her wound reopening, fresh crimson blood seeping forth. Gritting her teeth, she wielded the sword with one hand, leaning against a nearby tree for support. As the barrier shattered, the sight within left her aghast. Help! Immortal! You have finally arrived. Please save us. The cries for help surged from the forest, a cacophony of desperation. Countless individuals were bound together, some even suspended from the trees. Alarmed, she commanded her ice crane to fly forth, severing the ropes with precision, gently lowering the suspended individuals to the ground, enveloped in her protective energy. Clad in uniform sect robes, they were disciples of Tianqing sect. Several had already succumbed to their injuries. She crouched to examine them, relieved to find that the assailants had not exterminated them entirely. Immortal, we have long awaited your arrival. What misfortune has befallen our Fanyu town? I was utterly terrified. Please help us unravel this predicament. At last, the immortal has arrived. Everyone found a means to express their grievances, each person speaking to Jiang Yuan in turn. Were any of you injured? Those bound together are the people of Ganyu town, while the disciples of Tianqing sect dangle from the trees. She first inquired about the common folk, ensuring that none had sustained injuries, merely brought here and then allowed to disperse. Junior sister, a disciple rushed forward to embrace Jiang Yuan, lamenting, "Our communication tokens have all been seized. It was the demon clan. Indeed, she hung us from the trees and inflicted injuries upon us, preventing our escape and silencing our calls for help." Another sobbed. Jiang Yuan offered gentle words of comfort. It was difficult to ascertain the true intentions behind the demoness actions. Why capture so many and confine them here? She scanned the gathered disciples, searching for Luo Ling. Among the 12 disciples, only Luo Ling was missing. Senior sister Luo Ling appears to have lost her senses, whispered one disciple. She was taken away alone and returned in a frenzy, running straight into the woods. To be honest, Jiang Yuan held a rather unfavorable impression of Luo Ling. After some contemplation, she summoned the communication token to inform a few individuals in the dilapidated temple of their situation. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Su Ying arrived, intent on rescuing his disciple. Junior sister, woe is us. Beside her, others continued to bemoan their fate. Most were outer disciples of Tianqing sect, although they recognized her. She could not recall their names. Jiang Yuan gently patted their backs, offering solace. Her wound reopened, and her grip on the sword faltered. After administering pills to them with one hand, she erected a protective barrier, awaiting Su Ying and his companions. Where could Luo Ling have gone? Before long, Su Ying's robust voice resonated from the other end. Why do you look so disheveled? Jiang Luan secretly rolled her eyes. It was uncertain who had been ensnared in the array's trickery earlier, yet the array had not been broken, and they had been rescued by Luo and Mo Xian. At this moment, the elders were maintaining a rather imposing demeanor. Luo and Mo Xian summoned a flying vessel from his storage ring, a spiritual artifact capable of soaring through the air, resembling a wooden boat that could accommodate several dozen individuals, with compartments suitable for their current beleaguered state. The group assisted the fainted disciples as they hurried onto the vessel. You all wait outside. I shall return shortly. Su Ying glanced at Jiang Luan before plunging into the woods alone. Junior sister, I shall guard this spot. Please take good care of the disciples in the cabin. Luo Mo Xian said with a slight nod, to which Jiang Luan responded affirmatively. Feng Shi and He Yunqi were in the adjacent compartment. Their condition was perhaps the most dire among the disciples. She half-squatted beside Feng Shi, channeling spiritual energy into her. Feng Shi's complexion was devoid of color, clutching her dantian area, appearing to be in immense pain. Senior sister, did you catch a glimpse of the demoness appearance? Feng Shi shook her head, barely managing to utter a few words. No. Jiang Luan felt a vague suspicion brewing within her. The enchantress had made quite a commotion, targeting both Feng Shi and He Yunqi with lethal intent. Was it for Feng Shi's golden core? And what of He Yunqi? As a mere practitioner with 3 ordinary spiritual roots in the mid-foundation stage, what utility did he serve her? The thought of her seizing the Brahma sound crossed her mind. Could it be that she sought to eliminate He Yunqi solely for the sake of Brahma sound? A spirit tool, once bound to a master, would only choose another master upon the dissolution of the contract or the demise of its owner. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Junior sister, I feel much better, Feng Shi said, propping herself up on the edge of the bed, her voice barely audible. Go and check on the little junior brother. With the spiritual energy she had provided, Feng Shi indeed appeared somewhat improved. Nodding, she replied, Sister, if you feel unwell, call for me immediately. Concerned for He Yunqi, she hastened her steps to the adjoining room, only to find him collapsed on the floor, a blood-stained handkerchief clutched in his grasp. She rushed over, exclaiming, Achi! The youth's face was ashen, his fingers white from gripping the bed's edge. You've come, he murmured. The sound of his voice softened Jiang Luan's heart. She settled beside He Yunqi, taking the soiled handkerchief from his hand and gently replacing it with a clean one, meticulously wiping his hands, filled with self-reproach. It is my fault for not considering everything. Having Brahma sound in your possession has only brought you trouble. It was indeed her negligence. In a world where spirit tools birthed weapon spirits, who wouldn't desire such treasures? He Yunqi gazed at her tenderly as she tended to him, tilting his head to rest against her shoulder, his voice tinged with grievance. It has nothing to do with junior sister. It is Achi who is too weak to even protect you. Jiang Luan couldn't help but laugh. What need have I for your protection? I am the elder sister. I will take care of you. In her heart, He Yunqi was a lonely soul in need of care. She had come for him, so how could she ask him to protect her? He Yunqi's voice was soft as he repeated, Sister? The term felt foreign to him. He closed his eyes, greedily inhaling her scent, which was faint yet captivating, leaving him utterly enchanted. Indeed, Jiang Luan replied, her voice gentle as she reached out to caress He Yunqi's hair. Leaning against her uninjured shoulder, his inky locks cascading down, he appeared utterly endearing. Shall I help you up? The ground is cold. Jiang Luan tilted her head, meeting his gaze as he turned towards her. His lashes fluttered, and within his inky eyes sparkled fragments of starlight. He protested softly, I do not wish to rise. It hurts. His voice quavered slightly, understanding the severity of his injuries. Jiang Luan recalled that the remaining disciples would be under the care of the senior brother and elder Su, while Feng Shi was nearby. Thus, she allowed him to remain where he was. Are you uncomfortable leaning like this? She asked. He Yunqi shook his head. Not at all. He nestled closer against her shoulder, finding a comfortable position, his eyes gently closing. He relished the warmth of this moment. Jiang Yuan cautiously channeled her spiritual energy to him, though she too bore significant injuries. Having just transferred energy to Feng Shi, it was inevitably somewhat taxing. He Qiyun felt a warm sensation emanating from his dantian. As drowsiness enveloped him, he unconsciously leaned against Jiang Yuan and fell asleep. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by exclamations of shock. What happened to senior sister? Oh my! How severely injured is senior sister Luoling? Big brother, let us hasten. In no time, someone forcefully kicked open the door to the adjacent room, causing the flying vessel to tremble slightly. Jiang Yuan cupped her hands over He Qiyun's ears, murmuring in discontent. Couldn't they knock a bit more gently? Just as she finished speaking, 2 knocks resounded at the door. The voice of Luo Maxian called from outside, Sister Yuan, may I trouble you to assist me in piloting a flying vessel? This vessel was not the usual one employed by the sect, but rather a spiritual artifact Luo Maxian had fortuitously acquired, used primarily for his own comfortable travel. The interior was exquisitely arranged, capable of changing size at will. However, its singular drawback was that the more passengers aboard, the greater the spiritual energy required for control. In the past, Luo Maxian could manage this effortlessly. Yet now, having sustained injuries and taking considerable time to return from Qinyu Town to Tianqing sect, he needed assistance. Jiang Yuan cast a hesitant glance at the sleeping He Qiyun resting on her shoulder and communicated telepathically. Big brother, could we not call upon uncle? He seems far more suited for this task. Ah, sister is unaware, Luo Maxian responded. Uncle just carried back senior sister Luoling, who is gravely wounded. Uncle has always doted on her, and at this moment, we cannot afford any delay. Indeed, there are so many injured aboard the vessel, all awaiting treatment from Li Hung back at Tianqing sect. With a sigh, she gently poked He Qiyun's cheek and softly called, Aki? He Qiyun emitted a soft grunt and slowly roused from his slumber. His hair was tousled, a small tuft sticking up, and his captivating eyes reflected confusion before swiftly regaining clarity. I must accompany Brother Maxian to pilot the vessel. You should return to bed. Jiang Yuan's voice was tender, soft, and lingering. He Qiyun lowered his gaze and nodded. With her support, he reclined upon the bed. She tucked him in snugly, placed a small kitten beside him, and offered a few gentle reminders before turning to leave. After closing the chamber door, she found Luo Maxian waiting patiently for her. Let us be off. He walked ahead, with Jiang Yuan following closely. The pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, made quite the match. Nearby, a disciple whispered, Big brother and junior sister are so well suited. Jiang Yuan immediately shot a warning glance in their direction. Such idle chatter was unwelcome. Indeed, one is the most favored disciple of the sect leader, and the other is the sister of an immortal lord. They are naturally a fitting pair. I've heard that the young master of Jiuxianzong wishes to propose to junior sister, even during the initiation ceremony. Is that true? That seems rather absurd. Jiuxianzong has flourished in recent years, and the young master is renowned for his alchemical talents, a true prodigy. Yet, his reputation is so poor. How could the immortal lord consent? I cannot fathom what sort of man junior sister will ultimately marry. He must surely be exceptional within the realm of cultivation. I wager he will have nothing to do with that young master. They believe themselves to be speaking softly. In truth, the two individuals at the stages of transformation and golden core could hear everything clearly. Simultaneously, they grasped their swords, infusing them with spiritual energy. And with a deft twist of their right hands, the blades stood poised before them, slicing through the air, creating rippling waves. Jiang Yuan maintained a composed facade, her brows knitted in concentration. Despite her wounds still unhealed, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The flying vessel ascended smoothly, and in no time, it soared into the skies. The orange glow of sunset bathed the heavens, as the duo deftly navigated the flying craft, the wind billowing through their white garments, their hair dancing in the breeze. Standing at the bow, heading toward Tianqing sect, the disciples' initial panic gradually transformed into a chorus of joyous chatter as they ascended into the sky. The elation of surviving calamity brought a glimmer of relief to their expressions. Luo Maxian's voice was cool yet laced with concern, If you cannot endure, do let me know. Understood, Jiang Yuan nodded, continuing to channel her spiritual energy to stabilize the vessel. The pair adeptly maneuvered the craft, swift yet steady. They soon approached the vicinity of Yangtown. Yu Yuan received their transmission and had been awaiting them above Yunq for a considerable time. Upon spotting Jiang Yuan with a crimson stain on half her shoulder, his gentle countenance revealed profound concern. He took the initiative to relieve her of her duties, insisting, "You're gravely injured. Rest now." With that, he placed a high-quality elixir into her palm. Jiang Yuan relaxed momentarily, taking her seat at the vessel's bow, and inquired, "Master, have Qi Ling and Yu Shuqing already departed?" "They have," Yu Yuan responded. "It appears they merely passed by Yunq. We were overthinking it." He then turned to Luo Maxian. "You should also take a break. I am more than capable of navigating this vessel alone." Yu Yuan's formidable strength rendered the control of the small craft trivial, requiring but a modicum of spiritual energy for smooth flight, a matter of little consequence. In the cutthroat realm of cultivation, even minor differences in levels could result in significant disparities in power, let alone the vast gaps between their ranks. Before long, the vessel arrived at the gates of Tianqing sect. Viewed from above, the entire sect seemed shrouded in ethereal mist. Celestial cranes danced in the sky, flapping their wings amidst the myriad peaks, lush and verdant, reminiscent of a paradise beyond the world. The thousand-step staircase, transparent and pristine, shimmered with specks of golden light under the sun's embrace. Yuan, you have finally returned. Chapter 20. Weren't you quite averse to him before? As the flying vessel settled at Tianqing sect, a girl clad in yellow suddenly lunged forward. Ouch! Jiang Yuan was enveloped in a tight embrace, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Only then did the girl notice Jiang Yuan's injured shoulder, exclaiming in shock, "Who hurt you?" Even the dragon-scale silver armor could not withstand it. She circled Jiang Yuan several times, urging, "Quick, I have some newly refined elixirs from father. I'll fetch them for you." Before Jiang Yuan could respond, the girl continued her fervent chatter. "Huawei, step back." A stern voice echoed from behind. "Your behavior is becoming increasingly unruly." A familiar voice interjected. "I must say, Dan Lao, you are rather strict with Huawei, are you not?" Playful banter among sisters is entirely normal. She is but a child at heart. What harm is there in allowing her some freedom? In the distance, a man stood with hands clasped behind his back beside Li Hong. The middle-aged man addressed as Dan Lao was the peak master of Danhui Peak and one of the elders of Tianqing sect. Before her stood a young girl, his beloved daughter, Sang Huaiwei. Jiang Yuan waved her hand dismissively and took a step back, assuring, "I am fine." Sang Huaiwei, slightly younger than her, would typically address her as junior sister. However, she consistently chose to call her Yuan, reserving the formal title for only significant occasions. The outer disciples ascended the flying boat in succession, assisting the injured ones down. He Yunqi was supported by two individuals, a voluminous cloak draped over him, accentuating his frail appearance, as if a gust of wind could topple him. With evident disdain, Sang Huaiwei shot him a glance. "He Yunqi, what are you pretending for?" She strode arrogantly to his front and reached for his wrist. He furrowed his brow and attempted to evade her, but she firmly grasped him, noticing his severe injuries, which would likely confine him to bed for several months. Her eyes gleamed with unmasked glee. "The elixirs from Danhui Peak will not be given to you. You'll have to heal at your own pace." Upon hearing her words, He Yunqi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Jiang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, pulling her aside. "Why are you dragging me?" Sang Huaiwei pouted, clearly displeased with her actions. "I just returned from my training expedition and heard you pleaded with Elder Yu Yuan for the Brahmin sound on his behalf. He must have coerced you. I'll go demand it back for you." Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. "Stop making a scene," she said patiently. Sang Huaiwei, in a fit of anger, rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "With me, Sang Huaiwei around, I'll ensure he willingly hands it over. Such a precious item is wasted on him. He shouldn't even possess it." Jiang Yuan quickly pulled her aside, lowering her voice. "Don't get me into trouble." Sang Huaiwei scrutinized her curiously. "Weren't you quite averse to him before? What changed?" Her perceptiveness momentarily startled Jiang Yuan, almost revealing her intent. "I see now. You plan to give him a taste of sweetness before delivering a fatal blow, right? Ingenious. Truly ingenious. She raised her thumb, beaming with excitement. Before Jiang Luan could respond, Sang Huaiwei had already concocted an entire narrative in her mind. Not wanting to be misunderstood, Jiang Luan attempted to clarify. No, it's just that I've come to understand. Stop. Sang Huaiwei made a shushing gesture. Others may not understand you, but I do. In the entire Tianqing sect, the one you despise the most is He Yunqi. He usurped your master and took shortcuts. Rest assured, I will handle what you refuse to do. Jiang Luan comprehended her implication. How could a worthless individual who entered through the back door possibly become Elder He Yuan's disciple? Her expression hardened, incongruous with her age, as she looked defiantly at He Yunqi's back, declaring, I will make you pay. Jiang Luan, let me speak a few words. Sang Huaiwei adopted a resolute demeanor of refusal. Jiang, let us collaborate to ensure he leaves Tianqing sect before the initiation ceremony. Jiang Luan felt a slight headache. She wished to offer further advice, but Sang Huaiwei had already dashed away, seemingly forgetting her earlier intention to procure medicine as she hurried toward Elder Dan. Leaving Jiang Luan behind, with a sigh, she cradled a small kitten and headed towards the main hall. Alas, she would seek an opportunity to discuss matters with Sang Huaiwei properly in the days to come. She hopes that she will cease her obstinate ways. The Demon Clan. Once again, the Demon Clan. In the main hall, the man seated at the head of the table suddenly smashed the teacup in anger. The sect leader clenched his fists, veins bulging, as he expressed his outrage at the repeated provocations against the disciples of the Qingzong sect. Since the report of the entire incident, the sect leader's emotions had been in turmoil. The few individuals below bowed their heads, refraining from speaking. He Yuan, standing to the left of the sect leader, noted the silence and remarked, the Demon Clan has gone to great lengths, presumably for the sake of obtaining the singular fire spirit root golden core. Fengshi has been attacked twice, and previously my senior brother was injured by the Demon Clan while Fengshi was at his side. Such coincidences are rather too numerous to ignore. As for what junior brother Su mentioned regarding the Jin Mei, that remains to be debated. Seeing his skepticism, Su Ying raised his voice slightly, insisting, the Jin Mei was mentioned by your disciple He Yunqi. Moreover, all four of them witnessed my symptoms, which unmistakably point to the Jin Mei. I must ask, how is it that my senior brother, who usually disregards He Yunqi, suddenly knows about the Jin Mei? It is indeed strange. He paused, casting a glance at He Yunqi, pondering if there might be a clandestine connection with the Demon Clan. He Yuan would not allow such slander to tarnish his reputation. Even in rebuttal, his tone remained calm and measured. Junior brother, you hardly resemble someone afflicted by the Jin Mei. If it were indeed a remnant of the Demon Clan's Jin Mei, you would be severely injured by now. Yet, you appear to be in remarkably good health. Surely, someone must have used the antidote to counteract the Jin Mei for you. Su Ying gritted his teeth. The Demon Clan inflicted the Jin Mei upon you. Yet is it the demon or the magic clan that has provided you with the antidote? This suggests that your relationship with these two factions is rather peculiar. I never claimed that the antidote was provided by the Demon Clan. Then who else could it possibly be? The argument escalated, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Jiang Luan hesitated, contemplating whether to discreetly inform He Yuan about her own use of the antidote for the Jin Mei. However, if they discovered this and questioned her about its origin, how could she possibly explain herself? Enough. Let us refrain from further disputes. The sect leader admonished, rubbing his temples in frustration. Is it not shameful for an elder of the sect to quarrel before younger disciples? Chapter 21. Quite interesting. Would you care to give it a try? He Yuan maintained his gentle demeanor, his voice neither too strong nor too weak. I am merely engaging in a rational discourse with my junior brother. Su Ying's voice boomed as ever. My disciple Luo Ling has been in a coma and has yet to awaken. I will not let this matter rest. I implore the sect leader to make a swift decision. The sect leader replied gravely, the Demon Clan, led by the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, possesses many capable fighters. Recklessly provoking Yushuqing may only invite further trouble. I will dispatch someone to investigate discreetly. Fengshi will remain within the sect for the time being and must not venture outside. As for the Jin Mei, since my junior brother has raised suspicions, we shall investigate it together. He paused and continued, I shall ensure that the true culprits are uncovered and provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. After a few more inconsequential remarks, the assembly dispersed. Luo Maxian walked alongside Jiang Luan, his expression cold. Jiang Luan, preoccupied with thoughts of He Yunqi, failed to notice his demeanor as she followed He Yuan toward Qingyun Peak. Upon entering the peak, I was immediately greeted by a familiar, arrogant voice. I hastily took a sip, for I still needed to report back to elderly Hung. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yuan. Feng Shi and He Yunqi had sustained grave injuries, thus the sect leader had not summoned them. They were among the first to receive treatment from elderly Hung and Elder Dan. I never anticipated that Sang Huaiwei would act so swiftly. Anxiously, she pushed open the door, only to find He Yunqi being grasped by the collar by Sang Huaiwei, who was forcefully attempting to make him consume the medicinal concoction she held in her other hand. The coldness in He Yunqi's eyes dissipated upon seeing Jiang Yuan. He pursed his lips, allowing Sang Huaiwei to pull him without resistance. His wounds were laid bare, stark white bandages contrasting horrifically against his skin. What are you doing? Jiang Yuan's voice brimmed with irritation. This is Qingyun Peak, not Danwei Peak. Put down the medicine. I'm here to deliver the medicine, Sang Huaiwei retorted, stamping her foot. Jiang Yuan snatched the bowl from her hands, taking a light whiff. What does this smell? I have no idea. It was brewed by elderly Hung. I am merely responsible for delivering it, she replied, her annoyance palpable. Quickly return it to me. If he drinks it, I can go back. Jiang Yuan summoned a sound transmission talisman with one hand and whispered, Do you need me to summon elderly Hung personally? Jiang Yuan, don't overact. Song Yue, flustered and furious, demanded, Give it back. She retreated a step, clutching the bowl tightly. What did you add to it? Sang Huaiwei's reaction was decidedly peculiar. She was willful and domineering, disdaining overt tactics and preferring to operate behind the scenes. Yet, why was she reacting so vehemently over a mere bowl of medicine? Do you not trust me? Sang Huaiwei, feeling guilty, attempted to seize the medicine back, trying to play the emotional card. After all these years, I've gone through trials for a few months, and you've become so biased. He has truly bewitched you. Everyone in Tianqing sect was aware of their close friendship. However, Jiang Yuan understood that Sang Huaiwei harbored feelings for Jiang Qingxian and was still resentful over Yu Yuan's refusal to take her as a disciple. In her pursuit of presence beside Jiang Qingxian and Yu Yuan, she chose to approach Jiang Yuan. Having been doted on since childhood, Jiang Yuan was not only spoiled but also quite innocent. It could be said that in the original story, due to love clouding her judgment, Sang Huaiwei committed numerous reprehensible acts to slander the female lead, with her incitement being pivotal. For the last time, what is in that? Jiang Yuan's demeanor turned frosty. Unfazed, Sang Huaiwei lunged forward to reclaim the bowl, her actions too forceful, causing the medicinal liquid to slosh out and splatter onto the nearby spiritual plants, which began to bubble ominously and soon turned black. Jiang Yuan's pupils dilated, catching a glimpse of a white robe outside the door. He Yunqi concealed the darkness in his eyes, struggling to rise from the bed. Was Sang Huaiwei truly seeking to harm me? He Yunqi, do not speak recklessly. Sang Huaiwei cried out, her anxiety evident as the bowl wobbled in her grasp. Noticing the cold fierceness in Jiang Yuan's eyes, she retreated, saying, Drink it or not. It's your choice. With that, she used a high-level teleportation talisman to whisk herself away. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the room. The air was so silent that the fall of a single needle could be heard. Jiang Yuan felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She had not anticipated that Sang Huaiwei would be so audacious. The rules of the Tianqing sect strictly forbade disciples from harming one another. Such an act was a grave taboo. Had she not uncovered this, He Yunqi's repressed temperament, without anyone to support him, would have forced him to swallow his indignation. She summoned a communication talisman, and shortly thereafter, Li Heng arrived in haste. I asked Huaiwei to deliver medicine, yet she concocted such a web of complications. He first took a seat beside He Yunqi, probing his pulse. Jiang Yuan interjected, You are well aware that Sang Huaiwei harbors no affection for Qi. With so many disciples at her disposal, why summon her? It was her own initiative to come. As the daughter of Elder Dan, I must extend her some courtesy. Li Heng replied, exhaling in relief as he glanced at the slightly darkened spirit herb nearby. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find that her audacity was limited. She had only administered a toxin that would cause him considerable pain. He sighed repeatedly. Jiang Luan remained silent. Let us refrain from reporting this matter to the sect. Li Heng patted her shoulder. Jiang Luan, taken aback, questioned, You wish for me to feign ignorance? Elder Dan dotes on his only daughter. And as the sole esteemed alchemist of the Tianqing sect, should I offend him, your junior brother will surely face dire consequences. A low, cold laugh suddenly echoed nearby. He Yunqi reclined against the bed, his expression as innocuous as ever, yet his voice was laced with profound disappointment. In the eyes of the elders, a neglected disciple, even when treated unjustly, ought to endure in silence as if nothing had transpired. What was he still hoping for? All expectations had dissipated the moment he entered the Tianqing sect and became a disciple of He Yunqi. The world treated him with such unfairness. Why cling to this so-called benevolence? The pain coursing through him paled in comparison to the chilling bitterness within. The suppressed brutality stirred restlessly. It felt as if two voices were clashing in his mind. A low, insidious whisper beckoned in his ear. Attain unparalleled power and wield dominion over others' lives and deaths. I will compel all who have wronged you to kneel at your feet, begging for your forgiveness. Fascinating. Do you wish to explore this? I am the other you. Release me. Let us merge into one. He Yunqi's head throbbed painfully. Silence. He barked. Ha ha. Admit it. You are truly wretched. Did you think that by entering the sect, you could solely pursue righteousness, uphold justice, and save the world? Dream on. Have you forgotten who inflicted those humiliations upon you? It is the very people you long to protect. I was born from your resentment and malice. He Yunqi, your blood runs cold. Cease this futile struggle. Release me. Being a good person is utterly tiresome. Chapter 22. I will take you to meet the sect master Ah Chi. What is wrong? The formerly aloof youth seemed to suffer an immense torment as he tumbled from the bed. Jiang Luan quickly knelt beside him, her voice laced with urgency. Acui. The corners of He Yunqi's eyes turned crimson. The seal of the demon within him showed signs of cracking, merging with his resentment and malice. The familiar, delicate fragrance extinguished his fury. He grasped her hand as if clinging to the last piece of driftwood, raising his gaze to her with a final plea. Junior sister Jiang, I seek justice. Even though he was aware that hope was fleeting, one was a longtime friend, and the other merely an inconsequential junior disciple. Offending Dan Huifeng would mean crossing a formidable master, Dan Lao, and severing ties with Sang Huaiwei. Perhaps she would also face reproach from her master, misunderstandings from Li Heng, and even the entire sect might harbor discontent towards her. Jiang Luan had to sacrifice so much. Yet, in this moment, he found himself willing to take a gamble. Without hesitation, Jiang Luan supported him and asked, Can you endure? I will take you to meet the sect leader. The hardened wall within his heart suddenly crumbled. He Yunqi bit his lip, his eyes misting. Jiang Luan, have you lost your mind? Li Heng obstructed her. Do you realize that the entire sect relies on Dan Lao's elixirs for survival? Your junior brother has offended him, even with your brother's backing. The days ahead will be fraught with difficulty. Jiang Luan's soft voice was unwavering. And so what? It was Sang Huaiwei who harmed my junior brother first. If she poisons him today, what if it were a poison that could take his life? She likely only intended to teach him a lesson, not to. Li Heng, would you accompany us? A gentle voice suddenly resonated from outside, and a man in white leaned against the doorframe, shaking his head with a sigh. Over the years, I have been too lenient. Master? Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she blinked vigorously. Yu Yuan, even you wish to intervene? The two peak masters, Qingyun Peak and Dan Huifeng, had long-standing grievances, now further complicated by an uncherished disciple. He was a guest elder, summoned with great effort by the sect leader of Tianqing sect, not belonging to any faction. Ultimately, he was merely a healer drawn into this conflict, caught in a most uncomfortable position. Had he anticipated Sang Huaiwei's ulterior motives, he would have never consented to entrust her with the medicine. I shall not interfere in trivial matters, But if she resorts to such despicable tactics, I will tolerate no more. He Yunqi shall cease to exist. Reluctantly, Li Heng followed the three onto the celestial crane, heading to the main hall, his head drooping in dejection. Upon their return, the sect leader glanced at the three from He Yunqi and then at the downcast Li Heng, frowning. What transpired? He Yuan remained silent. Li Heng recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. To lend credence to his account, he even presented the spirit herb before the sect leader. Utter nonsense. The sect leader slammed his palm down, shattering the armrest of the chair beside him into several pieces. He addressed a nearby disciple. Go summon Dan Lao and Sang Huaiwei. Dan Lao and Sang Huaiwei arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the assembled individuals in the main hall, Sang Huaiwei's heart sank, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Luan that was quickly masked. After bowing to the sect leader, Dan Lao appeared perplexed. The disciples are injured and in need of treatment. I fail to understand why you have summoned me and this young lady at such a moment. The sect leader glanced at Li Heng, who reluctantly reiterated the events. As a mediator, his account was relatively impartial, avoiding favoritism towards either side. After listening, Elder Dan fell silent for a few moments, turning to gaze at his beloved daughter. Is what you said true? Father, please allow me to explain. Sang Huawei stammered in a moment of panic. Knowing his daughter as he did, he immediately recognized that Li Heng's words were indeed factual. Outrageous. Elder Dan's right hand rose sharply, delivering a resounding slap to Sang Huawei's face. Staggering back, she covered her left cheek, tears welling in her eyes as she incredulously exclaimed, Father, you would strike me for the sake of a disciple? A flicker of pain flashed in Elder Dan's eyes before he turned to He Yunqi, saying, My daughter has been spoiled by me. She has erred in her youth. I implore Master He Yuan to show leniency. I possess numerous newly refined elixirs and spiritual artifacts, which I would gladly bestow upon you, should you not find them lacking. He continued, This incident nearly caused a grave mistake. I shall ensure she is properly taught. However, with the entrance ceremony approaching, I hope the sect leader will show mercy in allowing her to continue as an escort disciple. Father, cease this. Sang Huawei, feeling aggrieved, attempted to speak but was sharply reprimanded by Elder Dan. It was clear he wished to resolve this matter privately. Jiang Yuan glanced at He Yuan, whose demeanor remained ever gentle, revealing no hint of anger or joy. The sect leader appeared weary. As the head of the sect, he typically delegated such disputes to the instruction hall. With a hint of fatigue in his eyes, he turned to He Yunqi, asking, What is your perspective? He Yunqi glanced at Sang Huawei, stating firmly that the disciple neither desired elixirs nor spiritual artifacts. Elder Dan's brow furrowed tightly. Do you wish for the instruction hall to handle this? Do you not understand that the escort disciple at the entrance ceremony represents the sect's dignity? He pressed on, but He Yuan responded with a calm smile, suggesting, Then simply replace the escort disciple. Observing the rising tempers of both parties, the sect leader waved his hands repeatedly. With the prior disputes between He Yuan and Su Ying, he did not wish to witness further contention between He Yuan and Elder Dan. He gestured, imposing a penalty of half a month's confinement on Sang Huawei, with her release prior to the entrance ceremony. I recall you possess a high-grade spiritual sword, which can serve as an apology. This matter, after all, is a private sect issue and need not be widely publicized. He Yunqi lowered her gaze, her nails digging into her flesh beneath her sleeves. The sect leader had indeed shown favoritism. Jiang Yuan, wishing to voice her thoughts, was silenced by Li Heng tugging at her sleeve, shaking his head in disapproval. He Yuan maintained a neutral stance towards He Yunqi. Since the sect leader had provided a way out, he was willing to comply, recognizing that pressing too hard would only deepen He Yunqi's resentment. Thank you, sect leader. After bowing, Elder Dan addressed He Yunqi, saying, Master Yunqi, I shall have someone deliver the high-grade spiritual sword to He Yunqi as a token of apology. Chapter 23. The familiar kindness of the junior sister Jiang Yuan. Stop right there. As soon as she stepped out of the main hall, Sang Huawei's voice rang out sharply. Jiang Yuan, ignoring her, attempted to pass by. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Huawei. Elder Dan's voice was laced with irritation. How long do you intend to cause a scene? Sang Huawei, feeling wronged, stamped her foot, watching Jiang Luan and her companions depart with a simmering fury, biting her lip in frustration. Enough. You shall remain in confinement for this half-month to reflect on your behavior. You are becoming increasingly unruly. The sounds of their quarrel gradually faded into the distance. Perched upon the crane, Li Heng sighed for the 9th time, lamenting the fact that he had undoubtedly offended Elder Dan. The very thought of that slap was enough to evoke pain in him. Jiang Luan cradled her head in her hands. But Elder Li Heng, if you persist in your words, you shall offend more than just Elder Dan. The two of them exchanged banter, and He Yuan interjected. After years of seclusion, I never imagined I would be bullied to such an extent. Very well. When Qing Xian returns, I shall have a serious discussion with him. Oh, please don't. Li Heng immediately perked up, clarifying that was not his intention. Jiang Yuan turned her gaze towards He Yuan, inquiring, when will brother return? Since allowing He Yuan to take in He Yunqi, Jiang Qingxian had embarked on a journey and had yet to return to the sect. The only means of contact had been entrusted to He Yuan, leaving even her, the younger sister, in ignorance of his whereabouts. He Yuan's gaze lingered on He Yunqi for a moment. Soon, Liam, perplexa, asked, is he not wandering in search of a demon? Realizing he had misspoken, Li Heng covered his mouth and added, why is he returning so soon? He Yuan paused slightly. I do not know. As they spoke, the celestial crane landed steadily on Qingyun Peak. Having learned from previous experience, Li Heng prepared the medicine in front of Jiang Yuan and personally handed it to her. Watching her enter the room, he then nudged He Yuan's arm. Do you have news? He Yuan's expression grew serious. His voice was subdued, perhaps. They exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness mirrored in the other's eyes. He Yuan turned his attention to the room, where a gentle breeze wafted through the open window, tousling the girl's hair. She held a small bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, blowing gently on the medicine within before offering it to He Yunqi. Is it bitter? Jiang Yuan thought it was bitter just by the smell, yet he drank it down without a hint of discomfort. He Yunqi shook his head, his youthful eyes sparkling. It's not bitter, senior sister. In fact, he felt it was slightly sweet. With master providing you support, do not endure if others bully you, understand? After Jiang Yuan finished administering the medicine, she wiped the edges of his lips with a clean handkerchief, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against He Yunqi's soft lips. He momentarily stiffened, a faint blush creeping across his ears. Understood, he obediently replied. The girl before him chatted incessantly, and he leaned back slightly, fixated on her dewy, rosy lips, his throat moving subtly. It seemed he had grown accustomed to the kindness bestowed upon him by his junior sister. Yet, thoughts that should not arise began to encroach upon his reason. He lowered his head, suppressing the emotions that stirred within him, his long eyelashes quivering slightly. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, at the astrological platform, a man clad in a flowing silver robe stood alone, the moonlight illuminating his features, rendering him even more handsome. Yu Shuqing struck out with a single palm, his wrist twisting slightly as he traced a few strokes in the air, conjuring a massive circular formation suspended in the sky. He let a drop of blood from his fingertip fall into the formation. In an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted. Within the formation, points connected to form lines, intertwining with a starry brilliance. In a moment, the formation settled, and words materialized. If the seal is broken, the demon god will reappear. All demons shall kneel, and the master shall slay, unifying the 6 realms. As he was about to withdraw, the characters began to writhe and gradually became indistinct. Yu Shuqing once again concentrated his demonic power, gathering it into a single point. The other characters remained unchanged, but the 2 words representing slaughter faintly vanished. The tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy forced him to lean on the railing, his right hand pressed against his chest, letting out a muffled groan of discomfort. Great priest! An anxious call from a clansman reached his ears. Yu Shuqing raised a hand to halt his approach, assuring him it was of no concern. With a slight curl of his fingers, a blue bird flew from afar, landing delicately on his fingertip. After he infused it with a touch of demonic energy, the bird flapped its wings and soared off in another direction. The art of divination demanded an immense sacrifice of his cultivation. He coughed lightly twice, his complexion somewhat pale, preventing the clansman from offering assistance. He slowly made his way down from the astrological platform. Great priest, a voice, cool yet laced with youthful exuberance, drifted from nearby. A lively girl, bouncing ahead of a group of fox demon clansmen, approached him. Upon seeing He Yunqi, they all bowed respectfully, clad in a pale yellow attire with an outer white veil. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, her demeanor a perfect blend of serenity and allure. She bounded to He Yunqi's side, exclaiming, "Have you finished your tasks, my lord? I wonder if you might have time to play a game of chess with Li." Chief, do not jest." A young man standing behind He Yunqi interjected with displeasure. "My lord has just performed divination and needs to rest." "Oh, I see." Fu Li's expression fell as she lowered her head. "Then I shall return when you are feeling better." He Yunqi's demeanor remained calm. He advised the chief to focus her thoughts on clan matters. Feeling perhaps a bit too stern, he added, "In a few days, I will accompany you for a game of chess." Fu Li nodded sweetly, stepping aside to let He Yunqi depart first. After their exit, a highly skilled fox demon who accompanied Fu Li sighed regretfully. "It is truly a pity that such a beautiful figure as our lord the moment He Yunqi left." The smile on Fu Li's face dimmed slightly as she tilted her head in inquiry. "What do you mean by pity?" Another chimed in, "Certainly. It is regrettable that our lord has been afflicted with a love curse. With his beauty and status, many demonesses yearn to marry him. The love curse deepens with the growth of his cultivation, should he become emotionally entangled. The torment of 1,000 ants on the night of the full moon would render him in excruciating agony. The great priest has always taken it upon himself to protect the Fox clan, and consuming the love curse is a tradition passed down by previous great priests. He remains unmarried for life, devoted solely to our clan. What is there to lament? I believe our Lord shows particular favoritism towards the chief. Indeed, the great priest has always been cold-hearted, yet he indulges the chief alone." The fox demons began to tease Fu Li playfully. Fu Li bore little of the chief's gravitas. Those surrounding her were renowned daughters of the Fox clan, and their camaraderie allowed them to speak candidly with her. Fu Li's cheeks flashed red. "Do not speak nonsense." After exchanging a few more playful jests, they followed Fu Li as they departed. Chapter 24. He is indeed a gentle young man. The rustling of bamboo leaves sliced through the air, propelled by a sharp wind. Jiang Luan spun in the air, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. With her sword gripped firmly in her right hand, her sword intent was both gentle and powerful, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. He Yuan leaned casually against the bamboo, toying with a leaf, having lost count of how many rounds they had gone through. Once again, he enveloped his energy and hurled it forth. Jiang Yuan's stamina was waning. With one final strike, the bamboo leaf grazed the tip of her sword, sending a tremor through her hands and causing her ice sword to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. "Let us call it day," He Yuan declared. As soon as he said so, Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat from her brow and gradually regulated her breathing. Her injuries had nearly healed, and for the past few days, He Yuan had been personally training her. After the events that had transpired earlier, she became increasingly aware that only by strengthening herself could she protect those she wished to safeguard. After a lengthy rest, she sensed her strength returning somewhat. "Master, will you come again tomorrow?" she inquired softly. He Yuan raised an eyebrow at her question. "Don't you feel tired?" "Tired, yes, but I yearn to grow stronger," Jiang Yuan replied resolutely, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Just like your brother," He Yuan remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He ruffled her hair playfully, adding, "If your brother knew how diligently you were practicing now, he might shed tears for you." Jiang Yuan tilted her head, questioning, would he really cry? He Yuan, lost in thought, smiled softly. Indeed, he would. He began walking ahead, while Jiang Yuan picked up her sword and followed closely behind him. At the exit of the bamboo grove stood a young man in white, facing the wind. A jade flute hung at his waist, and upon seeing the two emerge from the forest, a fleeting joy sparkled in his eyes. He Yuan suddenly lowered his voice. "Don't you think your junior brother's recovery is a bit too swift?" He had never been particularly concerned about He Yunqi, but now, his suspicions were piqued by the boy's peculiarities. First, There was the effortless bond with the Brahma sound, and now his injuries seemed to heal much faster than those of an ordinary person. A pang of unease struck Jiang Luan as she averted her gaze, wondering, is that so? I hope I'm just overthinking it. He Yunqi chose not to elaborate further. After exiting the bamboo forest, he made his way toward Qingyun Peak. Even after He Yunqi's figure vanished, Jiang Luan remained restless. She couldn't shake the feeling that He Yunqi had noticed something. The depth of his words left her somewhat flustered. Junior sister? He Yunqi's voice interrupted her thoughts. Noticing her furrowed brow, he instinctively reached out to smooth her brow and eyes, asking, what troubles you? Startled by the sudden touch, Jiang Luan instinctively took 2 steps back. His hand froze awkwardly in midair. He Yunqi's eyelashes fluttered as he apologized. I'm sorry, I was too forward. Jiang Luan then realized her actions might have led to a misunderstanding, as he was more perceptive than most. She grasped his hand, which had remained suspended, and shifted the topic with a soft complaint. Master is too harsh. He shows no mercy at all. I'm utterly exhausted from the training. The warmth of her palm enveloped his. He Yunqi instinctively tightened his grip slightly, his tone softening. Would you like to rest a while longer? No, I'm fine. Jiang Luan withdrew her hand, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Let us see what delectable offerings the kitchen has for us today. He Yunqi did not call away the crane. With a flick of her wrist, the crane gracefully descended at her feet. The two mounted the crane and soared directly toward the kitchen. The kitchen of Tianqing sect is open to disciples who have yet to master the art of fasting. Jiang Luan, having been a newcomer once, now felt quite at home. Initially astonished, the disciples had grown accustomed to her presence over time. In the hearts of many outer disciples, Jiang Luan was perceived as an untouchable celestial beauty. However, as they interacted more, they discovered her gentle nature and amiable disposition. She willingly shared her knowledge with any disciple who approached her with humility, leaving no question unanswered. As time passed, they naturally grew more affectionate towards her. Junior sister, this is specially reserved for you. Junior sister, I have your favorite roasted sweet potatoes. Junior sister, remember how you guided me last time? The outer disciples chattered excitedly, crowding around Jiang Luan, while He Yunqi found himself squeezed into a corner, watching them revolve around Jiang Luan like planets around the sun. A wave of bitterness surging within him. It seemed that wherever his junior sister went, she was the radiant center of attention, while he felt like an inconspicuous shadow. Once Jiang Luan settled down and surveyed the group, she called out to He Yunqi, "Chi, come over here." She gestured and patted the space beside her, urging him to join her. He Yunqi obediently took a seat beside her, and as he did so, the surrounding chatter quieted significantly. Someone muttered softly, "We are both disciples of Elder He Yunqi, yet junior sister has reached the golden core stage while I am still at the foundation establishment stage. We're not that different, are we?" Upon hearing this, someone nudged his arm. There were many outer disciples who harbored resentment towards He Yunqi. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, even the outer disciples faced stringent selection criteria. Tianqing sect prioritized quality over quantity, admitting far fewer disciples each year compared to other sections. Jiang Qingxian had publicly declared his intention not to take on any disciples, and He Yunqi expressed her willingness to accept only Jiang Luan as her pupil, even declining Elder Dan's pleas to take Sang Huaiwei as a disciple. He Yunqi was the sole exception, as Jiang Qingxian personally petitioned the sect leader for an additional slot, which was subsequently granted under He Yunqi's name. Despite not having taken anyone else's place, he was still the subject of envy among many outer disciples. He Yunqi glanced at the boy, tightening his grip on his chopsticks. Jiang Luan served him some dishes, oblivious to the whispers around her. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," He Yunqi replied, shaking his head and breaking into a smile. During mealtimes, Jiang Luan was wholly absorbed, relishing the meals provided by Tianqing sect, always ensuring her bowl was emptied completely. After finishing her meal, she would sit on a bench beneath the trees, offering personalized guidance to the outer disciples one by one. At this time, He Yunqi would often be nowhere to be found. After finishing her last session of guidance, Jiang Luan could no longer hold back her curiosity. "Have you seen my junior brother?" Are you referring to He Yunqi? He is learning to cook with the head chef. He has been doing so every day lately. And the head chef has even mentioned taking him on as a closed-door disciple. A closed-door disciple? Competing with He Yuan for disciples? The master truly has a penchant for jesting. So, it is. Thank you very much, she expressed sweetly. The young disciple, unable to withstand such a delightful smile, instantly blushed and stammered, "And no need to thank me." Upon learning of He Yunqi's whereabouts, Jiang Luan rose, cradling her sword, and made her way toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, a young man rolled up his sleeves, methodically slicing vegetables into fine strips. His tied-back black hair had begun to slip, slightly obscuring his face, revealing a delicate profile that radiated focus and patience. The head chef nodded in satisfaction nearby. "He is quite obedient," Jiang Yuan remarked sincerely, leaning against a grand tree. A small kitten clung to her shoulder, and together they peered through the window at the industrious youth within. He Yunqi truly is a gentle young man. In that moment, no words could adequately capture her admiration for him. This only strengthened her resolve to alter the fate he was destined to meet in the original narrative. "Little fan, what is the current affinity level?" she inquired. "Host, He Yunqi's affinity level has now reached 30, came the reply. Tilting her head, she looked at the little kitten. "Have you found any suitable housing and spirit field from last time? We have located appropriate options and can guide the host at any moment," it responded. An idea began to take shape in her mind. Once the initiation ceremony concluded, she would ask He Yuan to accompany him down the mountain for some experience. Her Achi had endured too much suffering. She yearned to show him the beauty that exists in the world beyond. Chapter 25. The bustling and gossip-filled initiation ceremony. The initiation ceremony is a grand event held every 4 years in the realm of cultivation, organized by the Tianqing sect, with participation from various other sections. All eligible disciples aspiring to cultivate would converge upon Tianqing sect during this time. Traditionally, the mountain gates of Tianqing sect, with their 1,000 steps, would be sealed by a barrier to prevent unauthorized entry. Yet during the initiation ceremony, this barrier is lifted. The arriving disciples must first test their spiritual roots. Those possessing spiritual roots enter a lower-level secret realm to pluck first-tier celestial herbs, gaining the right of selection. Disciples granted this privilege may list 3 sects they wish to join in order of preference. Upon selection by a sect, they proceed to the apprenticeship ceremony to choose a mentor of their liking or become outer disciples. Jiang Yuan was not one to idle. Before the ceremony commenced, she was already at the mountain gate welcoming the newly arrived disciples. From her vantage point, she observed the steps below, a sea of dark silhouettes. Around her gathered several lively disciples from different sects, eagerly engaged in animated discussions. "Have you heard? The 9 Immortals sect brought several boxes of treasures. Is that true? Why bring so much? Don't you know? The young master of 9 Immortals, Rongji, wishes to marry Jiang Yuan of Tianqing sect." "No way. Rongji is notorious for his flirtations and has had affairs with many female cultivators. Would Jiang Yuan truly be interested? Perhaps meeting Jiang Yuan would make him settle down. After all, she is protected by the dual supreme guardians of Tianqing. How could she be wronged?" The female cultivators grew increasingly animated in their discussion. From a distance, Jiang Yuan could only sigh and rub her forehead in exasperation. She was indeed aware of everything around her. Were they being too inconsiderate of her, the one directly involved? Yet, one could hardly blame them. She typically adorned her hair with an array of embellishments, but on this momentous day, she had gathered all her hair into a high ponytail, with only a single feather hairpin nestled within. Compared to her usual gentleness, she exuded an air of spirited elegance. It was entirely understandable that she went unrecognized. It wasn't until a certain female cultivator noticed her sect-esque attire that she poked her arm and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, I see you are from the Tianqing sect. Do you know Jiang Yuan?" Jiang Yuan tugged at her lips and replied candidly, "To be honest, I am she." The previously animated discussions among the female cultivators fell into a profound silence. She then took the liberty of pulling forward her rather unassuming junior, He Yunqi, and introduced him. "This is my junior brother, He Yunqi." A collective gasp echoed among the surrounding female cultivators, who then rushed toward Jiang Yuan, brimming with excitement. Is your junior brother married? How many are there in his family? Does he have someone he admires? If it's not too presumptuous. The fervor with which the female cultivators approached made Jiang Luan retreat repeatedly, nearly losing her balance in the process. Sister, be careful, a low, soothing voice whispered near her ear. Someone lightly supported her waist, and she caught a whiff of the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from the young man. Steadying herself with a few staggering steps, she lifted her gaze to find several female cultivators blinking at her in anticipation. She cleared her throat and remarked, "My junior brother is quite exceptional, isn't he?" In an instant, He Yunqi became the object of desire for the female cultivators. Their discussions shifting from the Jiang sect and Jiang Luan to the unspoken desire to whisk this young man away. "Oh, how lively it is here!" A sweet, beguiling voice interrupted the chatter. A woman in a flowing red silk dress ascended the steps, her crimson veil obscuring half her face, her eyes shimmering with an alluring charm that hinted at unsaid desires. The intoxicating fragrance she carried was almost spellbinding, disorienting those who inhaled it. Someone recognized her and quickly exclaimed, "We meet the saintess." The oppressive aura of a formidable cultivator enveloped the area, causing the younger members present to instinctively clutch their chests in discomfort. Feng Yinyan's gaze swept across the crowd before landing on He Yunqi, a flicker of astonishment dancing in her eyes. She approached him, her fingers delicately tracing his chin, and remarked, "This little Taoist friend is remarkably handsome. How come I have never seen you before?" At last, Jiang Luan discerned the identity of the newcomer, Feng Yinyan, the current saintess and the leader of the Yuehuan sect. Despite the Yuehuan sect's rather dubious reputation within the cultivation world, known primarily for enhancing spiritual power through consensual dual cultivation rather than serious practice, they had not committed any outright malevolence. Thus, the Tianqing sect treated them with impartiality and extended invitations to their gatherings. Historically, the Yuehuan sect merely sent representatives without accepting disciples, but this year was indeed peculiar, as the saintess had come in person. He Yunqi stepped back slightly, a flicker of distaste crossing his lowered gaze. With a rather strong temperament, Feng Yinyan swayed her waist and surveyed the crowd. "May I ask if anyone has seen Rongji?" The eyes of several female cultivators turned in unison toward Jiang Luan. "Jiang Luan, why does everyone want to look at me? It seems you are indeed the one whom Jie wishes to marry." Feng Yinyan's elongated nails grazed Jiang Luan's face, undeniably exquisite. "It is no wonder Jie chose to cast me aside for your favor. This is truly a sensational scandal." Leaving everyone bewildered, the young master of the Jiang sect is actually entangled with the holy maiden of the Yuehuan sect, and in such an unspeakable manner. He Yunqi grasped Jiang Luan's wrist, pulling her protectively behind him, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "Do not touch my junior sister. You are quite the intriguing little Taoist," Feng Yinyan remarked. Her interest piqued as she cast a flirtatious glance towards the crowd. Who might this be? A male disciple from behind could no longer contain his excitement. Seeing the beauty take the initiative to inquire, he quickly responded, "Holy maiden, this is He Yunqi, disciple of Elder He Yunqi from the Tianqing sect." He Yunqi? Feng Yinyan shrugged. "I've never heard of him. Is the Tianqing sect now accepting just anyone?" Her eyes glinted with a hint of sharpness as she lazily stood opposite the two. "He is not just anyone. He was personally led by the esteemed Qing Xian Xinzun." A richly dressed man stepped forth from the crowd, his demeanor frivolous. "Surely the holy maiden is unaware? This lad is quite remarkable. An ordinary three-spirit root, unable even to be an outer disciple of the Tianqing sect, yet through sheer effort, he has become a direct disciple." Laughter erupted from the crowd. What effort? Climbing 1,000 steps on one's knees is called effort? Another chimed in. "If I had Elder He Yunqi as my master, I could do that too. Perhaps he simply excels at serving others, ensuring Elder He Yunqi's comfort." Ha ha ha. The man's expression was lewd, deliberately emphasizing certain words. Feng Yinyan stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth, perplexed by the implications. The insinuation was that both Qing Xian Xinzun and Elder He Yunqi might have taken a liking to him in a more intimate sense. Suddenly, Sharp ice blades sliced through the air with unexpected speed, targeting the man. Before anyone could react, several strands of hair near the man's ear were severed and fell to the ground. Chapter 26. An encounter with Qin Xianzuan, who permits you to slander? A gentle voice carried a trace of coldness as Jiang Luan found herself standing before He Yunqi, the ice bird in her hand now unsheathed and firmly gripped. How dare you insult me? You seek death. The man, accustomed to the indulgence of his family, had always acted with impunity. Having lost face in front of Feng Yinyan, he recklessly summoned his life talisman sword and attacked Jiang Yuan. Be careful, junior sister. He Yunqi stepped forward, shielding her behind him. In the blink of an eye, the sound of combat had erupted between him and the opposing man. Both sides exerted their utmost, each strike resonating with fluctuations of spiritual power, causing the crowd to retreat a few steps. Feng Yinyan appeared to be a mere spectator, delighting in the chaos. The tumultuous scene only heightened her amusement. The opponent's cultivation was lacking, and with the advantage of the sound of the Vedic chant in his possession, He Yunqi was likely to emerge victorious. Clenching the ice bird tighter, Jiang Yuan remained vigilant, observing the progress of their duel. The onlookers thrived on the spectacle, with some even offering unsolicited advice as the two engaged in an intense exchange, neither willing to yield. As the man faced imminent defeat, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He stealthily withdrew his left hand into his sleeve, intent on retrieving a concealed weapon. However, he was keenly observed by He Yunqi, who swiftly pressed down on his hand with one of his own while the other held the fanning against the man's throat, forcefully pushing him against a nearby pillar with a resounding thud. He Yunqi's voice dripped with coldness. Apologize. He had not delivered a fatal blow, instead employing overwhelming force to render the man's hands immobile. The fanning, capable of transforming into a sword, was poised to claim the man's life with a mere inch of proximity. Huh, you expect me to apologize? Dream on. The man scoffed, rolling his eyes. Am I wrong? You, a useless wretch, are only bold because of your skills in bed. The icy fanning pressed closer to his neck. He Yunqi lowered his voice, his gaze emanating a morbid chill, whispering in a tone meant solely for the two of them. Do you dare to guess what I might do? His words were imbued with a frigidness that pierced to the bone. To think he would attempt to harm his senior sister. He deserved death. Startled by the threat, the man hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting into the sky. Father, help! Someone's trying to kill me. Jiang Yuan interjected. Why call for external aid in a one-on-one fight? In the midst of this confusion, a powerful presence surged forth, accompanied by a resonant voice of a middle-aged man. Who dares to harm my son? The force carried an overwhelming might that rushed toward He Yunqi. Achi! Jiang Yuan exclaimed in alarm. He Yunqi released the man and rolled aside, yet still, the edge of the spiritual energy grazed his arm, wounding him. Seeing the peril, Jiang Yuan swiftly summoned a communication talisman, urgently exclaiming, Master, save me. As soon as her voice echoed, she teleported to He Yunqi's side. The might of the powerful being was not to be underestimated. When the initial attack missed, the residual spiritual energy dispersed around them, and she braced herself with both hands. A metallic taste of blood filled her throat, but she suppressed it, reminding herself that he had first insulted her brother, dishonored her sect, and disrespected her junior, the elder, so oblivious to right and wrong. How dare he? Such a young age, yet full of lies. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. The elder wielded a top-grade spiritual sword that glowed with a fiery red light, gathering spiritual energy into the blade with his right hand. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Elder, stop. She is Jiang Yuan. But it was too late. The strike, imbued with overwhelming spiritual power, was unleashed. In that fleeting moment, He Yunqi pulled Jiang Yuan close, shielding her with his back, tightly embracing her. No. A few timid individuals had already covered their eyes. Jiang Yuan found herself enveloped in his embrace, only able to hear the rapid beating of his heart and catch a faint scent of his fragrance. The anticipated impact never came. The surrounding clamor faded into silence, an eerie quiet enveloping the scene, as if even the drop of a pin could be heard. The air was thick with a mixture of reverence and panic. a deafening chorus of voices paying homage to the revered Qingxian immortal. Jiang Luan cautiously peeked from He Yunqi's embrace. The red top-grade spiritual sword was mere inches away from He Yunqi, held delicately between 2 fingers at its tip. The newcomer, adorned in a silver crown and white robes, possessed striking features, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, a flower on a lofty peak, both cold and ascetic. With a firm press of his fingers, the formidable spirit's sword, imbued with the ferocity of a tempest, shattered into mere dust. The powerful figure, clutching the remnants of the hilt, bore an expression of incredulity. Jiang Qingxian struck him in the abdomen, sending the formidable being sprawling back several meters, crashing against the wall and expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. As an elder, to wield such a malevolent technique that extinguished the very essence of one's spirit against a disciple in the foundational stage was indeed despicable. Jiang Qingshuan's voice was chillingly clear. On this day of the entrance ceremony, I shall strip you of half your cultivation. Reflect upon your actions. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Not a soul dared to plead on behalf of the elder. Even the previously arrogant man deflated like a punctured balloon upon seeing Jiang Qingxian, losing all trace of bravado. Fellow disciples had already sent messages to the sect leader. No one dared to speak at such a critical juncture. He Yuan arrived in haste, scanning the scene anxiously. Jiang Yuan? Just then, he locked eyes with Jiang Qingxian. Only then did Jiang Qingxian glance toward He Yunqi, where the girl nestled in his embrace revealed a glimpse of her feather hairpin. Who else could it be but Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan peeked out, coughing violently. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she playfully said, "Brother Yuan?" Jiang Qingshuan's voice halted momentarily as he rushed forward. "Are you hurt?" As Jiang Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to feign greater severity, a surge of profound spiritual energy flowed into her being. She sniffled, glancing at Jiang Qingxian, and quietly stammered, "No. If it weren't for a cheese protection just now, I fear I would." Jiang Qingshuan's gaze darkened. What transpired? He Yuan, filled with self-reproach, directed the blame onto himself, lamenting his inability to safeguard her. A single look from Jiang Qingxian silenced him immediately. He felt a chill, sensing his own precarious position. Jiang Yuan was Jiang Qingshuan's sole vulnerability, and this vulnerability had nearly. Jiang Qingshuan's eyes swept toward the disciples of Tianqing, sect nearby. "You speak." The disciple, trembling, had never witnessed such a scene and struggled to recount the events. Jiang Qingshuan's expression darkened further as his gaze fell upon Feng Yinyan, who was attempting to flee. "It's a misunderstanding, immortal sovereign. This is all a misunderstanding." Feng Yinyan had not anticipated Jiang Qingxian's arrival. She pointed at the man over there. "Those words were not mine. They were his." He coldly smirked, "Yet you run swiftly." The overwhelming pressure forced Feng Yinyan to swallow hard, paralyzed with fear. Jiang Qingxian turned his icy gaze upon the man who had initially attacked, whose pleas for mercy echoed. "I understand my mistake. Immortal sovereign, please spare me. I truly know my wrongs." Chapter 27. Brother supports Jiang Yuan remained indifferent to the chaos unfolding nearby. She tugged at Yuan's sleeve. "Master, Achi is still bleeding." The injury on his arm was not severe. Yuan looked despondent, sighing, Yuan, you must plead for me. I was occupied with the entrance ceremony today, which is why." Jiang Yuan nodded, indicating He Yunqi's wound. Yuan placed his fingers on He Yunqi's wrist, gently channeling spiritual energy into his body. The man continued to wail, slapping himself in desperation. "Immortal master, I was blinded by my own ignorance. I spoke without thought. I spoke recklessly. I implore you to show mercy and spare me." His previous arrogance had transformed into abject humiliation. Jiang Qingshuan's name resonated throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Known and acknowledged by all, even his father had been effortlessly subdued by a mere gesture, and should he fail to acknowledge his wrongdoing, he would soon find himself in the same predicament. Jiang Qingxian cast a glance at his sister. His voice was icy, each word deliberate. "Yuan, your brother will support you. Retaliate." "No, immortal master, please spare me." The man's piercing cries echoed in the air, while the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, exchanging furtive glances. Jiang Luan summoned a strip of cloth from her storage ring and blindfolded herself, gracefully positioning her hands before her. Then, she summoned a multitude of slender, elongated ice spikes formed from her spiritual energy, which stood in neat formation before her. Fellow cultivator, I realize my mistake. Please, the man twisted in a futile attempt to escape, but Jiang Qingxian effortlessly ensnared him with a pair of sturdy binding ropes. Jiang Yuan's voice was soft yet firm as she warned, "Do not move." A collective intake of breath resonated in the crowd. Are we truly going to escalate this? Today marks the entrance ceremony. That would be inappropriate. But it was he who first spoke disrespectfully, slandering the immortal master and elder He Yunqi. These two are paragons of the Tianqing sect, and such outrageous words surely warn a lesson. Precisely. He is allowed to speak, yet we are not permitted to retaliate. Moreover, our junior brother was injured and nearly lost his spirit. Jiang Yuan expanded her spiritual consciousness, a slight smile gracing her lips. Are you ready, fellow cultivator? With Jiang Qingxuan's public support, she felt emboldened to reclaim her honor. Yet, she was aware that today was the Tianqing sect's entrance ceremony, and creating too much commotion would dampen the atmosphere for everyone. I will bow and apologize. I will bow to you, to spare me. The man continued to cry out, his pleas growing more frantic. The hundreds of ice spikes loomed ominously before him, and with his eyes covered, a single tremor could prove fatal. Jiang Yuan concentrated, directing the ice spikes towards the man. Help me. The spikes struck with precision, embedding themselves into the walls beside him, creating numerous gaping holes. The man stood frozen in place, a wet substance trickling down his pant leg. The onlookers averted their gazes in mild disgust. Jiang Yuan lowered the cloth, a smile playing on her lips, satisfied with her accuracy. She had intended to teach the man a lesson and instill fear, and having achieved her goal, she decided to let it rest. If you dare to slander others again, I will never dare again. The man collapsed to the ground, groveling repeatedly. The interlude concluded here. The disciples who had come for the entrance ceremony were nearing the mountain gate. The disciples of Tianqing sect swiftly addressed the situation, and the ceremony was set to commence. The man's master and the sect leader hurriedly arrived, following Jiang Qingxian, offering profuse apologies, lamenting their disturbance of the immortal master. Rest assured, I shall impose a severe punishment for this transgression. There will be no leniency. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at Jiang Qingxian with a hint of deference, following him as they entered the hall. Outside, where white and gold intertwined, an ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings. The leader of the Tianqing sect sat in the main seat, with the leaders and elders of various sects filling the seats in accordance with their ranks. Before them, countless individuals awaited with bated breath, eager for the assessment of their spiritual roots. The stone used for testing emanated a dazzling brilliance as people queued to step forward. Occasionally, a disciple would announce in a clear voice, medium-grade gold, wood, and fire spiritual roots, low-grade water, and earth dual spiritual roots, common-grade gold, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots. Reactions varied between joy and disappointment. In the starry continent, single attribute spiritual roots were the most desirable, while having multiple roots slowed cultivation. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were common among single attribute roots, whereas ice, thunder, and wind belonged to the special category, boasting greater power than the former. The purity of spiritual roots was also assessed based on the depth of their color, classified into grades: common, low, medium, high, and supreme. Even among disciples with dual water and wood roots, there could be significant differences in quality. After receiving their name tags, they stood in several lines according to the results of their tests. Those lacking cultivation aptitude were immediately eliminated on the spot. Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi sat at the disciples' table, gazing at Jiang Qingxian and He Yuan above. A small kitten leaped from Jiang Yuan's arms. Host, did you not notice how spectacularly handsome Xian Zun Qingxian appeared just now? Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Qingxuan's emergence was unexpected. She pondered, But don't you have any protective mechanisms? If Jiang Qingxian had not appeared, what if the sword had pierced He Yunqi? That would have led to utter annihilation. Important characters are generally safeguarded by the mechanisms of the novel world, rarely meeting their demise easily. Even without Xian Zun Qingxian, it was highly probable someone else would arrive to provide urgent assistance. Otherwise, eliminating the antagonist outright would suffice, negating the need for a host to save them. Realizing this, Jiang Luan felt a chill at the thought of the earlier scene. She truly hadn't anticipated that, at the last moment, He Yunqi would risk everything to protect her. Turning her gaze towards He Yunqi, who sat beside her lost in thought as he observed the crowd undergoing the spiritual root assessment. She followed his line of sight to see a strikingly beautiful young girl amidst the throng. A supreme single-water spiritual root. As the disciples' voice faded, several elders from various sects became visibly restless. Single attribute roots were already highly sought after, let alone a supreme one. The girl, exuberant and lively, emerged from the crowd. Standing apart. "Little girl, what is your name?" asked an elder seated at the edge, unable to contain his curiosity as he extended an olive branch. The girl appeared around 14 or 15 years old, adorned in luxurious attire that shimmered with gold. In response to the elder, "My name is Yunqi." "Yunqi? Are you not the princess of the royal family, Ningla?" The young girl sweetly nodded. The crowd erupted in murmurs. A supreme, single attribute root. And she was also the princess of the royal family. Everyone's gaze grew more eager. Uncertain if there exists a favored mentor, Yunqi nodded and gazed towards the highest point. Her voice resolute and powerful. "I, disciple Yunqi, wish to take Qingxian Xinzuan as my master." The illustrious reputation of Tianqing was well known. In past initiation ceremonies, Jiang Qingxian had garnered the most attention, closely followed by Yu Yuan. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, clearly audible to the esteemed sect leaders and elders present. Jiang Qingxian, too, caught her words. He turned his head, his expression cool and indifferent, declaring, "I shall not take disciples in this lifetime. I have my own mission." Yet, Yunqi remained unfazed, continuing, "Might I then become a disciple of Elder Yu Yuan?" Elder Yu Yuan, engaged in gentle conversation with a neighboring elder, turned back with a smile upon hearing Yunqi's request. "I too do not take disciples." Thus, she faced rejection twice. Nonetheless, Yunqi was undeterred. She spoke sweetly and obediently. "If I could be as the disciples under your guidance, I would gladly kneel upon these 1,000 steps. Might you consider making an exception?" The sound of the spirit root testing continued. However, Yunqi's words resonated in the ears of every disciple present. Elder Yu Yuan frowned slightly, glancing at Jiang Qingxian, and communicated through thought, "One exception leads to another. Should you make an exception for He Yunqi, it would indeed become troublesome." Jiang Qingxian merely shook his head, gesturing for Yunqi to take a seat, his gaze drifting towards the disciples still undergoing the spirit root testing. The testing spanned 3 days, with long lines forming in orderly rows, each disciple holding their nameplates, eagerly awaiting their turn. Throughout this time, Yunqi exhibited remarkable patience. All eyes were fixed upon the esteemed Tianqing sect. In front of all the sects and the incoming disciples, Jiang Qingxian rose and spoke softly. "For years ago, I made an exception for He Yunqi to enter the sect. These past years, I have traveled far and wide, only to discover the hardships he has faced." He cast a glance at He Yunqi, pausing momentarily before continuing. "In light of this, I shall amend the rules. Should anyone manage to suppress their cultivation and ascend the 1,000 steps without the need to bow each step, simply reaching me, I shall make an exception and accept them as my disciple." Upon this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. What? Qingxian Xinzuan is personally taking disciples? Is it truly that difficult? Isn't it just a matter of walking up? Suppressing one's cultivation to that of a mortal. How hard can it be to ascend 1,000 steps? The enthusiasm was palpable. "Really? I'm going right now." Jiang Yuan also appeared astonished, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Sang Huaiwei not far away. The allure of being a disciple of Qingxian Xinzuan was irresistible. Sang Huaiwei stood up, eager to try. Elder Yu Yuan beside him pulled him back, exclaiming, "Are you mad?" Jiang Qingshuan's demeanor remained unchanged, stating, "Ayu, even if we suppress our cultivation, we may not be able to ascend these 1,000 steps." Everyone believed these steps were a trivial matter. However, this barrier was established to prevent unwitting intrusions into the sect. Traditionally, disciples possessed tokens to navigate the mountain gate. Thus, none had experienced the challenge of ascending on foot as mere mortals, which required immense willpower and determination. The sect leader was taken aback, but upon Jiang Qingshuan's words, he naturally consented, waving his hand to declare that any disciple willing could attempt as per Qingshuan's decree. Jiang Qingxian casually tossed a small pouch from his hand, and in an instant, a colossal flying vessel materialized before the crowd. Accompanying it were several reflective mirrors. "Brother," Jiang Yuan whispered softly, to which he responded with a reassuring glance. Countless disciples surged forward, eagerly boarding the vessel, which swiftly transported them to the foot of the mountain. Some, filled with urgency, ascended the steps first. Within the reflective mirrors, a sea of dark figures appeared, new disciples seeking to take on a master, alongside those who had long admired Jiang Qingxian, hoping for a chance to cultivate their skills. In this moment, all were treated equally, regardless of their self-proclaimed cultivation levels. Yu Ji and Sang Huaiwei were among them. He Yunqi's eyelashes cast low. He understood that Jiang Qingxian was aiding him. No one knew better than he did that from the first step, he had knelt through 1,000, grasping at the last straw of hope in this world. The culmination of his past years, a final flicker of aspiration and courage. Was it easy? He endured excruciating pain. Each step felt as though he were dragging a weight of 1,000 pounds, pulling him downward. He mused that it surely was not an easy task. A gentle hand grasped his, and he turned his head, meeting Jiang Yuan's gaze. Her voice was soft, like a breeze whispering past his ear. "Do not dwell on the past. The present is sufficient." Young's voice was low, "Junior sister." He found it hard to let go of her. From the moment he willingly shielded her, he realized he could not release her. He desired her to remain by his side forever, regardless of their circumstances. She was the sole person who had shown him kindness in the depths of his darkness, his light, his salvation. He would grasp onto her at all costs, even if it meant shedding blood. In the reflective mirrors, leading the way was Yu Ji. Though she appeared youthful, her resolve surpassed that of anyone else. She wiped the sweat from her brow and, halfway through, felt a wave of fatigue and heaviness pulling her down. Gritting her teeth, she persevered. The thought of being accepted as Jiang Qingshuan's disciple was an overwhelmingly enticing prospect. Finally, a voice in the crowd expressed astonishment, questioning the formidable restrictions of the Tianqing sect. It seemed that Elder Yuan's young apprentice was indeed sincere, earning the exception for the immortal sovereign. "Indeed, I thought it would be simple," another chimed in. "How could a mortal body hope to break through such constraints?" The outer disciples of the Tianqing sect glanced at He Yunqi, some bowing their heads in shame, while others stubbornly retorted, "It's not over yet. How can we know it's impossible?" Laughter erupted. "You can do it. Why not go for it? If we became disciples of the immortal sovereign, we would leave the status of mere outer disciples behind and become prominent figures in the cultivation world." With that, the disciple fell silent. 3 hours passed. Jiang Yuan transitioned from initial anxiety to subsequent ease, and now to a weighty solemnity. He Yunqi seemed to discern her inner turmoil, reaching out to smooth her brow. "Junior sister, I am not suffering. Do not frown." Jiang Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. She feigned indifference, shifting the topic. "Once the initiation ceremony concludes, let us descend the mountain to gain experience." "All right," he replied obediently. She couldn't help but sigh, a wave of bitterness swelling within her. The boy had never committed any wrongdoing, yet this vast world seemed incapable of accommodating him. No one loved him, no one protected him, and no one cared for him. Everyone sought to trample him, wishing to mire him in the depths of despair. He struggled to rise, only to be met with disillusionment time and again. "Akui, do you resent this world?" He Yunqi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Initially, he felt resentment, but with the arrival of his senior sister, that feeling dissipated. Jiang Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently responded, "Yes, I am here." A youth so gentle and obedient should not meet such a fate. She vowed to witness him bloom, radiant and fervent, standing proudly in this world, not seeking fame or glory, but yearning for a life of unrestrained joy and happiness. Host, I have detected your emotional state is critically low. Would you like to hear a joke? The system's interruption dissipated Jiang Luan's sorrow and sentimentality in an instant. She clutched the little kitten in her arms and firmly replied, "No, thank you." "Understood, host." As twilight descended, most chose to surrender. They were taken away by Jiang Qingshuan's flying vessel, leaving the reflection mirror eerily empty, with only a few dozen remaining. Sang Huaiwei trailed closely behind Yunqi, both utterly exhausted, their faces pale. They were still nearly 200 steps away from the mountain gate. The further they progressed, the more arduous the path became. If you ask me, it's better to give up. Each step behind is worth 10 in front, and 200 steps may prove insurmountable. These two, however, displayed commendable grit. One a royal princess, the other the daughter of the Dan elder from Tianqing sect. Managing to reach this point was no small feat. Everyone waited, anticipating the moment those on the steps would concede. Finally, Sang Huaiwei, drained of strength, half-knelt on the ground, declaring, "I give up." An hour later, only Yunqi remained on the steps. As she ascended, the force pulling her downward grew ever stronger. Gritting her teeth, she gazed upward at the countless steps ahead. When she reached the 90th step, she ultimately regrettably surrendered. With Yunqi's admission of defeat, silence enveloped the arena. The gaze and demeanor directed towards He Yunqi shifted as well. Jiang Qingxian had foreseen this outcome. He scanned the disciples below and said coolly, "Tomorrow, in the secret realm. Rest well, everyone." With that, he turned and departed. The sect leader of Tianqing also relayed some final instructions before leaving alongside He Yuan. Jiang Yuan sighed in relief and patted He Yunqi's shoulder, saying, "Tomorrow, in the secret realm, do not recklessly obstruct my path as you did days ago, understand?" He Yunqi replied in a muffled tone, "But you are my only junior sister." He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her figure, softly promising, "I want to protect you too. The secret realm is perilous." Jiang Yuan affectionately ruffled his hair, assuring him, "I will strive to protect myself." Originally, He Yunqi was not qualified to participate in the secret realm. However, after Feng Shi sustained repeated injuries, the sect leader, worried for her, vacated her escort disciple slot, which was then filled by He Yunqi. She was aware of what dangers lay ahead in the secret realm. Thus, she repeatedly reminded him, in summary, "Do not stray too far from me tomorrow." "Very well." He obediently nodded, following closely behind her, as they made their way toward Qingyun Peak. The night enveloped the entire Tianqing sect in a profound silence. Occasionally, the distant calls of spirit beasts echoed through the air. In a secluded area of the back mountain, two figures stood side by side, one to the left and the other to the right. "I had thought that after sending you a message. You had not returned for several days." The first to speak was Yin, his voice measured and calm. "Have you captured it?" Jiang Qingxian kept one hand behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the distant Qingyun Peak. Among all, he particularly wished it were not him. "If it is destined, what can be done?" "Yu Yuan sighed. "What are you planning to do?" The two fell into an unusual silence. In the oppressive darkness, everything seemed to weigh heavily. Jiang Qingxian touched the jade pendant on him and said quietly, "A Yuan bestowed the twin bells upon him. If he encounters misfortune, she will undoubtedly grieve. You truly cannot bear to see her sad." Jiang Qingshuan's voice was ethereal. "I once vowed to protect her completely. If a single tear falls from her eyes, it is my failure as an elder brother." Yu Yuan spread his hands in resignation, "But do not forget the catastrophe at Lingyan's sect over a decade ago. We both know the power of the demon god Xianyu. He is inherently evil. Only by absorbing malevolent thoughts and resentment can he inherit power to break his seal." He paused. The day the seal was shattered was also when he fell into madness. Jiang Qingshuan's expression remained indifferent. With a thought, he willed his consciousness into a sword, a cold, blue blade manifesting before him. Yu Yuan advised, "Forcibly sealing him will only deplete half your cultivation, making it impossible to break the demon seal. His cultivation would end here," Such an action is not worth it. Jiang Qingshuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His tone lacked warmth. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to kill. He Yunqi shook his head with a sigh. People say that Qing Xian, the immortal sovereign, is cold-hearted. It seems that I, who am gentle, am far more ruthless. The following day, all disciples were gathered. The Jiutian secret realm was a low-level secret domain, situated within the boundaries of Tianqing sect. Inside, there were only low-tier spiritual herbs and low-tier spirit beasts. Each disciple entering the secret realm would receive a jade token. In moments of peril, shattering the token would allow them to exit the realm. The disciples would be escorted and protected throughout by the sect. During this expedition into the secret realm, the disciples were required to collect a first-tier celestial herb. The first to gather a first-tier celestial herb and shatter their jade token would receive extra points. Once everyone was familiar with the appearance of the first-tier celestial herb, an elder opened the secret realm. Luo Maxian led the way, a line of Tianqing sect disciples following closely behind. Jiang Luan felt more anxious than anyone else. Since entering the secret realm, she had been vigilantly observing her surroundings. Even the usually aloof Luo Maxian took the initiative to say, "Junior sister, there's no need to be so tense. Low-level secret realms rarely present unexpected dangers." In truth, since the initiation ceremony, the secret realm had never encountered any issues. However, Jiang Luan, holding the script, was naturally more sensitive than anyone else. Brother, exercising caution is always wise. Her life sword, Ice Yuan, was tightly gripped in her hand, beads of sweat forming in her palm. I found it. Uncertain as to which disciple was the first to exclaim, a voice broke the silence, followed by the shattering of a jade tablet, signaling the departure of an individual from the secret realm. First-tier celestial herbs were not particularly elusive, and one by one, disciples began to exit. Jiang Luan leaned against a tree, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the disciples within her domain. As she observed their joyful expressions while they crushed their jade tablets to leave, a hint of a smile graced her lips. He Yunqi stood not far from her, his eyes reflecting a warmth he himself was unaware of. Sang Huai cast a resentful glare towards He Yunqi, an inner tumult of anger surging within him. "Senior sister, do you accept disciples?" Suddenly, a figure rushed to Jiang Yuan's side, clutching a first-tier celestial herb, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I heard them say that once one reaches the golden core stage, one can accept disciples. Jiang Yuan turned her attention to the girl, who was slightly shorter than herself. Yuji's dark grape-like eyes blinked innocently, exuding a softness and charm. With a firm resolve, she gently declined, a smile playing on her lips. "I'm afraid my master holds high expectations of me. I have yet to reach the threshold for accepting disciples." Yuji's expression fell instantly, and she let out a heavy sigh. Why? Why is it so difficult to become a disciple of the esteemed Qing Xian? She lamented. Without Qing Xian, without Elder Yu Yuan, even my senior sister has rejected me. Am I truly that inadequate? The girl's dejection was palpable as she carelessly tossed aside the first-tier celestial herb in her hand. Jiang Yuan recognized the blow to her spirits. She crouched down gently, speaking with warmth. "There are many admirable elders in Tianqing sect. Why do you insist on becoming my master's disciple?" Chapter 30. He Qi pondered over Yu Ji's aspirations, understanding that her desires stemmed from wanting to learn from the strongest. Yu Ji hung her head in disappointment. "I am no worse than anyone else," she murmured. Jiang Yuan found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. Yet, the young girl soon lifted her spirits, retrieving the first-tier celestial herb once more. Clenching her fist, she motivated herself. "Never mind. I will strive to cultivate under another elder. One day, I shall make Qing Xian and Elder Yu Yuan regret not taking me as their disciple." With that declaration, she crushed the jade tablet and exited the secret realm. Jiang Yuan shook her head in resignation. Turning her gaze, she caught sight of He Yunqi, whose expression appeared slightly flustered as it lingered on the spot where Yu Ji had stood. A moment of confusion crossed her mind, quickly followed by a smile. Did He Qi harbor feelings for a girl like Yu Ji? Indeed, Yu Ji seemed vibrant and delightful, devoid of guile. hailing from a good family with remarkable talent and beauty, like a warm little sun. Perhaps she could play matchmaker? Invite her down the mountain for training to cultivate their relationship? This thought quickly dissipated as she remembered Yunqi had yet to channel her energy and lacked even the most basic self-defense capabilities. It was not suitable. She shifted her steps towards He Yunqi, smiling as she inquired, "What do you think of Yunqi?" He Yunqi's gaze remained lowered. Being a head taller than Jiang Luan, he could see her long eyelashes fluttering softly. He did not respond, and as Jiang Luan tilted her head to meet his gaze, she noticed a faint blush adorning his cheeks. Tightening her grip on the small cat in her hands elicited a muffled protest from her system within her consciousness. "Host, be gentle. You're hurting me. Do not act recklessly. It could lead to trouble. The more I observe, the more I feel that he and Yunqi are perfectly matched. What should I do? The love of the villain is a heavy burden, difficult to bear. Dear host, please refrain from meddling in matters of the heart. It is far wiser to complete your own tasks first." "Very well. I shall indulge in a brief dalliance." He Yunqi gazed at Jiang Luan, whose smile grew ever broader. She seemed to have thought of something, her eyes sparkling as they fixed intently upon him. "In 2 months, it will be Aqi's 18th birthday, correct?" "A birthday?" He Yunqi, perplexed, shook his head. "I do not know when my birthday is." Jiang Luan quickly covered her mouth. She attempted to rectify her slip, saying, "Do you enjoy snowy days? In 2 months, the mortal realm will enter winter. It will be quite beautiful." He appeared momentarily lost in thought. After a pause, he whispered, "Will junior sister celebrate my birthday for me? If so, then my birthday must be in 2 months." In truth, he could not recall the specifics. To be precise, he was uncertain of his origins or when he was born. He could only vaguely remember his fierce adoptive mother scolding him, lamenting how she had taken in such a wretched creature in the dead of winter. Thus, he must have been born on a winter's day in the mortal realm. "Indeed, we shall celebrate your birthday. Once you turn 18, Aqi will be considered an adult." Jiang Luan exhaled in relief and quickly continued, fortunate that he harbored no suspicions. She patted her chest. "Do you wish for a birthday gift?" To avoid revealing too much, she added, "just in case." He Yunqi scrutinized her expression closely, his voice almost pleading, "May I have a bowl of longevity noodles made by junior sister S own hands?" Jiang Luan felt a pang in her heart, but answered without hesitation, "Of course." He Yunqi bit his lip, gripping the handle of his sword with increasing intensity. "Junior sister." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Jiang Luan immediately tensed, her life sword firmly in hand. She exchanged a glance with Luo Maxian, and together they swiftly established a protective barrier and rushed toward the source of the commotion. "Do not approach," she called out to He Yunqi. "Protect everyone." Their figures quickly vanished, and He Yunqi furrowed his brow, glancing at the remaining escorting disciples before following in their wake. "Help! Run! It has stolen our jade tokens. What should we do?" In one corner of the secret realm, panicked individuals rushed in unison toward the same direction. The escorting disciples formed a line, struggling to control the formidable beast before them. Those with jade tokens shattered them to escape the secret realm immediately. When Jiang Luan arrived, she witnessed the escorting disciples being thrown to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths as they struggled to retreat. Before them stood a powerful netherwolf, its fur as dark as ink, save for its eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light. It crouched slightly, its forelegs extended menacingly as it fixed its gaze upon the gathered crowd. Countless jade tokens were clutched in its jaws, discarded not far behind it. How could a mid-tier magical beast appear here? Luo Maxian wondered, summoning his life sword to block the path of the disciples. Jiang Luan hurriedly assisted her disciples in rising, urging them to retreat. Faced with a beast of enormous proportions, far exceeding her own size, she felt a twinge of trepidation despite having mentally prepared herself in advance. The wolf's howls rang out deafeningly. This mid-tier magical beast was comparable to a late-stage divine transformation practitioner. Things had taken a dire turn. Nearby, a disciple wept, lamenting, "Once the Jotian's secret realm opens and subsequently closes, outsiders cannot enter for 2 days. What shall we do?" Jiang Luan felt uncertain, but comforted her, saying, "Do not panic. We have our senior brother with us." After a moment's consideration, she added, though lacking conviction, "And me as well." "Junior sister, get back." Luo Maxian's sudden shout alerted Jiang Luan to the fact that the wolf's gaze had fixated on her without her noticing. In an instant, it lunged toward her. "Senior brother, do not rescue me. Save yourself." Her words raced ahead of her actions as she summoned her butterfly guide, confronting the shadowy wolf directly. The disparity in their sizes was staggering. The wolf's force pushed her back, and she struggled to fend it off with her sword and the butterfly guide, only to be sent flying backward several dozen meters. Seeing this, Luo Maxian sprang into action, leaping into the air. He thrust his sword into the wolf's leg. It howled in pain, releasing Jiang Luan and roaring angrily at the sky, its eyes glinting crimson as it fixated on Luo Maxian, baring its teeth. Luo Maxian wielded a top-tier spirit sword, manipulating it with his mind, causing it to expand several-fold and block the wolf's maw. With decisive gestures, he summoned a tempest. The previously clear skies darkened ominously, and the air crackled with the pressure of thunder. The shadowy wolf, overwhelmed by this force, knelt. Jiang Luan immediately assisted with her butterfly guide, soaring into the air, and drove her ice sparrow into its back. The wolf let out a low growl, straining against its bonds. Jiang Luan was flung away, but she managed to stabilize herself with her sword after several backward steps. At that moment, Luo Maxian moved decisively. His sword pierced the wolf's mouth, returning to his hand before spinning and launching another attack. Chapter 31. I have warned you, do not touch her. Luo Maxian's swordplay was nothing short of mesmerizing. His exceptional talent had been nurtured by the Tianqing sect, and he engaged the shadowy wolf in over 100 exchanges, controlling his sword with finesse. In midair, his white robes billowed, and his movements were swift and decisive, the battle intensifying. Junior sister, aim for its eyes. The most vulnerable spot on the shadowy wolf is its eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luan gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on her sword, lunging toward its eye. Though timid, as she approached the horrifying green orb, she instinctively shut her eyes and plunged downward. The shadowy wolf howled in pain, its magical energy surging violently, sending both of them hurtling through the air. Jiang Luan's sword remained lodged in its eye, while Luo Maxian's voice was carried away by the fierce wind. Expecting to crash to the ground, she was instead caught in a warm embrace. He Yunqi held her securely at the waist, safely guiding her to the side of a tree. His expression grew serious as he summoned his ethereal sound with focused intent. The final strike against the abyssal dark wolf proved too exhausting, prompting it to flee. Luo Maxian was struck aside, but struggled to rise for another attack when a swift figure darted past him. He Yunqi's eyes narrowed, a fierce aura emanating from him. A force from a shattered crevice climbed upward, fueled by his malevolent thoughts. His expression was frigid, dark hair obscuring much of his face. With the sound of a celestial note, he unleashed an icy sword intent that pierced the belly of the abyssal dark wolf. In that instant, the demonic energy thickened palpably. A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Maxian's gaze. He Yunqi's voice was soft, yet firm. I warned you, do not touch her. The abyssal dark wolf's eyes widened as it fell straight backward, green blood splattering across his face. He wiped it away with an open palm. Luo Maxian flew to his side, concern evident in his voice. Are you injured, junior brother? Not at all, he replied, lowering his gaze. The chilling aura gradually receded, and with a slight, unsteady step, his mind regained its usual tranquility. Watching his departing figure, Luo Maxian furrowed his brow. Could it be that the demonic energy of the abyssal dark wolf had tainted his junior brother? Yet upon closer inspection, there was no sign of such corruption. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. How terrifying! Jiang Luan leaned against the tree trunk, her legs trembling beneath her robe. Encountering such a large and ferocious beast for the first time left her somewhat shaken. The small kitten she cradled had long scurried to a corner, but now, sensing the danger had passed, it returned, nibbling at her garment. As Jiang Luan attempted to lift it, she wobbled, nearly stumbling. Before she could grasp the nearby tree again, she found herself enveloped in a cold embrace. Ah Chi, She began, her voice soft and slightly choked. He Yunqi tightened his hold, sensing her trembling. "Are you frightened?" he asked. She longed to confess her fear, yet held back. The appearance of a beast here likely means the demonic clan is up to mischief. "I worry someone might be harmed." Her words were sincere. Sniffling, she gently pushed him away. "I'm much better now. Thank you, junior brother." Her feelings were solely those of a sisterly concern for her younger sibling. Such intimacy felt overly close. He Yunqi observed her push him away, an uncomfortable feeling stirring within him as he awkwardly withdrew his arms. Her embrace had been inexpressibly warm. Luo Maxian extracted the demonic core from the abyssal dark wolf. Glancing at the injured disciples, he picked up the jade token and cautioned, "Be careful in the secret realm." "Yes, senior brother." Jiang Luan felt her heart lighten. Turning to He Yunqi, she reproached gently, "Didn't I say not to come over?" Having been confident in collaborating with Luo Maxian to slay the abyssal dark wolf, she had hoped he would refrain from joining, fearing for his safety. Yet he had disregarded her warning. He Yunqi twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. Remaining silent, Jiang Luan found it difficult to scold him, especially when he leaned slightly, appearing pitiful and helpless, which made her feel as though she had erred in her own judgments. "Well, I suppose I can't control you anyway." She allowed a gentle sigh, initially a gesture of sentiment, yet in He Yunqi's ears it echoed as disappointment in his waywardness. Just as he was about to speak, a soft hand brushed through his hair, revealing the sensation of being protected by Aki. He Yunqi's expression subtly shifted. To protect her? It appeared that she too felt joy in this connection. Jiang Yuan's eyes curved with a smile as she assumed the mantle of a senior sister, resolving to diligently cultivate her skills and never to become complacent. Only through strength could she safeguard those she cherished, upholding justice with unwavering benevolence. His pupils dilated suddenly. In the distance, Luo Maxian was calling for her. She lifted her skirt and trotted towards him. He Yunqi suddenly lowered his eyelids, gently caressing his fingers, pondering who Jiang Yuan truly was. It seemed she comprehended everything about him, his preferences, the fact that he was born in winter, and the deepest thoughts within his heart. Upholding justice with unwavering benevolence. The secrets he had never shared with anyone else were known to her. She had once claimed that she came for him. His heart raced violently as he placed his right hand over his chest, watching her retreating figure, whispering, "Is she a deity? God loves all of humanity." Thus, did she come to love him, to protect him, to personally rescue him from the endless abyss? Jiang Yuan. He murmured her name softly, his gaze both obsessive and enchanted. Chapter 32. The matter of my younger sister, there is no need for the sect master to worry. Junior sister, please account for the number of disciples. Just as Jiang Yuan reached Luo Maxian's side, she was assigned a crucial task, summoning her magical artifact with her right hand. The disciple tokens before her flickered with light and shadow. The dim tokens belonged to those who had either taken a first-grade celestial herb or had urgently escaped the secret realm, while the illuminated ones remained within. 320 disciples still lingered in the secret realm. Luo Maxian nodded, relieved that his junior sister had acted with caution. The dark phantom wolves had only lightly injured a few disciples, and their peculiar appearance likely indicated the involvement of the demon clan. Jiang Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement. Knowing exactly who was behind it, the current demon lord, Yin Su. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall report this matter in detail to our master, Luo Maxian stated. I would appreciate it if you could accompany me temporarily to help protect the remaining 320 disciples. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind Luo Maxian. Suddenly, she inquired, "Is senior sister Fengxi feeling better?" Her body is now unharmed, but recently our master has not permitted her to leave the peak. Mentioning Fengxi softened Luo Maxian's tone. As the two walked in tandem, patrolling the secret realm, the remaining escorting disciples remained in their designated positions, responsible for the disciples within their respective areas. First-grade celestial herbs are not difficult to find. As time passed, only 115 disciples remained in the secret realm, with the last disciple shattering their jade token. All escorting disciples followed suit, exiting the secret realm. The entrance ceremony is indeed quite time-consuming. After leaving the secret realm, The disciples will write down their 3 most desired sects, after which the sects will choose them, followed by the selection of a master for apprenticeship. Jiang Luan held no interest in anyone else. Her sole focus was on Yunqi. Before becoming a disciple, Yunqi cast a glance in her direction and ultimately chose a venerable elder from the Tianqing sect to take under his wing. Thus, He Yunqi became her senior brother within the same sect. Thankfully, Jiang Luan remarked, her little kitten frolicking incessantly in her hands. No nonsensical chatter. No nonsensical chatter. No nonsensical chatter. She emphasized, repeating the important message thrice. I understand, Jiang Luan responded, absent-mindedly rubbing her ear. Though she spoke so, her gaze flitted between Yunqi and He Yunqi, her expression brimming with rosy delight. The master-apprentice ceremony unfolded, with the Yue Huan sect remaining as obscure as ever. Conversely, Feng Yinyan's eyes frequently darted towards He Yunqi and Luo Maxian, her gaze so overtly intense that it was impossible to ignore. Miss Jiang Luan, a clear voice approached. As a man clad in blue sect robes ambled towards her with an unhurried demeanor. He was strikingly handsome, with captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled, and his smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. He inclined his hand in greeting, introducing himself as Rongji from the Jiuxian sect. Having long heard of the young lady's esteemed reputation, indeed living up to the poetic praises of beauty that could eclipse the moon and stars. Standing before a throng of Tianqing disciples, Jiang Luan felt her cheeks flush with warmth, not from shyness, but from sheer embarrassment. He Yunqi furrowed his brow slightly, interjecting, "Speak plainly." "This is indeed junior brother Yunqi. I pay my respects." Rongji responded courteously, then continued, "To be forthright, I have come seeking to propose marriage to Miss Jiang Luan." He regarded Jiang Luan's reddened face with an air of pride, adding, "Years ago, I caught a fleeting glimpse of her, which I have found unforgettable. My father has prepared the betrothal gifts. All that is needed is for Miss Jiang Luan to nod in agreement." Jiang Luan felt a buzzing in her head. Though Rongji appeared to be a gentleman, he harbored a frivolous nature. Nearby, the Tianqing disciples could no longer hold their tongues. "Young sect master, just days ago, the saintess of the Yuehuan sect claimed to share a deep bond with you. Yet now you seek to marry our junior sister. Does that not seem inappropriate? Indeed, our junior sister is of the utmost value. How could one merely announce a proposal without prior notice? Is this not coercing her into agreement?" The murmurs of discontent grew louder. He Yunqi's fingers dug into his palm, a chill emanating from his gaze directed at Rongji. "When seeking to marry my sister, should you not first consult me?" A cold voice resounded from above. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xingxian had already arrived among the gathering disciples. He cast a fleeting glance at Rongji, and with just that one look, the pressure from his advanced cultivation left Rongji gasping for breath. While the master-apprentice ceremony continued on one end, the other side buzzed with gossip. "We have met the immortal lord," the crowd bowed in reverence. Rongji maintained a smile, declaring, "Immortal lord, I sincerely wish to propose to Miss Yuan." Jiang Luan, fidgeting with her fingers, raised one in a gesture, interrupting, "If my memory served me correctly, this is our first formal meeting, young sect master. Miss, are you aware that a fleeting glance can lead to love at first sight?" Was he merely showcasing his command of idioms? The system could not help but scoff. Observing him continue his incessant chatter, Jiang Qingshuan's patience was nearing its limit. "Concerning my sister's affairs, there is no need for the young sect master to worry. This is a clear and unyielding rejection, even when faced with public humiliation." Rongji maintained his composure, unaffected by anger. "Does the celestial master believe that I am unworthy of your esteemed sister?" Others murmured softly in response. Rongji, a renowned alchemist since childhood, had garnered admiration from countless admirers. While there are innumerable sword cultivators in the starry continent, the number of alchemists is exceedingly rare. Given time, he is destined to become a noteworthy figure. Jiang Qingxian cast a glance at him. The celestial master truly would not reconsider. Before Rongji could finish speaking, Jiang Qingxian decisively interrupted, stating, "There will be no reconsideration." With a sigh, Rongji shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that perhaps his fate was simply not meant to be. At that moment, Feng Yinyan approached, eager to interject. Sure, why do you trouble yourself so? Her voice was sweetly enchanting as her fingers grazed his cheek. Miss A Yuan holds no such intentions towards you. Would it not bring you joy to share a bond with me? Rongji glanced at Jiang Luan and then at Feng Yinyan. I have severed ties with the Saintess. Our relationship is irrevocably ended. I hope the Saintess will not tarnish my reputation before the Celestial Master. What started as gossip had transformed into a tale of love and resentment between the two. Curiosity among the onlookers grew. Reputation? What ist? Feng Yinyan appeared deeply sentimental. To see you, I have spent so much time traveling this vast distance to attend the initiation ceremony. Do you not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for my efforts? The location of Yuan's sect was quite remote, in close proximity to the Wuwang River of the Demon Realm. Indeed, the journey to Tianqing's sect was long. Sure, you once proclaimed your love for me. Enough. Rongji understood that Feng Yinyan was always bold, but he never anticipated her audacity to make such declarations in front of so many disciples. Jiang Qingshuan's demeanor remained indifferent. Such private matters should be resolved privately. Rongji appeared quite vexed. It seems I have acted rashly and intruded without due consideration. With that, he took Feng Yinyan's arm, intending to leave. As they departed, Feng Yinyan's gaze swept over He Yunqi and Luo Maxian, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Thus, a small commotion came to an end. Jiang Yuan tugged at Jiang Qingshuan's sleeve, speaking softly, Brother, I do not wish to marry yet. If A Yuan is unwilling, then there shall be no marriage. I will protect you for a lifetime, Jiang Qingxian assured with unwavering certainty. She looked up in mild astonishment, not expecting such a resolute response. To say she was not moved would be untrue. From now on, Brother will not allow irrelevant individuals to disturb you. He was typically aloof, yet his tone softened slightly when addressing her. Jiang Yuan tightened her grip on his sleeve, her heart stirred, and she earnestly replied, Thank you, brother. Chapter 33, Jiang Yuan. You have changed disciples pay their respects to the master. With the final disciple's initiation, the ceremony officially concluded. I'm so tired. Jiang Yuan stretched lazily as she made her way toward Qingyun Peak. The evening's colorful clouds spread across the sky, radiating hues in delightful clusters, a truly breathtaking sight. A small kitten lay upon her shoulder. Jiang Yuan, stop right there. Behind her came the slightly annoyed voice of Sang Huai, hastily closing the distance with 2 quick strides. Jiang Yuan turned around, waiting for her at the steps. What is it? The Celestial Master intervened on behalf of He Yunqi. You were the one who incited him, weren't you? Anger flickered in her eyes. We're the best of friends. How could you treat me this way? I did not speak for him, Jiang Yuan replied, standing on the steps and gazing at her. You should know from your own experience that Qi has become a disciple of the Master through his own merit. I refuse to believe that. It must be you who manipulated the Celestial Master to prevent me from passing. Sang Huawei's eyes brimmed with tears. I always think of you when it comes to delicious food and fun, yet you speak for the person I detest the most, who is also the one you loathe. What has happened to you? Why have you changed so suddenly? Jiang Yuan, are you still the same? Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Indeed, she was no longer the Jiang Yuan of old. I have been confined for so long, and you never came to see me. In the secret realm, you didn't even speak to me. Fine, I will strip him of his cultivation. I refuse to believe that without it, Elder Yu Yuan would still want him. She turned, gripping her sword tightly. Fearing she might truly act upon her words, Jiang Yuan grasped her arm. Sang Huawei, do not make a scene. A scene? Do you all think I'm being unreasonable? My father thinks so, and so do you. She began to cry in indignation. Had I known, I would not have descended the mountain for training. Upon my return, you have all changed. At this moment, Sang Huawei had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. She was headstrong, yet not beyond redemption. Jiang Yuan sighed, about to speak when her peripheral vision caught sight of a youth in white standing not far away. He had been there for an unknown duration, motionless. Do you truly despise He Yunqi? She asked, locking eyes with Sang Huawei, enunciating each word. Of course. My hatred for him did not arise yesterday or the day before. Huawei, perhaps Qi is not as dreadful as you imagine. she replied calmly. Becoming a disciple of the master was not his intention. Your resentment towards him, leading the other disciples to isolate and bully him, is unjust. She stepped back a little, allowing Sang Huawei to see him. Naturally, Sang Huawei noticed him. Her fists clenched. But you are the one least qualified to say this. You deliberately ignored him. You have said with your own mouth how much you loathe him. Huawei, you have changed. Sang Huawei looked at her with reddened eyes. Jiang Yuan, you have changed. I no longer wish to play with you. She pushed Jiang Yuan's hand away and strode towards He Yunqi with her sword. As she passed him, she caught a whiff of his faint, refreshing fragrance. He stood there like a victor, lofty and unapproachable. Sang Huawei felt exceedingly stifled. Do you think she truly cares about you? She stomped her foot, placing her sword before him with malice. Just wait. Her feelings for you are but a fleeting whim, and one day she will abandon you without hesitation. She glared at He Yunqi. Normally, he would endure her harsh treatment with a despondent demeanor, but this time, she noticed a hint of coldness in his eyes. He Yunqi lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze fixed directly upon her. The young man possessed an astonishingly exquisite appearance. Despite Sang Huawei's deep-seated disdain for him, she could find no fault with his visage. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Pressing her lips together, her tone took on an odd quality as she remarked, If you abandon me, I shall be the first to seek out senior sister Sang. A chill began to creep up from her feet, ascending steadily. Sang Huawei instinctively retreated a step, her gaze warily fixed upon He Yunqi. Even he seemed transformed. His smile sent shivers down her spine. He stood upright, as if that earlier statement had merely been a figment of her imagination. It was all too peculiar. Sang Huawei stared blankly at him, recalling her father, then Jiang Yuan, and now He Yunqi. What have you done to them? She demanded, gripping her sword tightly. She glared at He Yunqi, exclaiming, I knew all along that you are a harbinger of disaster, destined to throw the Qingzong into chaos. Her hand trembled around the hilt of the sword. Clenching her teeth, she declared, If that is the case, do not blame me. The tip of her sword hesitated momentarily before lunging toward him. He Yunqi sidestepped, conveniently obscuring Jiang Yuan and Sang Huawei's line of sight, positioning himself with his back to Jiang Yuan from a considerable distance. Sang Huawei stood before him. Do you dare to evade me? She shot back, her expression fierce after her initial failed attempt. He smiled faintly and replied, Why should I not evade? In the past, I had no burdens to bear, but now, things are different. He was reluctant to see her suffer because of him, even less willing to allow a single tear to fall from her eyes. After years of pretense, he could no longer contain himself. Sang Huawei glared at him with palpable resentment, asserting, Do not take pride in yourself. As long as I am here, you shall never know a moment of peace. Enraged, she stomped her foot on the step. In terms of strength, He Yunqi had acquired the power of the Vanine. She knew she could not best him. With a fierce flick of her sword, she marched forward, each step infused with fury. Muttering to herself, she reassured, Jiang Yuan is surely feigning this behavior. He Yunqi, I will relish the day you are cast aside, and I shall gather all the disciples of the sect to witness your disgrace. Her words rang clearly in He Yunqi's ears. He stood upon the steps, his back turned to Jiang Yuan, his gaze fixated on Sang Huawei as she receded into the distance. Licking his lips, he chuckled softly. How could that be? I shall never grant her the opportunity to cast me aside. Chapter 34. The appearance of the demon blood spider in the rear mountain on the way back to Qingyun Peak. The two maintained a tacit agreement to remain silent regarding Sang Huawei. It was not until they approached the door to their room that Jiang Yuan finally spoke. I am sorry. Sang Huawei was right. She indeed lacked the standing to persuade him in such a manner. Her prior inaction and Sang Huawei's behavior had inflicted tangible harm upon him, and there was no distinction between the two. You need not apologize. Huh? Jiang Yuan momentarily failed to grasp his response, surprised by his choice of words. Previously, he had always referred to her with the prefix junior sister. Why the sudden shift? I said, you need not apologize. The young man's lashes fluttered as his gaze fell upon her striking visage, adding, this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of confusion, but refrained from delving too deeply into the matter. interpreting his words as a form of consolation. Since he bore no resentment, she found comfort in his response. As she extended her hand, He Yunqi seemed to intuit her thoughts, bending down willingly. Jiang Luan gently ruffled his hair before quickly withdrawing her hand. Your senior sister will treat you well. As for Sang Huaiwei, she is a bit headstrong by nature. I will find an opportune moment to speak with her. After all, she is the daughter of Dan Lao. If Sang Huaiwei could come to her senses, it would indirectly bring one person back, wouldn't it? He Yunqi paid little heed to the latter part of her words. Rest early. In a few days, I shall seek out our master to take you down the mountain. She opened the door, peering out with her small head. Good night, Achi. She received no reply, leaving her somewhat disheartened. He Yunqi's gaze remained fixed on her, as if he were looking beyond her. She waved her hand and slowly closed the door, lingering until her figure vanished from sight. Only then did He Yunqi softly utter, Good night, Jiang Luan. The moonlight was bright, casting delicate rays upon his pristine sect robes. In the boy's eyes, there was a rare warmth and gentleness. Who could he be thinking of through me? Yuji, perhaps? After shutting the door, Jiang Luan summoned a mirror with her spiritual energy to examine her face. She murmured, I must admit, Yuji and I do share some resemblance. Though she appears more innocent, could it be Ninwu? Unable to find the answer she sought, Jiang Luan sat on her bed, perplexedly glancing at the little kitten. Little fan, do you think a villain could fall in love at first sight? Or does he already know that his mother is Nan Wu of Lingyan's sect? The three of them, in a sense, shared a similar type, strikingly beautiful yet non-threatening in appearance. Host, please refrain from expanding your imagination so wildly, came the voice in her mind. I just find He Yunqi a bit peculiar, Jiang Luan mumbled softly. Do not speculate on the villain's thoughts. He is sensitive and perceptive, prone to overthinking with the slightest disturbance. It's best you focus on yourself, keep your identity hidden. We lack the miraculous resurrection items. I understand. I value my life too, Jiang Luan replied, propping her head on her hands, her eyes rolling thoughtfully. In truth, it need not solely be the affection of a senior sister. Genuine love would also lead him to become better. Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? Naturally, I desire the truth. Yuji's lineage is noble. She has been pampered since childhood, a daughter of privilege, endowed with extraordinary talent. Pray tell, what does the villain possess? Jiang Luan ventured. Perhaps beauty? Do not dwell on that. Indeed, it seems to hold some merit. Jiang Luan sighed, silently shaking her head as she nestled into her bedding. In the vast darkness of the night, He Yunqi sat upon Qingyun Peak, gazing skyward. Her visage replayed in his mind over and over, his heart racing slightly. He gently placed his right hand over his chest, feeling a hint of disarray that stirred restlessly within him. It felt as though something within was striving to break free, the suppressed negativity surging wildly, increasingly enveloped by an unseen force, threatening to overwhelm his reason. Suddenly, the communication talisman at his waist trembled. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. The back mountain comes swiftly. The voice of He Yuan possesses a soothing quality, gradually calming his tempestuous emotions. He clutches the communication token, recalling that this is the first time He Yuan has reached out to him directly. The hour is late. What could he possibly want? A sense of unease stirs within He Yunqi as he grips the Buddhist sound instrument, steadies his breath, and makes his way toward the back mountain. The cold wind howls, and the mountain top appears cloaked in frost. In the distance, two figures stand solemnly beside a cave. An icy blue barrier envelopes the area. Before He Yunqi draws near, Jiang Qingxian has already noticed him. Without waiting for a greeting, Jiang Qingxian gestures with one hand, and a powerful force pulls He Yunqi into the barrier. Inside, a man and a beast lock eyes. Outside the barrier, He Yuan unsheathes his sword, gripping it firmly. Qingxian, if it is indeed you, do not obstruct me. Jiang Qingshuan's hand rests on He Yuan's wrist, awaiting the outcome. The massive demonic beast shifts, crushing the fallen leaves beneath its weight, producing a rustling sound. This beast, approximately 8 meters long, moves swiftly, towering over him. He Yunqi takes a step back. The blood demon spider. His knuckles whiten from the pressure of his grip. His gaze drifts to Jiang Qingxian and He Yuan beyond the barrier. They are deliberate in their intentions. Realizing this, a hint of derision flickers in his eyes. Do they truly despise him so much? Are they attempting to utilize a high-ranking beast of the demon clan to eliminate him, framing him as a sacrificial pawn? He Yuan seldom unsheathes his sword. Once drawn, it will not be sheathed without drawing blood. The high-ranking demonic beasts are exceedingly rare, equivalent to the cultivation level of the integration stage in the realm of immortal cultivation. The blood demon spider crouches, its pitch-black pupils scrutinizing him intently, sniffing the air around him, glaring fiercely. The barrier is set by Jiang Luan. He cannot escape. He stands no chance against the blood demon spider. A chill begins to surface in He Yuan's eyes. Indeed, he is. Jiang Luan's right hand has commenced forming seals. The blood demon spider does not attack those who bear the mark of the demon god. This high-ranking beast only submits to the former demon sovereign, Xianyu. Xian, do you comprehend what you stand to lose by suppressing your cultivation? He Yuan interrupts him. With the demon and monster clans stirring, who will protect the multitude of cultivators in the immortal realm if you act in such a manner? Jiang Luan's voice is cool and detached. I have never stained my hands with the blood of the innocent. I do not wish to slay. Yet the ruthless and cunning demon Xianyu, his son. Chapter 35. The little disciple likely harbors hatred toward me. He Yuan's remaining words are abruptly interrupted by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon spider leaps toward He Yunqi, its attacks devoid of strategy. 8 legs thrash through the air, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that creates several massive craters in the ground. He Yunqi barely evades the assault. His garments are shredded, the left sleeve torn away, revealing his pale skin. His eyes are frigid. Is there truly no escaping this fate? The blood demon spider's onslaught intensifies, though it is somewhat restrained by Jiang Luan's barrier. Its power diminished. Yet when it comes to confronting the foundational stage, he navigates it with ease. He exchanges a few moves with the bloodthirsty spider, only to be struck down by a single blow, its spider leg piercing through, reducing the half-human tall stone to mere fragments. He rolls several times before landing aside, the debris scratching his face, disappointment gradually filling his obsidian eyes. Master? Celestial Sovereign? How utterly laughable! The bloodthirsty spider, enraged by his evasion, lets out a furious roar, revealing its jagged fangs, a chilling sound echoing in the air. The black demonic energy envelopes the surroundings, its intent to kill now unmistakable. He discards the sacred sound of his incantation. His black hair whips against his face as he lets out a self-deprecating laugh, pondering his own insignificance, questioning if he is truly worth such elaborate efforts. The oppressive aura leaves him gasping for breath, and he refrains from casting another glance at He Yuan and Jiang Luan. With a hiss, the bloodthirsty spider lunges at him, its fierce and tyrannical demonic energy bearing down on his brow. At that moment, Jiang Luan's voice rings out, and He Yuan has already drawn his sword, entering the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the translucent blade gleams with a silvery cold light, piercing through the abdomen of the bloodthirsty spider, black blood streaming down its body. Swift and clean, the sheer dominance of power. No need for elaborate techniques. All his spiritual energy is channeled into the sword, capable of claiming the life of that beast with a single strike. The bloodthirsty spider collapses, raising a cloud of dust. He Yuan, having been prepared, pours a liquid from a pale white vial onto the spider's carcass, and where the liquid falls, the creature's flesh dissipates into white smoke, vanishing entirely. A pang of guilt stirs within him as he extends a hand towards He Yunqi, wondering if he is all right. This time, it seems he has deeply wounded the heart of his little disciple. He Yunqi pushes himself up from the ground, the sacred sound left abandoned. He has no desire to retrieve it. His voice remains devoid of emotion, his disciple failing to grasp the master's intent. He Yuan hesitates briefly. Jiang Luan clarifies, "It was the master's intention to test you. Do not place the blame upon your master." He Yunqi remains silent. The events of this night arise from my lack of foresight. As recompense, you shall remain by my side in the days to come. Jiang Luan picks up the sacred sound from the ground and offers it to him, informing him that it was requested by a Yuan for him. Upon hearing the name Jiang Luan, He Yunqi's gaze shifts to Jiang Qingxian's face, the implication unmistakable. He Yunqi takes the sacred sound, feeling utterly disheveled in contrast to their calm demeanor. Countless wounds mar his body. He conceals the disgust in his eyes, tightening his grip around the sacred sound. Jiang Qingxian is her elder brother. Betting against him is a gamble he cannot afford to lose. What is the celestial sovereign's intent? The young man steps forward, meeting Jiang Qingxian's gaze evenly, his tone neutral, questioning why, if he seeks to test his disciples, he would choose to confront a high-level demonic beast amidst the countless spirit beasts of the Tianqing sect. This matter pertains to sect secrets, and I am unable to disclose it. Jiang Qingxian rubs his temples, suggesting they return first. He Yunqi offers a sardonic smile before turning to leave. It is not until he has distanced himself that Jiang Qingxian's voice reaches his ears, suggesting that Jiang Yuan fears the bloodthirsty spider, and thus tonight shall remain a secret shared among the three of them. He Yunqi halts in his tracks. Is this a veiled threat from Jiang Yuan? He pressed his lips together, dragging his wounded body into the darkness of the night. It was over. Yu Yuan sat on a stone, one hand resting on his forehead, pondering that his little disciple had likely come to resent him. Jiang Qingxian took a seat beside him. With no one else around, his expression softened a bit. He hoped for his well-being, as he had endured much. Acknowledging this, he resolved to deliver some medicinal pills to him the next day. Yu Yuan raked his fingers through his hair, cursing Xianyu, whose death had left the cultivation world in turmoil with a demon god seal. He truly wished to inquire of Nan Wu what it was that had captivated him. After venting his frustrations, he inquired, "Have there been any leads on the evil extermination sword?" The evil extermination sword was an ancient divine blade. "None," replied Qingxian. "I fear Xianyu, driven by love, turned to hatred, may slaughter the entire Ling Yin sect, only to be pierced by a sword from a disciple of the cultivation world. His subordinates have eradicated all traces. Once the demon god seal is lifted, without the evil extermination sword, who could stand against him?" He produced a wine gourd from somewhere. Taking a sip, his expression grave. "I would prefer Insu to remain seated on the throne of the demon lord, though the black crow appears filthy. At least it stirs no discord." Jiang Qingxian snatched the gourd from his hands, admonishing him to drink less. Yesterday, Luo Ling awakened. Yu Yuan paused. She appears mad. Her mind lost, perhaps mistakenly trapped in the mirror of 10 evils. The mirror of 10 evils? Since Xianyu's demise, the mirror had vanished. And with Su Ying's recent mention of the Abyss of Ashes, it seemed tranquility would be short-lived. Jiang Qingxian had pondered this for years. The merciless Xianyu chose to forfeit his entire cultivation to suppress the demon god, protecting his son, only to fall so recklessly. Was it truly for Nan Wu? If so, why then annihilate the Ling Yin sect? This answer, it seemed, would remain forever unanswered. As Yu Yuan's wine gourd neared its end, he expressed his helplessness, urging him to stop drinking. They had their own missions and a greater duty to safeguard the lives of the common people. Yu Yuan sighed, somewhat dazed. It truly is exhausting. Chapter 36. Is my senior brother always so difficult to get along with? Morning sunlight cascaded into the courtyard. Little senior sister, I have come again. Even before rising, Jiang Yuan heard the voice of a girl echoing in the courtyard. The crisp, rhythmic knock on the door called out, "Are you awake?" Disturbed in such a manner, Jiang Yuan could no longer sleep. She pulled the blanket over her, feeling both helpless and vexed. "Yuji, couldn't you come a bit later?" During this time, He Yunqi had been taken away by Jiang Qingxian, leaving her in the dark about their mysterious activities. Plans to descend the mountain had been postponed. She had anticipated a few days of freedom, but to her dismay, Yuji had been racing to Qingyun Peak every day. "No, I brought an exceptionally delicious breakfast. If you delay further, there won't be any left." Upon hearing of the breakfast, Jiang Yuan struggled to rise from her bed. After a quick wash, she finally opened the door. Outside stood a girl, elegantly dressed, winking at her. "It's all your favorite dishes." The stubbornness of that little girl from that day lingered in her memory, overlapping with the girl before her. Jiang Yuan sat on a stone in the courtyard. Inhaling the aroma of the delectable food before her, her appetite awakened. Yunqi had already cultivated her qi, and after sharing meals with her each day, she would return to practice diligently. Speak, what do you truly desire? They say one is easily softened by delicacies, and despite the temptation of exquisite cuisine, she found herself unable to resist. Junior sister, the senior brothers are about to descend the mountain, and I yearn to accompany them. After much pleading, my master finally consented to my request. I thought, since you're also descending, might we journey together? Jiang Luan, upon hearing this, expressed her confusion. But did you not just return from there? This is different. My purpose in descending the mountain is to eradicate evil and uphold justice, to safeguard the lives of the people. As the maiden spoke with fervor, she stood up, only to realize her indiscretion and promptly seated herself once more. Jiang Luan wished to refuse. Yet, glancing at the food before her, she could only sigh in resignation. Where are you headed? To Suping City. The food in Jiang Yuan's hand rolled off the table's edge and came to rest. She offered a gentle, albeit forced smile, firmly declining, I cannot go. Why not? Yunqi grasped her hand. They say Suping City is quite lively, especially at night, particularly beautiful. Jiang Yuan replied, I'm also aware that it lies in close proximity to the demon realm, and I have heard whispers of an intelligence pavilion there, where one can acquire desired information, provided one can pay the price. Have you been there? Yunqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jiang Yuan shook her head. She had not visited. However, she held vivid memories of Suping City, for it was a place where He Yunqi wished never to reminisce. Let us go together, junior sister. I have yet to see a demon. Are they not exceptionally beautiful? The image of Yu Shuqing surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind, silver hair cascading, cold and fragmented. She abruptly shook her head. Beautiful demons are often ruthless and cunning. Yunqi blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation as she gazed at her. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of regret. Must we go? Yunqi lowered her voice. This journey is to seek the soul-gathering pearl, which has appeared in Suping City. She could not help but chuckle. Do you know what the soul-gathering pearl is? I do not, but the senior brothers say that with the soul-gathering pearl, one can summon the souls of their blood relatives using their blood as a lure. It sounds incredibly powerful. Seeing Jiang Yuan unmoved, Yunqi tugged at her once more. Come, junior sister. I promise that upon our return, I shall ensure you are treated to delicious meals every day. Where to? A cold, distant voice emerged from behind Yunqi. Jiang Yuan sprang to her feet in delight, and upon locking eyes with him, she exclaimed in surprise, Achi, have you broken through? In just a few days, he had progressed from mid to late foundation establishment stage. It seems Jiang Qingxian has indeed exerted effort. He Yunqi nodded and took a seat beside them. Junior sister, where are you headed? To Suping City. Are you coming? Yunqi immediately replied. Yunqi. Jiang Yuan hastily attempted to cover her mouth, but was a step too late. Her overly conspicuous action caused He Yunqi's previously dark expression to vanish in an instant. What is it? Nothing. We were merely discussing the demon race. Jiang Yuan hastily fabricated a reason, her heart racing as she averted her gaze. She should not know so much. Recalling the system's reminder, she vexedly tugged at her hair. A hand, defined by distinct joints, halted her actions. If she continued, it would become disarrayed. Jiang Yuan leaned slightly away, subtly evading his touch. Why have you come so early today? Have you had breakfast? Not yet. He Yunqi retracted his hand and placed a bowl of Buddhist music on the table. Glancing at the food in Jiang Yuan's bowl, he picked up a piece of the same dish and tasted it. Yunqi blinked her eyes, her tone coaxing, Senior brother, why don't you join us? I will do my best not to hold you back. How do you make this? He asked, pointing to the food he had picked. Yunqi's eyes sparkled. Knowing that he had relented, she immediately responded, I can have someone teach you. Jiang Yuan was somewhat reluctant to go. The soul-gathering pearl was of no use to her. A trip to Suping City felt somewhat unjustifiable. However, seeing He Yunqi and Yunqi getting along harmoniously, in order to conceal her extensive knowledge, she turned to Yunqi and asked, When are you departing? We will set off in 3 days. He Yunqi continued his breakfast. His emotions unreadable. She tentatively inquired, Are you going with them? Is the junior sister planning to abandon me and go alone? His voice was muffled. and he felt a pang of discomfort thinking about her evasion. It had only been a few days since he was beside her, yet her relationship with Yunqi had flourished so well. He awkwardly stated, "Once you depart, just protect her. There is no need to worry about me." With that, he set down his chopsticks and walked toward his room. What is wrong with him? Jiang Luan looked at Yunqi, who also appeared puzzled. Senior sister. Has he always been so difficult to get along with? After a pause, she continued, "It seems as though no one can penetrate his heart." Not exactly. Jiang Luan put down her chopsticks, gazing in the direction of his room. He is actually kind-hearted. He simply may not know how to interact with others. You see, when we descended the mountain together, he hoped I would protect you. Yunqi nodded. Oh, then senior brother is truly a good person. The 14 or 15-year-old girl spoke this with utmost sincerity. Jiang Yuan's heart was unexpectedly stirred, and she smiled. Yes, he's a good person. Chapter 37. But is he here for the soul-gathering pearl? Preparations for the descent were proceeding smoothly. Yu Yuan was aware that Jiang Yuan intended to bring He Yunqi down the mountain and quietly prepared some silver for them. Describing it as a little was rather inaccurate. Is this what the master refers to as a small token of appreciation? Jiang Yuan gazed at the towering piles of spirit stones and silver in her storage space, along with hundreds of bottles of elixirs, and blinked in astonishment. Master, is this not too much? Yu Yuan replied, Consider this a respite from the mountain. Just take good care of your junior brother. Buy him what he likes, understood? Jiang Yuan complied. And the soul, gathering pearl? That is a task assigned by another elder. Assist if you can. Each elder of Tianqing sect had their own approach. Yu Yuan was indifferent to worldly matters, solely focused on enhancing his own cultivation. In contrast, Yuji's master was different. He would send his disciples to collect various treasures and spirit artifacts, assigning tasks to exorcise demons and hunt beasts, all to train the disciples. As the flying vessel ascended into the sky, Yuji was filled with joy. How beautiful! This was her first time viewing the scenery from this perspective, and she tugged at He Yunqi's sleeve. Senior brother, look quickly. He Yunqi tugged at his sleeve, his brows slightly furrowed. Yuji was too engrossed in her astonishment to notice his fleeting reluctance. Jiang Yuan sat at the bow of the flying vessel, cradling an orange cat in her arms, idly grooming its fur. A senior brother approached her, engaging her in conversation, to which she responded with a beaming smile. I have heard that Rongji is also heading to Suping City, a girl remarked as she sat beside her, likely anticipating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Yuan turned her gaze forward, inquiring of the girl, Senior sister, is it true that so many people desire the soul-gathering pearl? Upon hearing her words, the girl who was referred to as Senior sister smiled. For some, who long to reunite with those they can no longer see, the soul-gathering pearl is indeed of great significance. A senior brother added, it is rumored that collecting 5 soul-gathering pearls can reform a soul, allowing it to inhabit a suitable body and achieve rebirth. Soon, dissent arose among the group. Even one soul-gathering pearl causes sects to vie for it. Imagine the chaos over all 5. Besides, the method of soul rebirth is an ancient tale. Its authenticity remains to be debated. Another disciple scoffed. A single pearl can only summon a fragment of a soul. I wonder what everyone is fussing about. In any case, let's all be cautious on this journey. The flying vessel landed smoothly outside Suping City. Jiang Yuan stood at the city gate, gazing at the throngs of disciples in their sect robes, striding confidently down the streets. Flanking the roads were tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, and workshops, bustling with activity. If not for the knowledge that she had come to Suping City, one might think they had stumbled into a celestial alliance gathering. Esteemed friend, are you here for the soul-gathering pearl? Would you like some insider information? Just 30 spirit stones. Before she could enter the city, someone approached her eagerly. Another person jostled him, retorting, Don't steal my business, this is mine. Friend, I only require 20 spirit stones. You are unreasonable. I'll take it for 15. Hey, you're going too far. Friend, where are you going? Wait for me. Friend, in addition to the soul-gathering pearl, we have other news as well. Jiang Yuan, holding Yunqi with her left hand and He Yunqi with her right, decisively chose to depart. Is a single soul-gathering pearl truly worth this commotion? Jiang Yuan pondered. With countless treasures in the world, What made the allure of this particular pearl so immense? He Yunqi glanced at the hand she held, subtly intertwining his fingers with hers. Little junior sister, there are so many people. We won't be swept away by the crowd, will we? Upon entering the city, Yunqi began to feel uneasy. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. The incessant calls from both sides filled the air. Come one, come all, a premium demon pill, a 20-year-old beast. All for this price. Are you still troubled by the lack of a contracted spirit beast? We have all kinds of spirit beasts, if you can imagine it. We can catch it. Jiang Luan felt a bit dazed. It was the nearby senior sister who explained, Suping City is not far from the demon realm. At the border lies a market known as the Slaughter Market, which sells everything. Perhaps the lively atmosphere of Suping City has attracted these people as well. Yunqi tugged at Jiang Luan's hand, drawing her closer to the stalls. In each iron cage, there resided ferocious beasts or ethereal creatures, evoking a sense of pity. Yunqi, feeling a pang of compassion, approached to inquire about the price of one such spirit beast. The vendor, noticing a potential customer, smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing with delight. I see you are quite familiar, young friend. This spirit beast seems destined for you. I shall part with it for merely 200 top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Luan swiftly pulled Yunqi back, aware of the general market prices. 200 top-grade spirit stones? Is that not extortion? The vendor called after them. Wait, my friend. Everything is negotiable. I can offer it to you for 100 top-grade spirit stones. Why won't you let me buy it, senior sister? Yunqi implored. Jiang Luan cast a glance at her, then replied earnestly, It is excessively dear. As she focused on restraining Yunqi, she remained oblivious to the fact that another youth had a firm grip on her hand. The disciples of the sect had been scattered by the throng. From the original 15, only 8 or 9 remained. By the time Jiang Luan led her companions to the inn's entrance, they were left with merely the 3 of them. Where did everyone go? Jiang Luan blinked, glancing at He Yunqi. The latter shook his head, indicating he had not seen. She then turned to Yunqi, suggesting, Why not send a message to your senior brothers and sisters? We should first find a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Yunqi released her grip and summoned a communication token. Having just learned its use, she fumbled slightly but managed to relay the message. After a brief moment, the disciples of Tianqing's sect finally gathered together. Something feels amiss. This situation is quite peculiar. One spoke up. After we separated, I went to investigate and discovered that many sect disciples are not here for the Soul Gathering Pearl. Not for the Soul Gathering Pearl? Then what brings them here? The group was shrouded in silence, each harboring their secrets, but one speculated, perhaps it is for some grand opportunity. The group lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. The innkeeper, unable to wait any longer, approached with a graceful sway of her slender waist. Esteemed guests, why do you linger outside? Please do come in. Her warmth only deepened the disciples' suspicions. He Yunqi pulled Jiang Luan behind him and inquired, with so many newcomers in such a short time, does this inn still have vacancies? The establishment they had chosen was the most opulent and eye-catching in the entire city, its exterior gleaming with gold to ensure that any separated disciples could easily spot it. The innkeeper smiled and said, You must all be from Tianqing sect, correct? To be frank, many years ago, a member of Tianqing sect saved my life. With the Soul Gathering Pearl's emergence, I anticipated that Tianqing sect would send esteemed guests, so I reserved spots for you. Her words seemed sincere and heartfelt. He Yunqi studied her closely, his gaze icy, as if he could penetrate her facade to glimpse her true intentions. Senior sister, perhaps we should find another place? This one appears rather costly, one disciple suggested cautiously. The senior sister he referred to was not Jiang Luan, but their leading sister for this trip. Indeed, it is not suitable here, they agreed, preparing to turn away. The innkeeper, still smiling, chimed in, Do you not trust me, esteemed guests? At present, Suping City is overflowing with people. Aside from my establishment, I fear there are no other places for you to rest. Just as her words fell, a somewhat familiar voice emanated from beside her. Innkeeper, please grant us those upper rooms. We can afford any price. Jiang Luan turned her head, silently lamenting the misfortune of encountering an adversary. It was none other than Rongji. Jiang Air, is it? Rongji's tone bore a hint of surprise. as if he had completely forgotten their previous unpleasantness. What a coincidence to run into you here. He exuded a rich fragrance, causing Jiang Luan to instinctively take a step back. He Yunqi interposed himself between them, unable to tolerate that scent. You should step back a bit, he advised. Rongji's expression stiffened as he caught a whiff of his own fragrance, realizing it was indeed tinged with the scent of smoke. In the past, he would have dismissed someone in the foundation establishment stage without a second thought, but the circumstances were different now. With Jiang Qingxian personally backing the entrance ceremony and the gift of the Brahmin sound from He Yunqi, he had no desire to provoke him, and thus took a step back. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Luan as he spoke. Junior sister, you are here for the unclaimed secret realm, are you not? The disciples of Tianqing sect exchanged glances but remained silent. Well, esteemed immortals, have you come to a decision? At that moment, the innkeeper's wife interjected. If you find it unworthy, I shall reserve the upper rooms for this esteemed immortal. There are quite a few individuals from the Jiuxian sect present. Jiang Luan cast a sidelong glance and estimated there were around 20 of them. Yuji whispered a few words to the leading senior sister. With a wave of her hand, the senior sister declared, since the innkeeper has put it that way, it would be wise to comply. The innkeeper's wife beamed with delight, cheerfully ushering them inside. The remaining disciples of Jiuxian's sect wailed outside. Young sect master, what shall we do now? Every inn in Suping City is fully booked. We can't possibly sleep on the streets, can we? They lamented, blaming the saintess of the Yuehuan sect for troubling the young sect master and causing their tardiness. Is the unclaimed secret realm truly brimming with treasures? They each voiced their grievances, creating a cacophony that made Rongji's head throb. Silence, he bellowed. Instantly, the disciples of Jiuxian's sect fell silent. Rongji furrowed his brow. Let us go. We must search for another inn. If none are suitable, we may indeed have to sleep outdoors tonight. The group followed the innkeeper's wife into the establishment. The exterior of the inn was already quite stunning, and the interior was even more opulent. Jiang Yuan's gaze flitted about, taking in the lavish surroundings. This place must be quite expensive, she whispered to He Yunqi. I wonder how long my purse can sustain us. Yu Ji and the leading senior sister walked at the forefront, following the innkeeper's wife to the staircase. He Yunqi's voice was low and devoid of emotion. I can share a room with junior sister. Jiang Yuan paused in her search for coins within her storage ring upon hearing his words. Unable to suppress a laugh, she replied, I was joking. You needn't worry about saving money. Before their departure, He Yunqi had bestowed upon her a considerable sum to ensure she took good care of He Yunqi. Despite her concerns about exorbitant prices, staying for a while would not pose a problem. I am serious. He Yunqi tugged at her sleeve. I can sleep on the floor in your room. I am very quiet when I sleep and won't disturb you. The young boy lowered his eyelashes. With only a slight smile at the corners of his lips, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, Jiang Yuan understood his sensitivity of heart, believing he was overthinking. She tiptoed beside his ear and whispered, Senior sister is quite wealthy. Truly, you need not scrimp. If you doubt it, you may later examine my storage ring. It will surely astonish you. As the girl's body brushed against his, He Yunqi's spine stiffened. Her hair swept across his robes, leaving a lingering sweet fragrance at the tip of his nose. Esteemed guests, the rooms are available for merely 3 or 2 taels of silver each. The innkeeper's wife cheerfully announced from the front, guiding them up the staircase. Is it really so inexpensive? Only 3 or 2 taels for us. The Qing Tian sect has bestowed upon me great kindness. You, esteemed immortals, may rest assured in this place. Our inn is conveniently located near the intelligence pavilion, making it easy to gather any news. After ushering everyone into their rooms, the innkeeper's wife took her leave. He Yunqi resided in the chamber to Jiang Yuan's right, while Yu Ji occupied the room to her left. After they had set down their simple luggage, Yu Ji insisted on going out to explore. Unable to refuse her, Jiang Yuan accompanied her. She knocked on the adjoining door. Ah Chi, would you like to join us for a stroll? The door opened swiftly. He had changed out of his sect robes and donned the purple attire that Jiang Yuan had previously purchased for him. In his haste, his hair was loosely arranged. Some would ask you, brother, you possess a unique charm in this manner, Yu Ji whispered to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan gently nudged him. Step inside and fix your hair properly. There is no need to rush. Then you must wait for me. She promptly turned and exited. Yunqi lingered outside, suddenly curious. What did you and senior sister speak about just now? What did we discuss? Yunqi paused, pondering. Oh, the senior sisters thought this too expensive. And I assured them that I am wealthy, and I shall bear all expenses myself. Indeed, you are quite extravagant. Chapter 39. She belongs to him alone. The two chatted outside the door for a while. Yunqi, accustomed to a life of luxury, regaled her with amusing tales from the palace, and Jiang Luan listened intently, their laughter and conversation harmonizing beautifully. Why is brother taking so long to emerge? It should only take a moment to tie one's hair. Naturally, she was more eager than Jiang Luan to explore the marketplace. Noticing something amiss, Jiang Luan knocked on the door. Achi, are you ready? As her words faded, a cacophony of clattering objects echoed from within. Anxious, she pushed the door open and hurriedly called, Are you all right? What met her eyes was He Yunqi sitting before the mirror, his dark hair cascading loosely. A multitude of hair ties scattered across the floor, with some cheap ones already shattered. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. I will be ready shortly. Seeing her junior brother in such a state, she quickly comprehended. Was he attempting to present himself well before Yunqi? He crouched down to gather the fallen items. And Jiang Luan paused, addressing the outside. Junior sister, please do not come in just yet. Yunqi, initially startled by Jiang Luan's urgency, feared something grave had occurred. Upon hearing her voice, he obediently nodded and replied, All right, I shall not enter. Picking up the items that had fallen to the ground, she said, Wait for me a moment. I will go buy you something. She blinked, gazing at the tousled-haired youth. What do you like? He seemed to hesitate, attempting to explain. I am not. She interjected, I know, I understand. Jiang Luan felt a sense of seeing a young man maturing. Let us just say it is a gift from your senior sister, shall we? He bit his lip and replied, I like purple. She was taken aback. What a coincidence. I do too. Summoning a teleportation talisman with her right hand, she vanished in an instant. This talisman allowed her to relocate within a 5-mile radius instantaneously. With the sudden influx of cultivators in Su-Ping City, Jiang Yuan's appearance at the shop's entrance drew little surprise. The attendants were exceedingly courteous, guiding her inside. Esteemed cultivator, what would you like to purchase? She thought of Yunqi still waiting. Selecting several exquisite and expensive items, she prepared to turn and leave after paying. However, the two individuals beside her began conversing. Why can't the information pavilion just focus on intelligence gathering? Why are they hosting auctions? Another replied in a hushed tone, That is a nearly extinct flower spirit, a top-tier furnace cauldron, and so beautiful. Who wouldn't want it? A flower spirit? Wasn't that species already driven to extinction? That is beyond our knowledge. I have reliable information. Let's see who will splurge tomorrow night. Ha ha ha. As they chatted, they walked away. If it truly involves a flower spirit, the master of the information pavilion is quite a character. I have heard that all 5 soul-gathering pearls are in the possession of this master. Only the central one can open the unclaimed secret realm. With so many people in Su-Ping City, who isn't here for the treasures within that realm? Jiang Luan pondered their words for a moment. After leaving the shop, she found a secluded corner, transformed her appearance, and navigated through several alleys to catch up with the 2 chatting disciples. They were not clad in sect robes, indicating they must be significant figures within their sect. 2 fellow cultivators, please hold. She greeted them with a bow and withdrew several precious high-grade spirit herbs from her storage ring. I inadvertently overheard your conversation about the unclaimed secret realm. I arrived late and wish to inquire if you might offer me some guidance. What guidance could there be? Isn't it common knowledge? Although one of them spoke dismissively, he accepted the high-grade spirit herbs and pulled her aside, saying, Feel free to ask whatever you wish. From your words, it seems everyone is here for the unclaimed secret realm and the flower spirit. One of them scoffed, of course, without gathering all 5 soul-gathering pearls. What use is one? As for the flower spirit, how curious. Which sect do you belong to? Haven't you received the invitation from the information pavilion? Jiang Luan recalled carefully. Indeed, I have not. The Tianqing sect is just hoping for a stroke of luck with the soul-gathering pearls. Then your sect must be quite impoverished, one remarked. They likely feared you couldn't afford the auction prices and thus omitted the invitation. Impoverished? Perhaps a little. The Tianqing sect, being a reputable orthodox sect, looked down upon the practice of using furnace cauldrons to hasten one's cultivation, not to mention participating in the auction and seizing the flower demon. It is quite reasonable that the invitation was not extended to the Tianqing sect. Are you so certain, my friend, that what is being auctioned off is indeed the flower demon? I have personally heard the rumors. In any case, the information cannot be erroneous. If you doubt it, you may certainly enter as a disciple of my sect to observe for yourself tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she retrieved a trove of high-grade, celestial herbs from her storage ring. Might I trouble you to prepare 2? No. 3 invitation letters for me? Certainly, certainly. The individual then collected the celestial herbs, provided a pseudonym, and exchanged a secret phrase, agreeing to meet near the intelligence pavilion tomorrow afternoon. After bidding farewell, Jiang Luan utilized the teleportation talisman to return to her chamber. He Yunqi had already tied his hair up neatly, and she presented him with a newly purchased hairpin, placing it before him. Where did you go? His voice carried a hint of melancholy, questioning why she had been gone for so long. Were you anxious waiting for me? It was my fault, senior sister. Jiang Luan assisted him in fastening the hairpin and recounted the earlier events. I was pondering a visit to the intelligence pavilion tomorrow night. It would be splendid if we could encounter the pavilion master. In the original narrative, this pavilion master was also an exceptionally enigmatic and formidable figure. Currently, she had forgotten certain minor plot points and was unaware of many foreshadowings and their conclusions, having not read the latter part at all, relying instead on her understanding of the characters to seize the initiative. Fortunately, the main protagonist did not appear in this setting, suggesting that the plot here was likely unrelated to the main storyline. The boy's tone turned adamant, his aura growing colder. Little sister, I do not wish to bring Yunqi along. Ever since her arrival, all attention has been directed towards her. Whatever I do, she must be included. She is meant solely for me. The mirror reflected his visage, while Jiang Luan's hand rested atop his head, his eyes tinged with a hint of jealousy. He yearned for her heart to belong only to him. Tomorrow's auction should proceed without any disturbances. We must remain vigilant. Observing He Yunqi's expression shift, she hastily quieted her words. Then it shall be just the 2 of us. Yunqi's cultivation level is indeed too low. She did not delve into other thoughts, gently smoothing his sleek dark hair with her hand. Chapter 40. Sister, come here. Yunqi had waited so long that the flowers had withered. Reluctantly, she dragged Jiang Luan out for a stroll, leaving her to play with her own fingers outside the door. Upon seeing the 2 emerge, she rushed over, exuberantly clutching Jiang Luan's arm. He Yunqi followed behind, his gaze icy. The street buzzed with life. Aside from Yunqi, who still donned the sex robes, both Jiang Luan and He Yunqi had changed into their own attire. The 3 of them, strikingly handsome, drew attention amidst the throngs of people. They strolled along the street, soon realizing that Su Ping City harbored many concealed demon clan members, blending in amidst the chaos. Little sister, what is this? Yunqi, ever curious, pulled her to look left and right. Stalls lined the street, offering everything from celestial herbs to demon cores, various cultivation manuals, magical artifacts, talismans, and items whose true nature remained obscured. She exchanged coins with Jiang Luan for a bundle of spirit stones. Before long, she found herself cradling a collection of unfamiliar items, all of which were inexpensive and of low tier, yet perfectly suited for her current needs. What else do you wish to purchase? Jiang Luan inquired, tenderly like an elder sister, as she browsed the stall. However, before she could receive a response from Yunqi, she noticed that the latter had already wandered off to a nearby stall, her eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Luan realized that behind her stood He Yunqi, who had remained mostly silent. How careless of her! She lightly tapped her forehead, chiding herself for having focused solely on her younger disciple while neglecting He Yunqi. He had been following her all along, yet she had not exchanged a single word with him. How heartless! Meanwhile, the little kitten nestled in her arms bounced playfully, appearing as a spirit beast, still as petite as ever, unnoticed by others. As she meticulously sifted through the offerings at the stall, she struggled to find something appropriate for him. He already possessed spirit artifacts and a spirit sword, all of exceptional quality. The items from Su Ping City seemed far too ordinary to befit him. How about I select a sword tassel for you? She proposed, recalling that since receiving the high-quality spirit sword from Master Dan, she had seldom seen him wield it. Surely, if he were to use a sword, he would do so with exquisite grace. I do not appreciate the gifts he has offered. He Yunqi's voice came forth, low and somewhat sullied. The term sullied could refer to either Master Dan and Sang Huaiwei, or the spirit sword itself. Craft spirit ropes. They can attract romance and ensure safety. All for merely a high-quality spirit stone. A middle-aged man called out nearby. Jiang Luan's eyes lit up. What a fortuitous coincidence. She had just been contemplating a gift for him, and now the spirit rope was right at her fingertips. She grasped He Yunqi's hand and gently nudged him forward. The stall owner was a refreshingly amiable middle-aged man, surrounded by a myriad of colorful strings that sparkled like starlight, creating a captivating display. A small bench was filled with curious disciples of the cultivation arts, all drawn to the vibrant scene. Jiang Luan picked up a small colorful string, inquiring, "Does it truly attract romance?" "Indeed, it can also provide protection," the man replied. "It can withstand an attack from a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner." Jiang Luan halted, her hand frozen mid-motion as she processed his words. "What? 9th-level Qi refinement? Do not concern yourself with such trifles, young lady," the man chuckled heartily. "It's merely a spirit stone. It's meant to bring joy." This was indeed a rare item. She had never encountered such a spirit rope before. It was undeniably more exquisite than ordinary strings. In addition to the spirit ropes, numerous decorative beads lay nearby, available for free selection. "I wish to weave." He Yunqi tugged at her sleeve, appearing utterly adorable. He had no spirit stones or silver, utterly destitute. He could not afford to gift her something lavish, yet a hand-woven item would carry significant sentimental value. As Jiang Luan noticed the dwindling available spots, she urged quickly, "Let's seize a position. What color do you prefer? I shall fetch it for you." No sooner had she spoken than a voice exclaimed joyfully, "Ha ha! There is only one spot left. It's mine." His voice abruptly ceased. "Dear friend, you." He Yunqi, seated in the spot, rested his chin on his hand and gazed at the man, stating simply, "I claimed it first." Jiang Luan, fearful that a dispute might arise between the two over a single spot, hurried over, clutching several rolls of spiritual cords in her arms, which sparkled as if countless galaxies had descended into her embrace. With a soft thud, she laid them upon the table in front of He Yunqi. Crafting spiritual cords necessitates tools, all neatly arranged atop a small table. Deprived of a position, she could only stand aside, watching others at work. "Sister, come here." He Yunqi beckoned her. Disguised as ordinary folk, they did not dwell on the change in his mode of address. "Young friend, can you weave? If not, I shall begin. And you can observe my technique," a persistent man suggested. He Yunqi ignored him and extended his hand towards Jiang Luan. Puzzled, she tilted her head and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Measuring your wrist," he replied, lifting the sleeve of her left arm. With a strand of spiritual cord in hand, he wound it around her wrist. His fingers were icy, contrasting with her warm skin, creating an intriguing sensation. Jiang Luan withdrew her hand slightly. "Are you going to weave for me?" "Yes," He Yunqi nodded, a gentle smile gracing his features. "I am not very skilled, so it may turn out a bit clumsy. Besides purple, do you desire any other colors?" The Jiang Yuan glanced at her borderist. Would a multitude of colors be acceptable? The spiritual cords are simply too beautiful to resist. Indeed, He Yunqi chuckled softly, cutting segments from each color before patiently following the middle-aged man's instructions to weave the spiritual cords. Observing that he had no hope of claiming a position, the man resigned himself to wait. He nudged Jiang Yuan's arm, commenting, "Your brother seems quite adept at this craft." Among the group of cultivators, He Yunqi occupied a corner, his demeanor gentle and patient, as if he were not weaving spiritual cords, but something of immense value. His pale hands danced over the cords, fragments of starlight leaping from his fingertips. Warm sunlight bathed him, casting a delicate golden glow around him. His smile was enchanting, innocent, causing hearts to flutter. Detection. Host heart rate excessively elevated. Detection. Host's heart rate excessively elevated. Xiao Fan, are you a devil? I am the Golden Medal Book Traversing System, an all-rounder. Please do not question my identity. Thank you. Jiang Yuan pressed her hand against her heart, acutely aware of its rapid pace. Chapter 41. The little junior sister is truly naive. The youth's weaving technique was commendable. Jiang Yuan spent a considerable time selecting decorations, but found nothing suitable. The middle-aged man jogged over. Does the young lady require customization? With just one spirit stone, I can create the adornment you desire. Jiang Yuan replied. That seems a tad too fashionable. What is fashion? He queried. Oh, nothing. She rummaged in her pocket and produced several spirit stones, choosing a few resembling delicate peach blossoms. The man, undeterred, pressed on. Miss, do you truly not need customization? Unique and special just for you. While weaving, He Yunqi, having overheard, added, would a white crane be acceptable? His name contains the character for crane. She embodies the purest shade of white in the world. He wished to greedily imprint something connected to himself, even if it were merely upon this colorful cord. Absolutely. A middle-aged man briskly approached the workbench, and soon, a vividly lifelike, diminutive crane emerged. Adorned in the shape of a peach blossom, it bore a depiction of a pure white crane. He Yunqi, smiled genuinely for the first time. His eyes curved with delight as he gingerly accepted it. With a concentrated effort from his right hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, infusing the petite peach blossom crane. Was nurturing this little creation with his spiritual essence a sign of having too much power? Jiang Yuan could not resist playfully tapping his forehead, adopting a sisterly demeanor and retracting her hand. It's now imbued with my essence, he softly countered, threading the delicate peach blossom decoration into the spiritual cord. The crane scarcely larger than a thumbprint, exquisitely crafted. With just a hint of his spiritual energy, it would not easily shatter. Jiang Yuan extended her hand, allowing him to adorn her with the spiritual cord. She examined it with satisfaction, praising, Ah Chi, it's beautiful. I truly adore it. The corners of He Yunqi's eyes flushed crimson in response. Jiang Yuan recalled her original intent for being there, and with a grand gesture, she summoned a stool to sit beside him, tilting her head to snip a piece of purple spiritual cord. You must teach me as well. I wish to craft one for you. Though it could only withstand up to the 9th level of Qi training, it was the thought that counted, was it not? He Yunqi patiently guided her in the art of weaving. After a brief period, she grasped the technique and diligently continued her work. When Yuji arrived, she beheld the two with their heads closely aligned, engaged in hushed conversation. The warmth in the boy's gaze was gentle, a stark contrast to the He Yunqi she typically observed. She mused to herself, little sister truly is oblivious. He brother treats her so uniquely, yet she remains utterly unaware. Clutching a bundle of treasures, she cheerfully approached. Little sister, this spiritual cord is stunning. Upon hearing the compliment, Jiang Yuan blurted out, if you like it, I shall weave one for you as well. The atmosphere around them suddenly chilled. Yuji hastily waved her hands. No, I don't fancy wearing such things. Look, these are precious items I purchased from a stall over there. Jiang Yuan meticulously continued weaving the spiritual cord, casting a sidelong glance. Once I finish, I will gladly assist you in examining your treasures. Yuji patiently found a spot to sit, feeling somewhat weary after their excursion. As Jiang Yuan completed the final step, He Yunqi extended his hand towards her. She gently lifted his sleeve to adorn him. His arm was slender and pallid, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. She shook her head repeatedly, insisting, you are too thin. This journey down the mountain necessitates a proper nourishment. As night descended, the shops of Su Ping City illuminated with enchanting lights. Yuji busied herself in their room, organizing her array of treasures. Growing bored, Jiang Yuan resolved to venture out once more. With scarce information on the soul-gathering pearl, she needed to take the initiative. Where could it possibly be? She pondered, transforming her appearance to survey her surroundings. The evening crowd was significantly thinner than during the day. As she navigated through the throng, she waved her hand adorned with the spiritual cord. In the night, the cord shimmered with glimmering fragments, which she concealed beneath her sleeve as she strode forward with purpose. Masks, masks, exquisite masks. Recent news regarding the information pavilion. Don't miss it as you pass by. She recalled the information the man had divulged to her during the daylight. To enter the information pavilion and partake in the auction, one must don a mask. She paused her steps, pivoting in a different direction, and scrutinized the masks at the stall for a prolonged moment. How much for this one? She inquired, extending her hand, only to have another hand reach out simultaneously, nearly colliding with hers. She quickly withdrew her hand, while the other person, unfazed, seized the mask. How much? He asked, his voice cool and melodious. Jiang Luan abruptly turned around, only to lock eyes with the man. Clad in a pristine white robe, his long black hair cascaded down, and a mask concealed half of his face, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. His dark pupils seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Enthralled, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Bracing herself against the stall, she shut her eyes in discomfort. Before she could gather her thoughts, the man scoffed lightly. Such a useless little thing, still as inept as ever. Jiang Luan exclaimed internally, "You Shuqing, why must I encounter him again?" She felt a surge of panic and attempted to flee, only to be caught by his fingers pinching her collar. "Where do you think you're going, priest?" Jiang Luan forced a smile, turning her head back, unable to meet his gaze. "What a coincidence to run into you here in Suping City." "Coincidence? It seems clear that you fled upon seeing me." He laid down a silver ingot and took the mask, stating nonchalantly, "No need to search further." The shopkeeper profusely expressed his gratitude from behind. "How could that be? I simply failed to recognize you for a moment." Jiang Yuan's fingers fidgeted anxiously as she contemplated how to extricate herself from this situation. "So, now you recognize me?" he queried. "Of course, my lord. Your beauty is unparalleled. One glance, and it is unforgettable." Jiang Yuan lowered her head, cursing herself for her lack of resolve. His disguise indicated that his purpose for visiting Suping City was undoubtedly significant. She felt their relationship was not close enough for her to inquire about his intentions. When he fell silent, she too chose to remain quiet. "Beauty? Unparalleled elegance?" Yu Shuqing chuckled softly, stepping closer. "But I am a heartless and ruthless nine-tailed fox demon. This facade is merely an illusion." Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from him, Jiang Yuan unexpectedly pressed a talisman against him and bolted, calling out as she fled, "My lord, I am truly sorry. It was not intentional." Chapter 42. What do you desire to do to me the most? Yu Shuqing stood momentarily stunned, staring at the high-level binding talisman affixed to him. He pinched it between his fingers, tearing it effortlessly and watching with amusement as the girl fled in disarray. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Jiang Yuan dashed through several alleys. And only after noticing that Yu Shuqing was no longer behind her did she finally exhale, patting her chest. "Once he leaves, I will return to the inn." She poked her head out, glancing at the empty street ahead, lamenting her misfortune. How could I possibly run into Yu Shuqing like this? What is she even looking at? A cold, mocking laugh echoed behind her, causing Jiang Yuan to bristle with unease. Without needing to turn around, she already knew who it was. In the next instant, her wrist was seized from behind, and she was thrust against the wall. The captivating visage of Yu Shuqing loomed before her, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Has your brother not informed you that a binding talisman cannot restrain me?" Of course, she was aware. Yet, aside from this desperate act that allowed her a fleeting chance to escape without inciting his wrath, she had no alternative. "Your Excellency," Jiang Yuan felt her legs weaken. "Look at me." His voice was laced with seduction, as he observed her other hand covering her eyes, adamantly refusing to open them. He tilted his head, questioning, "Am I truly so terrifying?" Jiang Yuan vigorously shook her head in denial, then nodded emphatically, sensing the contradiction, and shook her head once more. "Open your eyes." This time, his tone was frigid. Resigned, she lowered her hand from her eyes, her lips trembling as she fought back tears, struggling to open them. His eyes were mesmerizing, more beautiful than any she had ever seen, drawing her in with an intoxicating allure. That dizzying sensation washed over her again, as if she were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, suffocating, icy, with nowhere to retreat, ensnared in its depths. It felt as though something was tugging at her, threatening to tear her apart. In her daze, the force pulling her began to wane. The man's beguiling voice whispered in her ear, "Jiang Luan, what do you most desire to do to me?" His words seemed a deliberate provocation, amplifying the desires within her heart. Her fingers moved of their own accord, rising unbidden. Yu Shuqing's gaze grew cold, fixating on her right hand without flinching. Should she dare to act inappropriately, he would not hesitate to retaliate. She stood there, lost in a daze, her fingers brushing against his face, lingering at the edge of his mask, gently lifting it away. Yu Shuqing's visage was unveiled beneath the moonlight, and he paused, instinctively furrowing his brow. He was already breathtakingly beautiful, an alluring blend of charm and enigma, yet marred by a chilling fragility. His captivating eyes could ensnare souls, ensnaring one within mere moments. "Brother, you are so beautiful," Jiang Yuan's soft voice escaped her lips, her tear-filled eyes vacant as they fixated upon him. Time stretched on, and she remained motionless. "Brother?" Yu Shuqing scoffed softly. This title had never been uttered before. Her calling him thus surprisingly did not repulse him. He shut his eyes, and the white silk covered them, his dark hair transforming into silver, cascading downwards. Jiang Yuan stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Her wrist was still firmly held, preventing her from appearing too disheveled. A splitting headache assaulted her mind, as if her very soul had been struck, forcing a muffled groan from her lips. "It hurts." Yu Shuqing lifted her, his fingers pressing against her forehead. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of energy flow into her, alleviating the tearing pain almost instantaneously. She gasped for breath, retreating several cautious steps, her gaze fixed warily on Yu Shuqing. "What have you done to me? I truly wish to do something to you. Do you still have the opportunity to speak?" Yu Shuqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, lazily gazing at her. "You should consider yourself fortunate that you harbor no ulterior motives." Jiang Yuan found this peculiar. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall the recent memories. Yet, she was certain that something had transpired, for Yu Shuqing had reverted to his original form. "Then, if there is nothing else, may I return?" She inquired softly. "Will you release the river lanterns?" His voice was faint, devoid of emotion. In Su Ping City, releasing river lanterns is a gesture of prayer. Jiang Yuan did not comprehend his meaning. "No." Noticing the slight furrow in his brow, she quickly added, "But I will learn. I shall be able to do it soon." Yu Shuqing waved his robe, somewhat regretting his own words. Jiang Yuan cautiously followed behind him, fearful of inciting his ire. As they walked together, they soon arrived at the place for releasing river lanterns. Vendors were selling beautiful lotus-shaped lanterns, which floated upon the water, carrying the wishes of those who released them, surrounded by a gathering of people. In pairs, their eyes filled with reverence, they watched the lanterns drift away. "Do they feel lonely, standing alone?" Jiang Yuan glanced at Yu Shuqing beside her. He seemed an anomaly among the crowd, his white silk robe drawing quiet murmurs, while his stunning features evoked a sense of regret in those who beheld him. He appeared accustomed to this, selecting 2 lanterns from the vendor's stall. "Sir, may I ask why you suddenly wish to release river lanterns?" She genuinely found him quite strange. Moments ago, he had pursued her, and now he invited her to accompany him in this ritual. She did not anticipate an answer to her inquiry. Yet, surprisingly, he responded, saying she once adored such trifles of the mortal realm. Who was it that he referred to? Jiang Yuan was perplexed, noticing a rare flicker of sorrow on his face. Though it quickly vanished, yet her keen perception caught it. It must be someone of great significance to him. Jiang Yuan squatted beside him, together releasing the lanterns into the river. As the lanterns gradually floated away, a slight smile graced Yu Shuqing's lips as he gazed absently at the drifting lights. In his long, solitary life, devoid of friends or lovers, he knew neither warmth nor affection. Even the act of releasing a lantern was coerced from him. "I have grown strong enough. I will safeguard the Fox clan and protect Li'er." Yu Shuqing stood beneath the moonlight, his voice nearly inaudible. This little crybaby, both clumsy and endearing, you would have adored her had you been here. You always worried I would be too lonely. "Fear not, I am doing well." He lowered his long lashes, concealing his emotions. His gaze remained fixed on the receding lanterns, the river dotted with shimmering lights. The lanterns reflected upon his pale moon robe as he stood there alone. In a moment, with a flick of his right hand, he vanished from sight. "Sir!" Before Jiang Luan could react, Yu Shuqing had disappeared. She blinked, locking eyes with the orange cat. Has he truly left? Chapter 43. I shall not allow anyone to take you from my side. From the window on the second floor of the inn, someone observed everything. The figure cloaked in purple stood upright, her icy gaze unreservedly fixed upon the distant crowd. The high priestess, perhaps? A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips as he turned to shut the window. He detested the closeness she shared with others, and even more, he loathed the thought of anyone witnessing her smile. When Jiang Yuan returned, her heart raced incessantly. She spoke to no one and went straight to her room. Collapsing on her bed, when will Xiaofan log off this month? She mused to herself. Encountering this enigmatic figure twice had truly frayed her nerves. Host, it is still early. There remains a considerable time before the original storyline sees Xiaofan's departure. Jiang Yuan turned over, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, do you possess the entirety of the original plot? Could you transmit it to me? She had persistently overlooked this crucial point. While she lacked knowledge of the complete narrative, the system was privy to it. I regret to inform you, host, that the original novel world has collapsed. Your presence will alter all trajectories. Thus, Xiaofan can only access your memories to reconstruct the novel's universe. Are you saying it no longer exists? She inquired, her heart sinking. Indeed. So, it follows that I may encounter Xiaofan once more and become entangled with him? All remains uncertain. Please strive, host. Jiang Yuan sighed deeply, her fingers brushing the spot on her forehead where Xiaofan had touched her. What was the nature of the dark power he had infused into her? Why had he invited her to release the lanterns? And who was the her he referred to? A barrage of questions plagued her mind. She extinguished the lamp and surrendered to despair. Forget it. Since I am here, I shall accept my fate and not dwell on it. As long as Xiaofan has not harmed me, he is unlikely to lead me to my demise. She resolved to navigate one step at a time. The room fell into darkness. She pulled the quilt around her and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the depths of the night, someone stealthily entered her chamber. His footsteps were soft, cautious not to disturb her, as he settled at the edge of her bed, leaning down. His hand enveloped her wrist, gently lifting her hand to press against his face. Jiang, you belong to me, the youth whispered tenderly, his voice warm and intimate. He perceived the darkness as inconsequential, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her lips, his fingers brushing against them as he spoke with conviction. I shall not permit anyone to take you from my side. Never. Junior sister, wake up. The following midday, Jiang Yuan was roused by Yu Ji's persistent knocking. With a languid stretch, she rose from her bed, rubbing her eyes in confusion. How peculiar. Why had she slept for so long? Upon opening the window, she found the world outside aglow with daylight. Curiosity piqued, she opened the door. You frightened me. I thought something was amiss, she exclaimed, stifling yawn, her eyes shimmering with sleepiness as she blinked at Yu Ji. What could possibly happen to me? Yu Ji patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness. I was worried. I'm off with the sisters to investigate the whereabouts of the soul-gathering pearl. I had someone save you a portion of breakfast. Do remember to come downstairs to eat. Jiang Yuan found herself increasingly fond of Yu Ji. She nodded vigorously, retrieving a handful of talismans from her storage ring to give to her. If these are insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me again. Yu Ji joyfully descended, her spirits high. Jiang Yuan performed a dust-clearing technique on herself and, stretching lazily, made her way downstairs. Awake? He Yunqi, seated in a corner, smiled as he noticed her descent. You must have been quite weary last night, sleeping until noon. Why didn't you wake me? She settled beside him, helping herself to the food on the table. I usually don't sleep this much. I'm not sure what happened last night. Perhaps it was because of Yu Shuqing. She comforted herself. I wanted you to rest a bit longer. He pushed the warm dishes towards her, all of which were her favorites. He hadn't touched any of it, saving it all for her. How considerate. He Yunqi was truly thoughtful. She took a bite and asked, has there been any news of the soul-gathering pearl? This morning, traces of the soul-gathering pearl were found outside Su Ping City, and most people have gone there. Outside the city? Jiang Luan tilted her head in contemplation, struggling to recall. Have the senior sisters and Yunqi left as well? Yes. The brilliance of the soul-gathering pearl is quite dazzling. The unclaimed secret realm may be opening, and everyone wishes to try their luck. The unclaimed secret realm was a legend of Su Ping City. It was said that many years ago, a powerful figure in the cultivation world perished, leading to the appearance of this secret realm. Yet, for many years, no one had managed to discover its entrance, and over time, the tale faded from memory. What could be the intention of those spreading the news? She pondered, perplexed by the elaborate scheme that drew everyone in. Should we go and take a look? His voice was soft as he brushed crumbs from her lips with his fingertip. His movements were so natural, as if he had done this countless times before, exceedingly tender. Jiang Luan hastily wiped her mouth. Realms of mystique often held both chance and peril, so it was perhaps best not to involve themselves too deeply. Your cultivation level is still too low, He Yunqi. With so many disciples eager to enter, their odds of success are slim. Have you practiced today? I have. He Yunqi nodded obediently. Though we are here to train, we must not neglect our cultivation. It cannot be taken lightly. Little sister, he said with a hint of exasperation, you recite this daily. I have memorized it by heart. Jiang Luan paused, her concern for him evident. Without inheriting the demonic power of Xianyu, he was merely a nascent stage cultivator, vulnerable to any who might wish to trample over him. Just as she prepared to offer heartfelt advice, he interrupted, little sister. There are vendors selling candy figures. Where? Indeed. Jiang Yuan's thoughts were immediately diverted. He chuckled softly. I shall go buy some. With that, he made his way towards the door. Jiang Luan called after him. I haven't even chosen which ones I want yet. Before long, she discovered her worries were unfounded. He Yunqi returned with an array of candy figures from the stall. Jiang Luan smiled faintly. You bought so many. Will we even be able to eat them all? What a waste of your allowance. She rummaged through her storage ring, producing a handful of spirit stones and silver, pressing them into his hands. Don't always think of buying for me. Treat yourself to some good food as well. You become so thin, she murmured softly. Yet her delight was evident as she accepted a rabbit-shaped candy figure from him. Do you like rabbits, little sister? He held an abundance of sugar figurines in his hands, his obsidian eyes shimmering with specks of starlight, standing there with an innocence that was almost unbelievable. I like it, just like you, she casually remarked. You look very well-behaved. He tilted his head, pondering what well-behaved truly meant. Is it like this? Jiang Yuan asked, as she rose on her tiptoes, barely grazing the top of his head, playfully ruffling his hair. In Chapter 44, Please Don't Dislike Me, her smile radiated warmth and brilliance as she took a small bite of the rabbit-shaped candy in her hand, the faint scent of sugar wafting through the air. For a moment, he was entranced and leaned down, biting into the rabbit candy she held, his face mere inches from hers, allowing her to see the fine hairs on his cheeks. He tightened his grip on the candy, the sweetness lingering in his mouth as he stepped back. Sister, it's so sweet, he said, his demeanor ordinary yet imbued with an indescribable yearning. His voice was gentle, his expression innocent, reminiscent of a child savoring a piece of candy, his eyes curving as he looked at her. The candy slipped from Jiang Yuan's grasp and fell to the ground. That was my candy, wasn't it? I had already eaten it, right? Why did you have to eat mine when you have so many? She resolved to have a serious conversation with him. Aki, she began, carefully choosing her words. But He Yunqi gazed intently at her, innocently asking, What's wrong, junior sister? Jiang Yuan paused. I am your senior sister. We cannot be so intimate. For instance, that candy I had already consumed. You. His expression dimmed instantly, his fingers tightening around the candy, turning pale. Do you dislike me now? It's not dislike. Jiang Yuan quickly clarified. He set down the candy, his eyes reddening. No one has ever taught me how to love. I like you very much. Please don't dislike me. I will change, I promise. He anxiously clutched the hem of his clothing, feeling utterly wronged. Jiang Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, no one had ever shown him how to express affection. Perhaps his feelings for his senior sister were genuine, yet he lacked the understanding of how to convey them. misapplying his approach and failing to grasp the proper boundaries. When he showed vulnerability, she felt compelled to yield. How could she possibly refuse such a handsome youth, who wore the most endearing expressions while speaking words that tugged at her heart? You need not change a thing. Jiang Yuan's voice was soft and tender, akin to soothing a child. But next time, do not be so impolite. You scare my candy away. As punishment, well, you can take the rest of the candies with you. As she turned, He Yunqi's lips curved into a subtle smile. Unbeknownst to her, she continued to speak to herself. Do you also like rabbits? I've heard that the rabbit spirit clan is soft and adorable. How about I catch one for you? Can we eat the rabbit spirit? He asked, tilting his head innocently. Where can we find one? Jiang Yuan sighed in exasperation. Not for eating. Then I don't want it. I only want it, he replied, glancing at the orange cat in Jiang Yuan's arms. Having it with me is enough, he thought, for it carried the scent of his junior sister, and he found it delightful. The orange cat proudly shook its body, meowing towards He Yunqi, and stirred slightly in Jiang Yuan's embrace. She pressed down with one hand, urging it to remain still. Did it not see the sugar figurines in his hand? It could not catch them. Only then did the orange cat settle down. He Yunqi had purchased an abundance of sugar figurines, far more than the two could consume, and with the disciples of the sect absent, she was compelled to seek a secluded corner, waiting for the two fellow cultivators from yesterday to arrive. After waiting in vain, her brows furrowed slightly. Surely they would not leave me waiting in vain? She took another bite, her heart growing increasingly anxious. Apologies, fellow cultivator, for my tardiness. From a distance, two disciples not clad in sect robes hurried towards her, bowing as they approached. We were delayed by some troublesome matters. Here are the 3 invitation letters you requested. One produced 3 invitation letters, dark as night, inscribed with the words Information Pavilion in gilded black characters. She accepted them, saying, as I mentioned yesterday, the sect's attire is unsuitable. The auction at the Information Pavilion requires masks in advance. If one is prepared with a mask, it is to avoid being recognized. Yet how could one waltz around in sect robes? One of them chuckled, fellow cultivator, you are quite endearing. Jiang Yuan awkwardly touched her nose, acknowledging her oversight. Are those sugar figurines you hold? The other inquired, eyeing the sugar figurines in He Yunqi's hand. I saw a vendor selling them, but he claimed they were bought by a young gentleman. That must be you. Jiang Yuan blinked, taking a few from He Yunqi's hand. How many would you like? Feel free to take as many as you wish. It has been years since I last indulged in these. One of them smiled. I recall during my time in the mortal realm, I often ran off to buy them with my fellow disciples. Thank you, fellow cultivator. They took the figurines from her hands. She waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. With that, the two departed as hastily as they arrived, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only Jiang Yuan remained, clutching the 3 invitation letters, standing in silence with He Yunqi, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. She feigned depth, pretending to clasp her hands behind her back, concluding, it seems we shall witness a splendid spectacle tonight. The Information Pavilion was situated on the most bustling street of Souping City, its structure entirely cloaked in black and gold, perpetually closed to outsiders. Guests who came seeking entry were ushered in privately. One of the pavilion's rules dictated that all who entered were forbidden from disclosing what they witnessed within to others. Mysterious and chilling. This was Jiang Yuan's first impression. Outside stood 2 utterly ordinary men as guards, their faces shrouded in black veils, their exposed eyes fierce and sharp. Even for an event as grand as an auction, no additional personnel were present. Jiang Yuan nervously presented her invitation letters, watching the 2 guards intently. The guards touched the letters with their fingertips, causing them to dissolve into wisps of black smoke, vanishing before her eyes. Subsequently, the doors of the Information Pavilion swung open from within. The voice of the guard was hoarse. Esteemed guest, please enter. Once inside the pavilion, the oppressive darkness seemed to suffocate, with not a hint of color visible to the naked eye. Sister, hold my hand. He Yunqi grasped her hand firmly. It was but an illusion. His gaze settled upon Jiang Yuan's bewildered countenance. Why is there nothing here? The youth's voice was soft, yet his grip was tight. What do you see? Black, an endless expanse of black. Precisely. For what he beheld was a multitude of disciples from various sects, donning masks, seated in their designated places, patiently awaiting. From a young age, he had known that his eyes were unlike those of ordinary folk. Common illusions could never ensnare him. Yet, while he could perceive the scenes beneath the illusion, breaking free from the illusion itself was not guaranteed. Strange, what is this? Chapter 45. The mysterious master of the intelligence pavilion, Jiang Luan, gazed at the box in the center. A perfectly square box, shimmering with a lustrous glow, yet entirely black, bore 4 blood-red characters inscribed with meticulous precision, the one in my heart. There was no name, no apparent means of opening it. Curiosity piqued. She hesitated to reach out. The box exuded an eerie aura. She recognized the material of this box. It was crafted from the exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, made from ancient iron. It was imperishable, set as the illusion of entering the intelligence pavilion, a testament to the master's enigmatic nature. He Yunqi held her back. Even he could not discern what lay within that box. He is formidable, he remarked. A heavy restriction has been placed upon it. But breaking the illusion should not be difficult. Jiang Luan naturally trusted him. You should step back. The youth, however, shook his head resolutely. I will do it. With that, he took a step forward, approaching the black box. At the moment he drew near, a pair of flowers appeared before the box, a Lycoris radiata and a peach blossom, separated by life and death, never to meet. Captives of love. Jiang Luan questioned, why do these 2 flowers appear? Do they require the visitor to choose between them? He Yunqi took the Lycoris radiata and placed it beside the black box. In an instant, the illusion shattered. The predominant color remained black. It was enhanced by vivid reds. The disciples sat in their places, concealing their auras, unperturbed by their own appearance. Was it really that simple to break? Jiang Luan walked alongside He Yunqi. Ah Chi, the atmosphere here feels somewhat peculiar. Be cautious. He Yunqi adjusted his mask, his gaze falling upon a corner that was devoid of attention. Everyone else had chosen spots with a better view, while the corner remained empty. Jiang Luan pulled him to sit in the front row and whispered, when you broke the illusion, how did you know to choose the Lycoris radiata? If it were me, I would likely have chosen the peach blossom. He Yunqi replied, regardless of the choice made, the illusion would have been dispelled. I see. She nodded, realization dawning. So, the master set this illusion merely to have us deliver flowers to his beloved? But this, she was baffled and profoundly shocked. Friend, would you care to hear news from the master of the intelligence pavilion? Seeing as our fates are intertwined, how about I sell you 10 high-grade spirit stones? A female disciple beside her gently tapped Jiang Luan's arm. She adorned herself with a black mask, exuding an air of mystery. 10 exquisite spirit stones. Might that be a tad excessive? What about a friendly price of 5? Jiang Luan promptly produced the spirit stones and handed them over. Eager to hear more, it is said that the master of the intelligence pavilion is a deeply affectionate individual who loved his beloved dearly, yet fate cruelly separated them. Their place of promise lies within this Su Ping city, amidst the blooming peach blossoms. He wielded his sword in one hand while delicately plucking a peach blossom for her with the other. It should have been a romantic tale. But, Jiang Luan pondered, if she adored peach blossoms, why did the illusion bring forth the other shore flower? Do you know the deeper significance of the other shore flower? The female disciple explained, it symbolizes mutual longing. Mutual longing? Jiang Luan mused. The pavilion master, reluctant to forget the past, is also a pitiable soul, enduring the agony of watching his beloved perish before him, utterly powerless. The female disciple sighed, placing the spirit stones into her storage space. She hesitated, then asked, do you know the origins of the master of the intelligence pavilion? How could I possibly know? No one has ever laid eyes on his true visage. The female disciple leaned in closer, adding, it is said that those who have glimpsed his true face have met their demise. I advise you, do not indulge your curiosity too much. Thank you for the warning, Jiang Luan replied graciously. Of course, the disciple said amiably. Jiang Luan turned her head to find He Yunqi staring intently at her. Recalling the female disciple's words, she suddenly inquired, Ah Chi, if one day your senior sister were to disappear without a trace, would you be very sad? Would you find it hard to part with her? He Yunqi's gaze darkened, and she felt a pang of guilt for asking, dismissing it with a wave. The youth lowered his eyes, murmuring, "Is sister planning to leave?" He understood her unspoken question. Yet, he could have embraced the abyss and darkness, had it not been for the light she brought into his life. Each person has their own path to tread. You must cultivate diligently, whether as a disciple of Tianqing's sect or as a wandering practitioner. Eventually, you will meet your own. I would go mad. What? He Yunqi grasped her hand tightly, biting his lip in silence. If that day were to come, he would resort to the most despicable means to confine her, ensuring she would not depart. Be it resentment or hatred, he would fight fiercely to keep her by his side. Jiang Luan inquired, "What did you just say?" "It was too soft. I didn't catch it." He Yunqi evaded the topic, directing his gaze towards the central platform, declaring, "The auction is commencing." "Ah, it's here. It's here." A wave of cheers erupted around them. Jiang Yuan turned her attention to 6 flowing ribbons, as a woman adorned in a black veil approached gracefully. A peach blossom ornament rested upon her forehead, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. The woman first bowed, welcoming everyone to the intelligence pavilion. Her gaze swept across the assembly, all gathered for the flower demon. I shall not elaborate further. This auction will be conducted based on exquisite spirit stones, and bids may be made freely. Highest bid wins. Is it truly a flower demon? I told you it was a flower demon, Jiang Yuan exclaimed. This trip has been immensely worthwhile. My lady, please bring forth the flower demon. A top-tier alchemical furnace. If I could acquire him, wouldn't that propel my cultivation to new heights? The atmosphere in the venue was electrifying, with some individuals already rising from their seats in eager anticipation of witnessing the beauty of the flower demon. The woman spoke directly, bringing him forth. As she finished her statement, a young boy was dragged to the center of the stage by several men clad in black. His hands and feet were bound by chains, and his peepa bone was pierced, his demonic power suppressed. The defiance and disdain in his eyes were unmistakable. Indeed, the flower demon was breathtaking, thought Jiang Yuan from her position below, lamenting the cruel methods employed by the master. What do you know? Explained a nearby female disciple. The flower demon is inherently proud. Without piercing the peepa bone and suppressing his demonic power, it could pose a threat to our esteemed guests. Jiang Yuan disapproved of such transactional methods, recognizing her inability to effect any change. Countless spectators displayed their insatiable greed, clamoring to possess the flower demon, with some even arguing before the auction had commenced, their disputes intensifying. You are all aware of the rules of the intelligence pavilion. Our master detests trouble, and disturbances are not permitted here. The woman's piercing gaze swept over the quarreling crowd. As her words resonated, the tumult quickly subsided. If there are no objections, the starting bid for this auction will be 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wait, a voice from the audience called out. If we acquire this flower demon, how will we control him? The speaker was a man seated in an exclusive booth above. The figures in the booth were renowned individuals from various circles. Shrouded by gauzy curtains, their silhouettes barely discernible. She offered a respectful bow, assuring, esteemed guest, once you secure the flower demon, there will be someone to instruct you personally. The man in the booth fell silent. Then let us commence the auction at 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. She conjured a small hammer in her hand and struck it against the gong. The flower demon cast his gaze upon the avaricious crowd before helplessly closing his eyes. 60,000 spirit stones, 70,000 spirit stones, 80,000 spirit stones. The bidding escalated wildly, prompting Jiang Yuan to open her storage space. She counted the abundant spirit stones within, including those gifted by Yu Yuan, her own savings, and contributions from Jiang Qingxian. There were approximately 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, alongside an array of spirit artifacts and treasures, which would also convert to a significant sum. A shadow of gloom enveloped He Yunqi. He was akin to the flower demon. Let us bid for the flower demon, shall we? Jiang Yuan inquired, seeking He Yunqi's approval. You must keep it a secret from my senior sister. We shall liberate him discreetly. The bidding had already reached 100,000 spirit stones. Beyond that, the increments began to diminish. 105,000 spirit stones. 108,000 spirit stones. He Yunqi's voice was drowned out by the fervent calls of the bidders. Why bid if we intend to release him? Jiang Yuan hesitated. I find him too pitiable. It is unjust. The boy turned his head to look at her, self-deprecatingly remarking, Sister, you are so tender-hearted towards everyone. Hearing his possessive words, Jiang Yuan playfully rubbed his cheek, exclaiming, Why must you compete with the flower demon? He Yunqi did not shy away. He allowed her hands to knead his face, only to be pinched playfully. Jiang Yuan clasped his cheeks with both hands, lifting them upward, and smiled. The corners of his lips curled upward, proclaiming, I am no longer a child. Are you not? A voice from the audience shouted out a staggering price of 150,000 high-quality spirit stones, igniting a fervor throughout the crowd. Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted towards the source, her hands still resting on He Yunqi's face. A figure with a folding fan materialized, exuding an air of charm and elegance. Simultaneously, atop the intelligence pavilion, a man clad in black robes observed from above, his face concealed by a menacing mask, merging seamlessly with the darkness behind him. Master, a similarly masked man spoke respectfully. Everything you instructed has been accomplished. The black-robed man directed his gaze towards the two engaged in intimate contact below, a smirk forming behind his mask. I did not seek you out, yet you have come to me. His voice was aged and raspy, as if worn down by time. Shall I summon him? No need, the black-robed man replied. It appears he has fared well these past 4 years. His gaze was piercing, below. The young man in purple seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned to look directly at him. Their eyes met, and He Yunqi saw a visage shrouded in black mist. Can it be that I cannot see through him? He murmured softly. The black-robed man did not avert his gaze, but his voice, laced with chilling coldness, declared, Some beings ought to remain in hell, lowly as ants. How dare they aspire to glimpse the light of heaven? He raised his hand, and countless swords shot forth from his grasp. The rain of blades descended sharply from above, causing He Yunqi's pupils to constrict as he rose instantly to summon the sound of the sacred, shielding Jiang Yuan behind him in a mere instant. The storm of swords was fierce, fragmenting in midair and transforming into countless falling peach blossoms. The blossoms cascaded beautifully, a sight of breathtaking allure. Jiang Yuan, puzzled by He Yunqi's sudden action, tugged at his sleeve and opened her palm, exclaiming, Ah, Qi, look, it's so beautiful. A few petals landed in her hand, and she offered them to He Yunqi. His eyes, however, remained fixated on the black-robed man. Wow, how did it suddenly start raining peach blossoms? It's truly stunning, said the woman on stage, glancing up at the top floor with a smile. It is but a small jest by our pavilion master, and we hope you enjoy it. This unexpected interlude only heightened the excitement among the crowd, yet He Yunqi remained burdened with concern. The black-robed man's smile widened at his reaction. Once a person reveals a weakness, they become vulnerable. I have changed my mind, he said. A different approach is far more intriguing. He paused, continuing, After the auction concludes, have Rongji come to see me. Yes, master. Once the masked man departed, the black-robed figure leaned against the railing, his smile bordering on twisted. A being half-human, half-demon could not possibly lead a life too easy. Another wave of gasps erupted from the audience as the black-robed man turned and vanished without a trace. 180,000. Jiang Yuan's gentle voice rang out as she raised her bidding paddle. 18,000, astonishingly, has reached 18,000. While the flower demon is indeed alluring, it hardly warrants such a steep price in spirit stones. Which disciple is so lavishly extravagant? Whispers filled the audience as they exchanged glances. Jiang Yuan's palms were drenched with perspiration. The flower demon's gaze pierced through the throng, landing squarely upon her. With a dismissive smirk, he regarded her coldly. The woman on stage smiled. This esteemed guest has bid 18,000. Are there any further offers? If not, then it is 18,000 for the first time, 18,000 for the second time, 20,000. A cool voice resonated from the second-floor private room. Jiang Yuan turned sharply, disbelief washing over her as she recognized the voice. It was indeed Yu Shuqing. She could not be mistaken. What could he possibly want with this flower demon? Clenching her teeth, Jiang Yuan raised her paddle once more. 25,000. 25,000. Yu Shuqing's voice was calm. as if 25,000 high-grade spirit stones were merely an inconsequential figure to him. Gasps arose from the audience. The wealth on display was staggering, jumping by 5,000 in one breath. The young girl clearly lacked funds, only managing an additional 500. There was no need to bid so high. It appeared the flower demon belonged to that gentleman upstairs. Jiang Luan's spirit waned as she lowered her hand. The esteemed guest upstairs bids 25,000, the woman announced. 25,000 for the first time, 25,000 for the second time, 25,000 for the third time sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest upstairs. Chapter 47. Rongji secures the soul-gathering master pearl. With the auction concluded, the crowd dispersed. As they departed, they speculated about the identity of the enigmatic man in the private room. After much discussion yielded no answers, they shook their heads and left. Only the man who had bid 15,000 remained seated. Young sect master, the pavilion master requests your presence. The masked man bowed respectfully before him. Rongji closed the fan in his hand and removed his mask, lamenting, "What a pity he outbid me by a full 10,000 spirit stones." He followed the masked man up the stairs. The man led him to the private room on the top floor. A man clad in black sat at the table, a warm cup of tea before him. In a gravelly voice, he spoke, "Young sect master, please take a seat." Rongji lifted his robe and sat down, stating, "Is this invitation due to my words from a few days ago? The soul-gathering master pearl can assist in unlocking the unclaimed secret realm, which is filled with countless treasures, the finest means to win people's hearts." The man in black remained unhurried, replying, "Your sincerity appears somewhat lacking." Rongji countered, "If the pavilion master desires something, feel free to speak candidly. What I wish for, I fear you cannot provide. In this world, there is nothing that Rongji cannot procure: spirit stones, elixirs, or spiritual artifacts. If the sect master speaks, I shall do my utmost." The man in black chuckled hoarsely. "Then, grant me a promise first. When the time is right, I will come to collect from you." Rongji laughed heartily. Indeed, the pavilion master is a straightforward individual. The man in black wasted no words. With a gesture of his right hand, a translucent black pearl materialized in his palm. "Remember, this is a temporary loan." The man in the black robe stated, "I will assign someone to accompany you into the secret realm, firstly to ensure the safety of the soul convergence pearl, and secondly to safeguard the young sect master." Rongji took the pearl, playing with it in his hands for a moment. Confused, he inquired, "Why is the master so concerned about this mere soul convergence pearl?" The man in the black robe replied, "It holds a special significance for me, distinct from other objects. I hope the young sect master will take good care of it." Rongji nodded. "I understand. Thank you, master." Having achieved his objective, he departed from the top floor. The man in the black mask reappeared. "Master, what are your instructions?" The man in the black robe caressed the teacup before him, swirling the tea within. "What are the other 4 soul convergence pearls? Have they been located?" "Not as of yet." The man in the black robe opened his palm, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Indeed, I am too stained with blood to ascertain the whereabouts of the soul convergence pearls. Is there anyone at tonight's auction who piques your interest?" 2 rather unexpected candidates, although they may be worth a try. "What do you mean?" The voice of the man in black carried a hint of amusement. "Find an opportune moment to procure the blood of He Yunqi." "Understood, master." Sitting on a bench in the inn, Jiang Luan sighed for the 10th time. How could the flower demon have been taken away by He Yunqi? That ruthless individual. Will the flower demon have any chance of survival in his grasp? "Are you very disappointed, little junior sister?" He Yunqi sat beside her, pouring a cup of tea for her. "No. I just feel that we were so close to saving him." Jiang Luan leaned on the table, feeling vexed. "It's my fault for lacking resolve. I feared retaliation from He Yunqi. Am I truly so useless?" He Yunqi consoled her. "In this vast world, there are many whom you cannot save. Some will inevitably be abandoned, cast aside." But he was helpless, impaled through the peep bone. Jiang Luan said dejectedly, "Have Yu Ji and the others returned yet?" "Not yet." Jiang Luan rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, then became a cacophony as guests rushed down from the upper floor. "Hurry, hurry. If we don't go now, we'll miss the first batch to enter. The unclaimed secret realm holds countless treasures. Who wouldn't desire them? Why are we all jostling?" Did we not say that there is enough for all who come? Their figures moved so swiftly that Jiang Yuan barely had time to react before they all vanished in a rush. A slower individual caught her attention, and she grasped him, asking, "Friend, what is happening? Did you not receive the news?" Rongji of the Nine Immortal Sect, the young sect master famed far and wide, has unexpectedly obtained the Soul Convergence Pearl and is about to open the unclaimed secret realm. The man exclaimed, "What difference does that make to our fortune? I must hurry." With that, he pulled up his sleeves and hurriedly followed suit. Rongji? Jiang Yuan repeated the name, incredulous. How could it be him? Akui, we must go take a look. He Yunqi nodded. Should we inform the senior sisters? Not just yet. I feel something is amiss. He Yunqi picked up the Vanya and departed. The two quickly caught up with the main group, arriving at the desolate outskirts of Suping City. From a distance, they could see numerous disciples of various sections. Having arrived late, they stood at the back. Jiang Yuan activated her spiritual sense and confirmed that standing at the forefront was indeed Rongji. His voice rang clear, cutting through the crowd. Esteemed guests, today I have fortuitously acquired the Soul Gathering Pearl, which I shall use to unveil the secret realm for you all. Should the Nine Immortals sect require your support in the future, I hope you will remember this goodwill of mine. Rongji. The crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, the young sect master's righteousness will not be forgotten. Yes, we shall remember. Who would have thought the young sect master has such good fortune in love and opportunity? Such a fine husband. How could Jiang Yuan be so blind? If it were me, I would eagerly marry the young sect master. He Yunqi scoffed softly. Does he even deserve it? His voice was barely audible, drowned out by the fervent chatter. Rongji nodded with satisfaction. The Nine Immortals sect had long coveted the position of the foremost sect in the cultivation world. This time, by exchanging a promise for the Soul Gathering Pearl, he would win the hearts of the people, and upon returning to the Nine Immortals sect, his father would surely commend him. After the recent turmoil caused by Feng Yinyin, which had incited his father's wrath, perhaps this could be seen as a way to atone for his previous missteps. Following the teachings of the head of the Intelligence Pavilion, he tossed the Soul Gathering Pearl with his right hand, then formed a seal. A surge of black light erupted, and in an instant, a transparent barrier materialized before the crowd. Gradually, he tore a hole in the barrier, revealing the interior. Ladies and gentlemen, this secret realm will remain open for 3 days. Remember, you must exit within this time frame, Rongji stated. What lies within, I cannot ascertain, so please consider carefully before entering. With that, he boldly stepped into the secret realm. The onlookers, having grown impatient, rushed to follow him, fearing that if they hesitated, the treasures would be snatched away. Let's also see what lies within, came the voice of the leading senior sister from Tianqing sect. Jiang Yuan was about to say something when she noticed several individuals at the center following suit into the realm, leaving only Yunqi outside due to her insufficient cultivation. Chapter 48. In the ownerless secret realm with Ling Yan sect's treasures in no time, the throng had dwindled to just Jiang Yuan, He Yunqi, and Yunqi. Junior sister? Yunqi exclaimed in delight as she looked at them. What are you doing here? She did not feel disheartened by being unable to enter the secret realm. She understood well that her current strength would only lead to her demise within. Her senior brothers and sisters had chosen to stay behind for her safety. Jiang Yuan did not answer her, instead asking, Do you know how Rongji obtained the Soul Gathering Pearl? I do not know either. It suddenly became the talk of the town. My senior brothers and sisters had not received any news and only heard it from others midway before rushing over to try their luck, Yunqi replied. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuan realized that Rongji had deliberately withheld information from Tianqing sect. Could it be that her previous rejection had bred resentment in him? The ambition of the Nine Immortals sect in recent years was no secret. What could possibly be hidden within this realm? He Yunqi remarked. It is said that the ancient divine sword, the evil-subduing sword, can vanquish all demons and malevolent spirits. Might it be? It cannot be, Jiang Yuan interjected firmly. Though the evil-subduing sword has yet to appear in this world, it belongs solely to Luo Maxian. As he is not present, the sword shall not be here either. How can you be so certain, junior sister? Yunqi questioned, puzzled. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth to cough and said, I surmise that the emergence of the ancient divine sword must be accompanied by unusual phenomena. There is nothing above Su Ping City, so it certainly cannot be. So that's how it is. Yunqi nodded in understanding. He Yunqi directed his gaze toward Jiang Luan, lowering his eyes with a soft chuckle. His little junior sister couldn't even manage to tell a lie. All right, let us return for now, Jiang Luan said hurriedly, fearing that her words would lead her deeper into trouble. We will come back here in 3 days to fetch our senior brothers and sisters. Yunqi had no objections. He Yunqi walked alongside Jiang Luan, not wanting to let her off easily, and inquired, "Does little junior sister have a deep understanding of the Zhua evil sword?" Jiang Luan paused, having vaguely heard her brother mention it before. "Then let us return to the inn," Jiang Luan interjected, her voice rising in urgency. Her earlier reaction had been too certain, and He Yunqi, being perceptive, might have sensed something amiss. Fearing further questioning, she quickly grasped his wrist and whispered a warning to cease his inquiries. He Yunqi chuckled softly, returning her grasp, and acquiesced. "All right, I will not ask." Jiang Luan awkwardly withdrew her hand. Upon returning to the inn, the three of them sat in silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Without the presence of other cultivators, the inn felt desolate. The responsibility for training now fell to Jiang Luan, who took it upon herself to encourage Yunqi and He Yunqi in their practice. The 3 days passed relatively comfortably. "Very good," Jiang Luan remarked with satisfaction as she observed Yunqi, earnestly praising him. "You possess remarkable talent." "It is all thanks to the excellent teaching of little junior sister," he replied. Hearing this, He Yunqi lowered his gaze, his fingers slightly curling. He too yearned for her praise, yet he was acutely aware of his lack of innate talent. Jiang Luan lazily stretched, standing by the window, gazing longingly outside. 3 days had nearly elapsed. Why had they not yet returned? Once they arrived, she and He Yunqi would be able to bid them farewell. Her abode and spiritual field awaited her return. If she delayed any longer, she risked having them snatched away by others. "They've arrived," exclaimed Yunqi, pulling her excitedly. "Our senior brothers and sisters are back." Following Yunqi's direction, she beheld a throng of cultivating disciples approaching the inn. Among them were the disciples of Tianqing sect. Oddly, what had transpired with them? Yunqi sensed something was amiss. Hadn't they gone to the unclaimed secret realm to gather treasures? Jiang Luan furrowed her brow slightly. "You all stay here. I will go down to investigate." With that, she vanished from sight. He Yunqi reached out to grasp the hem of her garment, but grasped only air, and without hesitation, he dashed downstairs to pursue her. "Brother, where are you going?" "We must stay here," came Yunqi's shout from behind. The youth followed the purple figure, oblivious to those around him. The returning, cultivating disciples bore solemn expressions, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Luan asked, "Sister, what occurred in the secret realm?" The leading sister cast a glance at her, and He Yunqi, while the latter's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Luan, seemingly indifferent to the matter. With a sigh, the sister placed a sword upon the table, saying, "You may observe for yourself." The sword was entirely blue, radiating a shimmering brilliance, and on the hilt were inscribed the words Ling Yan. Her eyes widened. "Is this an artifact of Ling Yan's sect?" Jiang Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted towards He Yunqi. The Ling Yan sect was the sect of He Yunqi's biological mother, Nan Wu, and it had been utterly annihilated by his biological father, Xian Yu. The young man touched his face in confusion, wondering if there was something amiss. Jiang Yuan shook her head and withdrew her gaze. Yet her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Indeed, since the Ling Yan sect was eradicated over a decade ago, all traces of it had been obliterated by the demonic clan. Every disciple's treasured sword, spirit tool, and medicinal pill vanished overnight. It was unexpected to find them resurfacing in an unclaimed secret realm. Her senior sister remarked, "Not just me. Everyone is utilizing items from the Ling Yan sect." This implied that the secret realm might have originated from the demise of a prominent figure within the Ling Yan sect. Jiang Yuan pondered, but back then, there were no survivors from the Ling Yan sect. Who took these items and placed them within the secret realm? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the mysterious head of the intelligence pavilion was once a member of the Ling Yan sect? No, that couldn't be right. The Ling Yan sect was renowned for its use of poisons and formations, They had devised a sacrificial array to slay Xianyu, leaving no survivors. Her senior sister shook her head. I'm not entirely certain either. Another senior brother added, we must report this to the sect leader before making any decisions. Jiang Luan nodded, glancing around. Has Rongji not returned with you? He is still searching for the soul-gathering pearl he lost within the secret realm. Yunqi interjected. When are we heading back? There's no rush. We shall depart once we receive a response from the sect leader. The appearance of items from the Lingyan sect left everyone feeling uneasy, rather than reveling in the discovery of spirit tools. Their primary concern was why these items had manifested in the legendary secret realm of Suping City. Who orchestrated this? Was it a deliberate act, or merely a fortuitous coincidence? Yunqi, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, cheerfully suggested, Little junior sister, let's go explore. I've been cooped up here for days. She had previously been someone who never stepped beyond her doorstep. Now, liberated, she was curious about everything. Jiang Luan complied, asking, where do you wish to go? Chapter 49. Achi. I am disappointed. Yunqi lowered her voice and whispered 2 words in Jiang Yuan's ear. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in alarm. Have you lost your mind? Yet, the narrative described Yunqi tugging at her arm, pleading, I really want to go, please, little junior sister. She was adorably playful. Jiang Luan, however, replied sternly, I will not take you there. Yunqi's expression fell immediately. She then turned her attention back to He Yunqi, senior brother. He Yunqi cast a fleeting glance her way, but remained silent, diverting his gaze. After being denied twice, Yunqi, feeling dejected, suggested, if we can't go there, let's go somewhere else. Jiang Luan, unable to dampen her spirits entirely, relented slightly. After all, she was merely a girl of 14 or 15. All right, she conceded, but that place is absolutely off limits. Your status is esteemed, and it would not bode well for you to be seen there. Yunqi nodded in agreement. Senior brother, come with us. She beamed at He Yunqi. Only then did He Yunqi respond. Jiang Luan tidied up briefly before descending the stairs with the 2 individuals, intending to stroll for a while and return swiftly. As she spoke, she abruptly collided with the back of a youth. What's wrong? The boy in front suddenly halted, his body trembling slightly, a manifestation of intense disdain and an effort to restrain his emotions. In the lobby, a brazen youth lounged with his legs crossed, accompanied by a fierce-looking woman behind him. Chi-Wuming, you are indeed here. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Luan felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. The disciples of the sect looked around in confusion, inquiring, who is Chi-Wuming? We haven't heard of him. It seems he has indeed ingratiated himself with the immortal sex, the woman exclaimed loudly. Esteemed immortals, you must seek justice for me. As she spoke, she feigned tears. A sympathetic disciple interjected, Madam, please cease your weeping and speak. Others, drawn by the spectacle, urged, Yes, madam, share your tale. If it holds merit, we shall certainly advocate on your behalf. Seeing the shift in sentiment, the woman ceased her faux sobbing. She stepped forward, pointing at He Yunqi from a distance, and lamented. This Chi-Wuming was once my adopted son. Abandoned in the snow as an infant, I took pity and brought him home, providing him with every comfort. Yet, he repaid my kindness by injuring the son of a wealthy merchant in our town. When I reproached him, he succumbed to despair and frequented the brothels. She continued. Years passed, and had it not been for the neighbor's wife, I would remain unaware that my adopted son had joined the likes of the Tianqing sect. He is incorrigible, a thief since childhood, and now, having achieved success, he has forsaken us, a poor mother and her orphan child. Just as she was about to continue, the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn interrupted her. In an instant, the blade grazed her face and embedded itself in the pillar where the brazen youth sat. He Yunqi's voice was frigid enough. He trembled all over, his eyes reddening from fury. Who would have thought that an elder's disciple could be such a person? It is truly said, one cannot know a person's heart by their appearance. How can someone so morally bankrupt enter the immortal sect? He Yunqi's actions clearly indicated his recognition of the 2 before him. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, the other sects reveling in the chaos, while the disciples of Tianqing's sect wore grim expressions. Even Yunqi remarked, So, this is the kind of person my senior brother is? He Yunqi's heart plummeted to despair. He could not even dare to turn around, fearing to meet Jiang Luan's gaze. She must feel just as disappointed in him as everyone else had in the past. After a moment, the woman regained her composure, shouting, "Help! Murder! Murder! The esteemed immortals of Tianqing sect intend to kill, to silence me." The brazen youth rose to his feet, Qi wooming in broad daylight. "What do you intend to do?" The woman wailed, "Esteemed immortals. Does such a person even deserve to be an immortal?" For the first time, He Yunqi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He should have been accustomed to this by now. Accustomed to the endless slander directed at him by that woman and her son. He grew familiar with the way everyone condemned him based solely on a single narrative. Yet, why did his heart ache so profoundly? He bit his lip tightly, turning slowly and laboriously. "Trust me, will you?" The cacophony around him was incessant. He awaited divine judgment. Jiang Yuan sighed. "Ah, Qi, I'm deeply disappointed." Her voice, soft and gentle, pierced deeper than any harsh words could. He tugged at his lips. "Do you not believe in me either?" It was true. He was indeed that kind of person. The boy's voice was dry, punctuated by a low, humorless laugh. "Look at me." Jiang Yuan grasped his hand, solemnly and resolutely stating, "He Yunqi, look at me." Her gaze was tender as she lifted her eyes to meet his. Beneath his eyes was a sea of crimson. He struggled to suppress his emotions, but this time he could not hold them back. How could it be like this? Before him stood her. How could she think so poorly of him? He could endure the disappointed gazes of others, but hers was unbearable. Jiang Yuan tucked a stray hair behind his ear. "I am disappointed that you know she speaks nonsense, yet you choose not to explain." He abruptly raised his gaze. She sighed. "What will you do if your sister is no longer around?" Jiang Yuan took the initiative to embrace him. Ignoring the surrounding scrutiny, she held him close. Only now, in proximity, did she realize his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 50. You are too filthy, stay away from her. The woman caught sight of Jiang Yuan embracing He Yunqi from the corner of her eye. Jiang Yuan radiated an air of elegance. A fleeting desire glimmered in the woman's eyes as she deliberately drew everyone's attention. My goodness, look at that. He dares to embrace a woman in broad daylight. Such shamelessness. The once boisterous disciples of the cultivation realm fell silent. Moments later, hushed whispers resumed. Is explanation truly so important? He Yunqi closed his eyes, holding her tighter. They only wished to hear what they wanted. They did not believe in him. His voice trembled, revealing his most vulnerable self before her. Jiang Yuan patted his back. Of course it matters. You may not care, but your sister will feel heartache. She gently suggested, Let me support you, shall I? He Yunqi paused for a moment, shaking his head. I do not wish to tarnish my sister's reputation. Because he cared. He could tolerate the disdain and slander from everyone else. But he could not bear for her to share in his infamy. Since the age of 10, he had understood that no amount of explanation could outweigh the vivid tales spun by that woman. Yet, it was already too late. Jiang Yuan withdrew from his embrace, using her fingertip to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eye. Why do you cry more than I do? The crowd parted to make way for her. Jiang Yuan smiled brightly, her movements fluid as hundreds of icy spikes materialized before her. The woman panicked. What were you doing? Do not be alarmed, madam. Jiang Yuan's voice was soft and gentle as she settled onto the adjacent bench. Aki is my junior, she remarked. Given the commotion today, I, as his senior, feel a pang of heartache. However, since he has joined the Tianqing sect, he is one of us now. Madam, why not propose a condition? The woman's eyes darted around. Having noticed Jiang Yuan embracing He Yunqi, it seemed she harbored affections for him. The initial intention of placing her son within the Tianqing sect faltered. Did the immortal wish to silence her? Jiang Yuan smiled, tacitly agreeing. Feel free to propose any conditions. A disciple feigned a departure, asserting that this was a private matter of the Tianqing sect and that they would not intrude. Jiang Yuan summoned butterflies, filling the air with ethereal creatures that surrounded the inn, stating, Fellow cultivators have arrived. Let us see this through before departing. A little more time is of no consequence. The woman stepped back slightly, pulling Qi Ruohuan closer and whispering a few words. She believed her voice was low, but all the cultivators present could hear her. Jiang Yuan patted the bench beside her, resting her chin on her hand. Aki, komisit. He Yunqi obediently approached and took a seat beside her. His voice barely a whisper. Is it worth it? Jiang Yuan tilted her head. Why wouldn't it be? She waved the spiritual rope he had woven for her, smiling. My Aki is the purest lad in the world. Not all impurities can touch him. He Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. Immortal, we a mother and son have come to an understanding. The woman plopped down opposite Jiang Yuan. We do not ask for much. Having raised him, we will be responsible for his misdeeds, including a hush fee, a total of 1,200 taels of silver. Surely not excessive? Yuji interjected. 1,002? Are you robbing us? Having been born into royalty, she was well aware of the mundane market prices. Unlike the other disciples who had grown accustomed to the valuation of spirit stones in the realm of cultivation, the woman continued, do not deceive me. I inquired before coming here. My adopted son has a formidable master. A mere 1,002 is trivial for you. Qi Ruohuan tugged at her, his expression displeased. She realized her excitement had gotten the better of her and quickly added, but it was you, immortal, who said to propose any condition. Jiang Yuan rested her hands on her head. Indeed, I did say that. For me, 1,002 is truly not much. He Yunqi tugged at her sleeve, shaking his head in refusal. She suddenly pointed at Qi Ruohuan, asking, what is his name? The woman momentarily faltered before answering, Qi Wuming. And what is his name? Jiang Yuan pointed to He Yunqi again. The woman disdainfully replied, Qi Wuming. What else could it be? Jiang Yuan chuckled. Madam, how peculiar. Why would someone be named Wuming? Please, do share his true name with me. It would make the 1,002 feel more agreeable. The woman's gaze shifted nervously. He is called Qi Wuming. I found him in the snow. How would I know his true name? Upon hearing this exchange, the cultivators present were somewhat swayed. Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze, shaking her head. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that he injured the young master of a wealthy merchant in the city and then descended into debauchery? Yes, indeed. Then, which young master did he injure? And which brothel did he frequent? Qi Ruohuan's mother felt a twinge of guilt. How could I know whether you, esteemed immortal, would indeed grant this request? Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a sound echoing her frustration. Madam, your ignorance makes it hard for me to believe your words. Jiang Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Ruohuan could not restrain herself, exclaiming, he injured none other than the young master of the Meng family in our city, frequenting the most opulent brothel. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yuan's violet spirit butterfly danced around her hand as she retrieved 100 high-quality spirit stones and 300 taels of silver from her storage ring. Addressing those behind her, she called, which kind soul will assist me in summoning 2 individuals? In gratitude, these high-quality spirit stones shall be yours. Immediately, eager hands surged from the crowd. Qi's mother slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, what are you doing? Do you doubt my words? Jiang Yuan nodded. Indeed, it is quite evident. The woman, feeling a surge of indignation, attempted to advance, but a sword sliced through the air between them, stopping her in her tracks. Qi's mother, suddenly seated, appeared shaken. He Yunqi cast a frigid glare at the woman, stating, you are too foul. Keep your distance from her. Chapter 51. I desire his presence. And thus he shall come. Jiang Yuan smiled gently. Do not rush. As long as your claims hold truth, all of this shall belong to you. She placed 1,000 taels of silver upon the table. Greed flickered in Qi's mother's eyes. He Yunqi could not conceal his disdain. Qi's mother began to grow uneasy, recalling old scandals. Why bring those up now? I can keep secrets. Take the money and I won't utter a word more, she insisted, reaching for the silver. Before her fingers could grasp it, a violet barrier restrained her. Jiang Yuan, familiar with He Yunqi's adoptive mother's temperament, chuckled softly. You are far too impatient. Dear girl, Qi's mother suggested, lowering her voice, let us each take a step back. He has committed many indiscretions over the years. Revealing them could lead to his expulsion from the sect. Surely, you do not wish for that? Let us conclude this. How about 800 taels? Jiang Yuan paused, seemingly pondering the proposition. Seeing her wavering, Qi's mother pressed on, who hasn't erred in their youth? Frequenting a brothel is hardly a grave offense. especially with such a fine-looking son. Jiang Luan feigned ignorance, turning her head to softly inquire of He Yunqi, "Would unveiling old scars make you feel uncomfortable?" She had not considered his plight. If he were to recount the hardships of those years, it would lay bare before all. Even the entire cultivation world would learn of it. The young man propped his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smoldering intensity, shaking his head gently. "No, I do not care what others think of me." In a moment of uncharacteristic depravity, he wondered if revealing his past would elicit more sympathy from her. It seemed that the more wretched he appeared, the softer her heart became toward him. Ruohuan tugged at her mother's sleeve, whispering, "What if she truly summons them for a confrontation?" Chi's mother spoke even more softly in response. "Do not worry. I visited the brothel before they arrive. As for young Master Meng, his family possesses vast riches. He would not come for such trivial matters." Soon, someone summoned the madam of the brothel, and upon her arrival, the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. "Ah, esteemed guests, it is a pleasure to meet you," she said, swaying her hips and casting a glance at Lady Chi. The two exchanged a silent smile. "You may call me Madame Hua," she continued. "I have been informed of the situation by the esteemed guests, and I can attest that every word spoken by Lady Chi is true. Young Chi Wuming has indeed mistreated several maidens in my establishment, which has caused me great distress." He Yunqi appeared to have anticipated this outcome, sighing with a cold smirk, acknowledging the truth of her words. He was aware that the two women were cut from the same cloth. Jiang Luan was not surprised. She weighed the heavy pouch of silver in her hand and addressed Madame Hua. "You must be accountable for your words." A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Madame Hua's eyes. "What I speak is the truth. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire further." The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone lost in contemplation, each harboring their own thoughts. Jiang Yuan sighed, realizing that the result aligned with her initial expectations. In her mind, she conversed with the system. "Xiao Fan, I recall encountering items in the marketplace that could temporarily enhance spiritual power, correct?" "Indeed, but they come with limitations and side effects, leading to 3 days of slumber." It seemed there was no alternative. Chi Ruoheng, noticing her silence, grew anxious. "It's quite clear. Hand over the money, and we shall depart immediately." Jiang Yuan smiled gently. "Let's wait a moment longer. After investing so much time, it is only fitting to await the most significant person." She intended to enlist that individual as assistance in teaching Chi Ruoheng a proper lesson. The companion sent to summon young Master Meng returned, expressing his apologies. "I regret to inform you, Jiang Daoist, that he refuses to come, no matter what." Lady Chi interjected sarcastically, "With such a busy schedule, why would he bother with us?" Jiang Yuan tilted her head, seemingly forgetting that she was a disciple of the cultivation arts. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is if I desire his presence. He has no choice but to comply." Rising, Jiang Yuan took He Yunqi's hand. "Do you recall the location of Meng Yuanwai's residence in Suping City?" He nodded, affirming his memory. "Close your eyes, concentrate, and visualize the place. I shall teach you to draw a talisman." Her warm hand enveloped his as she pricked her fingertip, allowing crimson blood to bloom in the air. Grasping his hand, she meticulously inscribed the symbol in the ether. His hand was cold, but her warmth seeped through. Gasps of awe erupted. Such advanced summoning techniques, Jiang Daoist, is truly remarkable. The disciples of the Qingqing sect remained composed, while such phenomena might surprise others. It was entirely expected of Jiang Yuan, who had a brother devoted to her well-being. Her storage space brimmed with rare and peculiar treasures, items that others coveted, perhaps hidden away in a dusty corner of her collection. The talisman soon dissipated into the air, and Lady Chi's expression turned frantic as she glanced at Madame Hua, bewildered. "What in the world is this?" Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted as over a dozen individuals materialized in the inn, staring wide-eyed at the disciples of the cultivation arts. At the forefront sat a pale-skinned youth in a wheelchair, shouting loudly. At first glance, young Master Meng spotted He Yunqi, his eyes widening in disbelief. "It's you." More shocking than this was the inexplicable manner in which he had been transported from his own room to this place. He immediately declared, "I warn you, I am the young master of the Meng family. Return me at once." The guard behind him swiftly drew their swords, standing on guard against the opposition. Yunqi interposed herself before Jiang Luan, saying, "The young master of the Meng family? I am still Princess Ninglu. Upon meeting me, shouldn't you kneel?" A few around them coughed, prompting Yunqi to notice Meng's predicament, and she added, "Never mind, you cannot kneel anyway. Let it go." "You insult me?" Young Master Meng, flushed with indignation, pointed at He Yunqi, exclaiming, "My leg was broken by him. Why should he continue to live well, while I am condemned to a lifetime of humiliation?" Chapter 52. Since no one believes, let us search the soul. Meng was exceedingly angry. He glared at He Yunqi, his handsome face flushed with rage. "What if I could heal your leg?" Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted to Meng. Truth be told, his features were striking, yet due to his disability and life in a wheelchair, he had long been overshadowed by self-doubt and gloom, losing his former radiance. Meng scoffed over the years. "There have been countless claims of being able to heal my leg. I do not believe you." Despite his words, he lowered his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yuan replied, "Stay here obediently. When I say I will heal your leg, I mean it." Someone inquired, "Jiang Daoist, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Jiang Yuan surveyed the crowd of dozens, finally resting her gaze on He Yunqi. "If my junior brother asserts that he has never committed the acts attributed to him by his foster mother, do you believe him?" Most of the disciples stammered in uncertainty. Even Yunqi, who had spent some time with He Yunqi, hesitated. They all said the same thing. There must be some truth to it. Despite claiming disbelief, they undoubtedly believed a portion of it in their hearts. Qi Mu slammed the table, exclaiming, "Indeed, why would I falsely accuse him? The entire Su Ping city knows he broke young Master Meng's leg. Meng Yuanwei is a good man, renowned for his charity and assistance to the poor. His sole son has become disabled, making marriage a concern. He is a scourge." He Yunqi smirked. "I did not harm him." Qi Wuming, "Are you denying your actions?" Meng was furious, gripping his wheelchair tighter. "Are they all deceiving me? It was clearly you. You have ruined my life." The disciples of the cultivation sect murmured amongst themselves. One ventured, "Jiang Daoist, we know you cherish your junior brother, but if a few speak of hidden truths, and everyone believes so." Jiang Yuan interrupted, "Since no one believes, let us search the soul." Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent. Even He Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. He seized Jiang Yuan's wrist. "The soul-searching technique requires immense spiritual energy. I do not permit it." Qi Mu stood stunned. What is the soul-searching technique? What do you wish to search for? Will it cause death?" The senior sister from Tianqing sect also stood, "Junior sister, the matter of soul-searching is serious. You must proceed with caution." Jiang Yuan smiled softly. "Regardless of what you say, you do not believe. But to condemn my junior brother based solely on the words of a few, do you understand how he feels? What wrong has he committed? He had done nothing wrong. Yet he was despised by everyone in Su Ping City. Today he could not prove his innocence. Tomorrow, the realm of immortality would become the next Su Ping City." She paused for a moment, casting a glance at Meng Yu, saying, "I only wish for Meng Xiaoyi to witness this. I am acutely aware of the hardships that Aki has endured over the years. He was meant to be a radiant youth, vibrant and unrestrained. Yet you have forced him into this state." Her piercing gaze fell upon Qi Mu, Qi Huan, and Huan Mama. "Meng Xiaoyi, perhaps you are unaware of the soul-searching technique." Jiang Yuan knelt before Meng Yu, asserting that while people may lie, the soul will not. What you see is the truth he has experienced, and all the disciples of the immortal realm here can attest to that. Meng Yu blinked, observing the serene disciples in the inn. "Will it hurt?" She shook her head, "No." He Yunqi lost composure, his eyes reddening, emotions collapsing at that moment. "I disagree." He grasped her wrist. "Your cultivation is far from sufficient to perform soul-searching. Forcing an elevation in cultivation will lead to backlash. I do not want that." Jiang Yuan smiled at him. "This may not be the best method, but it is the best I can conceive. Words can be fearsome, and I do not wish for you to live amidst rumors. I ask you this, disregarding the potential backlash, would you be willing to undergo soul-searching?" She had calculated it. The system would grant her a temporary elevation in cultivation that would last until he joined the Tianqing sect. just enough to prove his innocence. She stated firmly, "If you are unwilling, I will not force you." Jiang Luan raised her gaze to him, awaiting his response. It required immense courage to unveil his hidden, heart-wrenching past before so many. He Yunqi lowered his eyes, struggling to utter a few words. "Are you serious?" He did not wish for her to face even the slightest danger. The soul-searching technique, if mishandled, could inflict irreversible harm on the practitioner. Even those of higher cultivation dared not attempt it lightly, let alone her need to forcibly elevate her cultivation. Yet he understood that all her actions were for his sake. "Yes, I'm serious." Her voice was gentle yet resolute. The youth grasped her hand, ultimately closing his eyes in acquiescence. "If I cannot endure, we must halt at any moment." What did innocence matter? What were fearful words? In comparison to her, it was trivial. "Good." Jiang Luan opened her storage space and selected several precious high-tier, immortal herbs. She exchanged points in her sea of consciousness for temporary cultivation. Feeling a warm current envelop her entire dantian. He still felt fear, his voice trembling. "Sister, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen." Jiang Luan gathered all her spiritual energy in her palm, placing her fingers against He Yunqi's forehead. His hand remained tightly gripping her wrist, unwilling to release her for even a moment. Her complexion turned slightly pale as she formed seals with her hands. After a blinding flash of white light, everyone found themselves within He Yunqi's memories. Chapter 53. He Yunqi's past. 1. "You little rascal," slacking off again. The initial scene revealed a dilapidated house. In the chaotic surroundings, the boy's clothing was ill-fitting and faded from washing. In his youth, He Yunqi was frail and emaciated, subjected to the harsh blows of a fierce-looking woman wielding a wrought-tan whip. "You're tasked with gathering firewood, and after all this time, you've only managed to collect this little? Consuming our family's provisions day in and day out. It's bewildering what purpose you serve." The woman berated him mercilessly. He Yunqi was marked with an array of scars, both fresh and old, as he cowered in a corner, clutching his head in despair. Then, a richly adorned youth strolled in, casually toying with his own braid. He cast a glance at He Yunqi before cheerfully approaching the woman, inquiring, "What are we having to eat today?" The contrast between Qi Ruohuan's attire and He Yunqi's disheveled appearance was stark. Qi Mu instantly donned a smile, welcoming her son with open arms. "I prepared your favorite dish. Come and eat, or you'll catch a chill." "No," Qi Ruohuan declared, plopping down at the table and grabbing his chopsticks. "What has that little wretch done this time?" "Nothing much, just a bit slow with his hands and feet," she replied. While mother and son feasted, He Yunqi remained hunched in the corner, feeling a deep sense of injustice as he buried his head in his crossed arms, softly weeping. "Please don't hit him anymore," Qi Ruohuan interjected. "In a few days, I'll be going to school, and I need him to be my servant. It wouldn't look good with all those injuries." Qi Mu appeared taken aback. "What do you mean, servant? Are you unaware? All the wealthy young masters at school have servants to attend to their needs, except for me." He spoke with a hint of indignation. "Mother, why must we be so poor?" Qi Mu seemed somewhat flustered. "I've gathered every penny I could for you." "Utterly useless," Qi Ruohuan snapped, pushing his bowl away. "I want to eat anymore. You can have it." "Hu Nuan, please eat a bit more. You're still growing." "This little amount is hardly sufficient," Qi Mu coaxed. "What is the fuss about a servant? He has been living off us, and I've saved his life. I'll ensure he serves you well." At last, Qi Ruohuan smiled again. "Let him behave and not reveal his true nature." "Understood, understood. Now, eat up." Once Qi Ruohuan finished his meal, Qi Mu begrudgingly allowed He Yunqi to approach, eyeing him coldly. "Finish up and clear the dishes." He Yunqi lowered his gaze, cautiously rising from the corner. He gingerly made his way to the stool, wincing as he brushed against a wound, his elegant brows knitting together in pain, his small face contorted. He picked at the meager remnants of rice, remaining silent. This was the life he had known for as long as he could remember, day after day. It was only when he became Qi Ruohuan's servant, fetching tea and water, trailing behind him like a shadow, that he donned a somewhat new outfit. "Qi Ruohuan, your little servant is quite charming," someone remarked. "Indeed, he looks more like a young master than you do," another chimed in. "Ha ha ha! Servant, come play with us." For the first time, someone chose to draw near him, igniting a rush of excitement and joy within He Yunqi. However, he cautiously glanced at Qi Ruohuan, whose countenance darkened ominously. As expected, Qi Ruohuan muttered something to them, and their gazes toward him were filled with disdain. A delicate young girl exclaimed, "EW, yes, so dirty." Another youth chimed in, "It's best if you keep your distance from us, Qi Ruohuan. Why do you always bring such a servant to school?" Qi Ruohuan skillfully deflected the situation with mere words, brushing it aside with indifference. As anticipated, upon He Yunqi's return, he was met with another fierce reprimand from Qi's mother. "You restless child, stealing your friend Huan's companionship, misbehaving at such a tender age, do you truly believe that your appearance grants you the status of a precious young master?" Qi's mother spoke coldly, "Bah, you are nothing but a wretched creature, inherently lowly, reveling in the act of taking what belongs to others. Is that it? I will allow you to take. I will allow you to take." With each utterance, her rattan whip fell mercilessly. He Yunqi wept bitterly. "I didn't. It's not like that." Yet no one lent an ear to his pleas. The physical pain he endured paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. Exhausted from her tirade, Qi's mother discarded the whip and spat, "If you were not of some use, I would have cast you away long ago." His eyes brimmed with tears as he inhaled shakily. Gazing at the luminous moonlight, he struggled to rise, his body trembling with pain, questioning why. Why must they treat him in such a manner? He had always been obedient, consuming little, industrious, and trouble-free. Why did they harbor such disdain for him? The young boy, perplexed, lowered his head, concealing all his vulnerabilities. Gradually, he became sullen, retreating into silence, and no one dared approach him. His solitary figure evoked deep sympathy, for within his world, he was utterly alone. "Qi Wuming, go fetch me some candied chestnuts and do not dare steal a taste, do you hear? If you do, I shall break your legs." Qi Ruohuan's voice echoed beside him, coins clattering at his feet. He remained motionless. Qi Ruohuan furrowed his brow. "Aren't you going to pick it up? Do you think you can afford to waste my time?" He slowly crouched down to retrieve the coins. Qi Ruohuan gave him a shove, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Ha ha! Why such a grand gesture?" Qi Ruohuan laughed uproariously, nudging the coins further away with his foot. "Go on, retrieve them." He seemed all too accustomed to Qi Ruohuan's humiliations. His sharp edges and temperament had been dulled. His gaze cast downward as he collected the coins. The streets bustled with life, a constant flow of people. Clutching the coins given by Qi Ruohuan, he endeavored to avoid contact with others. He felt tainted. If he were to brush against anyone, he would be met with disdainful glances. After completing his errands, he noticed an elderly gentleman at a stall, captivating a crowd with tales, their cheers resounding around him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inched closer. Chapter 54. The Past of He Yunqi, 2. The Tianqing sect, renowned for its unparalleled dual excellence, is epitomized by the two noble figures, Jiang Xian and Yu Yuan, who serve as paragons for countless cultivators. All disciples of the Tianqing sect are judged not by their origins, but by their innate talent for cultivation, receiving equal care and nurturing. They hold the welfare of the populace dear, prioritizing lives above all, ever responsive to pleas for assistance, vanquishing demons and malevolence. They are indeed the foremost sect of immortals. Amidst the crowd, a voice inquired, "Is it true that they have recently slain the bat demon that terrorized the realm?" "Indeed, it is true," the crowd lamented, expressing a wistful desire to join the celestial Qingzong and to become a figure akin to the esteemed Qing Xianzuan. Immediately, someone responded with laughter, "Oh, you might as well give up on that dream." In the millennia of the cultivation world, only Qing Xianzuan can truly be called a Xianzuan. His innate talent was exceptional since childhood, and among the most popular tales in the mortal realm, he holds the second place. No one even comes close to holding the first. Indeed, the deeds of Xianzuan are such that I could recount them for 3 days and nights without repetition. He Yunqi lowered his gaze, well aware of Jiang Xian. Indeed, in the mortal world, there is no one who does not know of him. He is akin to a celestial deity, lofty and intimidating. Heroes are not defined by their origins, he murmured to himself, yearning to embody the essence of Jiang Xian. Whenever others spoke of him, it was always with smiles and a plethora of praises, which piled upon him, leaving no room for tarnish or taint. He felt like a stark contrast to him. He too aspired to be a hero, devoted to righteousness and the salvation of the masses. I am not wicked, he reassured himself, silently engraving the 3 characters of celestial Qingzong into his heart. Those characters took root and flourished within him, becoming his faith to endure through countless nights of torment. "Ayu, what splendid treasure have you brought back this time? Let us have a look," came eager voices. "Indeed, what has your father gifted you this time?" Outside the academy, Mengyu was surrounded by a group of wealthy young gentlemen. The youth held a pendant in his hand, his smile radiant, revealing shallow dimples on either side. "Don't all rush at once. Take turns to admire it," he said. Mengyu appeared youthful, looking several years younger than his actual age. "Young Master Meng, with so many treasures, when will you share some with us?" One of them chuckled, inching closer. "Absolutely. In a few days, you can come to my residence and choose for yourselves," Mengyu replied with cheerful ease. "Really?" Instantly, the eyes of several young aristocrats sparkled with excitement. Mengyu glanced toward Qi Ruohuan, who was watching him from a distance, and winked. "Ruohuan, will you and your little companion join us?" Qi Ruohuan's eyes reddened with anger. The girl he fancied had not cast a glance in his direction since Mengyu's arrival. Her heart and gaze were entirely consumed by Mengyu. "I won't go," he huffed, storming off in frustration. Those nearby were accustomed to his temperament. "You ignore him. He is always like this, acting as if everyone owes him money, perpetually wearing a sour face." Mengyu paid little mind, allowing him to be. After all, he had already asked. Qi Ruohuan's reluctance to join was of no concern to him. With that, the group continued to laugh and stroll away, oblivious to the piercing glare that followed them. Qi Ruohuan clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Mengyu's departing figure. "Just wait and see, Mengyu." As time passed, Qi Ruohuan's animosity towards Mengyu intensified, while Mengyu remained entirely indifferent. He held no fondness for Qi Ruohuan, nor for He Yunqi, and sought to avoid both whenever possible. Until one day, when He Yunqi accidentally splashed tea on a Mengyu. He Yunqi was exceedingly anxious. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional. But why apologize to him? What if it was deliberate?" Qi Ruohuan stood before him, looking down at Mengyu with a frigid tone. "Mengyu, others may fear you, but I do not. Is it merely because your father is a renowned philanthropist in the city that you consider yourself so charming?" Mengyu, possessing a thin skin, had been brought up to avoid coarse language. He merely huffed. "I want to stoop to your level." In the academy, rumors spread like wildfire, growing increasingly exaggerated. What began as a Yunzi's inadvertent spill on Mengyu transformed into a tale of a Yunzi intentionally provoking Mengyu for the sake of a beloved. Consequently, the gazes directed at He Yunqi from his peers grew more peculiar. Mengyu was notoriously well-liked, known for his amiable nature, distinguished lineage, and courteous demeanor. As Jiang Luan described him, he was simply a foolish young master, naive and obedient. The young men at the academy began to conspire to teach He Yunqi a lesson, seeking to avenge Mengyu. However, as they waited, an unexpected piece of news arrived. Mengyu had met with misfortune. Chapter 55. He Yunqi's Past 3. In a dimly lit alley, Mengyu lay on the ground, bloodied, with a sack over his head. Qi Ruohuan struck the ground with a thud using a rod, his eyes ablaze and his clothing splattered with Mengyu's blood, as he frantically kicked him a few times. "Trying to compete with me? What are you even worth?" He could not bear Mengyu's popularity. In his eyes, he was no less than Mengyu. The only thing he lacked was a father as esteemed. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and as a cold wind blew, Qi Ruohuan shivered. The anger dissipated slightly as he gazed at the prostrate Mengyu, feeling a twinge of panic. "He can't be dead, can he?" He tore away the sack, revealing Mengyu's pallid face. He placed his hand near Mengyu's nose. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice startled Qi Ruohuan, causing him to fall back onto the ground. He turned to find He Yunqi standing behind him, staring in shock. Qi Ruohuan hastily discarded the rod, stammering, "I wasn't doing anything." He desperately shielded Mengyu's body. He Yunqi stepped forward. "What lies behind you?" The stench of blood grew heavier in the air. Qi Ruohuan hadn't anticipated being seen and warned, "Qi Wuming, If you dare to speak of this, I will kill you." For the first time, He Yunqi forcefully shoved him aside. Upon seeing the barely conscious Meng Yu, his pupils dilated. "You dare." Qi Ruohuan quickly regained his composure. Over the years, he had engaged in various petty crimes. His mind raced, formulating a bold plan. Meng Yu's predicament was unavoidable. Therefore, he decided not to hold back any longer. He suddenly leapt up and embraced the unsuspecting He Yunqi. "Wuming, you must save my brother. It was not intentional. He brought this upon himself." He subtly smeared his blood onto He Yunqi's clothing. He Yunqi pushed him away. He was emaciated, yet an inexplicable strength surged within him. Qi Ruohuan observed the extensive bloodstains marring his attire, a faint smile gracing his lips. He dashed outside, somehow securing a piece of black cloth, draping it over himself, and called out in a strained voice, "Help! Someone, please!" Soon, curious gazes were drawn towards the alley. He Yunqi, however, remained oblivious to Qi Ruohuan's actions. His focus solely on Meng Yu. Meng Yu was grievously injured. He felt utterly helpless, uncertain of how to assist. Despite his frail form, he managed to hoist Meng Yu onto his back. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a flurry of snow, cascading like feathers. The youth trudged forward, carrying Meng Yu, treading through the muddy path towards the clinic. "Isn't that young Master Meng?" The elderly man at the clinic panicked, urging, "Quickly, notify Master Meng." He Yunqi was now stained with blood, a thin layer of snow settling upon his shoulders, his lips pale. Would he succumb? No one answered. Concern for Meng Yu's injuries consumed everyone present. He was jostled against the doorframe, wincing in pain. The snowfall intensified outside. He Yunqi lowered his gaze, his garments thoroughly sullied. Would Meng Yu perish? He was uncertain. "What has happened to my son?" A middle-aged man burst through the door, knocking over various items in his haste. Oblivious to the chaos, he incessantly questioned, "What has happened to my son?" His anxiety and worry evoked a deep envy within He Yunqi. How he longed for such concern. Why was there no one to care for him? "Master Meng." The healer spoke words He Yunqi could not quite comprehend, and the sturdy middle-aged man staggered, collapsing to the floor. He muttered, "You must save my son. He is my only child." The healer, unable to bear the sight, turned away. Suddenly, Master Meng stood, his eyes aflame with fury, grasping He Yunqi by the collar. Who has done this to my son?" The force of his grip sent He Yunqi crashing against the doorframe. He cast his gaze downward. The pain of the rattan whip felt etched into his very bones. And in a moment of weakness, he could only utter, "It wasn't me." Master Meng's anger surged. "I warned you. I told you not to associate with people like you. You are Qi Ruohuan's servant, are you not? Qi Ruohuan has a wicked heart. His entire family is of ill repute." Master Meng was a good man, but tonight he was consumed by fury. His sole-beloved son lay grievously injured, and he could not remain calm or rational. The longer Meng Yu remained in peril, the more derogatory remarks He Yunqi endured. "It's him. I saw it with my own eyes. It was him." Indeed, there was no one else present that night in the alley but him and young Master Meng. He had carried him away, perhaps regretful after the fact. The murmurs grew louder. He Yunqi found himself encircled, desperately shaking his head. "It wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't me. Please believe me." He floundered, reaching out to grasp the hem of the nearest person's garment. Yet he eluded the latter's grasp. "Do not touch me. You are utterly filthy. If you claim it was not you, then who could it be?" Someone jeered. He Yunqi shook his head, attempting to clarify. It was Qi Ruohuan. He is the one responsible. Qi Ruohuan and his mother were also among the crowd. No sooner had he spoken than Qi's mother struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in the air, causing a trickle of blood to seep from He Yunqi's lips. "You little brat, you broke the leg of the young master of the Meng family, and now you wish to tarnish our Huan's reputation?" The neighbors can attest that Huan was at home that night, nowhere else. Indeed, we saw no one else. The voices chimed in unison. Meng Yuanwai's eyes blazed with fury. "Is it truly you?" "No, it's not me." He Yunqi stammered in panic, shaking his head vigorously. "I saw him injured and carried him to the clinic. It was not me, I swear. Why do none of you believe me?" On that day, the young He Yunqi bore the weight of the world's utmost malice. They insisted that only he and Meng Yu were seen in the alley. Meng Yu, Upon regaining consciousness, remembered nothing and wept incessantly. Some claimed that He Yunqi had harbored resentment towards Mengyu, for the girl he fancied had affection for him. Love can breed hatred. Qi's mother publicly denounced him, declaring, "I have no son with such a venomous heart," severing ties with him. Qi Ruohuan added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, you have always been a petty thief. It is no wonder this is your doing." Enraged, Meng Yuanwei ordered his men to thrash him thoroughly before casting him into the snow. Chapter 56. The past of He Yunqi. 4. Flakes of snow cascaded from the dim sky, blanketing the ground in a sea of white. He Yunqi sat propped against a tree, the imprints of his hands evident in the snow around him. His body bore wounds and lacerations. He chuckled softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the snow crimson. His ink-black hair fell loosely, snowflakes settling upon it. It was cold. The snow was frigid, as was his heart. He extended his hand forward, catching a cold snowflake. So be it. He had grown weary of these dark and dreary days. Let it be this way. As he drifted into unconsciousness, his final glance swept over a corner of black fabric. The figure blended seamlessly into the shadows. When he awoke, the air was thick with the scent of perfume. It was then he realized he lay in a place both sordid and garish. Startled, he sprang up, only to feel a sharp pang from his wounds, drawing a sharp breath. "Ah, you're awake." Mama Hua approached, swaying her hips. "You truly have a strong constitution. How are you not dead?" Remembering the coins the figure in black had generously bestowed upon her, her smile widened. Young Master Meng is now desperately seeking his end at the Meng residence. "I saved you, so you shall remain here, doing menial tasks. You won't go hungry." His voice was hoarse. "I refuse to stay here." He was acutely aware of the nature of this place. "This is not up to you." Madame Hua let out a sinister laugh, remarking that merely rescuing him had cost her a considerable sum of silver. "Were it not for your somewhat decent appearance, I would not bear such a hefty expense." Her fingers curled under He Yunqi's chin, but he turned his head away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." Madame Hua clapped her hands, and soon several burly men approached. "Keep a close watch on him. The moment he can walk, lock him up," she commanded. "If he escapes, I shall hold you accountable." Yes, life in the brothel was far more arduous than in the Qi household. Fearing his escape, Madame Hua shackled his feet with chains, forcing him to take small, shuffling steps, the clanking of the chains echoing with each movement. He had contemplated fleeing, yet each attempt was thwarted by Madame Hua's iron grip. Her methods were even harsher than that of Qi's mother, employing various forms of punishment. She would confine him in a pitch-black room, chain him up, and resort to cruel torment to force his submission. "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of escape," Madame Hua sneered. "Killing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Were it not for someone wishing to spare your life, do you truly believe you would still be breathing?" He Yunqi, in a daze, could scarcely grasp her words. Eventually, he ceased to entertain thoughts of running away. After all, he was merely a child in his teens. The entire Su Ping city loathed him due to the Meng family, with many coming specifically to humiliate him. He steadfastly maintained his innocence, repeating it time and again. Yet no one believed him. Instead, he was met with mockery and derision. Madame Hua was well aware of the audience's desires and began to smear his reputation. Whenever a girl in the brothel was injured due to intimate encounters, she attributed it all to He Yunqi. His reputation plummeted to the depths, rendering him a pariah. Everyone who encountered him felt compelled to hurl insults in his direction. The last vestiges of goodwill within him began to waver. Is it truly worth it to remain virtuous? He pondered, struggling to hold on. Yet, the name Tianqing sect flashed through his mind. Yes, the Tianqing sect. Since this world has no place for me, I shall seek immortality. He fled the brothel at all costs, adopted a new name, escaped Su Ping City, and journeyed straight to the Tianqing sect. He believed that kindness still existed in the world. It was merely absent within the confines of Su Ping City. "Sister," the youth's anguished voice suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Luan stumbled 2 steps before he caught her in his arms. The soul-searching had come to an end. Jiang Luan's spiritual energy was insufficient for further inquiries. Her face was pale, and her brow furrowed tightly, revealing her immense discomfort. "Do not worry," she said weakly, smiling at him. A few days of rest will suffice. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he held her close, whispering, "You have truly lost your mind." Tears streamed down his face, falling upon hers. He lifted her effortlessly, finding her lighter than he had anticipated. Jiang Luan wrapped her arms around his neck, urging, "Do not cry, Achi." She despised seeing him in tears. Having witnessed his past firsthand, her heart ached more than anyone else's. The dense, prickling sensation rendered her breathless. In an unexpected moment, she considered that perhaps it was for the best if he unsealed the demon seal. This way, he would be formidable enough to deter anyone from easily humiliating him. Host, such thoughts are perilous. The system reminded her within her consciousness. We are here to save the antagonist. If he breaks the seal, what if he once again brings ruin to the world of the novel? Weary and lacking the strength to argue, Jiang Luan felt her eyelids grow heavy, battling against each other as she succumbed to a deep slumber in He Yunqi's embrace. Rest for a while. You are too exhausted. He Yunqi's voice was hoarse, imbued with profound tenderness and affection. He carried her upstairs, his steps steady and deliberate, his heart racing fervently, a heart that had been rekindled for her, pulsating with fervor. He understood that he could no longer escape his fate. Chapter 57. Before his divine presence, he surrendered completely. The inn's lobby was engulfed in a deathly silence. The disciples of the cultivation sect remained mute, reflecting deeply upon He Yunqi's past. Truth be told, witnessing his history led them to introspection. If they were in his position, after enduring such malice, would they still possess the resolve to join the immortal sect? Aspiring towards goodness and upholding justice is a notion easily spoken, yet profoundly challenging to enact. He Yunqi of the Tianqing sect commanded respect. Someone finally broke the silence, and others quickly echoed in agreement. Upon observing the situation, Qi Mu, Qi Ruohuan, and Huang Mama sensed the gravity of the moment and attempted to flee. Mengyu, seated in his wheelchair, shouted at the trio, "Do not let them escape." "Young master, are you all right? Do not worry about me. Stop them." Meng Yu's urgency clouded his judgment, forgetting that all present were disciples of the cultivation sect. The three of them were trapped, unable to escape. Yu Ji, heartbroken, shed tears, exclaiming, "You are being too cruel. How can you treat your senior brother this way?" Having been cherished all her life, it was her first profound realization of the hardships and humility some endure. "Nonsense, it is all nonsense." Qi Mu raised her voice defensively. "You must have tampered with something inside." Her accusation ignited the ire of the disciples present. Tampering? The soul search technique cannot be manipulated. Are you questioning our sect? Their clamor grew louder, uncertain whether it was for He Yunqi's sake or to restore pride to their own sect. The gaze of the leading sister from the Tianqing sect turned towards the trio with disdain. "Your ability to turn the tables is truly remarkable. Qi Ruohuan, I did not expect you to be so malicious." Meng Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, recalling that if Qi Wuming had not carried him to the clinic that day, it would have been him who perished there. What did he do? He cried, pointing at the man he blamed for ruining his life, when in truth, it was he. Meng Yu, who had shattered a significant part of He Yunqi's existence. Guilt clouded his eyes as he tightened his grip on the wheelchair. I had explained. It was my disbelief in him. His voice was soft. It was my disbelief in him. Let go of me. Qi Ruohuan, pinned to the ground by Meng Yu's attendants, struggled helplessly. Why are you apprehending me? It has nothing to do with me. It was Qi Wuming's treachery. Yu Jiqing was furious. She kicked Qi Ruohuan. Stop slandering. The commotion downstairs grew louder, but in the room above, He Yunqi cast a barrier spell to isolate the noise. He gently tucked the blanket around Jiang Luan, his fingers brushing lightly across her face. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers bore wounds, red specks of blood falling onto her cheek. Frowning, he took out a white handkerchief and meticulously wiped her face. The young man's lips curved slightly, his voice clean and gentle as he called her sister. He sighed. Only when you are asleep can I speak my heart. His uninjured fingertip lingered softly at her lips. They all say I am gloomy, a misanthrope, a wretch stained with the blood of the lowly. He raised his gaze to the moonlight outside the window. I once thought this was my fate, but then you appeared. What should I do? I was ready to give up, and yet you showed up." His voice trembled. "But they are right. I have become so twisted and vile. I am a soul lost in hell, unwilling to rise, wishing only to drag you down with me into the abyss." He continued, "I despise others getting too close to you, loathe seeing you smile at them, and resent that what you offer me can be easily obtained by others. Can you not be kind only to me? Otherwise, I fear I shall lose my sanity." He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, rose, and planted a careful kiss on her forehead. "It matters not if you do not love me. At least, do not love another." He leaned against her hand, nuzzling his head against her palm. "I will be good. Please do not abandon me." He clasped her hand tightly, a genuine smile breaking across his face. On his exquisitely beautiful countenance, rare tenderness and affection were laid bare, revealing his softest, most fragile side before her. In the presence of his divinity, he was utterly captivated. When Jiang Luan awoke again, 3 days had passed. The first thing she saw was the young man sleeping by her bedside, his hand tightly holding her fingers. The orange cat beside them was in a frenzy. "Host, you are finally awake." She petted the orange cat to calm it. "I'm fine now, Xiao Fan." As she moved, the young man resting against the bed stirred awake. His eyes cleared in an instant, his voice slightly hoarse and laced with a hint of sleepiness. "Sister." The way he pronounced the last word was captivating. Jiang Luan couldn't help but shiver. It was too tempting. Why did his voice sound so alluring right after waking? He Yunqi brushed her hair aside, helping her sit up. "Do you feel better? Have I slept for long?" "Yes, for 3 days." Jiang Yuan's complexion was still somewhat pale. "I'm fine now. I didn't mean to worry you." She rubbed her head, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. He Yunqi pouted. "You knew it would worry me, yet took such risks." Hearing his words, Jiang Yuan poked his forehead with her finger. "You ungrateful little one." After a pause, she asked, "By the way, what happened to those people?" 3 individuals were cast onto the street, and Mengyu redeemed the young women trapped within the brothel, shattering its confines. Jiang Yuan blinked her eyes in disbelief. "Is that true? Where? I want to see." She attempted to rise, but the young man firmly restrained her, insisting she remain still. For her injuries had yet to heal, and she needed ample rest. Jiang Yuan longed to assert that she was perfectly fine, yet upon meeting the young man's concerned gaze, her resolve softened. "Then could you bring me a few pieces of candy? I desire something sweet." He was not entirely at ease with her. Her glistening eyes blinked up at him, and he instantly capitulated. "I shall return shortly." With those words, he turned and departed. Once the door was closed, Jiang Yuan swiftly climbed out of bed. Her powers had merely been overstretched. She would soon recover. Upon opening the window, a gust of wind rushed in, revealing He Yunqi, barely clinging to life on the street, alongside his mother, who wept uncontrollably. Mama Hua appeared disheveled, casting a furious glare in her direction. "Serve them right," she exclaimed, sniffling angrily. "They bullied He Yunqi so mercilessly. For one's own misdeeds, one must bear the consequences. Consider yourselves fortunate." She shut the window, intending to sneak back into bed, only to catch a glimpse of He Yunqi standing behind her. The young man had returned unbeknownst to her, his ink-black eyes fixed upon her. Jiang Yuan felt a chill run through her heart. Chapter 58. The candy given by sister's own hand allow me to explain. Jiang Yuan blinked and slowed her movements. The window opened by itself, and I felt cold, so I got up to close it. The disbelief in the young man's eyes was palpable. Yet he nodded and draped a cloak over her shoulders. "Now, let us return." "Very well." Jiang Yuan obediently lay back down. She opened her palm, and he placed several candies of various flavors into her hand. Just as she was about to unwrap an orange-flavored one, she noticed He Yunqi gazing at her expectantly. "Do you wish to have some too?" she asked, placing a piece into his palm. The young man stared at the candy for a long while before a soft chuckle escaped his lips. He began to unwrap it slowly, a sweet warmth blossoming within his heart. "This candy was given to me by my sister," he mused. A gentle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, and Jiang Yuan found herself momentarily entranced by his expression. His ponytail hung askew, lending him an air of languid charm, and his features appeared softer, making him seem more endearing. Jiang Yuan turned her head away, no longer wishing to look at him. The unopened candy in her palm felt oddly tense. It was she who had expressed a desire for candy, yet in the end, it was she who had not savored any. She was bewildered by her own emotions. What menu? She deliberately changed the topic. The young man shook his head. I do not know. He must have returned to the Meng residence. Jiang Luan nodded, falling into silence for a moment. She gestured in the air to cast a spell for communication. I have sent a message to Elder Li Hong. Once he arrives, we shall proceed to the Meng residence together. Why? I promised to help Mengyu with his leg. His life should not be like this. He Yunqi lowered his gaze, his fingers slightly curling. Jiang Yuan paused, then added, of course, if you are unwilling, we need not go. The Meng family is indeed a victim in this matter. However, the harm inflicted upon He Yunqi is palpable. Should he disagree, she would choose to heed his words. The young man raised his gaze to her, clearly having acquiesced. Would he now betray his promise? What would become of her reputation? To utter such words in front of so many cultivators would render her untrustworthy. I always knew you were the soft-hearted one. Jiang Yuan gently ruffled his hair and said, your hair is disheveled. Shall we set off once you've tidied it? He Yunqi whispered, I would like you to help me comb it. Jiang Yuan chuckled helplessly. In this situation, he had yielded far too much. Following his intent, she instructed him to sit before the vanity, summoning a mirror with her spiritual energy. Reflected in the glass was an extraordinarily beautiful visage, dark hair cascading down, a pale face adorned with a contented smile. Jiang Yuan meticulously combed his hair, feeling the cool, smooth strand between her fingers. It was her first time styling a man's hair. She grasped his long locks, slowly untangling them, her inexperience evident, yet her patience unwavering. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his ear and neck, causing He Yunqi to clutch his clothing tightly, his knuckles turning white. It seems a bit crooked, Jiang Yuan observed, glancing at the young man in the mirror, chuckling softly. Since it's my first attempt, perhaps you should do it yourself. He Yunqi pressed his lips together, responding softly, no. Jiang, your styling is wonderful. What did you say? The young man picked up a purple hair tie. I want to wear this. Very well. Then let us use this. When Li Hong arrived, he beheld the scene of Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi standing together on the street. The boy's high ponytail was askew, tilting his head to gaze at the girl beside him, who wore a loose purple outer robe. Her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes crinkled in a smile. I must say, Yuan, you're becoming quite adept at directing me. Li Hong approached them, declaring, I am a guest elder of Tianqing's sect, and even the injured in the mortal realm require my attention. Are you implying I lack enough to do? Jiang Yuan retorted softly, you only came because you were enticed by my gratitude. Oh, you and your ways. Li Hong replied helplessly, his fingers resting on her wrist. Jiang Yuan swiftly withdrew her hand, stating, I have no issues. Let us depart quickly. What is the hurry? Li Hong fanned himself with his folding fan. Casting a sidelong glance at He Yunqi, what has happened to your hair? Jiang Yuan, embarrassed, covered her eyes with her right hand and turned her head away. Weakly raising her hand, she admitted, I styled it, lacking experience, and it turned out crooked. Li Hong raised an eyebrow. His inquisitive expression swept over the two, as if to say, I understand perfectly. Ah, let us go. Jiang Yuan tugged at Li Hong's arm. Didn't you say time is of the essence? He Yunqi's eyes flickered. His dim gaze fell upon Li Hong's arm. Initially anxious, he now felt a sense of calm. As Li Hong was pulled along, he stole glances at He Yunqi, their eyes meeting fortuitously. The boy's disdain was unmistakable, utterly unmasked. Liem Blinka. Was he, indeed, being disliked? Upon reflection, He Yunqi's visage is remarkably deceptive, resembling that of an innocent little rabbit, yet it is implausible that he harbors no resentment towards the Qingzong sect after all these years. In this light, it is entirely reasonable for He Yunqi to despise him. Nevertheless, he patted He Yunqi's shoulder and lowered his voice, advising him to conceal his emotions until he possesses absolute power. He Yunqi suddenly lifted his gaze, his hands clenched tightly. Li Hong, intrigued, whispered a few words to Jiang Yuan, who then proceeded ahead, leaving him to walk alongside He Yunqi in the rear. You harbor feelings for your junior sister, do you not? Li Hong asked bluntly. He Yunqi's pace faltered, and he remained silent. You must be quite curious about how I came to know this. Li Heng fanned himself with his folding fan, a smirk playing on his lips. When one is enamored with another, their eyes betray their true feelings. He Yunqi did not deny it, replying simply yes. Li Heng shook his head, closing the fan and posing a question. Do you believe you are worthy of her? He Yunqi fell silent. I recognize these words may be harsh, but some thoughts are best left unthought. Li Heng patted his shoulder, only to have it evaded. His hand hung awkwardly in the air as he forced a smile. Heed my advice. If you love her, it may not end well. Jiang Luan's status is far too elevated. Only the most exceptional individuals within the cultivation realm could ever be her match. Apart from his appearance, what else does He Yunqi possess worthy of her? It is a cruel truth, yet nonetheless a truth. He understands the plight of this youth. To ardently admire Jiang Luan, even if he were to receive her affection, he would still face opposition from Jiang Qingxian and Yu Yuan. Those proud individuals would never easily agree to entrust their hearts to an ordinary man devoid of merit. In the end, only He Yunqi would be left wounded. Li Heng, still fanning himself, drifted away. He Yunqi remained rooted in place, gazing into the distance at the two figures. No matter how much he wished to deny it, he knew that Li Heng spoke the truth. But what of it? He suddenly smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What was there to fear? After all, if it came to it, he would gladly relinquish his life for her. Chapter 59. What a pity it is. The Meng residence is truly magnificent. Within the estate, the view stretches infinitely. Jiang Yuan and her companions found themselves trapped at the entrance. After probing with their spiritual senses, she spoke amiably. Might I kindly request that you convey a message? I truly know your young master, Mengyu. Apologies, but our young master has decreed that since his return 3 days ago, he shall not meet with anyone. It would be best for you to leave. Li Heng's fan rustled as he plopped down on the steps. It is quite a rarity for me, Li Heng, to be obstructed while attempting to save someone. How peculiar. He Yunqi, burdened with heavy thoughts, remained silent beside him. Jiang Yuan settled next to him, aware that her desire to assist Meng Yu was tinged with personal motives. He Yunqi had become a target of disdain in Su Ping City, with many spontaneously rising to defend Meng Yuan and Meng Yu. Should she succeed in healing Meng Yu's leg, and he come to learn the truth, it would not be long before He Yunqi's tarnished reputation was restored. She understood that He Yunqi cared deeply about this matter. Because he cared, she wished to act. Is there any way to do this, Elder Li Heng? In times of need, summon the elder. In moments of leisure, call upon Li Heng. Can you possibly be more excessive? Jiang Yuan rubbed her forehead, asking, Do you not wish to return? Li Heng rose, stretching his limbs. What are you doing? He replied. Is it not obvious? We shall force our way in. With that, he waved his folding fan, and the wind howled ominously from all directions. Suddenly, He Yunqi interjected. I could draw symbols. Never mind. Drawing symbols would deplete your spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan decisively declined. Step aside. I shall handle this. A strange gust of wind arose before the estate, startling the two attendants outside, their faces pale and eyes wide, as if they had encountered a fearsome beast. Li Heng looked at Jiang Yuan with anticipation, hoping she had a brilliant idea. She stepped forward, her voice as gentle as possible. Go summon Meng Yuan and tell him I possess a method to cure his son's leg ailment. Upon hearing this, the attendants furrowed their brows, their expressions skeptical. Another charlatan, seeking to swindle the Meng family? They scoffed. In recent years, we have seen countless fraudsters, all claiming they could heal our young master's condition. Yet to no avail. The other added, Indeed, our young master is such a good person. Time and again, his hopes have been dashed. Must we continue to act so unethically? Reasoning proved futile. Jiang Yuan glanced at her attire, and then at He Yunqi and Li Heng. She hesitated to speak against He Yunqi. Instead, turning to Li Heng, it's one thing for Qi and I to not wear sect robes. But why aren't you dressed as well? If you merely donned a garment from Tianqing sect, we wouldn't be rejected at the door. Li Heng glared. I warn you, Jiang Yuan, if you persist, I shall truly leave. Do not think you can compel me with your charms. I believe I ought to demonstrate my prowess before them. It was not that he lacked resolve. It was merely that Jiang Yuan had given him too much. Time was of the essence. Jiang Luan conjured countless violet spiritual butterflies with her right hand, which fluttered upwards, forming several conspicuous characters in the sky. Li Hong lamented beside her. If your brother knew how you were misusing the butterfly charm he gifted you, he would undoubtedly feel helpless. Gazing at the dancing butterflies, He Yunqi's eyes dimmed momentarily. He felt as though he could offer nothing to Jiang Luan. Junior sister, he murmured softly from the steps beside her. Am I truly that inadequate? Jiang Luan, resting her chin on her hand, was lost in thought about when Meng Yuanwei would notice the words in the sky. Startled by He Yunqi's question, she turned to him. What does it mean to be inadequate? Is it strength or wealth? The young man's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt. As for wealth, I possess in abundance. If you desire it, it is all yours. Jiang Luan continued. But if you wish to grow stronger, She knew what needed to be done, yet could not allow him to pursue that path. After a brief pause, she added, My master and I shall teach you well. With the demons sealed away, He Yunqi remained but one among countless inconspicuous figures in the realm of cultivation. In truth, being less formidable is also perfectly acceptable. She endeavored to persuade him. With great power comes great responsibility. Is it not better to live joyfully? Behold my elder brother. He possesses great strength, yet he is bound by his own mission, tasked with the pursuit of the demon god seal. How do you know? Her words were abruptly interrupted by Li Heng's astonished voice. Jiang Luan froze momentarily. Indeed, she should not have known. I merely overheard others mention it. Is that so? Li Heng narrowed his eyes. Yu Yuan could not have divulged this, and it is even less likely that the immortal sovereign would, as few from the Tianqing sect are aware of the sovereign's quest for the demon god seal. Who did you hear it from? The orange cat leaped about excitedly. Jiang Yuan blinked, her mind a blank slate. He Yunqi inquired, What is the demon god seal? Li Heng, not wishing to conceal the truth, explained that all the power of the former demon sovereign, Xianyu, is sealed within the body of the son of him and the Lingyan sect's Nenwu. The seal within is known as the demon god seal. Jiang Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon He Yunqi. Host, could you please be more mindful? Why is your acting so abysmal? Stop looking. If you keep staring, you'll give yourself away. She lowered her head in self-reproach, thinking, What should I do? Li Heng is suspicious of me. It's all right. Just assert that you overheard it, and it will suffice. Jiang Yuan gathered her emotions, raised her eyes to Li Heng, and said, My brother dotes on me. Eavesdropping on such matters is not difficult. She swiftly changed the subject. But I heard that the sect master of Lingyan also harbored affections for Nenwu. It was a casual remark. Yet, Li Heng seemed lost in thought, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. Ultimately, fate was not in their favor. Their bond was one of affinity, yet it bore no fruition. How unfortunate that he, a prodigy of his youth, fell from grace, his entire family annihilated, and his spirit destroyed. Such a lamentable fate. Li Heng chose to say no more. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had successfully deflected the conversation. Unexpectedly, Li Heng expressed, he was once a renowned master of formations in the immortal realm. Proficient in poison formations, Mo Yin was truly a genius of the millennia. What a pity. Chapter 60. He Yunqi, were you deliberate? The tale of Mo Yin and Nanwu is not unfamiliar in the mortal realm, often recounted in various stories. Childhood sweethearts, unable to withstand the whims of fate. Mo Yin had loved Nanwu since childhood, always accompanying her in the guise of a senior brother, believing that such companionship would last until the end of time. Who would have thought that the demon sovereign, Xianyu, would intervene so abruptly? Xianyu. He Yunqi clutched his chest, a thin sheen of sweat forming upon his brow. Why? Upon hearing this name, he felt an inexplicable force within him surge uncontrollably. What is the matter? Jiang Yuan was alarmed, rushing to support He Yunqi, hastily using her handkerchief to wipe away his beads of sweat. What do you feel unwell? Let elderly Hung examine you. Jiang Yuan, you truly do not regard me as a stranger. Li Heng resignedly stood. Just as he intended to grasp He Yunqi's wrist, the door of the residence creaked open. He Yunqi gritted his teeth against the pain, discreetly withdrawing from Li Heng's reach, clearly resisting. He leaned against Jiang Yuan, touching his chest. Junior sister, it hurts here. Li Heng, Jiang Yuan was deeply anxious, allowing him to lean against her. Just as she was about to speak, an excited middle-aged man's voice interrupted. "Are you here to rescue my son, esteemed immortals? Please come in." Meng Yuanwei stepped forward, his eyes glistening with tears, barely concealing his anguish. Liang, uninterested in the dual expressions of He Yunqi, addressed Jiang Yuan, assuring her, "Rest assured, he will not perish. Did we not come to treat his leg? Let's be swift." He Yunqi's complexion paled further. Jiang Yuan infused him with a touch of spiritual energy, instructing, "You should enter with Meng Yuanwei first. I shall join you shortly." Jiang Yuan, "Let it be with your junior disciple. Indulge him," she remarked, fully aware of his intentions. One was willing to engage, while the other was willing to endure. It was best that he did not become the source of annoyance. He Yunqi clutched his sleeve tightly, fearful of her disbelief, and nervously insisted, "It truly hurts, I know." Jiang Yuan comforted him. "It is all right. I shall remain here with you." Meng Yuanwei's voice boomed from behind. "If the immortal can cure my child's leg ailment, I would sacrifice everything without hesitation. I implore you to do your utmost." The sentiment of a parent's heart was palpable. After enduring numerous shattered hopes, Meng Yuanwei still clung to the possibility of healing Meng Yu's leg. Jiang Yuan pondered his words, and He Yunqi sensed her distraction. He furrowed his brow slightly and emitted a soft hum, attempting to reclaim her attention. Jiang Yuan pinched his cheek playfully. "He Yunqi, are you doing this intentionally? Such mischief. How could he be so endearing?" Having been exposed, He Yunqi remained unfazed, well aware of her soft spot for him. He lifted his face, about to clarify, when his lips accidentally brushed against Jiang Yuan's chin. The warmth of the contact rendered both momentarily speechless. He Yunqi's gaze was innocent and helpless, clutching her garment like a docile rabbit, blinking in surprise. Jiang Yuan jolted, wishing to release him, yet he held on tightly. "Junior sister, I still feel pain." Little deceiver. She failed to detect any signs of discomfort on his face. Her heart flustered as she pushed him away slightly. "You clearly are not in pain anymore." He Yunqi immediately wilted, cautiously asking, "Are you upset?" He merely desired her to hold him a little longer, to care for him more. Fidgeting with his fingers like a child caught in wrongdoing, he murmured, "I won't do this again, Jiang, I swear." Jiang Yuan, recalling their earlier contact, inadvertently overlooked his affectionate address. Not wishing to linger on this subject, she appeared flustered. "Let us hurry inside. I fear elderly Hung cannot manage alone." "All right." He Yunqi obediently nodded, grasping her robe. The tumult within him seemed to settle. He harbored doubts, taking note of the name Xianyu as they entered the Meng residence. "I will not treat him. I have stated I will not treat him." As they approached, they overheard a cacophony from within. "Everyone out. All of you out. I refuse to see anyone. This leg is my own doing." Meng Yuanwei paced anxiously outside the door. "What shall I do?" His hair had begun to show strands of white. For years, Meng Yu's affliction had plagued his heart. Wiping away tears, he finally discerned Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi, exclaiming, Are you not Qi Wuming?" He Yunqi's tone was flat. "You are mistaken, Yuanwei. Qi Wuming has long since perished. It is impossible. You are indeed Qi Wuming, and I will never mistake you. In the entirety of Suping City, there is no man who bears your countenance." Meng Yuanwei's eyes brimmed with remorse. "I have heard the servants speak. It is our Meng family that has wronged you." He stepped forward, attempting to grasp He Yunqi's hand, only to have him sidestep, evading the gesture. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed his gaze. He Yunqi exuded an innate indifference, a dispassionate detachment born of disillusionment with the world. Meng Yuanwei wiped away a tear. I know that whatever I say now is futile. Whatever you desire, please speak freely. I shall make amends as best I can." Amends? What could Meng Yuanwei offer as compensation? He Yunqi curved his lips slightly, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. "Do you know how excruciatingly cold the snowy nights of December can be?" The youth's voice trembled with suppressed emotion, a sense of injustice creeping into his heart. Yet he ultimately stifled his feelings. He spoke coldly, "You cannot compensate me." Jiang Yuan remained silent, observing him from the side. "We, the Meng family, owe you a debt." Meng Yuanwei continued, wiping his eyes. Meng Yu always wished to heal his legs. 3 days ago, upon his return, he refused to see anyone. He drove away all who came to treat him. I understand he feels guilty towards you, but he is my only son. As he spoke, Meng Yuanwei knelt down. I beg you, Yu has committed no wrong. He is innocent. The one at fault is I. Whether you wish for my life or demand servitude, I shall comply. Please, persuade Yu. He is still so young. I implore you. As he spoke, Meng Yuanwei prepared to bow his head. Li Heng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He raised a hand to halt Meng Yuanwei's actions, directing his gaze towards He Yunqi. The youth's inner resentment remained unabated as he lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Yuan, what is happening? Li Heng furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Luan. Is there still hope for his legs? Yes. It must be treated. Meng Yuanwei exclaimed urgently. Immortal, I beseech you, please heal my son's legs. Jiang Yuan sighed. I will heed your request. She was not part of this conflict and had no reason to decide for He Yunqi. Chapter 61. Healing Meng Yu's legs, He Yunqi had no desire to forgive Meng Yuanwei. Not only did he harbor no inclination, but a jarring voice echoed in his mind, repeatedly urging him to take Meng Yuanwei's life. Yet, he understood that he could not do so. More than exacting revenge, he yearned to remain by Jiang Yuan's side. She would not approve of his committing murder. He would not engage in action she disdained. He Yunqi's eyes curved slightly as he forced a smile. Did I not say? Qi Wuming has perished. Meng Yuanwei looked up at him in confusion. Yet, He Yunqi was reluctant to elaborate further. Jiang Yuan grasped his meaning and glanced at Li Heng. Let us proceed. I will accompany you. She reassured Meng Yuanwei. Since Qi Wuming is no more, let bygones be bygones. Meng Yuanwei gazed at He Yunqi in astonishment. She added, He is my disciple from Tianqing sect, my junior brother, He Yunqi. Please do not misname him. Li Heng, growing impatient, interjected, How do we proceed? Should I just kick the door down? Before he could finish, the door swung open with a resounding bang. Li Heng waved his folding fan, producing a cacophony that was indeed quite bothersome. Meng Yu, seated in his wheelchair, was taken aback, exclaiming, You have actually broken my door? How could such a small door possibly confine us? As he spoke, Li Heng appeared before Meng Yu, his fingers resting gently on the pulse point of his wrist. I have made it clear I do not wish to be treated. Meng Yu struggled, only to have Li Heng tap his hand lightly with the fan. Do not move. Be compliant. Cautiously, he glanced outside the door, where Qi Wuming and Jiang Yuan were present, nodding in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Meng Yu lowered his head, ceasing his struggle. Li Heng's medical skills were unparalleled, and with the numerous elixirs from the Tianqing sect, treating Meng Yu's leg ailment was indeed an extravagant use of talent. Before long, Li Heng administered a pill and handed a prescription to Meng Yuanwei. Prepare the medicine according to this prescription, and after 5 days of consumption, he shall recover fully. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Meng Yuanwei was eager to prostrate himself, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. He then infused his spiritual energy into Meng Yu's body. As the energy coursed through, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He possesses spiritual roots. What do spiritual roots signify? Meng Yuanwei was bewildered. Does this mean the child has the potential for cultivation? Li Heng chose not to elaborate, stating that 4 years hence, should Meng Yu be interested, he could come to the Tianqing sect for an assessment. With that, he flicked his fan and turned to Jiang Yuan. There are affairs within the sect that require my attention. I must take my leave. Jiang Yuan nodded, expressing her gratitude. Li Heng extended his hand, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. What are you doing? My token of appreciation, she replied. Do not try to evade it. Realizing her oversight, Jiang Yuan retrieved a few items from her storage ring and placed them in Li Heng's hand. These are for you. Receiving her token of gratitude, Li Heng's eyes sparkled with delight. Should there be another opportunity like this, do not hesitate to seek me out. With a casual wave, he vanished from sight. Meng Yu placed his hand upon his legs, gently exploring their surface. Father, it seems my legs are beginning to regain sensation. Overcome with joy, Meng Yuanwei wept, continuously expressing his thanks to Jiang Yuan. Meng Yu, in a daze, embraced his father, and they wept together for a considerable time, unaccustomed to such displays. Jiang Yuan quietly exited the room. From a distance, she spotted He Yunqi, standing beneath a grand tree, golden leaves swirling around him, settling upon his shoulders. The youth raised a hand to catch a falling leaf. In an instant, the leaf disintegrated into fine powder, scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. She wondered if he was feeling distressed. Summoning a spiritual butterfly, a purple ethereal creature fluttered its wings and flew towards him. "Go, comfort him on my behalf." The butterfly flew steadily, gracefully circling He Yunqi before landing on his bent index finger. He shielded the sun with his hand, and the purple butterfly sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, casting a vivid and enchanting glow. He brought his hand closer, and the butterfly, unafraid, remained still upon his finger. Suddenly, he smiled. The redness in his eyes dissipated instantaneously, and he leaned down, gently resting his forehead against the butterfly's wing. In a voice that was both pure and gentle, he conveyed, "I am all right now." The spirit butterfly seemed to comprehend his words, fluttering its wings as it flew away from his fingertips, returning to its master, who watched from a short distance behind him. Jiang Luan made no move to retrieve it, allowing the spirit butterfly to settle upon her shoulder. She understood that He Yunqi had chosen a compromise. He had not forgotten the kindness that lay deep within his heart, nor the unwavering belief that he wished to save the world. Ultimately, he chose to forgive Meng Yuan Wai and Meng Yu. The youth stood with his back to her, bathed in sunlight, his silhouette exuding a profound solitude and chill. "Let us go, little rebel," Jiang Yuan murmured, stroking the small kitten on her shoulder, departing from the scene to grant him a moment of solitude. With the matters of Suping City resolved, a weight lifted from her heart. The others had taken items from the unclaimed secret realm, experiencing a mix of joy and sorrow. All sects, except for Jiuxianzong, had returned home. Rongji sat despondently on a stool, while a man in a black robe faced him, pouring himself a cup of tea. "I sincerely apologize, sect master." The soul-gathering pearl vanished unexpectedly. There is no need for further words. The voice of the man in black was hoarse as he gestured for Rongji to refrain from speaking further. "The young submaster should return for now. I have my methods regarding the soul-gathering pearl." His voice revealed no trace of emotion as he sat upright. "This matter was my oversight," Rongji stated. "If you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." The man in black smirked, handing over the tea. "Indeed." After Rongji took a sip and subsequently took his leave, the man in black rose from his seat. With a wave of his right hand, a black pearl appeared in his palm, undoubtedly the soul-gathering pearl. He produced a small vial containing a drop of vivid red blood. The man in black clicked his tongue. Lamenting, during the soul-searching, the senses are exceedingly sharp. One can be injured and have blood drawn without realizing it. How foolish. A man behind him inquired, "Master, having schemed so thoroughly against him, why allow the Tianqing sect to clear his name?" "You fail to understand," the man in black replied with a smile. "The more he cares, the more intriguing this game becomes." He poured the blood from the vial onto the black soul-gathering pearl. "I wish for him to experience the taste of having everything he cherishes destroyed by his own hands. The suffering I endured, he ought to bear as well." The man in black laughed heartily, pushing the soul-gathering pearl away. "Go, and bring me back the remaining 4. Chapter 62. Encountering Yu Shuqing. No good deed comes unpunished. The moonlight over Suping City was particularly cool that night. Jiang Yuan cradled the small kitten in her arms, her hands laden with a collection of exquisite souvenirs. Once she returned, these would be gifts for Aki. She had specifically purchased many for him. On the somewhat desolate street, she smiled, contentedly gazing at the bunch of purple flowers in her possession. "Do you think these spirit flowers, which cost me 10 high-grade spirit stones, will truly bloom at night? Host, just admit it. You have indeed been deceived." Jiang Yuan cast another glance at the bouquet in her hands, deciding that it was fine to be fooled. After all, Aki had a penchant for purple. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. A swirling miasma of malevolence permeated the nearby alleyway, a path that was inescapable for her return. Jiang Yuan slowed her pace, cautiously approaching the grand tree beside the alley, concealing herself in a corner to observe every movement within. In the alley, 3 fearsome demons confronted a solitary man, their weapons glinting coldly under the moonlight. Jiang Yuan blinked in disbelief, muttering to herself, "Is it truly this unfortunate? I merely ventured out for a stroll." "Host, you must believe in the aura of your former wicked counterpart. The likelihood of encountering misfortune remains significantly high," a voice interjected. Before Jiang Yuan stood none other than He Yunqi. "Esteemed priest, accompany us," one of the demons sneered, attempting to assert dominance in the tense standoff to lessen their own discomfort. Bound tightly by the demon binding rope, He Yunqi leaned against the wall, his expression betraying slight annoyance. With a languid smile, he retorted, "Is this how your demon lord invites someone?" He pronounced the word invite with a pronounced emphasis. The binding could not restrain him. He was inclined to toy with the demons before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure stealthily attempting to slip away outside the alley. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Jiang Yuan, who was trying to escape unnoticed. An intrigued spark ignited within him as he tilted his chin towards her, suggesting, "If I must comply, then bring her along as well." Having company on the journey would alleviate the tedium. Jiang Yuan inwardly lamented, realizing that encountering He Yunqi always heralded trouble. The three demons furrowed their brows, following his gaze. Jiang Yuan froze in place, immobile. With a forced smile, she clarified, "I'm merely passing through." The leader spat dismissively. "The demon lord has decreed that we only need to see you. It will be wise to behave, lest we show no mercy." Jiang Yuan silently applauded their audacity and prepared to flee. However, no sooner had she taken a few steps than a snow-white tail, moving with incredible speed, ensnared her waist, lifting her off the ground. He Yunqi's voice, laced with amusement, echoed, "Little waist, why are you running? The binding rope hasn't he ensnared you?" The three demons gasped in shock. Behind He Yunqi, 9 pristine white tails swirled, and with a mere exertion of his will, the tightly wound demon binding rope shattered into fragments, falling at his feet. "Binding rope? Such a trivial thing could never restrain me," he declared, flicking his fingers lightly, reducing the remnants to mere dust, causing the demons to stagger back in astonishment. Having prepared meticulously before their arrival, they had chosen the thickest binding ropes. Never did they expect him to break free so effortlessly. One of He Yunqi's tails still clung to Jiang Yuan, and with a thought, she was pulled to his side. "Ah!" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, stumbling a few steps and nearly collapsing into He Yunqi's embrace. Glaring at him, she demanded, "He Yunqi, what are you doing?" "Form ranks. The Lord has commanded. One must be seen alive or dead." The leader of the demons barked, as their weapon, charged with demonic energy, surged forward, leaving no time for the two to recover. The three demons pressed towards He Yunqi, intent on ensnaring him. He Yunqi curved her lips slightly, her right hand unhesitatingly pushing Jiang Yuan away, placing herself in the line of defense. "Let me see your prowess." Caught off guard, Jiang Yuan stumbled as she was thrust closer to the three members of the demon clan, their distance shrinking to mere inches in the blink of an eye. "Ah, host, quickly defend yourself. Their cultivation is formidable." Even without the minor reminder, she was acutely aware of the significant threat posed by the trio. Steeling herself, she summoned the ice kite and butterfly to resist. Countless spirit butterflies surged forward, only to be devoured by the black demonic aura, vanishing without a trace. Engaging in a 1-against-3 battle, the demon clan's members attacked mercilessly. Within a short span, her garments were stained with specks of blood. Leaning against the wall, He Yunqi watched the skirmish with keen interest, shaking his head in disapproval. "Is this how your brother trained you? You should consider me as your elder brother." Jiang Yuan, inexplicably embroiled in this conflict, felt her ire rising. The shock from the opposing weapon left her hands numb, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "He Yunqi, you despicable wretch! Forcing me to take your place is utterly outrageous." As she spoke, the weapons of the demon clan were already upon her, intent on ending her life. Their blades aimed directly at her neck. In a moment of panic, she evaded, narrowly escaping as the sharp edge grazed her shoulder. The pain surged, and before she could utter another word, another strike was imminent. "Ah, they are coming. They are coming." The demon clan's cultivation was exceedingly high, each individual surpassing Jiang Yuan. Having sustained injuries, She found herself unable to evade the impending blow. Dare to obstruct us from capturing our prey? You must be tired of living. The leader of the demon clan bared his fangs, his blade lunging towards Jiang Luan. The scene before her magnified in intensity. Jiang Luan poured all her spiritual power into the ice kite, her gaze turning icy as she bit down on her lip. Surely, I can't meet my end here. She brandished her sword, ready to confront the trio's onslaught, fully prepared for severe injury. Yet she defiantly declared, "You Shuqing, you use me as a shield. My brother will never let you off the hook." Truly useless, a faint sigh echoed from behind her, just as the four were about to clash. A tremendous force yanked Jiang Luan away from her original position. The demon clan strike, imbued with lethal intent, left a massive crater in the ground, dust swirling in the air. "You Shuqing, what do you mean by this?" The leader of the demon clan, now bloodshot with rage, declared. "To mock us is to court death. If we cannot capture you Shuqing, we will not let even this frail cultivator escape. No one shall leave here tonight. Form ranks." Upon his command, the remaining two exchanged glances, positioning themselves in an eerie formation before Jiang Luan. The demon behind them cackled. "Our esteemed leader knew you would not come willingly. The taste of the bloodthirsty array is something the high priest must savor." With that, the leader of the demon clan cast an object, a golden formation tinged with crimson, upon a trio. Jiang Luan stood beside Yu Shuqing, her pupils constricting as she sensed the murderous formation. They intended to perish together with you. Yu Shuqing cast her a fleeting glance, unhurried and composed. He leaned down, inquiring, "Are you concerned for my safety, or for your own?" Jiang Luan felt as though she might be driven to madness by Yu Shuqing's demeanor. "My lord, if the formation is completed, we will all perish here. And what of it?" The crimson light surged ominously, twisting the faces of the three demon clan members, who laughed maniacally. "With the esteemed priest accompanying us to the grave, we shall die with purpose." Their raucous laughter filled the air. Yu Shuqing lazily tilted his head, and with a flick of his right hand, summoned the soul-capturing bow. The bow radiated a resplendent golden glow, exquisitely crafted, as he positioned it before him. "Jiang Luan, come here," he instructed in a calm voice. The soul-capturing bow. This was the first time Jiang Luan had witnessed Yu Shuqing wielding his personal spiritual artifact. The soul-capturing bow, capable of shooting 3 arrows with a single draw, demanded a high degree of skill from its wielder. A moment's inattention could result in a backlash. With the formation nearing completion, she had no time to hesitate and stepped between Yu Shuqing and the bow. "Draw back the bow, release," he stated simply, his tone languid and steady. "Can you do it?" He exuded a calmness akin to a tranquil knight, patiently instructing her in the art of magic. Jiang Luan longed to admit her inability, yet the blood-red glow of the formation incessantly reminded her that time was of the essence. She placed her hands upon the soul-capturing bow, channeling her purple spiritual energy into an arrow. As her energy flowed from front to back, she felt an immense force tugging at her body, causing her to frown in pain. "How foolish!" Yu Shuqing leaned closer. "I cannot fathom how Yu Yuan instructed you." From behind, he grasped her hand, using her energy to draw forth a purple and white arrow. He smiled gently and whispered in her ear, "Observe closely. I shall demonstrate but once." The air was filled with a blood-red mist as the murderous formation completed. Yu Shuqing's eyes shrouded in white silk, a mocking smile gracing his lips. 3 arrows, interlaced with purple and white, flew directly towards the trio ensnared within the formation. His demonic power was fierce and unrelenting, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. The arrows, imbued with lethal intent, pierced through the formation, striking the 3 demon clan members directly. "No, this cannot be happening." The leader screamed in desperation, his body writhing as the formation rebounded against him, his cries echoing in agony. Struck by the soul-capturing bow, his soul shattered into fragments. With their support vanishing, the trio quickly dissipated in the blood-red glow. Witnessing the demon souls scatter before her eyes, Jiang Yuan's fingers trembled, her legs feeling weak beneath her. The power of the man behind her exceeded her expectations, effortlessly dispatching those far beyond her cultivation level with a mere flick of his wrist. A black orb rolled to her side, unnoticed by her, yet Yu Shuqing keenly observed a corner of a black cloak swiftly retreating upon the ceiling. Leaning closer, he murmured, "Were you pondering?" Jiang Luan snapped back to reality, turning to meet Yu Shuqing's gaze. The soul-capturing bow was summoned back to him. A smile lingered on his lips, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired seriously, "Are you considering how to seek vengeance from your brother for tonight's grievances?" "How could it be?" Jiang Yuan shifted back slightly, her survival instinct strong. "The esteemed priest had just saved my life. How could I possibly repay kindness with malice?" Yet deep down, "You clearly do not think so." Yu Shuqing smiled gently, glancing at the wound on her shoulder. "Come here, I shall tend to your injury." Jiang Yuan shook her head in refusal. He frowned. "I do not enjoy repeating myself." Reluctantly, she began to walk toward him. Her belongings lay scattered on the ground, and she bit her lip in distress, remaining silent. Out of nowhere, Yu Shuqing produced several pills and pressed them into Jiang Yuan's hands. He reclined lazily against a tree, saying, "Consume one, and your shoulder will improve. The rest are a gift from your elder brother." "Brother?" Jiang Yuan suppressed her anger. "When did I ever say that? How shameless." This fox demon was truly incorrigible. Yu Shuqing raised an eyebrow. "On the day of the river lanterns, you praise your brother's beauty with your own lips." Jiang Yuan immediately countered, "Impossible. I never said such a thing. Shall I remind you?" Yu Shuqing teased, deftly removing a strip of his white silk, his eyes glinting with mischief as he gazed at her. Her instinct was to cover her eyes. Yu Shuqing's beauty was utterly captivating. Jiang Yuan swallowed hard. Just one glance had her ensnared by his allure. Truly, he was the most beguiling fox of the nine-tailed fox clan. "If you call me brother, it shall be yours. How about that?" Chapter 64. Be cautious of Fu Li. Yu Shuqing held a black pearl, waving it before her. "Soul-gathering pearl? How did it come to be in your possession?" Jiang Yuan was astonished. "Did you take it from Song Jing?" Yu Shuqing weighed the pearl in his hand, shaking his head nonchalantly. "I merely picked it up, considered a small favor." Jiang Yuan realized she should harbor no illusions about Yu Shuqing. He offered her the pearl, and as his wide sleeves slipped down, a pear blossom mark was revealed. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Yu Shuqing chuckled, "Never mind. Your brother does not wish to take advantage of you. Do you desire any gift?" He discovered an unusual patience for Jiang Yuan. In just a few encounters, he willingly offered her gifts, a first since Fu Li. Jiang Yuan spoke gently. "Why does the esteemed priest persist in pursuing me? I already have a brother." She wished to avoid further entanglements with Yu Shuqing. "Is it that you feel ashamed to acknowledge a demon as your brother, fearing it would tarnish the reputation of your cultivation sect?" Yu Shuqing continued to smile, but Jiang Yuan sensed a hint of coldness beneath his demeanor. She had no doubt that should she acquiesce, Yu Shuqing would act without hesitation. It was unwise to confront him directly. She calmed herself and accepted the soul-gathering pearl he offered, contemplating for a moment. To be fair, Yu Shuqing was extraordinarily handsome. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the most exquisite being across the 6 realms. Wait, she suddenly realized a grave matter. "Why am I able to look into your eyes now? Previously, gazing into his eyes had nearly ensnared her." "Because I have placed my mark upon you," he replied. Jiang Yuan inquired, "Is it the demonic power you infused into me last time?" "Indeed," he chuckled softly. "You are not entirely foolish." Jiang Yuan felt a surge of anger. "How could you print my notes without my knowledge? Now that you are aware, are you going to refuse?" She almost blurted out the word, but managed to restrain herself. The orange cat had been confined to the presence of Yu Shuqing since earlier, and now he lifted the feline, appearing quite pleased. "Defying me will lead to dire consequences." He waved the orange cat before her, seemingly amused. "You appear to have a fondness for this spirit beast. Shall we see how it fares?" "Host, please do not compromise with this formidable demon lord for my sake." Xiao Fan exclaimed excitedly within her consciousness. "I can revert to the consciousness sea. Do not worry." Jiang Yuan was not concerned about Xiao Fan. Instead, she feared that if the orange cat were to suddenly vanish from Yu Shuqing's grasp, his keen senses would undoubtedly detect something amiss. Softening her tone, she inquired, "Is it true that I can have anything I desire?" Yu Shuqing nodded, stating that within the 6 realms, she could choose freely. Jiang Yuan Yuan's eyes darted around as she declared, "I desire the white silk that covers your eyes." The material used for his eye cover was rare in the world. Her request was purely to deter Yu Shuqing from considering her as a sister. To her surprise, Yu Shuqing clicked his tongue and handed over the white silk, declaring it hers. Jiang Luan was taken aback. "What about your eyes?" Yu Shuqing rummaged through his storage space, producing several lengths of the white silk he had taken last time. He smirked, stating that he had more than enough. Jiang Luan, feeling frustrated, slapped her forehead in exasperation. Yu Shuqing propped his chin on one hand, his stunningly handsome face fixed on her, urging her to call him brother for his amusement. Reluctantly, she managed to utter the word brother. His smile widened, responding with a pleased yes. Having received the desired answer, Yu Shuqing ceased his pursuit of her. Just as he was about to depart, Jiang Luan grasped his wrist. The pear blossom mark on his fair skin was strikingly prominent. He raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking if she was reluctant to part with him. Jiang Luan met his gaze and, feeling a twinge of compassion, cautioned, "You must be wary of Fu Li." After all, he had saved her, albeit through a convoluted path, as he had never intended to harm her from the outset. At her words, Yu Shuqing averted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a cold glimmer. She quickly released her grip, realizing she had said something inappropriate, and thought to herself, "Let us pretend I said nothing." Just when she anticipated a furious response from Yu Shuqing, he gazed deeply at her and replied, "Yes, I understand." With that, he offered a faint smile and vanished from sight. "Host, why did you just remind Yu Shuqing?" Xiao Fan asked, perplexed. Jiang Luan massaged her aching shoulders, casting a pained glance at the spirit flower on the ground, feeling momentarily soft-hearted. After speaking, she regretted her words. Distracted by the matters concerning Yu Shuqing, she performed a cleansing spell and returned to the inn, only to find it was quite late. He Yunqi stood waiting outside the door. Upon seeing her return, a flicker of joy lit up his eyes as he rushed towards her, expressing his disappointment. "Where have you been? Why didn't you inform me? Originally, I intended to surprise you." Jiang Luan, fatigued, leaned against the wall, her purchases nearly exhausted. Fortunately, this remained. She shook the storage ring on her hand, which contained dozens of different outfits. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. He Yunqi's expression darkened slightly. "Are you injured?" As he approached, Jiang Luan stepped back a few paces. "No," she replied, not wanting to cause him concern. The youth paused, noticing the loose white ribbon coiled around her wrist. "What is this?" "It belongs to Yu Shuqing," Jiang Luan answered without much thought. "Did you meet him?" She nodded and then shook her head. "He is the last person I wish to see." Jiang Luan reached out and tugged at the white ribbon, exclaiming helplessly, "It won't come off." He must have infused it with some enchantment. The ribbon entwined around her wrist, perfectly concealing the spiritual cord beneath. He Yunqi stepped closer, grasping the ribbon with his fingers. "Let me try," he murmured. The turmoil within him intensified as he gripped it tightly. The ribbon swayed in his hands, and with unwavering resolve, he yanked it down, holding it firmly. As he tightened his grip, the ribbon shattered, cascading to the ground in fragments. "It's over. If I encounter Yu Shuqing again, how will I explain this?" Chapter 65. An early birthday gift for you. You felt a pang of sorrow. The youth's voice was muffled as he collected the broken pieces of the ribbon from the ground, expressing his distress. "I thought you didn't like it, which is why I broke it." Jiang Luan found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She took the fragments from him and consoled. "It's fine. It's broken. So let it be." This brief interlude did not dampen Jiang Luan's spirits. "Shall we try on a new clothes I bought for you? They're all the latest styles." It was only when she pulled He Yunqi inside that a barely perceptible smile graced his features. Approaching the door, he held Jiang Luan's hand, stating, "Let me see your injury." This time, he refrained from encroaching directly and instead sought her consent. He added, "I am genuinely worried." "I am truly fine," Jiang Luan reassured him. "Yu Shuqing gave me some medicinal pills. I'm almost healed." He Yunqi's expression darkened further. Yu Shuqing again. He despised that name. He thought to himself, unable to resist voicing, "Why does he linger so persistently around you?" It was true before, and it remained so now. Jiang Luan lamented, "I do not know. Perhaps Ping City is too close to the demon realm. We shall depart for Shengyue City tomorrow, far away from here. The sooner, the better. She truly wished to avoid any further encounters with Yu Shuqing. The youth nodded, smiling gently. All right. He accepted the garments Jiang Luan offered, which still bore a hint of her scent. He inhaled deeply, patiently trying each piece on for her. With his striking appearance, these expensive, exquisite outfits elevated his presence considerably. Jiang Yuan felt gratified by her discerning eye. Each piece seemed tailored just for him, due to his fondness for the color purple. Most of his garments are in that hue, with a few pieces in other colors for variety. They descended the mountain for training, as wearing sect robes would draw too much attention. Besides his attire, she also purchased several for herself. Oh, look at this. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered the soul-gathering pearl that Yu Shuqing had gifted her. She retrieved it from her storage space, cradling it in her palm for a moment of contemplation. Where did you acquire this soul-gathering pearl? The young man furrowed his brow, sitting beside her and taking the pearl for a closer inspection. The black orb appeared ominous and eerie, interwoven with strands of crimson and ebony. Yu Shuqing coughed lightly. I found it. He Yunqi's voice was somewhat cold, reiterating, I found it. Indeed, he picked it up and gave it to me, Jiang Yuan explained. I intend to use it to locate the remaining 4 soul-gathering pearls. Are you planning to gather someone else's soul? She shook her head. I haven't decided yet, but it is a coveted treasure sought by the sect. Since we are descending the mountain, perhaps we can collect them all and present them to the sect upon our return. Who knows, we might earn some praise from the sect leader. She mused delightfully, thinking that this would not render their journey a fruitless endeavor. The moonlight bathed her in its glow, and he smiled softly, saying, Then I shall accompany you. Jiang Yuan stood up with joy, her hands converging spiritual energy into the soul-gathering pearl. The purple energy enveloped the black orb, causing its dark radiance to surge, intertwining with the purple before extinguishing in an instant. Strange, why did it not respond? Let me give it a try. He Yunqi summoned a melodic sound, concentrating his entire spiritual force, and alongside the black radiance, a flicker of red light appeared before vanishing quickly. Within the vision of the soul-gathering pearl, a location materialized. Jiang Yuan remarked, as expected, the greatest antagonist in the entire narrative. Even treasure-hunting abilities seem to have manifested in him. Is that Luo Feng City? It appears to be not far from Holy Moon City, she murmured. He Yunqi opened the map, glancing at it. We are fortunate to be passing by Holy Moon City. We can reach it by heading north. The next morning, the two set off towards Holy Moon City. Their senior sister, Yunqi, had returned a few days prior. She sent a message to Yunqi, informing her that the soul-gathering pearl was now in her possession. As they departed, Meng Yuanwei had prepared ample funds for their journey. Meng Yu had already learned to walk. He stood beside Meng Yuanwei, gazing at the two departing figures from a distance. Immortal, I shall return in 4 years. The boy's eyes shone with determination and brightness as he called out to Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi. Jiang Yuan waved back at him over her shoulder. The two traveled at a leisurely pace, taking several days to arrive at Holy Moon City. Holy Moon City is a rare sanctuary where cultivators and mortals coexist. Here, numerous disciples of various sects reside long-term, and the practice of sword flight is permitted within the city limits. Surrounded by the sea, the central Holy Moon City feels like a paradise beyond the mundane world. After several days of searching, guided by the little antagonist, Jiang Yuan finally found the item she desired. She acquired a spacious house and spiritual fields at a reasonable price. The vast expanse of red leaves flourished under the nurturing of spiritual energy. The house was large, with numerous rooms and a substantial spiritual field in front, suitable for cultivating various tiers of spiritual plants. It was a place of healing and tranquility. Like a celestial paradise, the beauty here is beyond words. Do you like it? Jiang Yuan inquired, tilting her head as she stood before the house. He Yunqi extended his right hand, catching a falling leaf. He nodded, contemplating the purchase of this place. Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. I have already acquired it. This is an early birthday gift from your senior sister. Upon hearing her words, the young man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had thought Jiang Yuan had come to Shangyue City for some urgent matter. not realizing it was to present him with a birthday gift. No wonder she had been so busy lately, refusing to divulge anything when questioned. "Is this for me?" His voice trembled slightly, as leaves cascaded down, blanketing the ground in a delicate layer of crimson. The girl in the light purple dress stood beside him, smiling radiantly. "Yes. Didn't you always wish for a home? This place is yours alone." She spread her hands, and a small pouch materialized, filled with numerous high-grade spirit plant seeds. "Before we set off, I asked Elder Li Hung for these. What do you wish to plant? By the time we gather the soul, orbs, and return to the sect, these high-grade plants should be ready to flourish." She feigned a complaint, stating, "Acquiring this place drained my entire savings. You must diligently undertake sect missions and earn some money. Understand? In the future, buy a larger house for your senior sister as a token of gratitude." She chattered on. Suddenly, He Yunqi pulled her into his embrace, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. The scent of her calmed his racing heart. The small pouch fell from Jiang Luan's hand, scattering several spirit plant seeds. She assumed his overwhelming happiness was the reason for his silence. Chuckling, "Remember, Master also contributed financially. After returning to the sect, be sure to remember his kindness." He Yunqi called her name softly, cradling her with a tenderness that stirred his very soul. Her waist was slender and soft, emanating a faint, sweet fragrance, his favorite scent. "I will strive to be worthy of you," he declared resolutely, each word imbued with determination. Releasing her slightly, his dark hair swayed in the breeze, and his eyes sparkled like scattered starlight. Elder Li Hung was right. He felt unworthy of her. Thus, he would toil tenfold harder than others, achieving greatness to truly deserve her. "Wait for me, will you?" Jiang Luan paused, flustered, averting her gaze. "What are you saying?" She crouched down to gather the scattered spirit plant seeds, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. After quite some time, she had not managed to pick up a single seed. His words echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her heart in disarray. Chapter 66. I am willing to bear all blame. The young man half-squatted, carefully collecting the spirit plant seeds one by one and placing them in the pouch. For the last seed, their hands reached out simultaneously. Although He Yunqi's hand was quicker, he hesitated, allowing her to retrieve it and place it in the pouch before covering her wrist with his. His fingertips turned pale as he tightened his grip around her hand. For a long while, neither of them moved further. He Yunqi pressed his lips together, appearing calm on the surface while a tempest raged within his heart. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at her, his voice soft, exerting all his strength to utter the words, "Is there a place for me in your heart, junior sister?" He felt a trepidation deeper than anyone else's. He feared her fleeting whims, feared she might fall for another, feared she would tire of him and walk away. Thus, even knowing he was unworthy, he sought a semblance of peace. He gazed at her earnestly, crimson leaves cascading upon her, one hand open, while the other firmly grasped her wrist, his eyes shimmering with a hint of hope. The affection of youth was unabashedly evident. He laid bare his most vulnerable self before her, willingly allowing her to manipulate his feelings. Jiang Luan was momentarily taken aback. She opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a word of rejection. His gaze burned with intensity. She withdrew her hand, attempting to rise and leave, murmuring, "I have other matters to attend to." "Do not go," He Yunqi pleaded, acting quicker than she, encircling her from behind. The essence of youth enveloped her as his arms tightened around her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. The fervent warmth of his affection left her with no avenue for retreat. "This is an inappropriate sentiment for me to harbor." He Yunqi closed his eyes, greedily inhaling her fragrance. "I know I am undeserving. I do not seek your reciprocation, merely your permission to remain by your side." His voice was pure and crystalline, akin to a mountain spring, earnest and resolute. He was so close that his warm breath caressed her ear. Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze, yearning to grasp He Yunqi's hand, thinking, "We should not be this way." She was his junior sister. She ought not linger for him. Yet, the heartbeat within her chest repeatedly whispered her willingness. She was entranced by his tenderness, delighted by his smile, enchanted by his obedient calls of sister. She did not resist his touch. "Jiang Jiang." I am willing to bear all the blame. He Yunqi's grip tightened further, nuzzling against her neck, the corners of his eyes gradually reddening. He was uncertain of his own emotions. Initially, he sought merely a sense of tranquility, yet now he craved more. Jiang Luan's ears flushed crimson. He Yunqi, let go. Her voice was soft yet laced with a hint of anger, unclear whether it stemmed more from avoidance or panic. He Yunqi was reluctant. However, he did not wish to incite her disdain. Slowly, he loosened his hold. Jiang Luan extricated herself, turning to face him. Her cheeks were flushed, yet she remained oblivious. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, slightly disheveled hair framing her face. His inner turmoil raged, his throat constricting with the urge to dominate her, to witness her tears. Ultimately, Jiang Luan chose to retreat. She picked up a small pouch, taking a few high-grade spirit plant seeds, and stepped into the spirit field. He Yunqi observed her nearly fleeing. Hastening to follow her, she remained silent. Anxiety gripped his heart as he tugged at her sleeve, softly imploring, Jiang, please do not ignore me. Jiang Luan shifted direction, remaining mute. She required time to compose herself. He longed to converse, inching closer, gently inquiring, what shall we plant? Jiang Luan shifted slightly aside, finally responding, Dancetail spirit grass. He lowered his gaze and glanced at the advanced spiritual plant seeds in his hand. However, I cannot identify which one is the Dancetail spirit grass. Is it this one? This is a third-tier spirit flower. He Yunqi nodded, asking, what about this one? He Yunqi. Jiang Luan could no longer contain her frustration and looked at him with mock ferocity. I remember when we entered the sect. An elder taught us how to distinguish the spiritual plant seeds. Did you not learn? The young man blinked innocently and replied, I'm sorry, I forgot. He tugged at the hem of her garment, saying, please don't be angry with me. Jiang Luan shot him a glare, yet her expression softened, resembling a pout. He Yunqi patiently stayed by her side. Observing her clumsy attempts at sowing the seeds, he politely inquired, do you need help? No. The restless fervor within her lingered, and she feigned aggression, stay away from me. Why had things suddenly turned this way? She was perplexed. When had it all begun? She was unaware. All she knew was that her heart raced fervently, stirred by the boy's teasing remarks. Let me handle it. He Yunqi gently took the seeds from her hands, a glimmer of inspiration lighting up his eyes. When they returned to the sect, the Dancetail spirit grass they planted together would surely bloom beautifully across the entire spirit field. It was something they had sown together in front of their home. Jiang Luan longed for him to say that, thrusting the seeds into his hands, they're all yours. With that, she stood and walked aside. The orange cat, more animated than she, scampered around excitedly. Jiang Luan took a moment to calm herself as she watched He Yunqi from a distance. He rolled up his sleeves, a gentle smile gracing his handsome face as he diligently sowed the seeds, occasionally glancing back at her, worried she might leave. Little fan, what is his current affection level for me? Host, He Yunqi's current affection level is 65. How can that be? Only 65? That doesn't seem right. What would it look like when his affection reaches 100? Absolutely certain, I've checked 3 times, it's still 65. Please continue to strive, host, to complete the task soon. I worry that by the time I finish the task, I'll be able to return. Her heart began to waver. When that moment arrived, would she still be able to leave without hesitation? It's all right, as long as you survive in this world, when completing the task. You can choose to remain in the story's world. Are you implying that if I die here, I will immediately return to my original world? Theoretically, yes. She sighed, placing her hand over her heart. At that moment, He Yunqi turned back and their eyes met. The young man smiled gently, radiating warmth. She furrowed her brows slightly, her expression weary as she ran her fingers through her hair. What should I do, little fan? I feel like I'm nearing my end. Chapter 67. I shall never fall into darkness. Ever since that moment of heartfelt confession, Jiang Luan had spent her days lying in her room, questioning her existence. Meanwhile, He Yunqi devoted himself to rigorous training, rising early and retiring late. Every time she awoke, the first sight that greeted her was the diligent figure of He Yunqi. In those moments, she would adopt the demeanor of a senior sister, offering earnest guidance. Occasionally, they would practice swordplay together, and it felt as though they had returned to a time long past. However, she was acutely aware that this was not the case. The affection reflected in the youth's eyes had not only remained unchanged, but had grown increasingly fervent. His gaze, tender and radiant, nearly rendered her defenseless. On He Yunqi's birthday, a gentle snowfall graced the city of Holy Moon, with delicate snowflakes drifting and dancing through the air. He proposed a stroll through the city, and although Jiang Luan was uncertain of his intentions, she acquiesced out of consideration for his special day. The young man cautiously took her hand, and when she did not draw away, he tightened his grip. They walked side by side through the swirling snow. Jiang Luan reached out to catch a snowflake. "Do you still promise to make me a bowl of longevity noodles?" he asked softly. Jiang Luan was momentarily taken aback, but she nodded affirmatively. It turned out that he had brought her here merely for a bowl of noodles. He Yunqi pointed toward a modest yet immaculate eatery. "I would like to dine there," he said. After providing the proprietor with the appropriate amount of silver, they borrowed the kitchen. Jiang Luan, unfamiliar with the utensils, received enthusiastic assistance from the head chef, and after some effort, managed to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. She pushed the bowl toward him, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The young man's eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled. "This is my first birthday spent with you. I wish to celebrate all my birthdays with you from now on. Let's eat." With her chin resting on her hands, Jiang Luan gazed at He Yunqi, whose features were exquisitely flawless from her perspective. He cradled the bowl, savoring the noodles one bite at a time. "Is it delicious?" She could not help but inquire. He Yunqi set down his chopsticks and nodded vigorously. "Yes, it is the best noodle I have ever tasted." Jiang Luan chuckled at his enthusiasm. After finishing their meal, they found a spot with an exquisite view. Seated beneath a canopy, where they ordered a pot of tea, they performed a simple spell to ward off the cold, watching the bustling crowd. Inside, the storyteller animatedly recounted tales of the son of the demon god, born of the former demon sovereign Xian Yu and the traitorous Nen Wu of the Ling Yin sect, whose betrayal led to the sect's demise. The narrator shifted focus to the son, rumored to be the only demon of his kind to possess demonic bones, a rare and sinister trait that allowed for accelerated cultivation. Whispers circulated that anyone born with such bones possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, garnering unwavering support from the demon clan to secure his position as demon sovereign. Unless his bones were extracted, no one could claim his life. Since the annihilation of the Ling Yin sect, the young son of the demon god had vanished from sight. By this reckoning, if he were alive, he would now be around 18 years of age. An audience member interrupted. 18 years old. What havoc could he possibly wreak, even if he truly became the demon god? Most of those present were disciples of the cultivation sections. He Yunqi listened with casual interest. Another voice chimed in. Perhaps this son of the demon god perished long ago within the Ling Yin sect. Curiosity sparked among the crowd. What does it feel like to possess demonic bones? Is it fatal? Whispers and murmurs filled the air. The storyteller remarked, "The demon race, born of demonic bones, has their very existence tied to these bones, which must bring them immense suffering. The location of these bones, known only to themselves, remains elusive to others." Jiang Luan listened intently, her fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Strangely, she felt that this storyteller possessed an abundance of knowledge. The crowd below echoed. Xian Yu has committed countless atrocities, stained with the blood of many. He is indeed deserving of death. Allowing his son to escape is a true calamity. Indeed, the essence of demons is malevolent. We ought to eradicate them without delay. The voices grew louder, the onlookers increasingly agitated. Jiang Luan stole a glance at He Yunqi, who, pursing his lips, asked Jiang, "Do you believe that all demons deserve to die?" She shook her head, following her heart. "I do not know, but I do not wish for you to succumb to darkness." Among the disciples of cultivation, many each year succumb to their inner demons or stray from their paths, falling into the abyss of demonic ways. He Yunqi assumed her concern was for him. He replied earnestly, "I will not fall into darkness. I will not do what you disapprove of." Jiang Luan was taken aback, smiling in response. "Are you so certain?" He Yunqi leaned his elbow on the table, extending his hand towards her. "Let us make a pact. I do not deceive you." Such a childish gesture. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan extended her finger to intertwine with his. They sealed their vow. He solemnly declared, I, He Yunqi, swear that I shall never fall into darkness. Should I break this oath? Jiang Yuan covered his mouth. All right. I believe you. As the snowflakes danced and fell, she leaned down to silence his further words. Inside, the fervor for vanquishing demons reached unprecedented heights, while outside, the snowflakes swirled. In his eyes, there was only her. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized her actions and, in a flurry, attempted to retreat, but he grasped her hand, pulling her forward. Jiang. The boy's voice softened, tinged with a sweet intensity. Up close, his dark pupils swept across her face. You forgot one thing. He suppressed his emotions, placing her hand against his cheek, his own hand covering hers. Today is my birthday. A smile graced He Yunqi's lips as he gazed at her. His dark eyes fixed upon her, his lips a striking shade of crimson. Snowflakes fell upon his purple robe and inky hair, rendering him even more breathtaking than the snowfall itself. This visage, so pure and unblemished, sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang, within my heart, I find joy. He gazed up at her, his eyes crinkling with delight. Jiang Yuan's breath hitched, her heart softening into a muddle. No touch was needed. She could feel the heat radiating from her flushed cheeks. She understood the unspoken desire behind his gaze. Not wanting to see him disappointed, she lowered her eyes and confessed. Aki, happy birthday. Yes, happy indeed. The boy released her, his gaze fixated on her lips. So soft. He yearned for her. He did not comprehend love, nor how to express it. He only knew that he cared for her, wished to possess her, to leave his mark upon her. That longing lingered, refusing to dissipate. On a frigid winter's day, his heart remained restless, a fervent fire spreading through every part of him. Chapter 68. Is he the one the saintess spoke of desiring? Outside, the snow had ceased falling, though one could not discern when it had stopped. The crowd that had gathered to listen dispersed, and the storyteller, lifting his robe, glanced around before entering a secluded booth. My lord, the task you entrusted has been accomplished, he reported. From the other side, a figure clad in black responded with a hoarse voice, Yes, and there is one more matter. Do not forget. And then, he vanished without a trace. The storyteller, beads of sweat forming on his brow, wiped his forehead with his sleeve, a sense of dread washing over him. After a pause, he finally emerged from the booth, leaning close to whisper a few words to the young attendant, tossing a handful of silver coins. The attendant nodded vigorously and headed towards the door. Young master, would you like to purchase a bouquet for your beloved? These are the finest flowers in St. Moon City. Along the path, a flower vendor halted their steps, presenting a basket filled with yellow blossoms, their petals resembling crescent moons, quite unique indeed. He Yunqi smiled faintly, enchanted by the term beloved. How much? 3 high-grade spirit stones. The vendor replied with a cheerful grin, handing over the bouquet. These flowers bloom in the most beautiful part of St. Moon City. If you're interested, you may take your beloved to see it. The city lord has granted permission for all visitors to pluck one. He Yunqi exchanged the coins for the flowers. What is its name? Heart Moon, the vendor replied. Heart Moon? He Yunqi murmured. The vendor accepted the spirit stones and continued on her way. The young man cradled the bouquet in his arms, turning to offer the flowers to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan hesitated, caught in a dilemma. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, I do not like flowers. He Yunqi stood there, crestfallen. You do not? I thought you would. In her mind, 2 inner voices clashed, one admonishing her to guard her heart, the other whispering that she had already fallen for him. Ah Chi, she softly called his name. I am not as good as you imagine. It was true that she felt pain for him and cared for him, but her initial kindness was tinged with ulterior motives. She longed to return home. Perhaps one day, he would realize that her presence had been a deception, a means to an end. By then, his sincere heart would be rendered worthless. She gazed at him, contemplating, what if I deceived you, would you still? He interrupted her. I would not blame you. Stepping closer, he took her right hand into his palm. Jiang, I only like you. My affection is for you alone, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Yuan. His words were peculiar, sending a chill down her spine. She suddenly met his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, she felt as though he could see right through her. He offered the flowers once more. The most beautiful flowers for the moon of my heart. Jiang Luan dared not look into his eyes any longer. Instinctively, she accepted the bouquet from his hands. Let's go. He Yunqi obediently retracted his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he lowered his head. He walked alongside her, his posture upright, glancing occasionally at the young woman beside him. Her tresses veiled her flushed earlobes, and her long eyelashes fluttered, exuding a blend of helplessness and charm. The words of the elder echoed in his mind, deepening the smile at the corners of his mouth. The most exquisite sight in St. Moon City was a vast expanse of golden blossoms, where countless flowers vied for bloom, stretching endlessly before the eye. In the twilight, pale yellow stars twinkled in the sky. He Yunqi, wandered along a narrow path, weaving through the flowers. He bent down to pluck a particularly vibrant bloom with utmost reverence, nurturing it with his spiritual energy, cradling it in his palm. Surrounded by a sea of yellow flowers, the youth ambled back, eager to present it to Jiang Luan. He glanced at the twin bells at his waist, pondering whether she would notice his prolonged absence. A faint smile graced his lips. You will like it, won't you? I picked it with my own hands. Yet, as he recalled her easily satisfied demeanor, his smile gradually faded. I'm sorry, I cannot offer you anything better. A wave of disappointment surged within him, and the latent insecurity that dwelled in his bones stirred once more. The initial joy he felt was swiftly supplanted by melancholy. His gaze fell, and his steps grew heavier, the flower drooping from his grip. The moon hung high, casting a tranquil stillness over St. Moon City. He Yunqi meandered through the streets when suddenly a rich fragrance enveloped him. Lost in thought, he only realized too late what was happening. As he moved to cover his mouth and nose, several figures approached him. He swayed slightly, and the scene before him blurred, before he collapsed to the ground. The flower slipped from his hand, carelessly trampled by the newcomers. Are you certain? Is he the one the saintess mentioned? Fear not. Such a handsome cultivator is rare in the entire realm. It's impossible to mistake him. Great. Now we can ask the saintess for a reward. Hey. Let us quickly carry him away. The saintess requires assistance now that her cultivation has gone awry. All right, I'll carry him. One figure hoisted He Yunqi from the ground, noticing the twin bells, yanking them off and tossing them aside before departing with him. The fragrance in the air gradually dissipated. Shortly after, a few men clad in black robes arrived at the spot where He Yunqi had fallen, their brows slightly furrowed. The leader, masked, knelt and felt around the ground, discovering the discarded twin bells. With a hint of regret in his tone, he remarked, We're too late. What shall we do now? Let us return to report to our master, and then decide. Chapter 69. Feng, Yin, how dare you? In the main hall of the Moon Huan sect, a woman hunched over on the bed behind the curtain, looking exceedingly unwell. Large beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, while the disciples beside her fidgeted anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Feng, Yin clutched the bedding tightly. Are they still refusing? One disciple knelt before her, reporting, Saintess, we have captured all suitable disciples in the cultivation realm, but they have been exceptionally gifted since childhood and refuse to yield. A group of inept fools. Feng, Yin snapped. Where is Rongji? He still refuses to come, the disciple stammered in reply. Feng Yin let out a muffled groan, burdened by discomfort. Recently, she had acquired a secret technique, but an error during her cultivation led to a surging influx of spiritual energy within her, causing it to run rampant and necessitating assistance to alleviate this overwhelming force. Priding herself on her noble lineage, she deemed most individuals beneath her notice. Thus, she dispatched her subordinates to capture a group of young disciples from other sects, hoping to find a suitable candidate among them. The ferocity of this spiritual energy was so immense that even she, at the integration stage, found it unbearable. The disciples she could capture were predominantly at the God transformation stage or below. Their aid might result in catastrophic consequences. If they cooperated, it would be manageable, but if they resisted, it could yield disastrous results. Reluctantly, she instructed her followers to administer the secret drug of the Moon Huan sect to them and awaited its effect. Feng Yin mused, Rongji is also rather indifferent. I cannot rely on him. She bit her lip in pain and ordered the capture of Luo Maxian from the Tianqing sect. One disciple, trembling with trepidation, cautioned, Saintess, he possesses the highest cultivation among those captured from the Tianqing sect. What if he refuses to cooperate and harms you? Go and fetch him, no more idle chatter, she commanded. The disciple bowed repeatedly. Yes, I will go at once. In a flurry of anxiety, he rushed out, only to collide with an approaching woman. He quickly bowed. Greetings, Left Protector. Spare the formalities. How is the Saintess faring? The Left Protector, with a casual demeanor, inquired. The disciple shook his head in response. Then I have brought someone the Saintess has long desired, the Left Protector said with a playful smile. Bring him forth. No sooner had she spoken than several individuals entered, supporting a strikingly handsome young man. The Left Protector led the way, followed closely by the others. The disciple performed a feeble bow before directing them to place He Yunqi not far from Feng Yinyan's bed. Is it him? The Left Protector remarked. Knowing the Saintess's unique fondness for him, he is of lower cultivation. He should not harm you. Feng Yinyan replied. Indeed, I am quite taken with his visage. Upon first seeing him at the initiation ceremony, she had been unable to forget his face. However, she worried that before she could alleviate her own spiritual energy, he might not withstand its force. After all, his foundation establishment stage was rather low. He Yunqi appeared dazed. The alluring scent lingering at his nostrils rendered him weak, and he emitted a soft, uncomfortable sound. Where am I? How'd I end up here? The young man bit his lip, a metallic taste flooding his senses, which brought clarity to his expression. Bring him here. Feng Yinyan, unable to endure the chaos within her, waved her hand in pain. At her command, the Left Protector stepped forward, seizing He Yunqi by his collar and drawing back the curtain of Feng Yinyan's bed. What are you doing? He Yunqi's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the intoxicating fragrance enveloped him once more. What are you doing? Can you guess what I intend to do with you? Feng Yinyan leaned closer, inhaling the scent from him, her gaze lingering on his exquisite features. His face, sculpted to perfection, was astonishingly beautiful. He Yunqi attempted to summon his spiritual energy, only to discover that all of it had dissipated. Having inhaled the Moonhuan sect's softening fragrance, you cannot escape. Feng Yinyan observed the Left Protector, who promptly understood and stepped back. Her lips shimmered with a lustrous crimson hue, while her slender fingers teasingly brushed aside the corner of her garment, exuding an enchanting allure. Engaging in a dual cultivation with me was indeed a privilege. Get away. He Yunqi abruptly retreated a step, his disdain unmasked as he coldly regarded the figure before him. This is beyond your control. Feng Yinyan released a fraction of her oppressive aura, coughing violently while clutching her chest. If I cannot master the transformation stage, can you truly not handle a mere foundational cultivator like yourself? Feng Yinyan smiled sweetly, though an undeniable discomfort surged within her, rendering her smile somewhat distorted. The two stood in close proximity, and He Yunqi found himself completely immobilized. His eyes turned a deep crimson. Feng Yinyan, how dare you? The thought of being compelled to engage in dual cultivation with her was far more intolerable than the prospect of losing his life. Dare I? Why not test it and find out? Despite her inner turmoil, she patiently inched closer, her fingertips gliding over his garment as if she were admiring a masterpiece. Slowly tearing it apart. In matters of dual cultivation, she relished the power of initiative. Her eyes sparkled with seduction as she observed his increasingly pallid and frigid expression. As his garment slipped slightly, his fair left shoulder was exposed to view. Feng Yinyan placed her finger beneath his chin, nodding in satisfaction. It's a pity about this face. I truly would be reluctant to see you perish. In that fleeting moment of distraction, He Yunqi suddenly spat out blood. With every ounce of his spiritual energy and a formidable will, he shattered her oppressive force. Summoning the sound of the sacred tones, he transformed it into a blade, compelling Feng Yinyan to retreat. His expression was colder than ever before. Startled, Feng Yinyan instinctively stepped back, yet still felt the repercussions of the sacred sound, which grazed her unmasked face, leaving a minuscule red mark. A resounding slap echoed through the hall. How dare you mar my face, He Yunqi? Do you wish for a premature end? Feng Yinyan held her visage in the highest regard, even more so than her own life. She violently seized his collar, the tenderness and affection from earlier evaporating entirely. He Yunqi, having forcibly dispelled her oppressive aura, now resembled a broken doll. A hint of crimson tinged the corners of his eyes, his surrounding aura radiating a menacing energy that seeped from within. Blood trickled from his lips as he gripped the sacred sound tightly. Perhaps we should perish together. He could not allow himself to be sullied. The surging malevolent thoughts clamored to escape, clouding He Yunqi's striking eyes with a gray haze. He gazed at Feng Yinyan, the fierce determination to end it all with her causing her to narrow her eyes. He was still the same person, yet in an instant he seemed transformed. His gaze was chilling. Feng Yinyan suddenly tightened her grip around his throat. Do you wish to die? Very well, I shall grant your wish. With a surge of power in her right hand, her spiritual energy fused with her essence, erupting into the strength of the ascended stage, pinning He Yunqi immobile. Instinctively, he attempted to defend himself. His sacred sound was struck down, releasing a faint trace of demonic energy. The two forces collided, and Feng Yinyan effortlessly directed her spiritual power toward him. That singular strike utterly obliterated all of his cultivation. The youth had cultivated a habit of enduring pain. Yet this time, he could no longer bear it. Chapter 70. The Young Master with Demonic Bones. For years of cultivation were obliterated in an instant. Blood trickled from his abdomen, warm and crimson. The corners of his lips bore the same hue. The malevolent energy within him clamored violently, crashing against his very soul. He curled up, his damp hair splayed outwards, desperately tearing at the fabric of his left shoulder to cover the exposed flesh. It was an agony that transcended all limits, rendering him nearly speechless. Jiang, his cultivation lost, had been tainted by Feng Yinyan's touch. Everything was gone. He was left with nothing. Feng Yinyan discarded him as one might discard refuse, casting him into the river of unfounded woe, ensuring he was dealt with cleanly. The disciples, accustomed to this, bowed their heads and obediently dragged He Yunqi along. The chaotic energy within Feng Yinyan surged, becoming increasingly volatile. Where was Luo Maxian? Why had he not yet brought her back? She kicked the curled-up He Yunqi in frustration, lamenting her misfortune at encountering such a wretch. Not only had he done nothing, but he had also marred her exquisite visage with a small cut. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she kicked him once more. Suddenly, a disciple rushed up in a panic, exclaiming, "It's terrible! Holy Maiden, a group of cultivators has been abducted." What? Feng Yinyan was taken aback, glancing at He Yunqi. Why was he not disposed of yet? Several young disciples hastily dragged He Yunqi away. He seemed to be in pain, his spirit crushed. Curled up with his hands covering his head, his expression contorted. The disciples exerted considerable effort to bring him to the edge of the river of unfounded woe. Black demonic energy churned at the cliff's base, an eerie red hue flickering, akin to a predator lying in wait for its prey. "Do not touch me! Do not touch me!" He Yunqi screamed in desperation, breaking free from those who restrained him, as a hint of crimson began to surface in his pupils. Entering the river of unfounded woe meant certain death. Feng Yinyan sought his life, but he would not consent. He wished to remain by Jiang Yan's side, to care for her and protect her. He could not perish here. How could one who had lost their cultivation possess such strength? Some disciples were baffled. What nonsense! Do you not understand the Holy Maiden's methods? If he escapes, we will be the ones thrown into the river of unfounded woe. A shiver ran through them. Quickly, they seized He Yunqi once more. "Do not blame us. Blame yourself for provoking the Holy Maiden," the leading disciple declared, signaling to the others. Together, they forcefully hurled him into the river of unfounded woe. "No, please no." He Yunqi's malevolence dissipated as panic gradually took over his reason. In his frenzy, he reached out to grasp a disciple's clothing, only to have his hand struck by a surge of spiritual energy, leaving it bloodied. Before him lay an expanse of sky, and beneath him, a roiling sea of black, demonic energy. A sound transmission talisman appeared in the air. "Achi, where are you?" The voice was sweet and filled with urgency. He reached out to grasp the talisman, his hand adorned with a shimmering violet spiritual tether. his garments soaked in blood, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. In that final moment, he did not think of seeking vengeance against Feng Yinyan. But would she feel sorrow in his absence? She cries so easily, despite knowing that many others would care for her, perhaps even better than he could. He remains unwilling to concede. He has yet to present her with the flower he personally plucked. The howling wind whispers in his ears as he strains to reach the sound, transmitting talisman. Ultimately, it is in vain. The talisman vanishes into the air. The 1998th. On the opposite shore of the Wuwang River stands a dark figure, tall and imposing. Clad in a black robe adorned with feathers at the shoulders, his features are sharp, and additional black feathers are tucked into his hairpin. A black bird perches on his shoulder. Can't the Moon Huan sect find a more discreet place for their disgrace? Suk brushed off his robe, removing non-existent dust. Two members of the demon clan stood behind him. Across the Wuwang River, Suk gazed at the few remaining cultivators who had not departed. Master, the Grand Elder wishes to see you. Do not be such a killjoy. Suk's voice held a hint of impatience. Let him wait. I wish to enjoy this splendid performance. Yet the Grand Elder insisted, is he the demon's sovereign, or am I? Suk shot him a sidelong glance, his frustration unabated. Naturally, I shall heed your words. Suk rolled his eyes. He was aware that the two behind him were sent by Qi Ling to monitor him. Originally the second elder of the demon clan, had it not been for Qi Ling's disinterest in the position of demon sovereign, this role would not have been his to claim. The two harbored resentment towards him, but due to their allegiance to Qi Ling, he refrained from taking action. One day, he would personally settle accounts with them. Since you heed my words, then let us wait. Suk seated himself on the ground, lazily leaning against a tree. The two behind him exchanged glances, reluctantly complying. Yes, master. Thunder rumbled, and a gentle rain began to fall. The sky turned ominous, and the downpour intensified, drenching the earth. Suk yawned and performed a gesture to ensure he would not get wet, stretching his limbs. Let us depart. The demonic energy of the Wuwang River grew increasingly dense. Amidst the swirling miasma, a vine-like strip of cloth flew out, dancing through the air, spiraling around the Wuwang River. Suk, initially prepared to leave, halted in his tracks. Is that the Wuwang vine? It truly exists within the Wuwang River. A gasp arose from behind him. Not only them, but the cultivators on the opposite side also realized this. The Wuwang vine, born from countless malevolent thoughts of antiquity, is an artifact that exists only in legends. It can transform into any shape at its owner's will, a formidable weapon that none can control. The Wuwang vine has developed a vine spirit. After swirling around the Wuwang River for an extended period, it transformed into countless steps, as if bowing in submission to someone. In the darkness, a figure ascended the steps, one deliberate step at a time. The youth donned an elegant black robe woven with gold, his garments and hair flowing freely, unbound and unrestrained. His eyes were cold and indifferent, with a 9-petaled red Yelian lotus mark adorning his forehead, its crimson hue enchanting. He walked slowly, his pallid face devoid of color, surrounded by an intense aura of demonic energy. A natural anomaly unfolded as the ominous sky was painted crimson. Alone, he surpassed the malevolent aura of the entire Wuwang River. The 9-petaled crimson Yi lotus seal. Those behind Sua gasped in astonishment. It is the demonic bone. It is the young master. The young master has awakened the demonic bone. The revered one we anticipated has returned. Chapter 71. It is too dark. He can no longer see the light. Torrential rain poured down, yet not a single drop fell upon He Yunqi. He stood amidst the shadows, an extraordinary red hue illuminating him, his obsidian eyes tinged with crimson. Merely his presence exuded an overwhelming aura of dread. The frigid, suffocating power of dark magic enveloped him, thick and inescapable. The Wuwang vine danced excitedly around him as he ascended the final step, his fingertips trembling slightly. So it is I. His voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow. The black demonic patterns manifested upon his neck. The violet spirit tether on his wrist vanished, and he let out a soft chuckle that grew louder, warm liquid trickling onto the back of his hand. How could it be me? Why must it be me? He murmured. His inky hair whipped about in the wind as he spread his arms wide, a concentration of dark magic coalescing within his pristine hands. Quickly, alert the Grand Elder. Hurry and inform the Saintess. The voices rang out simultaneously, and the disciples of cultivation scattered in haste. In Suan moved faster than his thoughts, unhesitatingly hurling 2 black feathers that pierced the necks of 2 demons behind him. They stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, before they turned to face Insu, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ah, young master. Insua's keen vision caught sight of the disciples rushing toward the Yuehuan sect, while He Yunqi remained rooted in place, motionless for a prolonged moment. Those who obstruct me shall meet a grim fate. With a flick of his right hand, countless blackbirds swirled above his head. In a sudden movement, he vanished from sight. The rain fell with ferocity, leaves rustling in disarray, the sound of raindrops relentless. Even the whispers of sound, transmission talismans were drowned beneath the deluge. Yet to the youth, her voice rang clear, every word etched in his ears. Akui, are you all right? Achi, please do not jest with me. Where are you? Achi, I am truly worried about you. Jiang Luan's voice was urgent, tinged with a hint of restrained sobs. He Yunqi received each sound transmission talisman, the gloom of his countenance giving way to a look of confusion and helplessness. He gingerly accepted them, cradling them in his palm. With his cultivation diminished and dark magic surging, he feared even sending her a reply would reveal his descent into darkness. Jiang, I am sorry. Achi's hand shall no longer remain pure. He whispered, unsure if his words were meant for her or himself. The 9-petaled crimson Yi lotus seal on his forehead grew increasingly pronounced in the darkness as he picked up the fallen disciple's sword, gripping it with one hand, the blade scraping against the ground with an unmelodious sound. His hair cascaded down like that of a Shura. The Wuong vine coiled around him, a sky filled with circling blackbirds, yet he remained oblivious to it all. As he drew closer, the scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. He stepped into the moonlight sect, where lifeless bodies lay sprawled at his feet, each adorned with black feathers, struck down in a single, fatal blow. Too swift for any struggle. The woman upon the bed recoiled repeatedly. Insu, I have never wronged you. Why do you? The black feather lay across her neck. Insu coldly replied, blame yourselves for uncovering secrets that should have remained hidden. Just as he prepared to strike, a fierce sword aura pierced through his black feathers, embedding itself in a nearby pillar. The sword in He Yunqi's hand vanished, and he leisurely bent down to retrieve another. You, how dare you? Feng Yinyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. Insu turned towards him, gripping his talisman tightly, his posture taut, ready to attack, watching his every move with keen intensity. Having birthed demonic bones, he could not locate their position, and thus could not kill He Yunqi. The power of Xianyu, intertwined with He Yunqi's own half-demonic blood, proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. How am I still alive, is it? He Yunqi's sword glimmered coldly in his grasp, reflecting a chilling light upon his face. A slow smile crept upon his lips, disappointed. Are you? I have not perished. His eyes remained tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. Yet the surging demonic energy surrounding him served as a stark reminder to Feng Yinyan that his restraint had reached its limit. 2 formidable demons loomed before her, and despite suppressing her unease, she clutched her own sword tightly. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sending shivers from her head to her toes. I did not mean to. He Yunqi, please release me. I can assist you in reconstructing your cultivation. Feng Yinyan understood she was no match for either of them. Struggling to reason, think of your junior sister. Do you not care for her? I can help you restore your powers. And I will keep your descent into darkness a secret from her, as long as she remains unaware. Silence. His voice was devoid of emotion. He flung away the ordinary sword in his hand, the blade's aura slicing mercilessly through the air, grazing Feng Yinyan's shoulder at an alarmingly close distance. She barely managed to evade it, involuntarily letting out a scream. You are unworthy to speak of her. He Yunqi advanced slowly towards her, his smile twisting with each step, all his malice and dark intentions coalescing within him. Despicable, brooding, obsessive, and cold-blooded. Insu positioned himself between the two, hesitating on whether to seize the moment to act. Do you seek death as well? He Yunqi glanced at him, while the spirit of the Wuwang vine writhed beside them, its tendrils poking at Yinsu's chest. His sword's tip remained untainted by blood. An inexplicable chill forced Yinsu to take a step back. He Yunqi, let me go. I truly can assist you in reconstructing your cultivation. I can reach the golden core stage. I have the means. Observing Yinsu's actions, Feng Yinyan suppressed her discomfort, attempting to grasp He Yunqi's sleeve, only to be contemptuously evaded. He Yunqi leaned down, gripping her chin with a force that nearly threatened to shatter her bones. My strikes will be heavy, he said softly. Do not cry. I find it bothersome. Before Feng Yinyan could react, He Yunqi's sword had plunged into her golden core with a soft sound. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her abdomen, where the golden core, containing all her cultivation, had been extracted and was now being toyed with in his hand. Her complexion turned ashen. He looked on with indifference and with a gentle squeeze. The golden core disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. A surge of excruciating pain caused Feng Yinyan to curl up, and fear gradually seeped into her eyes as she looked at He Yunqi. He appeared nonchalant, still smiling. A few drops of blood splattered onto his pale face, which he wiped away, only to have more appear, creating a ghastly visage. With one hand, he seized Feng Yinyan by the collar, the bloodied sword gripped firmly in his right hand. He stepped over the crimson ground, dragging Feng Yinyan to the edge of the Wuwang River. You have destroyed me. He Yunqi's voice was low as he chuckled softly, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. It was too dark. He could no longer see the light. I truly could do anything. Please, spare me, Feng Yinyan pleaded, crawling towards him and tugging at his garments. As death approached, her desire to live surged, even if it meant living in such a humble state. He Yunqi slowly forced a smile, distorting his features. Everyone can live, except for you. No sooner had he spoken than the Wuwang vine ensnared her waist, abruptly yanking her into the air above the Wuwang River. She screamed, the tumultuous demonic energy swirling beneath her. She looked down at He Yunqi, who stood there, dark as if merging with the void. He gazed at her from afar, as cold as one would regard a lifeless object. Suddenly, the Wuwang vine released its grip, and Feng Yinyan's eyes widened as the sound of wind faded away, leaving only the overwhelming echoes of maniacal laughter. In the blink of an eye, she was completely engulfed by darkness. Chapter 72. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Blackbirds circled in the sky. Raindrops fell, and he caught them in his palm, the icy droplets chilling his skin. He turned his back, facing Yinsu, who stood behind him. You wish to kill me, he stated calmly, not as a question, but as a certainty. In the demon realm, there could only be one demon sovereign. Yinsu stood before him, his ambitions laid bare in his gaze. The blackbirds swooped towards He Yunqi, their eyes a haunting shade of red, filled with desperation. Yinsu commanded the blackbirds, looking at him with a vicious glare. He Yunqi merely cast a fleeting glance. Appearing weary, go ahead and kill, he said. As soon as he spoke, the Wuwang vine transformed into countless tendrils, swiftly piercing through the blackbirds. Blood began to rain down from the sky, a veritable bloodstorm, as the blackbirds plummeted to the ground, lifeless. The Wuwang vine then morphed into an umbrella, shielding He Yunqi from the deluge, while Yinsu was drenched. He appeared somewhat disheveled, forming a hand seal and clenching his fist. What do you mean by this? I am no longer interested in that position, He Yunqi replied indifferently. The annihilation of the Moon Huan sect's members by Yinsu is conspicuously motivated by his ambition for the title of Demon Lord. He desires to ensure that his intentions remain shrouded in secrecy. Why should I place my trust in you? Yinsu asserts, in this world, only the dead will not vie with me. You cannot defeat me. He Yunqi articulates the grim reality, raising his gaze to Yinsu, declaring that the one who will perish between us shall undoubtedly be him. The demonic energy courses through his body, a potent force that he senses does not belong to him, merging with his essence, powerful, fierce, and ferocious. Do not become overly complacent. Yinsu's thieves resolviraks, stating that only through survival will one discover the outcome. He Yunqi wearily shakes his head, lacking the strength to engage in further argument. Exhaustion weighs heavily upon him. The complete descent into darkness has rendered his heart ashen. An agonizing pain pierces his chest, prompting him to close his eyes, even contemplating the removal of his demonic bone. One who possesses the demonic bone secures the position of demon lord. How could such a vile entity manifest upon his being? He yearns for life, yet never anticipated it would return in such a grotesque manner. He has become the very embodiment of the demonic race he despises most. How utterly absurd. After a surge of impulse, Yinsu regained his composure, recalling the words of Feng Yanyan. He spoke in the misty forest. There exists a mystical grade, Xianbing grass guarded by demonic beasts, which can assist you in attaining the golden core stage. He Yunqi glanced at him, remaining silent. I hope you will honor your word. Yinsu clenched his teeth, reluctantly conceding. He Yunqi could effortlessly obliterate his demonic beasts, and he was indeed right. He was not a match for He Yunqi. In a true confrontation, his chances of victory were dismally low. With no other options, he had no choice but to comply. Only you and I are privy to this secret. Before departing, Yinsu reiterated, I do not wish for a third party to learn of it. Otherwise, I shall drag the young master down with me, even in death. The term young master was pronounced with intense emphasis. As he departed, He Yunqi stumbled, half kneeling on the ground. His robes became stained with the filth of the earth, his hands pressed against the ground, his complexion pale. The strength he had mustered dissipated entirely, while the communication talisman in his embrace remained fervently warm, contrasting with the icy, biting wind outside. That warmth was the only reprieve for his frigid body. Jiang. He carefully extracted the talisman from within, gently caressing it. It was her voice, the sound he longed for. Yet, he could offer no response. Tears brimmed in his eyes, vulnerable as if the wind could sweep him away. I am truly sorry. I have broken my promise. He had vowed to her never to succumb to darkness. He had failed. He is the son of Xian Yu and Nan Wu, standing opposed to the entire cultivation world as the former demon lord's offspring. He might even have to stand against her. Summoning his spiritual energy, he conjured a mirror to behold his reflection. His pale visage bore stains of blood, smeared across his face, with dark hair cascading down, a sight that was profoundly shocking. He chuckled softly, his eyes gradually moistening. He reached out to wipe the blood from his face. It was too filthy, she would be displeased. The youth, almost obsessively, wiped his face until not a trace of blood remained, before donning a set of purple garments and meticulously tying his hair back, strand by strand. With his dark hair in a ponytail and clad in a purple robe, he appeared obedient, just as she preferred. The mark on his forehead was erased, and he concealed all traces of his magical aura. A slight smile curved his lips as he touched them with his fingertips, managing a laugh that was more sorrowful than any cry. In this manner, he resembled Zhang's Qi. By the time Jiang Luan arrived at the Moonhuan sect, several days had passed. She had lost contact with He Yunqi. Besides recovering the fallen twin bells, there had been no further news of him. Throughout these days, she had sent countless messages, yet none had elicited a reply. Instead, she received a transmission from her senior sister, Feng Shi. What had transpired? She gazed at the chaos surrounding her, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Feng Shi. A few days prior, the elder brother and several disciples of the sect had been captured by the Moonhuan sect. At this, Feng Shi glanced at Luo and Mo Xian, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, continued, I disguised myself as one of their disciples to infiltrate their ranks and rescue the others. Just as the elder brother was about to undergo tribulation, I was nearby to protect him. However, when I returned to confront Feng Yanyan, I found the sect in this state. Not a single soul survived, and Feng Yin remains unaccounted for. Jiang Luan was astonished. Was it the demonic clan's doing? Indeed, it bears the mark of the demon lord, Yinsu. She handed over a black feather, a signature weapon of his, confirming his involvement beyond doubt. Jiang Luan was perplexed. Yinsu first abducted Yu Shuqing, then annihilated so many from the Moonhuan sect. What could his motive possibly be? The thought flitted away. But what of Qi? Have you seen him? Her anxiety deepened. Feng, she shook her head. I assumed he was with you. Neither I nor the elder brother encountered him. Luo, Mo Xian spoke. Is the junior brother missing? Yes, for several days now. We have inquired among the Moon Huan sex members, but found no trace of Yunqi. Jiang Luan felt an increasing sense of agitation. Where could he possibly be? I've searched everywhere I could think of, but there is no sign of him. The unease gnawed at her. The fear of his misfortune rendered her restless. Since the elder brother hasn't seen him, I shall search elsewhere, she declared, preparing to depart. Fengxi grasped her arm. Junior sister, Yin Su is unpredictable. It would be wise for you to accompany us for now. But Luo, Mo Xian added, we cannot leave you alone. Let us join you in searching for Yunqi. One more person is always a greater asset. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luan nodded. Then, I am grateful to my elder brother and sister. Chapter 73. Achi, why do you not save him? In the misty forest, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. The beasts whimpered softly, crouching low, encircling the young man at the center. A sword dripped with blood lay beside him. A heap of beast corpses littered the ground. Leaning against a tree, he held a sprig of Xian-class immortal ice grass, lost in thought. With this, can we return to the past? He murmured, his fingers meticulously polishing the object, rendering it crystal clear. Sister, I truly miss you. He was uncertain how to confront her. Without spiritual power, he dared not use demonic energy to respond to her message talisman. Unable to find him, she was anxious. Each choked sob pierced his heart. How long could he hide? He glanced at the purple spiritual rope on his wrist, a transformation of the illusory vine. Alas, what is false remains false. It differed from the rope she wove. The demonic beast emitted a few low growls, warily eyeing the profound-grade, immortal ice grass in the boy's hand. Restless and poised to act, he appeared oblivious to its presence. In his eyes, it seemed that only the profound-grade, immortal ice grass existed, leaving no room for anything else. With it, I can return to Zhang's side. He could not bear to see her weep. When she cried, his heart felt as though it were shattering. The pain was akin to 1,000 needles, sharp and relentless. The nearby demonic beast sensed his intent and growled a warning. The boy's superior spirit sword lay beside him. He grasped the sword and slowly rose to his feet. Stepping forward, the demonic beasts, fearing him, retreated slightly, clearing a path. Within the misty forest, the profound-grade immortal ice grass was exceedingly rare, capable of elevating an untalented individual to the early stages of the Golden Core period. Guarded by powerful demonic beasts, it took 50 years to procure a few sprigs, rendering it incredibly scarce. Countless individuals ventured into the misty forest, all in pursuit of the immortal ice grass. Friend, save me. As He Yunqi walked among the demonic beasts, none dared to approach him. Not far off, a disciple clad in sect robes was being dragged backward, torn at by a demonic beast. Upon seeing He Yunqi, he called out for help. The boy merely lifted his eyelids, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction, adjusting the mask upon his face. Akiri, why won't you save him? A voice suddenly echoed, a girl playing with her hair, stepping closer, her eyes glistening with confusion. He Yunqi's breath caught abruptly. The surroundings had transformed without his notice. The girl, visibly disappointed, questioned, Did you not say you would save the world? Why, when he stands before you, do you choose to ignore him? She circled around him, her fingers gradually climbing onto his shoulder. Junior sister. He Yunqi felt as though he had been caught in wrongdoing. Utterly at a loss, his grip on the sword hilt tightened slightly, the injustice within him nearly overwhelming. Silently, he concealed the sword behind him. The girl's voice was alluring, her tone teasing. She climbed onto his shoulder and added, But it's all right. I won't hold it against you. Her breath was fragrant as her lips descended toward his neck, poised to bite down. He missed her terribly. In that moment of daze, he could not discern whether the person before him was real or an illusion. Until an unusual fragrance wafted into his nostrils, his gaze turned icy. Almost instantaneously, as the girl was about to bite, the spiritual rope on his wrist transformed into sharp black vines, ensnaring her and forcefully pulling her against a nearby tree, securely binding her. He Yunqi's eyes clouded with mist, losing their brilliance as he cast his gaze downward. Let me go, the girl screamed, struggling. Illusory vine, who are you? How do you possess the illusory vine? The more she struggled, the tighter the vines coiled around her. He closed his eyes, his voice icy cold. Change back. Do not use her face. How could you see through my dream? The girl writhed, her features gradually distorting as she ward Jiang Luan's visage. He lost his patience. He appeared before her in a flash, his right hand resting against her neck, a surge of murderous intent rising. The smile on his face twisted, his voice hoarse. How dare you use her face to express such emotions? Do you wish to die? He shut his eyes, applying more pressure. The Wuwang vine, responding to his will, constricted her even tighter. The girl struggled to breathe, her visage becoming increasingly blurred as it transformed into her true form. Blood-red hair cascaded down, her skin as smooth as jade, an extraordinarily beautiful face, bold and resplendent. She was the dream heart demon. Let me go. Cough, cough. The girl struggled in frustration, her pitch-black pupils nearly igniting with fury. She had initially thought herself merely an ordinary cultivator, intending to absorb his powers, unaware that she had encountered a formidable opponent. With his high level of cultivation, she should not have been able to access any part of his memories. Was he thinking so unguarded? Or was he deliberately waiting for her, leading her into a trap? He let out a cold scoff, a chilling laugh that compelled one to recoil. His eyes narrowed, patience running thin. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanated from him, shrouding the entire illusion in a blanket of darkness. The Dreamheart demon trembled uncontrollably. You are a great demon. Such terrifying pressure and presence undeniably marked him as a formidable demon. How could such a powerful entity appear in the misty forest? The Dreamheart demon struggled violently, her eyes wide as she gazed at the man before her. Suddenly recalling fragments of his memories, she quickly exclaimed, "Do you fancy that woman? I can make her fall in love with you." His hostility lessened slightly. He repeated in a low voice, "Fall in love with me?" "Yes." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the Dreamheart demon ceased her struggles. Our tribe's sacred artifact, the 9-turn heart gem, allows one to infuse a drop of their blood, merging it with hers, severing all previous affections, binding her heart solely to you. He suddenly laughed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, a smile so eerie it instilled fear. "Do you think I require such a thing?" He could use despicable methods against anyone, but not against her. The Wuwang vine sensed its master's mood and tightened its grip with excitement. Cough, cough, cough. The Dreamheart demon gasped for air, her face flushed, her limbs thrashing desperately. Wait. Spare me. I am of great use. I can assist you in whatever you desire." A thought crossed He Yunqi's mind, his long lashes fluttering. As his consciousness relaxed, the Wuwang vine reluctantly loosened its hold, swirling in the air before settling beside the boy. The Dreamheart demon stumbled to her knees, her red hair pooling on the ground. After a few forceful coughs, she gradually regained her composure. "What can you help me with?" He looked down at her from his elevated position. Behind him loomed an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, rendering his complexion pale and his pupils a deep black, creating a stark contrast that hinted at his frailty. Meng Xinyao swallowed hard, stammering, "I know the method to unravel the 9-fold heart gem." And among the entire Meng Xinyao clan, no more than 5 individuals are privy to this information. The youth cast a cold glance in her direction. "I have stated my disinterest," he replied, as he gathered a clump of demonic energy in his right hand and thrust it into Meng Xinyao's forehead. As the energy entered her body, she let out a muffled groan of discomfort. He Yun glanced at the instrument of Brahma sound fastened at her waist, her fingers lightly caressing its surface. Trembling, her voice quivered as she asked, "What is it that you desire?" Chapter 74. Do not cry. I acknowledge my mistakes nearby the Yuan sect. The air was occasionally filled with the melodious chirping of birds. What should I do? It has been over 10 days. Could it be that Qi has truly encountered misfortune? Time passed slowly, and Jiang Luan's anxiety grew increasingly palpable. Host, the backhand is currently stable. The target character should be unharmed. Jiang Luan sat on the steps, tugging at her hair, which was hastily gathered into a simple ponytail, devoid of any adornment, now in a disheveled state. "Junior sister, do not fret. We will continue our search," Luo Maxian consoled her. From a distance, the two appeared quite close, their gestures intimate. Jiang Luan felt a mix of urgency and frustration, plagued by guilt. "Senior brother," she called out, "I am truly frightened, terrified that she may never return." He cared for her deeply. She had sent him numerous message talismans. If he had seen them, he would surely respond. Yet he had not a single one. Tears streamed down her cheeks, one by one. It was the first time Luo Maxian had witnessed Jiang Yuan cry so intensely. He stiffly glanced around, failing to spot Feng Shi, and helplessly patted her shoulder. "Do not cry. Everything will be all right." Jiang Yuan cupped her hands over her ears, her nose reddened. Her thoughts were consumed by He Yunqi. In the distance, two figures stood, one behind the other. The youth's gaze was as frigid as 1,000-year-old ice, fixed upon the man clad in white. "Shall we make our move now?" Meng Xinyao, trembling with fear, observed the youth beside her and silently shifted her stance. She sensed his fury. The demonic energy he suppressed seeped from him in wisps, his garments torn and stained with dried blood. He lowered his gaze, nodding in silence. Meng Xinyao released her demonic aura, her right hand gathering strength, and with a punch, struck He Yunqi in the abdomen. This blow was laced with a hint of personal vendetta. Channeling 50% of her demonic power, He Yunqi crashed into a tree, violently spitting blood. Meng Xinyao thought, is his body truly this feeble? Soon, she would realize he had feigned weakness, for he smiled. The ensuing conflict, coupled with the dense demonic energy, instantly attracted the attention of the two individuals nearby. Even before they arrived, a chilling sword sliced through the air towards her. "Be careful, senior brother." Jiang Yuan wiped her tears, rising on tiptoe to follow Luo Maxian. Meng Xinyao barely evaded, retreating 2 steps. Oh, the celestial being displayed an astonishing rudeness, almost grazing my delicate visage. Truly, he possesses no regard for the tender nature of my skin. She provocatively teased, exuding a coy charm. However, Luo Maxian remained unfazed, his icy gaze fixed upon her, decisively declaring, "Demoness, no need for further words." Neither party engaged in superfluous conversation, and soon, a fierce confrontation ensued. The Dreamheart demon purposefully sought to draw him away, and upon arrival, Jiang Yuan caught sight of a youth partially obscured by cascading hair, leaning against a tree, clutching his abdomen, appearing quite unwell. His garments bore numerous signs of their recent skirmish. She retracted her sword and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "It's me, Jiang." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yuan gazed incredulously at his face. His lips were stained crimson with blood, and he pressed a hand to his chest, his breathing labored. His eyes, filled with a tumult of emotions, swept over her features as if attempting to etch her likeness into his memory forever. He grasped her hand, unable to quell his trembling. Having recently wept, Jiang Yuan's eyes were still reddened. Upon seeing him, she bit her lip and stifled a sniffle. Suddenly, she lunged towards him, enveloping him in her embrace. "Where have you been?" she whispered, her voice quavering with a hint of reproach. "Do you have any idea how tirelessly my fellow disciples and I have searched for you? We scoured this entire area. Why did you not send me a message? Why did you ignore me?" As she held him, He Yunqi felt as if the disoriented state he had been in had finally found its anchor. His heart ached. With his left arm, he gently enveloped her, awkwardly patting her back. Seeing her in tears drove him nearly to madness. "Do not weep. I understand my mistakes." In a bid for authenticity, he had previously inflicted pain upon himself, and combined with the blow from the Dreamheart demon, he endured the hurt, embracing her tightly while murmuring soothing words. After venting her emotions, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized he was still injured and quickly drew back. "You are gravely wounded. Let me assist you." She wiped her face and prepared to help him up. In an instant, her right hand seemed ensnared by an unseen force, yanking at her grip and tearing a ragged corner from his already tattered clothing. His chest was partially exposed, revealing a delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin. Jiang Yuan stood frozen in shock. He Yunqi also paused for a moment, her eyes glistening with moisture, the corners tinged red, appearing almost entranced. It was a sight that stirred an irresistible urge to tease. In contrast, He Yunqi's disheveled attire revealed slight, red marks upon his skin, his ink-black hair cascading down, his eyes clear and serene. Jiang, do you desire me? His long eyelashes fluttered, clutching his garment as he leaned closer, his voice a sultry whisper that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Luan remained rooted to the spot. Just now, something took control of me. I did not mean to. The youth looked at her, puzzled. Something did? Yes, indeed, she affirmed with fervor, glancing around for the source of the disturbance. It was then that she noticed the corners of He Yunqi's lips curve upward, his exquisitely delicate face pale and fragile, lips full and alluring. She hastily covered her eyes, her voice cracking slightly. Quickly, put your clothes back on. The spirit cord on He Yunqi's wrist swayed slightly, as if inquiring for a reward. He lowered his sleeve a bit, concealing the purple spirit cord that had transformed from the Wang vine. Shaking his head, he coughed twice, feeling a twinge of pain. Jiang Luan bit her lip. A hasty glance earlier revealed numerous wounds adorning his body. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and extended her right hand, instinctively grasping his garment to assist him in tidying up. Though she could not see, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the skin beneath his collarbone, eliciting a muffled groan from him. The area her fingers traversed felt both itchy and tantalizing. He Yunqi's hand, which hung beside him, gradually tightened, though he bore it in silence. Suddenly, a loud clatter interrupted them as something fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chapter 75. Senior Sister. It is not what you think, Feng. She had just filled a cup with water, only to spill all over the ground. She observed Jiang Yuan's hand restlessly lingering beneath He Yunqi's collarbone, as if he had suffered some misfortune, his clothing disheveled like a broken doll. Junior sister. She stammered, quickly turning around. What are you doing? Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. His clothing was already adjusted, yet her anxiety caused her to grip harder, inadvertently touching his wounds. He Yunqi winced in pain, his voice laced with longing. Jiang Yuan hastily withdrew her hand, waving both arms in protest. Senior sister, no. It's not what you think. However, Feng, she seemed intent on distancing herself, suggesting she would wait nearby. The misunderstanding had escalated dramatically. Jiang Yuan glared at He Yunqi, who inhaled sharply and, with a tone of grievance, remarked, Jiang, it seems my wound has reopened. Jiang Yuan bit her lip in silence. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. At that moment, Luo Maxian returned. Eldest brother, did you catch her? Jiang Yuan inquired. It was that demon that attacked He Yunqi, inflicting such severe injuries. If caught by the eldest brother, she would surely receive a thorough reprimand. No, she escaped, Luo Maxian replied, sheathing his sword. Her cultivation is not low. I'm uncertain why she appeared here. Typically, one encounters the Mengxin demon only in the misty forest. His suspicious gaze shifted towards He Yunqi. Jiang Yuan frowned. What does the eldest brother mean? Let us first take him back to heal, he suggested, stepping forward to support He Yunqi. A fleeting look of disdain crossed He Yunqi's features, due to the severity of He Yunqi's injuries. They sought refuge in a nearby cave to shield themselves from the wind and rain. After Luo Maxian tended to his wounds, Feng, she went to prepare medicine. As the sect leader's direct disciple, she was well-versed not only in swordsmanship, but also in alchemy and talismans. Jiang Yuan blew gently on the medicine, ensuring it was at a suitable temperature before gradually feeding it to him. It's so bitter, He Yunqi grimaced, softly negotiating. Can I not drink it? His self-healing abilities were formidable. These wounds would mend in due time without the medicine. He was reluctant to feel indebted to Luo Maxian. No. Senior sister Feng, she took a long time to prepare this. You must finish it, Jiang Yuan asserted resolutely. He appeared unwilling, but after some coaxing from Jiang Yuan, he finally consumed the entire bowl of medicine. Junior sister, come with me for a moment. Luo Maxian's voice was cool, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over He Yunqi as he stepped out of the cave first. Jiang Yuan was perplexed by his meaning, but obediently followed him outside. Once they departed, only He Yunqi remained in the cave, idly toying with the spiritual rope in his hand, his gaze slightly narrowed, lost in thought. Outside the cave, Luo Maxian and Feng, she stood together. Jiang Yuan twisted her fingers, gazing quizzically at the two before her. What had just transpired? She furrowed her brow at her. In Feng, she replied, "You are not. Absolutely not." Jiang Luan reacted strongly, instantly rebutting her. She recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Luo Maxian's brow furrowed slightly. "But did you truly discern what had coiled around your wrist?" "No," Jiang Luan replied. "Perhaps I was merely overly sensitive." She had begun to question whether she had been imagining things. The two fell into a prolonged silence, so long that Jiang Luan nearly lost her footing. Finally, Feng, she spoke. "The misty forest is exceedingly perilous. Even the eldest senior brother, with his cultivation, cannot guarantee a safe return, let alone Yunqi's level." She paused before continuing. "You must have noticed he has already entered the early stage of the Golden Core." "What? The early stage of the Golden Core?" Unlike the worried expressions of the two, Jiang Luan blinked in surprise. She recalled that He Yunqi had only recently reached the late stage of foundation establishment. In such a brief span, he had achieved Golden Core? Luo Maxian seemed exasperated. "Are you so anxious that you failed to notice even this?" Jiang Luan shook her head. "I truly did not. I was too focused on his injuries to consider his cultivation." "Do you suspect him?" "It cannot be termed suspicion," Luo Maxian replied. "We are concerned that he may have practiced some malevolent technique that would jeopardize his future." Feng, she added, "From the moment he was captured, lost contact, and then inexplicably appeared before us, along with his sudden increase in strength. It all seems too strange. We cannot help but speculate. There are many dubious methods to rapidly enhance cultivation within the Moon Huan sect, and it is curious that this coincided with the deaths of all the Moon Huan sect members." Jiang Luan did not agree with this assessment. There is no evidence to prove that Achi was at the Moon Huan sect at that time. As his senior sister, you should find an appropriate moment to inquire further, Luo Maxian concluded, refraining from saying more. "Now that we have located Yunqi, Feng Shi and I have other pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Jiang Luan called out to him, "Eldest senior brother, how does the sect intend to handle the Moon Huan sect incident? This concerns the entire realm of cultivation. In a single day, so many have perished at the hands of the demon lord Yin Su, and with the disappearance of the Sanus Feng Yin Yin, the Tianqing sect, being the foremost sect, must provide an explanation." Luo Maxian's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Feng Shi pulled her closer, whispering softly in her ear. "The Moon Huan sect has captured so many disciples, all of whom are the elite of their respective sections. No one wishes to provoke the demon clan over the affairs of the Moon Huan sect." Jiang Luan was taken aback. "But Yin Su." Feng Shi lowered her voice further. "To be frank, junior sister, Feng Yin, in her bid to make the disciples submit to her, administered a certain substance to them. Had I arrived any later, those disciples would have been adamant, and without an antidote, they would have perished. So that was the case. Do the disciples not harbor a deep-seated hatred for Feng Yin? Indeed, that is why no one speaks of the Moon Huan sect." She cast a glance at Luo Maxian, who had narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. The sect master, in a fit of fury, chose to turn a blind eye. Jiang Luan nodded in comprehension. "I understand. Chapter 76. Do not mention him again, I can hardly control myself." After bidding farewell to the two, she returned to the cavern. Inside, He Yunqi was whimsically manipulating his spiritual energy, his fingertips adorned with scintillating specks of white light, sketching ephemeral designs in the air. Has he perhaps suffered a blow to his intellect? The system momentarily stared at Jiang Luan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was repeatedly inscribing the character for Jiang with his spiritual energy. Recalling the warnings from Luo Maxian and Feng Shi, she approached him and halted his playful scribbling. "Do they suspect me?" He Yunqi did not turn his gaze, remaining in a daze as her hand grasped his. He had heard their words. Jiang Luan sighed softly, lowering her voice. "Let's speak frankly, where have you been?" He Yunqi's long eyelashes fluttered, his lips pressed together. Jiang, do you suspect me as well?" Before arriving here, he had concocted a response. Yet, he could wield the dream heart demon to deceive anyone with this narrative, except for her. Jiang Luan hesitated. Truth be told, she did not doubt him. But the concerns raised by Luo Maxian and Feng Shi were not without merit. During his unexplained absence, he had entangled himself with the dream heart demon, a creature notorious for its allure, capable of reading memories and ensnaring cultivators' powers through seduction, often lurking within the misty forest. Now he had returned, appearing so far from that treacherous place. Transitioning from late Foundation establishment to early Golden Core stage in such a brief period was nearly impossible through regular cultivation. Jiang Luan had yet to respond when she noticed the corners of He Yunqi's eyes reddening, as if he bore an immense grievance. His fingers unconsciously tightened. Ouch! Jiang Luan gasped as he inadvertently pinched her fingers, causing her to emit a muffled cry. He Yunqi snapped back to reality, awkwardly retracting his hand. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, leaning closer to inspect her hand. A faint redness marked her delicate fingers. Her skin was tender, making any pressure painfully apparent. She instinctively concealed her hand behind her back, a fleeting suspicion flickering through her mind. Did the dream heart demon do something to you? Such matters were often difficult to articulate. Her heart twinged with unease. He Yunqi remained silent, and in her eyes, his silence was tantamount to an admission. Jiang Luan felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy and anger, confounded by the intensity of her emotions. The mere thought of that image rendered her unable to contain herself. I shall confront her. She summoned her cold, gleaming sword, her countenance shrouded in layers of frost. No. He Yunqi immediately grasped her arm, recalling a memory he was most reluctant to revisit. He trembled. She did not touch me. Jiang, I am still untainted. Please do not abandon me. Jiang Yuan's sword clattered to the ground, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. After a long pause, she exclaimed in a mix of urgency and fury, "Did she truly treat you so? That dream heart demon, is it truly possible that such a thing could occur?" Host, remain calm. Calmness is a distant notion for her. The mere thought of He Yunqi enduring such suffering at her hands ignites her fury. Just wait. Dear junior sister will avenge you. Jiang Yuan took a moment to compose herself, opening her storage space and beginning to sift through her treasures. Rest assured, this grievance shall not go unaddressed. I shall seek out the elder brother now. A delicate fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Jiang Yuan felt a softness upon her lips, her astonished eyes widening in disbelief. As he drew closer, the sweetness of his scent intensified, He Yunqi's hand resting gently upon her neck, softly caressing her. The warmth of his lips sent a shiver coursing through him. This kiss was gentle, a mere taste, yet he craved it deeply. He was losing control. Upon hearing Luo Maxian's name, he recalled their proximity, how close she had been to him. So close it sparked jealousy, envy, and a madness that threatened his reason. Jiang Yuan was utterly bewildered. Do not mention him again. I may lose my composure. He Yunqi pressed his forehead against hers, whispering softly. He sought solace in this kiss. Overwhelmed by fear and insecurity, he longed for her to affirm her feelings, to assure him of her presence in his life. She remained unaware of everything. They could return to how things once were. Perhaps he could remain by her side in another guise, never depart. Jiang, I will be very obedient. Do not forsake me. His voice trembled with emotion, pleading for permanence. Jiang Yuan's cheeks gradually flushed, warmth spreading across her face. She was still lost in the aftermath of that kiss. Staring blankly, she stammered, Please wait for me to collect myself. What has transpired? Why did Yunqi kiss her? Had she lost her memory? She recalled her intent to confront Meng Xinya, and then she felt a feverish warmth enveloping her. Before her stood He Yunqi, mere inches away, seemingly anxious that he had frightened her, his eyes filled with concern as he pressed his lips tightly together. Jiang Yuan felt voiceless. She yearned to utter something but found herself utterly speechless. He Yunqi, summoning great resolve, spoke through evident pain, slowly. I was captured by the figure in the black robe. When I awoke, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. They sought my servitude, but I refused, and so they discarded me. Later, I encountered Meng Xinya, who desired my cultivation, which I denied. His voice was strained, hesitating. The Golden Core stage was attained through a fortunate encounter. Meng Xinya brought me here, and nothing transpired. This memory is too painful. I wish not to revisit it. Each word he uttered was laden with difficulty. The agony was not merely the memory, but the realization that she yearned for his explanation, one he could not fully disclose. I apologize. I shall refrain from questioning further. Jiang Luan observed his pained expression, her heart aching in response. Chapter 77. May I request a kiss? She chastised herself once more for failing to protect him, for her negligence had led him to endure such trials. I shall not inquire further. It is all behind us now. She gently embraced him, softly patting his shoulder. He Yunqi slowly closed his eyes, his red lips parting slightly. Could you kiss me? Jiang Luan inquired. He nestled into the crook of her neck and murmured softly in response. Just once. His voice was tender, imbued with a sense of pleading. He withdrew from her embrace, looking at her with unease. Jiang Luan thought He Yunqi must have lost his senses, or perhaps it was she who had succumbed to madness. For what other reason could there be for her lack of clarity? Even so, she found herself tempted to comply with his wish. Her heart raced fervently. She could not bear to see him despondent or in sorrow. Jiang Luan endeavored to convince herself and gradually approached him. Rising on her toes, her eyelashes quivered violently, and her hand, gripping his shoulder, formed a tight fist. He Yunqi's face was but a breath away, both of them equally anxious. As their lips drew near, Jiang Luan hesitated, suddenly awakening to the realization that she truly could not. She retreated slightly, yearning to escape. In the next moment, his arms encircled her waist, and before she could comprehend, tender kisses began to rain upon her. He Yunqi's kisses were clumsy and inexperienced, yet his affection burned with fervor, overwhelming and passionate. Tears glistened in his eyes, his lashes soaked, yet his kisses grew ever more fervent. He Yunqi pressed Jiang Luan against the wall, one hand cradling her head. Her fingers clutched the collar of his shirt, anxiously tightening as she weathered his tempestuous affection. When the kiss concluded, both of them breathed heavily. The voice near her ear, sultry and yearning, belonged to him. He Yunqi, with his back taut, lowered his voice to whisper in her ear, Jiang, if one day I find myself opposing you, and you seek my life, I would willingly surrender it. He took her hand and placed it over his heart. I was born for you, and I would gladly die for you. His expression was grave and deeply affectionate, leaving Jiang Luan momentarily stunned. Her lips were slightly swollen, and she could not help but flick her tongue across them, her eyes glistening as they gazed upon him. In that instant, she felt utterly disoriented, lost in a haze. Achi, why do you? She could not comprehend why he suddenly chose to express such sentiments. Yet, upon hearing his words, she acknowledged that her heart stirred in response. She could feel the depth of his love for her. The corners of Jiang Luan's eyes reddened slightly, and He Yunqi's breaths quickened further. He softly coaxed, "Do you still desire it?" In that instant, clarity returned to her. She widened her beautiful eyes, covering her lips with her hands, shaking her head repeatedly. Before her stood her well-behaved junior, yet she sensed an undeniable shift in him. He Yunqi, have you placed a spell upon me? Her heart raced, pounding vigorously. He Yunqi, adorned with bandages, bore marks that were unmistakably hers upon his lips, his sickly pale face reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Is it not you, Jiang, who has ensnared my heart first? He appeared utterly innocent, alluring yet oblivious, an anomaly that was ineffably strange. He Yunqi's demeanor was peculiar, as was hers. Everything was in disarray. Jiang Luan tugged at her hair, her mind yearning for escape. I will step outside for some fresh air. Do not follow me, she said, wrapping her garments tightly around herself in a flustered departure. Watching her retreating figure, the smile on He Yunqi's lips gradually faded. His voice, laden with both anguish and tenderness, softly called her name. His fingertips grazed his lips, caressing gently. The sweetness lingered, a flavor that belonged to her. It is my fault. I should not have employed such means to soften your heart. He gazed into the distance, his eyes darkening. I know that love obtained through deceit is fleeting, yet I shall not relinquish it. Outside the cave, a cool breeze swept by, bringing some semblance of calm to Jiang Luan's turmoil. She locked eyes with the orange cat. Xiao Fan, I am doomed. She despondently sat on the steps. That kiss had surprisingly tasted sweet. It seems I have genuinely fallen for him. Resting her chin on her hand, she mused, I thought I would never linger for anyone. Yet here I am, enamored. Her heart was a tangle of emotions, lost and bewildered. Here was He Yunqi, her protective brother, her master, and Xiao Fan, all the affection she lacked in another realm. Staying here isn't so bad, is it? He has nothing. I cannot abandon him again. Jiang Luan gently stroked the orange cat, murmuring to herself, the pain of gaining and then losing is too great. It is so for him, and for me as well. Thus, I cannot leave. Host, I support your thoughts. Keep going. The system suddenly chimed in. Jiang Luan paused for a few seconds, startled, before coming to realize. Am I merely rationalizing for myself? She wondered aloud. Xiao Fan had no answer. She extended her hand, her fingertips dancing with flickers of spiritual energy. With deliberate strokes, she inscribed He Yunqi's name. Subsequently, the energy dissipated into the air. Leaning against the distance, He Yunqi's gaze was fixed on the pair of one person and one cat, a slight smile gracing his lips. After resting for some time, they resumed their journey to Luofeng City, opting to travel by boat. The water rippled gently as the vessel glided onward. It was a large ship equipped with ample amenities. Jiang Luan and He Yunqi sat aboard, eyes closed in feigned slumber. She had stowed her sword, leaving only He Yunqi's treasured blade on the table, the exquisite spiritual sword that Elder Dan had gifted him. Did you not say before that you disliked using this sword? Jiang Luan inquired casually. He Yunqi paused, lowering his lashes. This sword is quite good. Is it difficult to wield for Vanine? She asked. Not at all. Vanine is quite pure. Jiang Luan had merely been making small talk, but upon hearing his response, she nodded. As long as you like it. She would not interfere with He Yunqi's choices. She contemplated that the sword ought to have a tassel. Jiang, I am a bit tired, He Yunqi said, sitting beside her, tilting his head to take in the scenery outside the vessel. The journey was smooth, and the cabin was sparsely occupied, with everyone seated at a distance. Do you need to rest for a while? She asked, turning her head towards him, knowing they had several hours yet before reaching Luofeng City. The destination of the vessel was not Luofeng City. Upon disembarking, they would need to traverse by sword for a while to reach their final stop. He Yunqi, had awaited this very remark from her. Resting his head gently on her shoulder, he inquired softly, Am I too heavy? Not at all. Jiang Luan extended her hand to measure his face. His visage was indeed quite petite. If you grow weary, rouse me, he advised. She nodded in agreement. You should rest for a bit. The ship was largely filled with merchants, their attire modest, garnering little attention. In truth, the merchants bore expressions of grave concern, their bodies tense as if bracing against an unseen threat, rendering them oblivious to the pair. Chapter 78. Is there a great demon in Luofeng City? After some time, the scenery outside shifted. Jiang Luan sensed an unusual atmosphere and glanced at the merchants, noting their palpable anxiety. Heaven forbid we encounter a water demon. Please, may we avoid it at all costs. A chorus of prayers arose, with some of the more timid visibly trembling. This segment of the journey proceeded at an excruciatingly slow pace. He Yunqi leaned against her shoulder, appearing to slumber, his hand clutching her sleeve, while his eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Feigning sleep, are we? Jiang Luan cautiously placed her palm over his eyes, causing his lashes to tremble even more. Reluctantly, he awakened, pouting in feigned grievance. Are they too loud? Did you hear them speaking of water demons? He Yunqi rose with reluctance, casting a cold glare at the noisy petitioners. How irritating. I wish I could affix some silencing talismans to their mouths. Very well, he replied obediently. I shall inquire with them. Today, he wore a single crimson hair tie atop his high ponytail, which danced in the wind as he walked. Red suits you splendidly, Jiang Luan murmured beside him. This was the color she had chosen for him a few days prior. The vibrant hue complemented his strikingly handsome features, exuding youthful exuberance. With his back turned to Jiang Luan, He Yunqi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. The passengers, already trembling with fear, instinctively recoiled at his countenance. Who are you? One stammered. He Yunqi took a seat opposite them, placing his sword on the table, his expression one of impatience. What precisely do you mean by water demon? The people exchanged glances, finding him even more intimidating than the very creature they feared. One bold, yet cautious individual ventured, "You must be an outsider. This body of water has seen occasional attacks from water demons over the past few years, resulting in the destruction of vessels and loss of life. We are merely praying for safety during this journey." He Yunqi retorted, "Knowing there are water demons, you still dare to set sail?" The esteemed cultivators from Jiaoshan sect dealt with the water demons nearly a year ago, and there have been no incidents since. Business calls us onward. We have no choice. Who would willingly gamble with their life? In the past 3 years, 3 ships have capsized due to water demons. It is better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared, they explained. As their conversation unfolded, the ships successfully navigated through the treacherous waters. The individuals aboard the vessel heaved a sigh of relief, their laughter resonating with civility. One remarked, "You possess an extraordinary demeanor and wield a sword. Could you be one of the esteemed immortals from the Nine Immortals sect?" Upon hearing the mention of the Nine Immortals sect, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. He replied nonchalantly, "I am not." "Then you must be here for leisure?" Another ventured, "To be frank, I am quite knowledgeable about this place. The atmosphere aboard is rather stifling. Why not share some amusing anecdotes to lighten the mood?" This ship was destined for a quaint town, and all aboard shared a common direction. One person leaned in, urging, "Do share with us." The previously tense ambience dissipated, replaced by laughter and merriment. He Yunqi subtly smiled, her gaze drifting toward Jiang Luan. "It seems we have entered the territory of the Nine Immortals sect." Jiang Luan leaned closer, eagerly absorbing the tales spun by the others aboard, offering her own analysis. Suddenly, the ship jolted, causing the speaker to fall silent, their eyes wide with apprehension. He Yunqi instinctively tightened his grip on Jiang Yuan's hand, his expression sharpening as he scanned their surroundings. Soon enough, tranquility returned. "This ship is unbearable. If we're not seized by water demons, we might perish from our own fright," someone voiced in complaint. Jiang Yuan used her spiritual sense to survey the area, finding no anomalies, which eased her mind. "Did you not say that the immortals of the Nine Immortals sect have already subdued the water demons? Why the lingering fear? You see, young lady, the Nine Immortals sect can be somewhat unreliable. A couple of years ago, they claimed to have subdued the water demons, yet mere months later, another ship was overturned by them, and it was their young sect master aboard. Alas, we worry that their previous efforts to eliminate the demons were insufficient. We cannot endure another upheaval." Hearing the group's grievances about Rongji, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Is their young sect master truly so unreliable? Indeed, he is the most untrustworthy among them. Yet he remains the most enthusiastic, they replied. You would think that, as an alchemist, he would focus on his craft instead of meddling in demon extermination, which should be left to the experts. With the mention of Rongji, a lively discussion ensued, filled with playful disparagement. "I heard he is planning to venture to Luofeng City to hunt demons. Let's hope he doesn't get captured himself. One can never be sure." Another chimed in, "I have heard that Luofeng City is home to formidable demons. Many disciples of the Nine Immortals sect have perished there." Jiang Yuan leaned in, intrigued. "Are you suggesting that Luofeng City harbors great demons? What shall we do?" "They intend to seek the soul-gathering pearl there." "Indeed," a middle-aged man affirmed. "They are quite powerful. In just a year, several newlyweds have met their demise." Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled, why specifically newlyweds? "Oh dear, young lady. We common folk hastily avoid the demons. Why inquire further? Curiosity can be perilous, best not to delve too deeply. With the Nine Immortals sect present, they shall surely strive to resolve the matter." Jiang Yuan refrained from disclosing her sect affiliation. "I merely ask out of curiosity, please do share with us." He Yunqi appeared distracted, his fingers playfully entwining with hers beneath the table, while his interest lay solely in her touch. She, however, remained engrossed in the unfolding conversation, oblivious to his actions. The tale is rather lengthy, dating back approximately a year. On the day of their wedding, a couple in Luofeng City mysteriously vanished, along with their entourage, leaving no trace behind. At that time, the city lord dispatched individuals to search for them, but to no avail, ultimately seeking assistance from the Jiaoshan sect. Upon hearing the news, the sect sent several immortals to investigate, yet they returned empty-handed. After that incident, a period of tranquility ensued, leading many to believe the matter was settled. However, 3 months later, within a mere few days, 2 more couples disappeared in an eerily similar manner, prompting the Joseon sect to take action. They dispatched individuals to impersonate the missing newlyweds, hoping to lure out the malevolent entity. After a month of fruitless efforts, the creature became increasingly audacious, abducting the sect's disguised disciples and brutally murdering them, leaving their bodies on the streets as a warning to the Joseon sect. Despite several attempts to encircle the fiend, the sect could not locate it, and the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Recently, however, with the marriage of the city lord's daughter, the Joseon sect's disciples were invited to provide protection, only for them to lose contact as well. The young sect master took it upon himself to resolve the situation, vowing to capture the creature. Chapter 79. I truly only wish to embrace you after listening to the middle-aged man's words. Jiang Luan pondered for a moment. This creature possesses significant capability. Having dealt with so many disciples of cultivation, it is certainly not an adversary to be taken lightly. Indeed, he replied, therefore, you must absolutely refrain from going to Luofeng City. Should fortune not be in your favor and the creature captures you, there would be no return. He Yunqi suddenly inquired, what level of cultivation do the disciples sent by the Joseon sect possess? I'm not entirely certain, came the response, but they seem to be outer disciples. They would not be willing to sacrifice their inner disciples. Luofeng City is rather desolate with few inhabitants, so it is quite normal for the Joseon sect to avoid involvement. He Yunqi let out a low chuckle. How lamentable. In any case, you must not venture into that perilous situation. Jiang Luan turned to the man who had shared so much information, expressing her gratitude. Luofeng City is neither particularly large nor small, with malevolent beings rampant. Now that they are aware of it, they ought to investigate the truth. The cultivation level of the Joseon sect's outer disciples is insufficient to gauge the true strength of the creature, yet they cannot act recklessly. In contrast to her concerns, He Yunqi remained composed. Jiang, if you wish to go, then we shall go. He continued to toy with her fingers, speaking casually. Only then did Jiang Luan notice her hand had been freed. His hand, having been swatted away, sought to grasp hers once more in a show of feigned grievance. Do not be troublesome, she admonished softly. After a moment of careful consideration, she concluded that both her and He Yunqi possessed considerable cultivation. She had reached the transformation stage, while He Yunqi was already at the golden core stage, ensuring their ability to protect themselves. After further discussion, their vessel arrived at the destination. He Yunqi disembarked first, extending his hand for her to take as she descended. Their fingers intertwined, his warm and strong grip supporting her descent. The merchants observing this scene could not help but express their admiration for the couple's evident affection. Upon hearing their remarks, Jiang Luan, who had already disembarked, nearly stumbled. He Yunqi opened his arms, perfectly catching her in a warm embrace. His voice was gentle, I have caught you, as Jiang Luan's head gently rested against his chest. She could hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. In a flurry, she withdrew from his embrace, clearing her throat to divert her attention. Embarrassed, she chided herself for this unseemly behavior in public. What do you mean? He Yunqi leaned closer, tilting his head in curiosity. Have I done something to upset you, Jiang? His feigned ignorance only heightened her embarrassment. Jiang Luan bit her lip, extending 2 fingers to lightly push against his forehead, creating a slight distance. Yet, He Yunqi followed, earnestly apologizing. I merely wished to hold you. I was unaware of the inappropriateness of such actions in public. His words, careless of their surroundings, elicited muffled laughter from nearby onlookers. Jiang Luan pressed her palm to her forehead, wishing to hide her flushed face. Was he truly oblivious to the implications of his words? He Yunqi, please maintain some distance. You've already crossed the line by more than 2 steps. Jiang Luan pondered the reason behind his clinginess. As she halted her steps, He Yunqi raised an eyebrow, deliberately continuing forward until she pointedly stopped him, using her finger to assert her boundaries. We are here to seek the soul-gathering pearl, so please behave. He Yunqi nodded vigorously, then grant me a kiss, and I shall be exceptionally well behaved. He Yunqi, Yes. His voice trailed off sweetly, stretching the syllables as he gazed at her with feigned innocence. Coupled with his seemingly harmless visage, it provoked a desire within her to playfully chastise him. "Host, your thoughts are perilously mischievous," she mused, pressing her hand to her forehead to quell the tumult of her mind. Both she and he were somewhat unhinged, yet the solace lay in his persistent amiability, seemingly drifting further from the path of darkness. He Yunqi extended his right hand to brush against hers, his little finger inching towards her own. "If we cannot kiss, may I hold your hand?" Jiang Luan found herself in a state of surrender, her ears tinged with warmth as she nodded slightly. He Yunqi's lips curled into a smile, firmly grasping her hand. By the time they arrived at Luofeng City, twilight had descended. The city was adorned with bright lanterns, radiating joy, and everywhere her gaze fell. Vibrant red hues dominated the scene. The bustling atmosphere bore no trace of the recent demonic incursions. "How peculiar," Jiang Luan mused, observing the festive decorations. "Is Luofeng City always like this?" He Yunqi glanced towards an elderly vendor nearby, who was packing up his stall, his demeanor starkly contrasting the celebration. With a melancholic expression, the old man shook his head, muttering, "Such misfortune. Truly, one reaps what one sows." Turning to Jiang Luan, He Yunqi whispered, "Wait here. I shall inquire further." Jiang Luan nodded. "Yes, do hurry." He Yunqi approached the vendor, who, without lifting his gaze, replied, "I am closing for today. Come back tomorrow." He Yunqi placed a silver coin on the table. "I wish to ask you something." At this, the vendor looked up, taking note of He Yunqi's poised demeanor. The sword at his side, lending him an air of authority. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "You too seek to exorcise the demons, I presume?" "Alas, it is futile. This is the retribution of Luofeng City." He Yunqi inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "I advise you to leave, for the capabilities of the demons are formidable. The Nine Immortals sect has suffered untold losses in their quest to eradicate these fiends. Do not sacrifice your lives in vain." The old man spoke slowly. He Yunqi was about to inquire further when a gruff voice emanated from nearby. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where did you come from?" In the street, several individuals gathered, the leader of whom exuded a menacing aura, a knife hanging from his waist. He shoved the old man aside, barking, "What nonsense are you spouting? Keep it up, and I'll kick your stall over." The old man stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He Yunqi remained unfazed. Jiang Luan swiftly teleported, steadying the old man, and coldly remarked, "How dare you push someone? Oh, where did this lovely young lady come from?" The leader reached out, attempting to touch Jiang Yuan's face, his words laced with innuendo and his expression lewd. Yet before his hand could make contact, another individual seized it. "Ouch! Let go of me!" The man cried out in pain. He Yunqi cast a frosty glance at him. "Warning, should you entertain any further thoughts, I shall render you incapacitated." He lowered his eyelids, concealing his wrath. Were it not for Jiang Yuan's presence behind him, he would not have been so lenient. He Yunqi withdrew his hand, casting a disdainful glance at them. "You insolent wretch, do you know who I am? Daring to lay hands on me? Are you tired of living?" The man puffed out his chest, though he stood a head shorter than He Yunqi, forcing him to look up. "Let me tell you, I am a favored individual by the young city lord. Cross me, and you shall regret it." Chapter 80. The young city lord's imminent wedding with a mere thought. He Yunqi grasped the exquisite spirit sword, positioning it at the man's throat. "Let us see whether your movements are swifter than my blade." He spoke nonchalantly. The man, closest to him, could perceive the menace in He Yunqi's eyes. He was adept at reading the atmosphere and realized that this sword was no ordinary weapon. He had inadvertently encountered a celestial being. He hurriedly began to flatter. "I am blind to your grandeur, esteemed celestial. Please do not hold my insolence against me." Jiang Yuan gently interjected, "Aki, put it down." They had just entered the city, and Rongji was still within. She wished to avoid drawing attention. He Yunqi gradually retracted his sword. With He Yunqi's intimidating presence, the group dared not act with arrogance any longer. "I ask you, is the city always adorned in such a manner, or is there some festivity occurring?" The leader chuckled, casting a furtive glance at the sword in He Yunqi's hand, and quickly replied, To be frank, the city is decorated thus because our young city lord is about to wed. The young city lord is to be married? Yet I have heard that the city lord's daughter was taken by demons. At such a critical juncture, they still have the inclination to celebrate a wedding? What's she to them? The man scoffed. Our young city lord is the apple of the city lord's eye, esteemed and privileged. Jiang Luan frowned. Does your young city lord not fear meeting the same fate, being captured by the demons? Both are offspring of the city lord. Yet it seems the treatment afforded to this young city lord is vastly different from that of the city lord's daughter. The old man had been listening quietly, remaining silent. Are you cursing our young city lord? Do not presume that your sword will intimidate us. The chilling blade rested once more against his throat. He Yunqi, with an expression of indifference, stated, there are limits to what one can endure. You shall answer my inquiries. The man immediately capitulated, exclaiming, yes, yes. I assure you I will speak without reservation. Jiang Luan could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Then speak. There is little to disclose, he began. The Nine Immortals sect has dispatched numerous celestial beings, and their wedding procession has paraded through the streets for the past month without a sign of any monsters. If you ask us, the creatures are likely aware of the esteemed guest's arrival and have hidden themselves in fear. I assure you, on the day of our young lord's wedding, all will be well. Jiang Luan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was it that Rongji was foolish, or did he truly believe the monsters to be so naive? To orchestrate such a spectacle, was it not an invitation for the beasts to confront him? Unless there are further inquiries, shall we take our leave? The leading man ventured cautiously. The others followed suit, their eyes darting nervously as they scrutinized the pair. Jiang Luan waved them off, choosing to disregard their presence. The group soon departed, and once they were a considerable distance away, the leader seethed. We must report to the young lord at once. The Nine Immortals sect must be taught a lesson. In the dimness of night, the group wore expressions of indignation, glancing around nervously as they made their way toward the young lord's residence. He Yunqi and Jiang Luan remained behind. The elder nearby sighed. Young lady, it would be wise to refrain from involving yourselves. The young lord has been specifically targeted by that creature, and risking your safety for someone of such character is unwarranted. Why do you say that? Jiang Luan inquired. Everyone in the city knows the lord dotes on his son, allowing his adopted daughter to marry first. With the disciples of the Nine Immortals sect accompanying them, dozens have vanished without a trace. He Yunqi interjected, in a city filled with so many. Why did the creature only leave a note for the young lord? The elder hesitated, struggling with his words before finally responding. You should leave at once. Chaos is likely to ensue in Luofeng City. He chose not to elaborate further, slowly retreating into the distance, leaving only his silhouette behind. Jiang Luan and He Yunqi exchanged glances. There is something amiss in the city. We shall do our utmost, but do not overreach. Jiang Luan retrieved the twin soul bell from her storage space and handed it to him, returning it to its rightful owner. She had withheld it earlier, fearing it might evoke unpleasant memories. Now, with danger lurking in the city, it was only fitting to return it. He Yunqi accepted the twin soul bell with a hint of hesitance. It rested in his palm, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in thought before a gentle smile graced his lips. Relieved that he accepted it, Jiang Luan pondered the elder's words. The fact that the creature had specifically targeted the young lord might suggest that he was the key to unraveling this mystery. As they continued their inquiries, they found a consistent reaction. Upon mentioning the young lord and the creature, fear washed over the faces of those they questioned. Do not ask me. I know nothing, they would exclaim, hastily retreating without offering more information. With no further leads, the duo decided to seek shelter at an inn, addressing their accommodation for the night. The original narrative had merely brushed over the collection of 5 soul-gathering pearls, and now, as they sought these pearls, they were faced with an entirely unknown plot. The emergence of this creature was entirely unexpected for her. He Yunqi once again checked the location of the soul-gathering pearl, which still indicated it was within the confines of the city. After some contemplation, she resolved to venture near the residence of the young city lord in hopes of fortuitous encounters. The night was desolate, while within the young city lord's manor, festivities were in full swing. A man sat in a position of prominence, his dark circles betraying his fatigue and listlessness. His features were sharp, tinged with a hint of ferocity, and he appeared utterly drained. A beautiful woman was massaging his shoulders, while several men knelt before him. "What do the members of the Nine Immortals sect say?" he inquired, massaging his temples with an air of urgency. Reporting to the young city lord. "The members of the Nine Immortals sect assured us that there is no need for concern. With them present, no creature will dare to intrude," came the response. This young man, referred to as the young city lord, was named Xiao Jiuchen. Xiao Jiuchen scoffed. "With them around? The last time they escorted someone to their wedding. Our own disciples are still unaccounted for. They're nothing but a bunch of inept fools." "Young city lord, the walls have ears. You must tread carefully," a loyal subordinate hastily cautioned. "We still need to rely on the Nine Immortals sect for this matter. We cannot afford to offend them." "What do they hear?" "I want them to hear. When they claim to have dealt with Pei Xian, how could he cause such chaos in the city if it were truly handled?" Xiao Jiuchen's frustration boiled over. "What use is this so-called young city lord?" Someone quickly interjected. "Please calm down. Perhaps it's not Pei Xian. It must be him. He surely bears hatred towards me. He cannot be dead." Xiao Jiuchen smashed the cup beside him, startling everyone into submission as they knelt in trepidation, pleading, "Young city lord, please quell your anger." Chapter 81. It is absolutely impossible between me and Rongji. The two crouched not far from the young city lord's manor, catching sight of a familiar figure entering. He Yunqi moved faster, grasping her hand and lightly stepping into the shadows. "What brings Rongji here at such a late hour?" He Yunqi gently turned her face towards him. "Is he truly more handsome than me?" Jiang Luan was at a loss for words. "We are here for serious matters." "I know. I am not slacking off," He Yunqi replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on her. As they drew closer, she could detect his crisp, clean scent, one she found appealing. "Why are you jealous of everyone?" Jiang Luan teased, pinching his cheek. "There is absolutely no possibility between Rongji and me." His cheeks appeared soft and cherubic from her pinch, his eyelashes fluttering. Jiang, what should I do? I want to kiss you again." "Stop," she retorted, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Is your mind solely occupied with how to kiss me?" "Not entirely," he replied, seemingly relieved. "Good. There is still hope for you," she replied, amusement flickering in her eyes. "What about other matters?" He Yunqi cautiously tugged at her sleeve, his demeanor exceedingly obedient. His clear, innocent eyes reflecting her image, his brows curved in a gentle arc, cradling her face with both hands. Jiang Luan, however, was not surprised to comprehend his meaning. She truly wished she did not understand at all. Her ears inadvertently reddened. As she lowered her head to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of the purple spirit rope glimmering at his sleeve due to his movement, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh, did I weave it so well last time?" He Yunqi anxiously concealed his hands. "What is the matter? Why so stingy?" Jiang Luan laughed as she attempted to take his hand. "I created it myself. Can I have a look?" He Yunqi withdrew his hands behind him, his voice muffled. "It's a gift for you. I want to let you see it. If you don't want to show it, then don't," Jiang Luan replied nonchalantly, relieved that he did not press further. She touched her cheek, exhaling nervously. He Yunqi appeared despondent, taking a while before daring to meet her gaze again. She was staring into the distance, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Jiang Luan did not turn, yet she could feel his intense gaze upon her. "You're peeking at me. I can sense it." Suddenly, He Yunqi thought perhaps he should tell her everything. She would surely understand him. He never wished for this obsession. No one desired it more than he did. He didn't want to be on edge while being near her. But could he afford to take that risk? Jiang. Rongji is coming out." Jiang Luan made a gesture for silence, her eyes fixed intently on Rongji as he emerged, conversing with someone behind him before striding directly towards them. "Miss Yuan, it's rather inappropriate to be wandering outside someone else's residence at such a late hour," he said, waving his folding fan, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with flirtation. Caught off guard, Jiang Yuan remained composed, clearing her throat. "What a coincidence." "Coincidence? Isn't it because Miss Yuan has been following me out of admiration?" Jiang Yuan retorted. "Your jokes are hardly amusing, young master." Rongji cast her a glance before changing the subject. Since you're here, could you lend a hand? Jiang Luan shook her head, refusing without a second thought. I want to meddle in the affairs of the Nine Immortals sect. Was Rongji perhaps unwell? They were hardly acquainted. How could he dare ask for her assistance? This matter isn't merely about the Nine Immortals sect. It concerns the lives of many within the city. Surely, Miss Yuan has heard about it on her way here? Jiang Yuan forced a smile. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're talking about. Rongji didn't press further, disappointment evident in his tone. Then I want to insist. He turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Yuan called out. He Yunqi's fingers twitched slightly. Rongji looked back with a smile. Has Miss Yuan come to a realization? Not quite, Jiang Yuan responded. I was just thinking, since young master and I aren't very familiar, if we meet again, please call me Jiang Daoyu. Yunqi is faltered. Jiang Daoyu? Yes, young master, take care. It was only after Rongji had walked away that Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Seeing her unguarded smile, He Yunqi suddenly hesitated. It's nothing. He took her hand and smiled at her. He thought to himself that he couldn't afford to gamble, even if the odds of winning far outweighed those of losing. After meandering near the young master's residence, they found nothing and had to return to the inn. He Yunqi's room was right next to hers. As night deepened, she found it difficult to sleep. The city was vast. How could she possibly find the soul-gathering pearl? Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. On the streets, disciples of the Joxian sect gathered in groups, diligently surveying their surroundings. This time, the Joxian sect had made ample preparations to capture the demons, likely aiming to salvage their tarnished reputation. Numerous highly skilled disciples were dispatched, all adorned in the sect's uniform, looking remarkably orderly. Curiously, she noted that not a single female disciple was among them. After observing for a moment, she realized there were no women in the ranks. As the Joxian sect's procession gradually receded from view, she pondered briefly and decided to accept the situation, resolving to inquire further the following day. Shout, Jiuchun, return my sister to me. It is all because of you that the entire Luofeng city is suffering. Not long after dawn broke, Jiang Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. A crowd had gathered in the street, encircling a gaunt man who was being restrained on the ground by several others, writhing in agony. Insanity had taken hold. How could one not go mad when a once happy home had vanished in an instant? Keep it down. Do you wish to lose your life? The hushed whispers around her were distinctly audible to Jiang Yuan. Stifling a yawn, she was about to descend to ascertain the situation when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a purple figure leaning casually against the railing, arms crossed, observing the noisy throng with indifference. Despite the distance, Jiang Yuan recognized him immediately. Achi, she wondered, perplexed at his presence so early in the day. After a quick touch-up, she armed herself with her sword and stepped outside. Several disciples of the Joxian sect were on the outskirts, joining in the commotion, and among them was Rongji. Jiang Daoyu, we meet again, he greeted her with a smile upon noticing her. Jiang Yuan, uninterested in engaging him further, intended to bypass them and make her way toward He Yunqi, offering a perfunctory nod in response. Wait a moment, Rongji called out to her. Aren't you curious about what is happening? To be honest, Jiang Yuan was exceptionally beautiful, more so than any other woman he had encountered. Her allure was not merely superficial. It was breathtaking, unforgettable with just a glance. Yet, what intrigued him most was her apparent disdain for him, though he had known countless women who captured his interest. She was unique in her disregard. Over the years, he had never faltered in his pursuits. Jiang Yuan replied, if I wish to know what has transpired, I can easily inquire with someone else. There is no need to trouble the young sect master. Why do you resist me so? Rongji chuckled. Is it that you mind my association with the saintess of the Moonhuan sect? Jiang Yuan fell silent. She had few individuals she disliked, and Rongji was certainly among them. She fixed her gaze on him, stating, my encounters with the young sect master have been minimal. Your affairs with other women are of no concern to me, and I have no desire to be entangled with you. Pausing for a moment, she continued, men like you, who are fickle and heartless, should keep their distance from me to avoid any misunderstandings. She had assumed her message was clear enough for Rongji to take the hint and distance himself. To her surprise, he pondered her words for a moment, the smile on his lips deepening. No matter, there will be plenty of opportunities for Jiang Daoyu to understand me in the future. Jiang Yuan. She turned to leave. But suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the center of the crowd. You are all lackeys of Xiao Jiuchen. You all deserve to die. A gaunt man, channeling an unknown strength, seized the sword from his captor. His eyes were bloodshot, hands gripping the blade as he glared at them. You all deserve to die. All of you, he bellowed, sending shrieks of terror through the crowd. The onlookers retreated, watching the standoff unfold. The leading man immediately commanded, "Subdue him." The man's face bore an expression of desperate determination, his hands trembling as he shouted, "Return my sister to me. Return my family." The leader's fury escalated. A mere glance conveyed his intent to his subordinates. They no longer held back, advancing directly towards a man. Outmatched, he was soon left wounded and subdued on the ground. In a defiant tone, he proclaimed, "Xiao Jiuchen, you will face retribution. Pei Xian has returned. Ha ha, he will come for you. Pei Xian has returned. Take him away." The leader commanded fiercely, and immediately the man was dragged off. "What are you all staring at? Disperse." With the troublemaker gone, the crowd began to scatter. Jiang Yuan watched the man being taken away, pondering the name he had mentioned, Pei Xian. Who could he be? She had no recollection of him. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon the spot where He Yunqi had just been, only to find him staring intently at her. His dark pupils obscured by distance, his expression remained unreadable. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before shifting to Rongji beside her. Rongji seemed to provoke him with a casual wave. He Yunqi's lips curled slightly, yet his deep, dark eyes radiated a chilling coldness as he returned the stare, their gazes locking. "Achi!" Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan dashed towards him, burying herself in his embrace, tilting her head slightly upwards. "Why are you up so early?" He Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet managed to mask the intensity in his eyes. In a fluster, he closed them and embraced her back, murmuring, "I couldn't sleep." Rongji's hand, mid-wave, froze in the air, and the folding fan he held fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan quickly extricated herself from his hold and glanced back at Rongji, only to find him wearing an expression that was difficult to decipher. His face contorted with displeasure. He angrily stormed off. The surrounding crowd continued to murmur about the recent events, whispering in disbelief. That was terrifying. When will this end? It can't be Pei Xian, can it? Wasn't he shattered by the elders of the Jiuxian sect? I think we should leave. It's unsafe in the city. Let's south find another place to hide and return later. Upon hearing the mention of the Jiuxian sect, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but reflect on their unreliability. Nearby, two young women sat at a stall, one scoffing. "Pei Xian and Luo were driven to their deaths by you all, right? Now you're scared? What a joke." Jiang Yuan's interest was piqued. She scrutinized He Yunqi from head to toe, her gaze fixated on his eyes. The youth rolled his Adam's apple slightly. His ears flushed with a rosy hue, and his voice bore a hint of hoarseness. What could be the matter? His gaze was innocent and unblemished, reflecting twinkling specks of light like distant stars. Suddenly, I found myself thinking, you truly possess a remarkable beauty. He Yunqi, found his attention wavering between him and a girl across the way. In an instant, the light in He Yunqi's eyes dimmed, and she inquired, "Whom do you wish to push me towards?" The atmosphere around them grew noticeably colder as she blinked, deciding, very well, I shall approach personally. "Host, what do you mean by that?" To gather intelligence, I charged forth, just as she was about to seat herself at the table of the young ladies. She was abruptly seized by her wrist. He Yunqi's voice turned frosty. "I will not allow it. What are you concocting in that little mind of yours?" Jiang Yuan lightly flicked his forehead. "It is not what you presume." With that, she pulled him to sit at the table with the two girls. The young ladies were munching on sunflower seeds, and upon seeing the pair, they halted their snacking, gaping at Jiang Yuan. "Sister, you are so beautiful," one girl exclaimed. Jiang Yuan mused. Why does this differ so from her expectations? However, since the compliment had been offered, she tossed a few silver coins into the mix. "Shall we engage in a conversation?" The girl appeared eager. "What do you wish to know?" Regarding Pei Xian and Luo Luo, what is the situation? Upon hearing these names, the girl's smile waned slightly. She glanced around cautiously, her companion wearing an expression of trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "This is a taboo in Luofeng City. The city lord forbids discussion. The last person who spoke of it, well, they were just taken away." "Ridiculous," Jiang Yuan countered. "You were just vociferously disputing moments ago." Producing a few more silver coins, she added, "I can offer more." Chapter 83. Until the great demon is vanquished, Luofeng City shall know no peace. Jiang Yuan had no desire to collaborate with the Nine Immortals sect, nor with Rongji. Acquiring information, therefore, proved to be a significant challenge. The girl frowned. "Sister, it is not that I am unwilling to speak, but this is common knowledge within the city, yet forbidden for discussion. There is a decree from the city lord that no outsider is permitted to utter a single word on the matter." The other girl interjected, "Did you see that man earlier? His sister encountered a great demon on her wedding day, and none returned. Their parents could not bear the grief, and have since passed, leaving him in madness for several months." Ah, so the life of the young city lord is of utmost importance, while the lives of others are deemed insignificant. The other girl promptly covered her mouth to prevent further utterance. "You are mad. Cease your speech." Realizing she had spoken inappropriately, the girl pushed the silver coins back, her face displaying clear remorse. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan managed to glean several significant points from their conversation. It seemed that the demon in question was likely Pei Xian, the formidable entity that should have been obliterated by the Nine Immortals sect, yet for some reason had survived. Pei Xian and Luo Luo were driven to their demise by the inhabitants of Luofeng City, largely instigated by the young city lord. Pei Xian harbored a deep-seated hatred for the young city lord, as well as for all newlyweds. Armed with this knowledge, Jiang Yuan formed a hypothesis in her mind, but refrained from reclaiming the silver coins. Instead, she smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young lady." The two meandered for quite some time before settling at a stall. Jiang Yuan, feeling rather listless, began to tap her fingers rhythmically on the table. He Yunqi sat across from her, pouring a cup of tea. "I have a way to capture him," he said, observing her furrowed brows. He Yunqi felt a surge of compassion. With his remarkable cultivation, he could easily trace the demon's whereabouts if he so wished. "Stop trying to comfort me," Jiang Yuan retorted, resting her chin on her hand, still hesitating. This was not the purpose of their visit to Luofeng City. Yet, seeing the man in such despair, he would not be the first nor the last. Until the great demon was vanquished, Luofeng City would never know peace. However, the words of the two maidens echoed in her mind. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the street as a wedding procession slowly approached them. Jiang Yuan was astonished. Who would dare wed at such a time? He Yunqi did not even glance back. It was Rongji. As they drew closer, it became evident that the man on horseback was indeed Rongji. The wedding entourage passed by them in perfect formation. Jiang Yuan was truly bewildered. Even if Rongji intended to lure the demon, surely he would use a living person as bait? Everyone else was merely paper figures conjured as illusions. Lesser demons might be deceived, but higher ones would see through it in an instant. He Yunqi mimicked her pose, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating the departing procession. Could he truly ensnare the great demon this way? Jiang Yuan was perplexed. Could one person handle the situation if caught by the great demon? He Yunqi replied, "Demons cannot be that foolish." Jiang Yuan concurred. Having evaded capture for so long, this demon must possess its own formidable abilities. The two remained in contemplation for a considerable time. "Esteemed sirs," a voice interrupted, and they both looked up to see a group of men standing nearby. The leader of the group slightly bowed, addressing them. "You are the esteemed sirs of Tianqing sect, are you not? Our city lord wishes to invite you to his residence." He Yunqi frowned slightly, his gaze cold as it swept over the group. Jiang Yuan remained silent. How did the city lord ascertain their identities and locate them with such precision? "Our city lord extends a sincere invitation. We hope you will honor us with your presence," the leader implored humbly. Jiang Yuan smiled. "What if we choose not to attend?" The man replied, "Monsters roam the city, claiming countless lives. The esteemed sirs of Tianqing sect, with their noble principles, would never stand by and watch. Was it Rongji who said this? She could think of no one else. Perfect, she thought, as she wished to learn the full story from the city lord himself. Their invitation might not be entirely unwelcome. As for whether they would intervene in the end, they would assess that after hearing the city lord's account. Very well, Jiang Luan said, rising to lead the way. Thank you, esteemed sirs. Please follow. The city lord's residence was lavish, and they were ushered inside, flanked by numerous disciples of Jiuxianzong. The city lord sat in a position of authority. Closest to him was a weary-looking man, yawning and appearing rather unwell. Surprisingly, Rongji was also present. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the city lord rose from his seat, attempting to grasp He Yunqi's hand, only to be evaded by a frown. The city lord was momentarily taken aback. Yet instead of displaying anger, he expressed delight. Please wait for the two esteemed ones. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged, quickly, please take a seat. He then noticed that He Yunqi remained motionless, his gaze sweeping across the room and ultimately locking onto the city lord's face, his expression indifferent. Jiang Luan, perplexed, stood still, questioning the city lord's intentions. Esteemed one, please do not take offense, the city lord continued. This matter is rather lengthy. I understand it was inappropriate to involve both of you, but the young master of the Nine Celestial Sect insisted that with your assistance, eliminating the demons would surely proceed smoothly. I have only one son, Jiao Chun, who has been spoiled since childhood. Jiang Yuan glanced at Rongji, who smiled back at her. With a hint of sarcasm, she retorted, with so many esteemed ones from the Nine Celestial Sect present, do they truly require our assistance? While she and He Yunqi were willing to help, being coerced into doing so was a different matter entirely. Rongji, recognizing her irritation, smiled and said, if this endeavor succeeds, I shall grant you a promise. How does that sound? Chapter 84. Achi, be good and give me your hand. He Yunqi cracked a smile, though a cold and dark emotion lingered in his eyes. What help is it that only we can provide? Rongji, fanning himself, turned his attention to Jiang Yuan, clarifying, not you two, but your junior sister. Jiang Yuan sensed the atmosphere grow colder, as if a small jar of jealousy had been overturned nearby. She reached out, gently touching his hand, attempting to soothe him. Do not heed his nonsense. To be candid, I have a plan that requires your cooperation. Jiang Daoyu, Rongji declared. Jiang Yuan's patience reached its limit, and she suddenly feared that Rongji might utter something astonishing that could lead He Yunqi to take a darker turn. Before she could refuse, Rongji spoke first. This plan currently requires a bride. If you, Jiang Daoyu, agree to masquerade as the bride, we could. With a resounding crash, the chair beside them toppled over as Rongji collided with the wall, emitting a muffled grunt. Before he could regain his composure, He Yunqi seized his neck with one hand, tightening his grip with a malicious smile dancing in his eyes. What does this have to do with you? With a languid tilt of his head, He Yunqi's murderous intent became evident. The change unfolded in an instant, leaving no one with time to react. The slender, delicate fingers of the youth slowly loosened and then clenched again, still smiling. What does this have to do with you? He Yunqi, release our young master at once. Members of the Nine Celestial Sect had already drawn their swords, facing him with hostility. Rongji's face flushed as he glanced at He Yunqi, who stood merely inches away. His smile appeared nonchalant, yet the coldness and madness in his eyes were unabashedly revealed, akin to a deranged individual. What, do you intend to kill me? He coughed, refusing to back down. In front of your junior sister, are you prepared to make a move? He wagered that He Yunqi would hesitate. With a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, He Yunqi tightened his grip, watching Rongji struggle with considerable interest. Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, but she quickly reacted, rushing forward to pull He Yunqi away, gently coaxing, Achi, be good and give me your hand. It was understandable that He Yunqi was furious. Rongji's remarks only fueled her own anger. He Yunqi, if you dare to harm a single hair on our young master today, the Nine Celestial Sect will never let you off lightly. He Yunqi still did not release his grip, a smile playing on his lips as he cast a cold, obsessive gaze at Rongji. Rongji's expression darkened increasingly. Go ahead, give it a try, he thought. Jiang Yuan, noticing his lack of reaction, felt a sense of foreboding. She feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, my hand hurts so much, Aki." He Yunqi's brows twitched, and the chill in his demeanor suddenly dissipated. A splitting headache assailed him, prompting him to loosen his grip and step back. Rongji collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, his face flushed with anger. Disciples from Jiuxian's sect stepped forward to shield Rongji, drawing their swords and directing cold stares at He Yunqi. Jiang Luan supported him, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right, Aki?" He Yunqi's eyes brimmed with red, his consciousness returning as he reached for her hand. "Where are you hurt?" "Let me see. Yemifine. I was just teasing you." Jiang Luan quickly withdrew her hand, whispering. The terrifying visage of He Yunqi from moments ago haunted her, reminding her of the cold-hearted demon lord in later stages, and she feared that one more provocation might push him to act violently. She had expected him to be angry, but instead, he softly replied, "Fortunately, it was just a jest." Jiang Yuan's eyes glistened with tears. "How dare you, a mere initial stage Golden Core practitioner, act so audaciously before us?" The lead disciple of Jiuxian's sect admonished fiercely. "What is the meaning of this?" The city lord hurriedly intervened, urging, "Let us discuss this civilly. Esteemed cultivators." Rongji, assisted to his feet, wore a grim expression. He had lost face in front of so many. Coldly, he addressed Jiang Yuan. "You had better ensure your junior disciple explains himself." He Yunqi stood protectively in front of Jiang Yuan, asserting, "I will bear the consequences of my actions alone. If retribution is desired, let come." His hand trembled slightly as it held Jiang Yuan's. He feared she might be angry with him. He realized he had been too impulsive, yet he could not remain calm in light of Rongji's words. How could he allow the person he cherished to masquerade as another's bride? Even if it were a ruse, he would not permit it, unless he were to perish. Jiang Yuan, still holding his hand, peeked out from behind He Yunqi, smiling. "What explanation does the young sect master seek? I already have someone in my heart. How could I impersonate another's bride?" She paused before continuing, "I would like to inquire about your intentions. Did you deliberately neglect to bring any female disciples from Jiuxian's sect and instead invite me under the guise of the city lord, intending to ruin my reputation, to coerce my brother and master into a marriage with you?" Her fingers were pinched tightly, only to be released in a flurry of panic. She realized too late that she had forgotten about the jealousy simmering beside her. Some words should remain unspoken, aware that her claims lacked rationale. Jiang Yuan recognized her words were mere bluster, yet she felt powerless to retract them. Rongji retorted mockingly, "Jiang Daoist, you overestimate your worth. I, Rongji, am not so easily swayed. Then explain why, coincidentally, you brought no female disciples along this time." Jiang Yuan countered. "You cannot seriously suggest that Jiuxian's sect has no female disciples at all?" Upon hearing her words, Rongji's expression darkened further. The absence of female disciples was, in fact, his father's directive. Due to his striking appearance, despite his flirtatious nature, many female disciples within the sect harbored affections for him. To prevent him from having the opportunity to cause chaos among the disciples, this journey consisted solely of male disciples. However, such sentiments were ones he could never voice. His expression darkened, prompting Jiang Yuan to add, "It seems someone is feeling guilty." "You." Rongji's frustration surged, yet he found himself powerless to counter. The disciples of the Nine Celestial sect were well aware of the underlying reasons, and in an instant, their gazes converged upon Rongji, causing the atmosphere to chill. Observing this, the city lord interjected, "Esteemed immortals, you have come to discuss matters concerning Luo Feng City. Why not sit down and converse calmly?" Chapter 85, Jiang. I've caused trouble again seeing Rongji's restraint. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He Tianchi held her hand, not once letting go. Once seated beside her, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Jiang, I've caused trouble again." His head hung low, projecting an air of despondency. The youthful visage bore a look of grievance and vulnerability, as he clutched her garment, silently seeking forgiveness. Jiang Yuan responded in hushed tones, "You haven't caused trouble. It's simply that you care too much about me, which is why this happened. I forgive you." He Qianqi lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling. "Really?" "Of course," Jiang Yuan replied thoughtfully. However, you mustn't act impulsively next time. It worries me. He Yunqi's smile gradually faded. Jiang Luan quickly clarified, it's not about worrying for others. It's about worrying for you. You are only at the golden core stage, and I fear you might be bullied. He Yunqi obediently nodded, holding her hand and gently rubbing her palm. His lashes cast a shadow over the hint of ferocity that flickered beneath. Yunqi. That name was truly detestable. Once everyone was seated, the city lord glanced at Xiao Jiuchen, then at the others present, finally resting his gaze upon Jiang Luan. She discerned their intentions. They had devised a plan, one in which she was deemed essential. Since you require our assistance, I kindly urge the city lord to speak candidly. At her words, the city lord appeared unsurprised. He sighed and, after a fleeting glance at Xiao Jiuchen, began to recount. This tale begins 3 years ago. The disciples of the Nine Celestial sect seemed already aware, their interest waning. 3 years prior, the only daughter of the Luo family, known for her enchanting beauty and exceptional intellect, was named Luo. Every smile and frown of hers exuded charm, garnering countless admirers. At one time, I had contemplated uniting her with Jiuchen in marriage, but alas, she was already devoted to another and could not be compelled. The love between Luo and Pei Xian blossomed on a frigid winter day when Luo, while out, fortuitously encountered the impoverished Pei Xian. Out of kindness, she brought him home and arranged for his care. As time passed, familiarity blossomed into affection, despite Pei Xian's humble origins. Luo admired his talents and beauty, resolutely wishing to marry him. What should have been a joyous occasion turned dire when, on the eve of their wedding, my son Jiuchen unexpectedly discovered that Pei Xian was a transformed demon, capable of vanishing in an instant and manipulating vines, which left us all in a state of terror. After much contemplation, we feared that our actions might alert the enemy, so we discreetly summoned the esteemed immortals of the Nine Immortals sect. For many years, our city of Luofeng has thrived under their protection, free from the menace of demons. On the day of Pei Xian and Luo's grand wedding, we seized the opportunity to discreetly tamper with Pei Xian's wine cup, adding a substance provided by the immortals, capable of revealing a demon's true form. As anticipated, Pei Xian transformed, unveiling himself as a fox demon. The city lord felt a shiver of apprehension at this revelation. Fortunately, we had made prior preparations. The immortals confined him within a formation. However, Luo fell under his enchantment, desperately attempting to thwart the immortals, even sabotaging the formation. She was completely ensnared by the demon's allure. Ultimately, Pei Xian was besieged and slain by the immortals, but not long after, Luo's entire family ingested poison, leaving no survivors. The city lord paused, his gaze narrowing, his grip on the teacup tightening. He cast another glance at Xiao Jiuchen. Jiang Luan inquired, "So, you suspect that Pei Xian did not perish?" The city lord glanced at Yunqi, who, though reluctant, eventually spoke. "Indeed, we were well prepared for the siege, but the disciples who came were of average cultivation. Given that Pei Xian is a fox demon, it is quite plausible that he survived." Jiang Luan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the multitude of coincidences. "What do you intend to do?" Yunqi truly wished to avoid conversation with her, yet he found himself in need of Jiang Luan's assistance. His previous proposal to wed her and acquire the soul-gathering pearl from the leader of the intelligence pavilion, alongside this current request to address the matter in Luofeng City, were all calculated moves to further his own ambitions. He sought to garner support and win the hearts of the people, paving the way for a smooth succession to the position of sect master of the Nine Immortals sect. Their preparations for eliminating the demon in Luofeng City were thorough. Success was imperative. I possess a high-grade disguise elixir. Aside from a nine-tailed fox demon, ordinary fox demons will be unable to discern any flaws. We shall assume the identities of the young lord and his betrothed, confounding the demon's perception and ensuring its complete annihilation. This plan seemed rather plausible. She understood Yunqi's intent in selecting her as the bride. The wedding procession would be entirely composed of disguised cultivators. Among them, the roles of the young lord and his fiancée were the most perilous, necessitating a woman of cultivation to impersonate. The Nine Immortals sect had not dispatched any female disciples. Rongji had no alternative but to seek her collaboration. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Did you not consider this before? Were you so certain that they would come to Luofeng's city? If they did not, whom would they send to impersonate the bride? Rongji's expression darkened. We did not anticipate that the demon would not fall for our ruse. Jiang Luan retorted, it would be strange if they did fall for it. The flaws were glaringly obvious. Rongji's intellect seemed to have been entirely devoted to alchemy and romantic pursuits with female cultivators. He Yunqi, sitting nearby, rested his chin on his hand, showing no interest in their discourse. Just as Jiang Luan was about to solicit his opinion, their eyes met. Before she could speak, he declared, I shall heed Jiang Yuan's counsel. He smiled charmingly, adding a condition. The groom must solely be me. He showed no signs of embarrassment, causing Jiang Yuan's cheeks to flush as she playfully nudged him. The fondness that Rongji once held for Jiang Yuan had nearly dissipated upon hearing this. He let out a cold snort. He muttered to himself, as if anyone is competing with you. He admitted that he had harbored selfish motives in the past, but now, there was not a trace of it left. What do you esteemed immortals propose? The city lord inquired of Rongji. If this demon is eliminated, it would alleviate our city's troubles, and the profound grace of the Jiuxian sect, along with that of the two immortals from the Tianqing sect, shall be eternally cherished. Rongji turned his gaze towards Jiang Luan, awaiting her nod. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Luan spoke. Does the promise made by the young sect master still hold validity? It certainly does, he affirmed. With that, she nodded. In that case, I shall give it a try. Chapter 86. Collaborating with the illusion. Pretending to be married before a dressing table draped in red silk, a woman's visage was reflected in the mirror. Adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing garments, her lips were a vivid red, her teeth white, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Yuan's lips were naturally rosy, and with her makeup, she appeared even more exquisite. A high-grade disguise pill lay in a vial beside her. After some thought, she decided to store it in her spatial pouch. Rongji had mentioned that while this high-grade disguise pill was remarkably effective, evading the eyes of many formidable beings, its effects would not last long. With a bridal veil to shield her face, she deemed it unnecessary. Most importantly, she did not wish to wear another's face to marry He Yunqi. Even knowing it was a facade, and that the process might not be completed, she simply did not want to. Gazing at her reflection, she silently encouraged herself. Dear host, you look so beautiful today, Xiao Fan chirped sweetly from the side. When we go to vanquish the demon, do not follow me. Just wait for my return, she instructed. I will revert back to your consciousness, but I fear I may not be able to provide assistance in case of an emergency. All right, she nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Xiao Fan's words. Its presence by her side provided her with a sense of security. With that, the orange cat at her feet vanished. Once prepared, Jiang Yuan allowed others to guide her through the ceremonies, albeit clumsily, completing all the rituals in accordance with custom before settling into the flower sedan. He Yunqi rode ahead, accompanied by music and fanfare as they advanced. The atmosphere was tense, everyone on edge, including He Yunqi, whose palms had begun to perspire lightly. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, rustling the leaves, prompting the crowd to shield their faces. Within the sedan, Jiang Yuan acutely sensed the disturbance and probed with her divine consciousness. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as pain shot through her. The demon was indeed formidable, capable of thwarting her mental exploration. Her vigilance heightened. As the wind ceased, those outside beheld a drastically transformed scene. A desolate, frigid expanse of black stretched endlessly before them. In the distance, a house bore a large red character for happiness, appearing eerie and unsettling under the veil of night. Rongji lowered his voice to convey, "Do not speak, continue moving." Someone gasped, pointing at He Yunqi. To their astonishment, He Yunqi had reverted to his true form, riding his horse with raven hair billowing, his handsome face pallid as if frail, lips flushed, and eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at the house ahead. The path was not narrow, allowing all of them to pass through with ease. With gritted teeth, Rongji questioned, "Did you not consume a high-grade disguise pill? How could it fail so swiftly?" It was a concoction he had personally crafted, and one would expect it to last considerably longer. He Yunqi, with a languid smile, replied, "Is that so? Perhaps I took it too early." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Rongji swiftly discerned the deliberate nature of He Yunqi's actions. Yet, at this critical juncture, he refrained from engaging in an argument with him. The group continued onward, enveloped in an atmosphere of strangeness. He Yunqi gazed at the purple spirit cord around his wrist. With a mere thought, it vanished, transforming into an elongated purple thread that entwined itself around the fourth finger of his left hand. The purple thread floated gracefully backward, wrapping around the fourth finger of Jiang Luan's right hand. "Do not fear, it is I." He Yunqi's voice was soft, tender, and lingering. Jiang Luan hesitated momentarily, intending to remove the purple thread, but ultimately withdrew her hand, remaining still. The disciples of the Joseon sect were on high alert. While she toyed with the purple thread, a gentle touch caused it to twist playfully, as if it possessed a life of its own. "What manner of being are you?" she inquired, curiosity piqued by how He Yunqi had come into possession of such an oddity. The thread responded by twisting a few more times before becoming still, as if sulking, while also gesturing in a particular direction. "I understand. Your little master has instructed you to behave, correct?" she remarked, stroking the purple thread once more. For reasons unknown, she felt as if the thread had a spirit, capable of comprehending her words. The air was thick with a delicate fragrance of powder and the iron scent of blood, intertwining and causing Jiang Luan to furrow her brow. Suddenly, the scene shifted. She found herself within a room, her vision obscured by a bridal veil. Yet the purple thread she held informed her of the identity of the person before her. "What an impressive illusion," she murmured, recognizing the ability to instantaneously transport them to another realm. Surrounding them, the sounds of celebration were sharp and jarring, with one voice resonating loudly, drowning out the majority of the others. "Bow to heaven and earth." He Yunqi stood not far from her, his grip tightening slightly. Jiang Luan understood that cooperation was essential in this moment. Failure to comply could likely trap them within the illusion. True to her expectations, when they did not bow, the surrounding sounds seemed to vanish in an instant. It was as though they shared a silent understanding, and they both bowed together. "Bow to the High Hall." This time, their voices rang out even more clearly. He Yunqi and Jiang Luan continued to coordinate seamlessly. "Husband and wife bow." He Yunqi looked at Jiang Luan, a flicker of struggle and pain evident in his eyes. Yet, as he watched her bow without hesitation, his heart softened profoundly. Together, they bowed once more. Suddenly, applause erupted nearby, clearer than any sound they had heard. "Shout, Jiu-chun, it has been a long time." His voice was hoarse, ethereal yet close, as if it were both distant and immediately present. Before they could respond, a grayish-white tail swept violently toward He Yunqi, bearing down upon him. In this ethereal realm, they found themselves ensnared in a fixed position, the direction of their tails unpredictable, struck from an unknown source. He Yunqi grasped Jiang Luan's wrist, deftly evading the impending blow. "Oh!" The man appeared somewhat displeased, and in the blink of an eye, a figure materialized. Clad in a flowing green robe, his hair was gathered with a peculiar branch. Half of his face marred, while the other side exhibited striking handsomeness, his eyes veiled in a misty haze, and his inky locks billowed gracefully. Upon seeing He Yunqi's visage, Pei Xian's brows knitted tightly. "Who are you? Where is Xiao Jiuchen?" Jiang Luan discarded her bridal veil, opting for no trivial exchanges, summoning her sword and pressing it threateningly against his throat. "Ha ha! That useless Xiao Jiuchen has sent you fools to your demise." His laughter was wild, as he coalesced a surge of demonic energy in his right hand. "A three-tailed fox demon?" Jiang Luan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the three elongated tails behind Pei Xian, their white hue tainted with a hint of gray, less pure than that of Yu Shuqing's. According to the lore, the purer the fur, the more tails one possessed, signifying a higher cultivation level. How could Pei Xian, merely a three-tailed, wield such formidable power? Before she could ponder further, Pei Xian questioned, "Why are you not yet fallen?" A thunderous sound shattered the illusion, as several disciples from the Nine Immortals sect burst in. Most of them were at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, with some even at the divine transformation stage. Upon seeing Pei Xian's face, they collectively gasped, drawing their swords in response. What benefits has Xiao Jiuqin bestowed upon you to willingly march to your deaths? Pei Xian's voice rasped, his laughter eerie and unsettling. No sooner had he spoken than the intruding disciples dropped their swords, writhing in agony on the ground. It was then that Jiang Luan sensed something was amiss within herself. Chapter 87. I desire the entire city to accompany the Luo family in death. Her body weakened, and He Yunqi caught her. Jiang? His voice was tinged with urgency. What ails you? Pei Xian stepped upon the hand of a Nine Immortals sect disciple, a strange smile twisting his half-destroyed visage as he leaned toward He Yunqi. Fear not. I have summoned Xiao Jiuqin to join you in death, ensuring that your journey will not be solitary. Jiang Luan pressed her hand against her heart, beads of sweat trickling from her brow as she curled in anguish within He Yunqi's embrace, clutching his garments tightly. He Yunqi's voice turned frigid as he cast a glacial glare at Pei Xian. Give me the antidote. If you possess the capability, come and retrieve it yourself. No sooner had Pei Xian uttered these words than he vanished, his speed rendering him almost instantaneous. He Yunqi prepared to pursue. Achi! Jiang Luan grasped his garment. Shaking her head, he knelt, his fists clenched tightly, leaving marks upon the ground with his nails. Suppressing the redness at the corners of his eyes, he murmured, Jiang. I shall return swiftly. A violet thread transformed into a protective barrier, encasing them securely. The air thickened with demonic energy, and Jiang Luan bit her lip, recognizing the presence of Jin Mei, previously masked by the scent of blood. Trembling, she retrieved the aroma of Jin Mei's antidote, relieved that she had initially maintained her vigilance, preventing her from becoming entirely passive. He Yunqi accepted the incense of Jin Mei. Soon, Jiang Luan felt much more at ease, concerned that the Jiuxian sect might notice. She extinguished the incense with her spiritual power at an opportune moment. Gazing at the violet protective barrier, she had no time for questions and mustered her strength to rise from the ground, determined to find Xiao Jiuqin. He Yunqi restrained her, insisting she wait. Her body was frail. She should not wade further into this murky affair. However, Jiang Luan remained resolute. Clad in her wedding gown, the vivid red accentuated her exquisite beauty. He Yunqi found himself at a loss, as a violet thread wound around him, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her through the crowd. The disciples of the Jiuxian sect were in disarray. With Pei Xian's departure, the illusion shattered. His demonic power could not sustain such a potent mirage from a distance. The disciples appeared far more disheveled than He Yunqi and Jiang Luan, particularly Rongji, who had been beaten by Pei Xian and discarded against the wall. Rising from the ground, injuries marring his form, his peach blossom eyes glinted with malice. What happened? Don't mention it. Rongji wiped his face and continued. I left a mark on him. His right hand coalesced, and a talisman flew forth, guiding their direction. In a brief span of time, too much had transpired for Jiang Luan to notice that Jin Mei had no effect on He Yunqi. Even without his golden core, he seemed untouched. Inside the city walls, a man and a woman hung high, their blood dripping slowly, pooling into a crimson puddle below. Both were adorned in red wedding attire, their hands bound, devoid of life. Pei Xian sat on the steps, observing the suspended pair closely. His gaze was frigid as it shifted to the man's face. As he looked, he burst into laughter. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, which he wiped away with his fingertip. Xiao Jiuqin, I could have waited, but now I no longer wish to. From his pocket, he retrieved a black orb, its surface glistening ominously as he raised it towards the sky. It seemed he could once again see the youthful girl smiling playfully at him. Luo, how I long for you. The mere mention of her name softened his voice. He covered his ravaged face. You must be so saddened by my transformation. I know I cannot bring you back. He toyed with the soul-gathering orb, smiling foolishly. I should have known from the beginning that you would not return. I deceived myself countless times, repeatedly assuring myself that you were not dead, that you could not bear to leave me. But how could you be so cruel as to abandon me? Pei Xian's hand covered his face, only then realizing his cheeks were streaked with tears. He laughed again, a hoarse sound his horrific, half-destroyed visage contorting. I have truly waited too long. I did not want him to die so easily. Yet, compared to tormenting him, I yearned to witness his demise with my own eyes. He sought the disciples of the immortal path to deal with me, and I simply cannot wait any longer. I avenged you. His voice was gentle, almost tender. I poisoned his wine, watching him struggle bit by bit, and finally, with a sword to his throat, I dressed him in wedding attire for revenge. Luo, Luo. He paused momentarily. He stored away the soul-gathering pearl. Yet that was insufficient. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted within the city. What is that? Help! Who will save us? Quickly, someone. There's a demon beast. Pei Xian brushed off his sleeves and rose from the steps. He gazed at the panicked crowd from a distance, his 3 long tails slicing through the air with fierce precision. The grayish-white tails swayed as he hovered above, extending a hand, and one tail approached him, curling at his fingertips. It appeared he was left with only 3 tails. The screams intensified. Chaos reigned as people fled in terror, pursued by a colossal beast and countless puppets. Sirs, please save us. It's bitten me. Help! What is this creature? Suddenly, a flurry of purple spiritual butterflies danced through the air, their presence infused with an intent to attack. Countless beams of sword light streaked across the sky as disciples in sect robes bravely charged forward, the sounds of battle echoing fiercely. Pei Xian's demonic power surged, and his complexion grew increasingly pale. Young master, you must leave. Pei Xian is there. Young master, we'll cover you. Form a formation. The 9 immortals sect stood united, and Rongji, with the protection of his comrades, managed to escape. Behind him, several disciples followed closely, swiftly encircling Pei Xian with synchronized sword techniques. Pei Xian, halt now, and I shall spare your life. They tightly surrounded him, swords drawn, forming a large circle. The 3-tailed fox demon was no match for them. Rongji was confident he could subdue Pei Xian. I repeat, cease your actions, and I will leave your body intact. His tone was resolute, while Pei Xian, as if hearing a jest, laughed heartily. I will not cease. The long tails whipped through the air, creating a gust that tousled his inky hair, obscuring half of his delicate visage, revealing only the other half of his terrifying countenance, akin to a specter emerging from the depths of hell. His gaze swept over the crowd, an inferno of hatred igniting within his eyes as he coldly declared, I shall make the entire city a burial ground for the Luo family. Chapter 88. You are mistaken. I was once a 9-tailed being. Look, there is Xiao Jiuchun. Upon hearing the exclamations of the disciples, Jiang Luan's gaze fixed upon the figures suspended high above, none other than Xiao Jiuchun and his fiancée. They were clad in wedding attire, now stained crimson with blood, their heads bowed. They had long since drawn their last breath. Pei Xian's cruelty was indeed unfathomable. She had originally intended to capture Pei Xian alive, to hear his reasoning before making a decision. Yet, his actions spoke volumes of his malice and brutality. You all must bring Xiao Jiuchun down. How can we? We cannot even approach. Indeed, we cannot get through. The disciples stood back to back, their swords drenched in the blood of the demon beasts. He had used those who had vanished to forge puppets that obeyed his will. Shall we kill them or not? The demon beasts surged in relentless waves, and the most troublesome were the puppets, devoid of their own consciousness, those who had disappeared along with their companions. Amidst the throngs of people, they remained indistinguishable at a cursory glance. They appeared as if in a trance, unafraid of pain or death, relentlessly assaulting the crowd, entwined with those fleeing. Countless transparent threads ensnared Pei Xian's hands. We must eliminate Pei Xian first. You all hold him off for a moment. Jiang Luan instructed the disciples of the 9 celestial sect before springing forth toward Pei Xian. The violet threads extended gradually, and He Yunqi, frowning slightly, swiftly cast off the demon beasts before pursuing Jiang Luan. She could not allow him to vanish from her sight. Trouble would ensue. Hey, He Yunqi, there are people here. Aren't you going to save them? Came the sarcastic remarks from the disciples behind. He Yunqi smirked, his demeanor cold and detached, his voice echoing through the air. What concern is it of mine? He remained indifferent to the lives of others, just as no one cared for his own existence. save for Jiang, the sole person in the world who loved him. Rongji and Pei Xian were at an impasse, the unique formation of the Nine Celestial Sect fully established. With Pei Xian standing at its center, neither humble nor arrogant, his posture straight as he toyed with the fine threads in his hand, seemingly dismissive of their presence. It was perplexing. His composure was unsettling. How could a mere three-tailed fox demon exhibit such audacity? The golden formation descended in layers, and Pei Xian raised his right hand in defiance. His demonic power was formidable, crashing through, and soon a small breach appeared in the formation, splintering apart. In an instant, the formation was dismantled. A disciple exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? You are but a trifling three-tailed." Pei Xian cast a glance at him, mocking his ignorance. His right hand transformed, 5 ashen white tails merging into a circular artifact, shrinking repeatedly before shielding him. "You are mistaken. I was once a nine-tailed," he declared. Upon hearing this, not only the disciples of the Nine Celestial Sect, but even Jiang Luan was taken aback. A nine-tailed fox demon? Was Pei Xian's combat prowess not merely second to Yushuqing? The artifact fashioned from Pei Xian's 5 tails seemed to be under some enchantment, his demonic power augmented by it. The screams within the city continued to spread. "Young Sectmaster, we can barely hold on. Young Sectmaster, think of a solution quickly." The most powerful among them were surrounding Pei Xian, and the demon beasts within the city were far more numerous than anticipated. "It is futile. None of you shall leave here today," Pei Xian proclaimed confidently, laughing towards the heavens. "I am all in for this day. Ha ha ha." His demeanor bordered on madness. Jiang Luan interjected, "Pei Xian, Luo may have followed you. Why must you exterminate the entire city? This was once Luo's home." She cannot comprehend. He loved Luo so dearly. Every grievance has its source. Every debt has its owner. There were memories shared here. Why would he seek to obliterate the entire city? At her words, a shadow of malice flickered in Pei Xian's eyes. He turned to Jiang Luan. "Follow me, you say? Huh. It must have been Xiao Jiuchun who told you." He disregarded the formation, taking several steps towards Jiang Luan, but halted as he reached her forehead. After a long moment, he laughed maniacally. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that even Yushuqing could stumble one day? Jiang Luan was taken aback, pondering the implications. The priest's mark on your forehead was bestowed by Yushuqing, was it not? He has never left such a mark on anyone else. You are the first. Pei Xian smirked sarcastically. He once usurped my position as high priest, ruthlessly extracting the love curse from within me, seeking my life. I am curious to see if he would, for your sake, be willing to sever his own love curse. Usurp the high priest position? Extract the love curse? This information is becoming increasingly overwhelming. He Yunqi's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. What did you say? Jiang Luan, confused, retorted. He removed your love curse. Yet you appear to be quite well here. That is merely my good fortune. To extract the love curse from the Fox Demon clan is akin to simultaneously severing the 9 tails. The pain exceeds that of the love curse gnawing at one's heart 1,000-fold. Jiang Luan recalled this. In the Fox Demon clan, every high priest must consume the love curse to remain devoted solely to the clan, forsaking any emotional entanglements for life. Should they fall in love, they either endure the heart-wrenching pain on the night of the full moon, with the intensity of the backlash increasing with their cultivation, or they must extract the love curse, willingly relinquishing their position as high priest. Jiang Luan asked, "Why should I believe you? Do you doubt me?" Pei Xian chuckled softly. "You are truly blinded by Yushuqing's handsome facade. When he was born, celestial phenomena occurred. He was destined to be the high priest of the Fox Demon clan, surviving the bloodshed of the Demon Valley, the only one in a millennium. The Fox Demon clan supports him, and he orchestrated my removal of the love curse, creating the illusion that I willingly forfeited my position. He sent people to hunt me down and elevated a mere child to the leadership. If not for him, I would not have fallen so low. I would love to see him in his moment of disgrace, but alas, that opportunity has slipped away." Pei Xian did not even glance at He Yunqi as he approached Jiang Luan, mockingly stating, "However, he won't live much longer." Jiang Luan inquired, "How do you know?" Pei Xian smiled. his misty eyes devoid of light. He would never realize that the leader he had painstakingly supported was the one who wished for his demise. Jiang Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He knows? He actually knows. Pei Xian was aware that Fu Li sought to kill Yu Shuqing. She murmured, but Yu Shuqing has always treated Fu Li so well. Jiang Yuan had long been aware that Fu Li sought to kill Yu Shuqing due to his overwhelming prowess. His existence rendered her leadership a mere fade, akin to a puppet on strings. Hence, she had once, in a moment of weakness, warned Yu Shuqing to be cautious of Fu Li. Yet, she remained oblivious to the reasons behind Yu Shuqing's protection of Fu Li. It seems he has not disclosed to you that Fu Li's mother once did him a great favor, since he is bound by the principle of repaying kindness. How could he possibly depose you from your position as high priest? Pei Xian continued to smile, his disfigured face turned toward Jiang Yuan, enunciating each word deliberately. Of course, it is because the branch of Fu Li's maternal lineage perished by my hand. Chapter 89. Pei Xian once severed a tail. Shock. Utter shock. Jiang Yuan stood frozen in place. The disciples of the Nine Immortals sect watched with bated breath, no one daring to take another step. Pei Xian was far more formidable than anyone had imagined. Why? Pei Xian withdrew his gaze, casually uttering 6 words. The leader's command must not be defied. Suddenly, a thread of connection wove itself together in Jiang Yuan's mind. Mu Na asked, "Is it Jin Mei that you gave to Fu Li?" Fu Li's desire to kill Yu Shuqing has always been concealed. Pei Xian could not possibly know, unless there exists some sort of connection or relationship between them. The mysterious woman in the black robe from Shanyu Town, who, like him, also utilized Jin Mei. She seeks Feng Shi's singular fire spirit root. The demon clan attacked the sect leader and Feng Shi. After a strange cry, they hastily retreated, sparing them. Later, upon meeting Yu Yuan, it was revealed that Yu Shuqing and Qi Ling had already departed from Yunqi Town. Why was the woman in black so eager to leave? She even forsook the opportunity to seize the sound of the divine, abandoning the chance to obtain Feng Shi's singular fire spirit root. She was so close to success because Yu Shuqing returned. Fu Li, to conceal her identity, had no choice but to depart immediately. Indeed, Pei Xian remarked, then shrugged, lamenting that Fu Li, in pursuit of her ambition, was willing to collaborate with me. Unfortunately, both she and I overlooked you. He did not anticipate that Jiang Yuan possessed the Jin Mei antidote. Jiang Yuan shook her head. No, he did not speak the truth. Or rather, he did not finish this tale. According to your words, Fu Li's maternal clan perished at your hands. Even if her ambition were vast, she would not choose to ally with you. It is inconsequential. None of this matters any longer. Pei Xian interrupted her, laughing maniacally, asserting that even if Jin Mei proved ineffective against you, it was of no concern. A thick white mist enveloped him, as a torrent of demonic energy surged into his being. Jiang Yuan was suddenly tugged, and upon raising her eyes, she found He Yunqi standing protectively in front of her. She understood why Pei Xian would divulge such matters to her. Because from the outset, Pei Xian was certain that they all would perish within this city. Rongji shot Jiang Yuan a glare, stating, "What are you dilly-dallying about with him? Attack." Jiang Yuan replied, "How can we attack? They are not even Pei Xian's match." Pei Xian gazed into the distance, mockingly laughing to himself. Isn't it amusing? They are all begging me to spare them now. He touched the ruined half of his face, lamenting, "But who will spare my beloved Luo Luo?" Silence enveloped them. You are a demon. She is a human. Is it the fault of the people within the city if they cannot accept it? Jiang Yuan countered, asserting that even if they were at fault, he should not employ such cruel methods. There are far too many innocents within the city. Upon hearing her words, He Yunqi's gaze dimmed slightly. Can the divide between humans and demons truly be insurmountable? Is that what she believes? And what of them? Will they too find no resolution? Cruel? Pei Xian's eyes burned with hatred. When it comes to cruelty, who could rival our young city lord? His gaze fell upon the suspended Xiao Jiuchun, who adored my Luo Luo, repeatedly entangled with her, and on my wedding night, amidst my busyness and negligence. He had a cultivator unleash the most malicious curse upon me. orchestrated by disciples of the Nine Immortals sect, coercing me through the Luo family. Everyone bullied my Luo, employing the most venomous words and despicable tactics to insult and humiliate her. Has she ever endured such malevolence? Later, Xiao Jiuqin seized the opportunity in my absence, coercing my beloved Luo to the point that she tragically met her demise against a pillar. The entire Luo family was poisoned at his hands. They all believed the Luo family felt guilt over their dealings with demon nurturing, and I too was led to think that Luo had departed alongside me. It was only when I probed the soul of Xiao Jiuqin's attendant that I discovered the harrowing truth. My Luo had perished in such a pitiful manner, calling out my name even in her last moments. I beseeched the celestial elder, do such wretches not deserve death? As soon as I uttered these words, I teleported before a disciple of the Nine Immortals sect, piercing him through with my sword. The movement was fluid, executed in one breath. Not only them, but the members of the Nine Immortals sect also deserved to perish. Warm, crimson blood dripped from the tip of my blade. Three tails swayed behind me. Three-tailed, five-tailed. Pei Xian had once lost a tail. The formations of the Nine Immortals sect, combined with the most malevolent of poisons, had indeed claimed Pei Xian's life. Yet they failed to realize that Pei Xian was no ordinary fox demon, but rather a nine-tailed fox. After resting for just over a year, he had returned with a vengeance. He had even severed 5 tails to forge a sinister artifact. The cacophony of screams and cries in the city was silenced in that moment. Jiang Luan seemed to hear the voice of that young girl once more. Did Pei Xian and Luo not perish because of you? Now that you are afraid? How laughable. As she snapped back to reality, Pei Xian was already engaged in battle with the disciples of the Nine Immortals sect. The low growls of demon beasts, the sharp laughter of puppets, the agonized cries of the sect's disciples, and Rongji, gritting his teeth beside her, cried out, Jiang Luan, what are you waiting for? Come help. It was only then that she realized she had been pulled by He Yunqi to a safe distance, far from the fray. The boy hid in the shadows, indifferent as he observed the skirmish of dozens, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. She suddenly felt a sense of estrangement towards He Yunqi. Since his return, an indescribable feeling had lingered within her, and at this very moment, amidst the night and the bloodshed, she acutely sensed that he had changed. That detached indifference seemed etched into his very being. Jiang Luan, what on earth are you dawdling for? Rongji was nearly driven to exasperation by her. Several disciples of the Nine Immortals sect already lay on the ground. Pei Xian did not seem intent on claiming their lives outright, as if he found amusement in prolonging their suffering. The cries within the city intensified, and countless lives had been sacrificed. Jiang Luan was not so naive as to believe Pei Xian would relent. The former high priest of the Fox Demon clan had escaped the clutches of Yu Shuqing, who had extracted his love poison, not to mention Jean Mei and the puppets. All of this underscored the fact that he was a ruthless adversary. She was no match for him. They all were not. Yet she could not retreat. One step back, and the entire city would be in peril. She summoned the ice kite and soared forward, engaging him in combat. Ethereal butterflies danced around her, and dozens of ice spikes formed from sword light surged towards him. Yet Pei Xian's sinister artifact effortlessly repelled them, preventing any approach. He Yunqi's pupils constricted, and he furrowed his brow. A long violet thread slipped from his fingertips, racing towards Jiang Luan, entwining itself around her wrist. The remaining disciples were few. Their sword techniques diverged from Jiang Luan's, yet each individual wielded their most lethal strikes, fully aware that this encounter could only result in victory. Defeat would mean total loss, and they would be forever trapped here. The transparent threads in Pei Xian's hands were entwined, countless in number. Seizing the moment of his inattention, Jiang Luan swung her sword to sever them. The threads floated in the air before swiftly vanishing, causing the puppets within the city to cease their movements and halt their assault. You seek death. Chapter 90. Do not concern yourself with them. Just hold me for a moment. Pei Xian was utterly enraged. His 5 elongated tail artifacts transformed into a pristine white sword, channeling his demonic power to its zenith as it lunged directly toward Jiang Luan. She widened her eyes in alarm, attempting to evade, only to discover she was rendered immobile. Host, quickly dodge. The urgent notification echoed in her mind from Xiao Fan. Yet, she found herself unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the white sword aimed for her neck. Jiang Luan. She heard someone call her name, but it was not He Yunqi's voice. Terrified, she shut her eyes, disregarding everything as she shouted, Xiao Fan, is there a protective shield? No response came. Even Xiao Fan silently covered his eyes. Everything seemed to fall into a hush. Tick, tick. The pungent scent of blood filled her nostrils, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of blood dripping onto the ground. There was also a faint, chilling fragrance. She opened her eyes to find the sword perilously close, less than 2 hands' breadth away, held at the tip by a pair of bony hands. The alabaster back of the hand was marred with crimson. The youth exerted a slight force, and the sword broke in his grasp, the severed tip clattering to the ground, transforming into a long tail. Blood splattered onto him, and he gently wiped his lips with the back of his hand, a scarlet stain gracing his lips, alluring yet sinister. Pei Xian was taken aback, locking eyes with He Yunqi. In those eyes, an abyss of darkness dwelled, steeped in unending coldness. A chill crept down his spine, even in the presence of Yu Shuqing. He had never felt such a sensation. Instinctively, he leaped into the air, yearning to escape. Yet, as he ascended, he felt someone tugging at his hair, followed by a sharp pain that bent him over, causing him to plummet from the sky in a most disgraceful manner. Jiang Yuan's binding technique lost its efficacy. She stared in disbelief at the youth before her, murmuring, how could this be? Not only her, but Rongji and the remaining conscious disciples of the 9 Immortal Sect were equally stunned. Under the night sky, the youth stood resolutely in his red, celebratory attire. Hand stained with blood, his right hand grasping 2 limp, gray-white tails, calmly facing Pei Xian. He Yunqi had managed to tear apart Pei Xian's 2 tails with his bare hands. Was this even plausible? A practitioner at the early stage of the Golden Core could directly sever Pei Xian's tails in such a crude and direct manner. The system was equally flustered. Theoretically, it should not be possible. Perhaps he was endowed with a character halo. Pei Xian's lips overflowed with crimson blood as he lay on the ground, his complexion ashen and his gaze frigid. Who are you? He Yunqi half-crouched, turning his back to Jiang Yuan. A faint smile curved the corners of his lips. Of course, I am the one who seeks your demise. He rose to his feet, placing his foot upon Pei Xian's right hand, applying pressure with a deliberate force. It is this hand that nearly harmed my sister, a fact I find quite displeasing. Perhaps it would be best to render it entirely useless. Just as he prepared to strike, another figure moved with swifter resolve, a sword imbued with the remnants of spiritual energy piercing straight into Pei Xian's chest. Fox Demon, perish! Rongji delivered the final blow, expending his entire reservoir of spiritual power. Pei Xian, weakened from the loss of 2 tails, was impaled by the blade. Blood cascaded from his lips, his pupils dilating, hair clinging to his face as he bent slightly forward. He looked at Rongji, laughter escaping his lips. To die at the hands of such a worthless being, how utterly unsatisfactory. With that, Pei Xian's gaze sharpened. He Yunqi immediately sensed Pei Xian's intent and hesitated, pausing his steps, ultimately deciding to remain still. No, I cannot leave. His behavior today is far too abnormal. Departing now would only raise Zhang's suspicions. Self-destructing demon core. Achi, quickly evade, came her panicked voice from behind. He Yunqi obediently took a few steps back, casting a glance at Rongji, who was already fleeing at a much swifter pace. With a sudden impact, both He Yunqi and Rongji sustained varying degrees of injury from the demon's unleashed power. Jiang Yuan, too preoccupied to deal with the demon beasts within the city, rushed to He Yunqi's side, hastily channeling spiritual energy into him. His palm was a vivid red, the wound deep. She quickly retrieved several pills and thrust them into his uninjured hand, urging him to consume them. Fortunately, Pei Xian's demonic power stemmed from the artifact of the 5 tails, making his own spiritual prowess relatively weak, and He Yunqi only suffered minor injuries. In contrast, Rongji fared far worse, his robes soaked in blood as he lay on the ground, writhing in pain. He Yunqi, succumbing to the moment, fell into Jiang Yuan's embrace. His voice trembling with vulnerability, Jiang, I am so frightened. His words rang true. The sword had nearly struck her, just a hair's breadth away from tragedy. He was on the verge of losing her. Jiang Yuan, having just witnessed his barehanded severing of two tails, found it hard to believe he could feel fear. She had once thought he had succumbed to darkness. Aware of his facade, she gently coaxed, Please rise. There are still demon beasts in the city. Once we handle them, I shall return to you. She tenderly wiped the blood from his lips, her heart aching for him. Suddenly, He Yunqi clung to her, pleading, Do not mind them. Just hold me for a while. The youthful voice trembled with suppressed emotion. With Pei Xian's hold on the demon beasts severed, they began to flee. With many already slain or injured, and calm gradually returned to the city. Jiang Yuan, feeling helpless, could neither release him nor bring herself to pull away. So she summoned a violet spiritual butterfly. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no immediate danger, she glanced at the boy who held her so tightly. Jiang, I have a secret. He spoke softly, as if mustering courage, testing the waters. Would you like to hear it? Jiang Yuan was momentarily startled by Pei Xian's strike. Only managing to smile, He Yunqi lifted his head from her embrace. His injuries were hardly severe. The love between Pei Xian and Luo mirrored that of him and her. He was a demon, she was a human. He was a devil, she was a cultivator. Their bond was destined to be fraught with challenges. He reiterated, Do you wish to hear? If so, I shall reveal everything. The violet strands of hair languidly observed, as she grasped the demon's tail with bare hands. She was well aware that he harbored secrets. Chi, I do not wish to know, she replied gently. Since it is your secret, keep it close to your heart. I never expect you to uphold justice or pursue goodness. Have you heard the saying? Do not advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. I only hope you take good care of yourself, that you find happiness, and that you remain by my side forever. She was gentle, as she always was. However, do not bully the innocent, or I shall be displeased. After a moment's thought, she embraced him again, her long eyelashes casting shadows, more tender than ever, infused with a soothing power. With conviction, she added, But I know you 1T, Chapter 91. I am very angry, little junior sister. Will you comfort me? He Yunqi gently returned her embrace. The hairpin atop her head had fallen off during the scuffle, yet even without adornments, she remained enchanting. Her lips were red, her teeth white, stunningly beautiful. As he gazed at her softness, he involuntarily swallowed hard. I will check on them. Jiang Yuan soothed He Yunqi for a while, and upon seeing his spirits lift, she found an excuse to depart. Upon closer inspection, her legs trembled slightly, and her steps were unsteady. The moment she left, He Yunqi's expression began to grow cold. He slowly approached the spot where the earlier battle had taken place, picking up the soul-gathering pearl that Pei Xian had dropped before its dissolution. Holding it tightly in his palm, a fleeting shadow of malevolence crossed his face. Watching her retreating figure, he murmured, Little Fan, is Jiang someone very important? Is she more significant than me? Once she had walked a distance, Jiang Yuan paused. Little Fan, ever perceptive, transformed into an orange cat in an unnoticed corner, trailing beside Jiang Yuan. What's wrong, host? You seem quite dejected. Jiang Yuan responded with a muffled sound. She exhaled. The night breeze was cool against her face, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. Little Fan, I have a bold hypothesis. An unsettling feeling stirred within her. What is the hypothesis? I think He Yunqi may have unraveled the seal of the demon god. Little Fan remained silent for a long while. After what seemed like an eternity, it cautiously spoke. No way. If that's true, doesn't it mean our mission is doomed to fail? Oh dear host. I was aiming to be selected as a golden employee by year end. This would ruin everything. Jiang Yuan paused for a few seconds before replying. Must the demon race be irredeemably wicked? Without waiting for Little Fan's response, she continued, I believe not. Cultivators can be good or bad, and demons are no different. Chi was born with demonic blood. It is not something he could choose, and he should not be blamed for it. However, he possesses the ability to wreak havoc and, upon breaking the seal, in a fit of rage, once again shatters the world of the novel, leaving us truly doomed. Is there a chance for this fictional realm to be rebuilt after its collapse? No, this is the final opportunity. Jiang Yuan remained silent for a long while, then clapped her hands and stood up. If the unsealing of the demon god is inevitable, then let us take a gamble. This time, I wager that I shall emerge victorious. She turned around, only to collide with the obsidian gaze of a young man. Both Jiang Yuan and the orange cat in her arms trembled in unison. The youth smiled, offering her the soul-gathering pearl he had retrieved from Pei Xian. He Yunqi suddenly materialized behind her, startling her. Stunned, she extended her hands to receive the pearl and asked, "Have you been here for long?" "Not at all," He Yunqi replied, shaking his head. Just as she was about to pat her chest in self-reassurance, his next words sent a chill down Jiang Yuan's spine. Jiang, who is the little rebel? The orange cat stiffened, exchanging a glance with Jiang Yuan. In that moment, they beheld mutual terror and unease reflected in each other's eyes. "It's over, host. Did he overhear our conversation?" "That's impossible. This novel world has only my system. There shouldn't be any other systems interfering. Could it be that unsealing the demon god also grants him the power of mind reading?" Jiang Yuan took a moment to regain her composure. "Our communication occurs within the sea of consciousness. He shouldn't be able to hear us. Let us not lose our wits. He harbors secrets, and so does she." The urge to disclose their truths collided with the fear of becoming a burden in each other's hearts. He Yunqi advanced, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, tilting his head slightly. His voice bore no discernible emotion. Jiang, didn't you say you love me the most? Why then summon another man to protect you?" Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, but could not recall ever needing another man as protection. In He Yunqi's eyes, her distraction seemed to be an excuse for that boy named Xiaofan. At that moment, He Yunqi's self-control crumbled. He leaned down and kissed her, savoring her sweetness until a semblance of reason returned. Observing her dazed expression, glistening with a hint of mist, he swallowed hard. "I'm quite upset. Can you soothe me, little junior sister?" Before she could respond, he kissed her again. Jiang Yuan was compelled to reciprocate. Soon, she was enveloped in his essence. He Yunqi seemed to exert excessive pressure. The kiss lingered, entwined for what felt like an eternity. At last, he released her. "Still can't recall?" Jiang Yuan finally comprehended the meaning behind his words. It was that moment earlier when she had exclaimed, "Does Xiaofan have a protective shield?" He had fixated on two key points, disregarding the rest, and concocted a scenario in which he was jealous. Why was he so adorably jealous? Xiaofan. You just said he might have fallen to darkness. How could adorable possibly be associated with him? She suddenly broke into laughter, a sound that thoroughly vexed He Yunqi. The youth, once again unsatisfied, gently nipped her lip, his voice laced with danger and allure. "When you kiss me, focus solely on me. Do not think of others." He was on the brink of madness, yet he could not bear to hurt her. Jiang Yuan's hands ascended to his neck, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Intentionally, she leaned away, evading his kiss. The couple still donned their crimson wedding attire, illuminated by flickering lanterns that cast a gentle glow upon them. He Yunqi, tightened his grip around her waist, his obsidian pupils fixated on her lips, moistening his own in anticipation. She was his wife, the one he had vowed to the heavens. Even if they had not completed all the rituals, even if it was merely a facade to lure out the demons, did it require further explanation? He remained dutiful, suppressing his anger with remarkable restraint. His voice, low and husky, grazed her earlobe, akin to a feather's caress, tingling and alluring. Jiang Yuan, stirred by his actions, felt her cheeks flush. She pouted slightly, gesturing toward the nearby orange cat. Exasperated, I was calling it. He Yunqi chuckled softly. "Does my little junior sister truly believe me a fool?" She extended her slender fingers to tease his nose, insisting, "I speak the truth. It has been my companion for a long time. You know, it is a spirit beast, capable of defending itself against attacks." Excitement flickered in He Yunqi's eyes. "If I struck it, would it be unscathed?" The cat, sensing the tension, hastily fled, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. "You frightened it away," Jiang Yuan noted, observing his sudden disfavor toward the feline. Its presence, a rival for her affection, was undeniably irksome. His lashes fluttered as if contemplating something. Jiang Yuan swiftly interjected, "You must not harm it. It is quite fragile." She feared that should He Yunqi conduct an experiment and strike the creature, her little companion might not return to her side. After all, this system existed to redeem the villain. Would it not malfunction if the object of its salvation were to intervene? "Very well, I shall refrain from violence," he conceded, a fleeting glimmer of fierce intent flashing in his eyes. He touched his lips with his finger, seeking a kiss from her. Chapter 92. I guess you would like. Jiang Yuan planted a soft kiss upon his lips. He savored the sweetness, a taste of their newlywed affection. Reminded of the surprise he had prepared for her, he murmured, Jiang, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." As he gazed at the now tranquil city, He Yunqi leaped into the air, his robes billowing in the wind, and vanished in an instant. His departure was so swift that Jiang Yuan had no time to respond. She exhaled, not overly concerned, and called upon the system in her mind. "Little fan?" After a long pause, there was no reply. Perhaps it had fled too far. Just as she was about to attend to Xiao Jiuchen's matters, a gaze filled with resentment swept over her. Rongji lay on the ground, having been forced to witness their entire interaction. Rubbing his chest, he felt an intensifying pain. Moments earlier, when Pei Xian had self-destructed his demon core, he distinctly sensed another force striking him in the chest. Yet, upon opening his eyes, there was nothing but emptiness. The gaze of Rongji was searing, and Jiang Yuan found it difficult to feign ignorance. She watched his dire state without moving, casually inquiring, "Young master, do you require assistance?" Rongji gritted his teeth and retorted, "What do you think?" Jiang Yuan continued her mockery unabashedly. "I believe you should be capable of rising on your own, especially since you just vanquished a former nine-tailed fox." Rongji was acutely aware of her derision. He scoffed, "Aren't you curious how your junior disciple managed to sever Pei Xian's tails?" Jiang Yuan smiled sweetly. "There's nothing peculiar about it. It's merely that you all are too weak." After a pause, she added, "However, I must remind you, young master, that had it not been for my junior disciple, you would have faced total annihilation. Remember to express gratitude to our Tianqing sect." Rongji felt a sharper pang in his chest. He had indeed underestimated Jiang Yuan, her sharp tongue and sardonic wit. As he observed her figure, his fingers gradually clenched. The city regained its tranquility as the populace emerged from their panic, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Xiao Jiuchen and his fiancée, he remained suspended on the city wall, drawing a crowd of onlookers who whispered about him from a distance. Over the years, Xiao Jiuchen had abused his position as the young master, earning little goodwill. His comeuppance was inevitable. His wedding date perpetually postponed. He could not escape Pei Xian's retribution. Xiao Jiuchen's fate was justly deserved. Did he believe he could silence the entire city after driving the Luo family to ruin? The heartless actions against Madame Luo and Miss Luo, who were both virtuous individuals, were not easily forgotten. Those who knew the truth had mostly been silenced by Xiao Jiuchen, leaving mere speculation and rumors to question his guilt. In contrast, another faction lamented loudly, "My son, how have you come to this state?" They mourned Pei Xian's untimely demise, lamenting how he had abducted their once prosperous daughter, transforming her into a wretched being. "Return my son to me." Jiang Yuan made her way through the crowd and noticed that the puppets stood motionless, their souls seemingly extracted, leaving only lifeless shells under the control of the puppeteer. It appeared that Pei Xian harbored many secrets. Collecting so many souls was no trifling task. According to lore, only one object could achieve such an effect, the 10 Evil Mirror. Anyone who gazed into the 10 Evil Mirror would confront their deepest fears. The less fortunate would descend into madness, while the most unfortunate would have their souls siphoned away. Puppet mastery, a long-lost forbidden art, was scarcely learned. How did Pei Xian, a fallen fox spirit, evade the vigilance of Yu Shuqing? His clumsy attempts at puppetry betrayed his lack of expertise. Moreover, his eyes and face were peculiar. Among the fox spirit clan, like Yu Shuqing, his eyes were mesmerizing, veiled in white silk, while Pei Xian, the former high priest, could not possibly possess such dim and nebulous eyes. Then there was Fu Li. Why would she collaborate with him, knowing he had decimated her maternal lineage? Did Pei Xian have allies lurking in the shadows? These questions, perhaps, could only be partially unraveled by Yu Shuqing. Considering He Yunqi, she chose to abandon that thought. The disciples of the Nine Immortals sect were busy with the aftermath. Jiang Luan suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Pei Xian and Luo were truly regrettable. Who can clearly delineate right from wrong? Before she could indulge in further contemplation, the boy in red had already traversed the crowd and arrived at her side. "Gulme, I will take you to a place." He grasped her hand, running through the streets. His exuberance was a rare sight. He held her tightly, and she laughed. "Where are we going?" "You will know once we arrive." He led her to a somewhat secluded area. In the pitch darkness of the night, flickering lights appeared. The scattered glow illuminated Jiang Yuan's vision. Countless fireflies danced, mingling with the twinkling stars, creating a beautiful tapestry. They flitted high and low, forward and backward. So beautiful. Jiang Yuan gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. Coupled with the moonlight of the night, it was undoubtedly a most romantic sight. He Yunqi stood beside her, observing her expression of delight, his lips curving upward involuntarily. His lips were exquisite, glistening in the moonlight with an alluring sheen. Jiang Yuan bit her lip, her tongue gently brushing against it. "I guess you'll like this." He Yunqi tilted his head, slightly bending down to look at her, his dark ponytail swaying with his motion. "This is the first time I've seen such a multitude of fireflies." In his eyes, her reflection was present, yet it paled in comparison to her beauty. Jiang Yuan chuckled at his words. "Did you eat honey? You're so sweet." She had anticipated that he would bring her here. In this moment, under the moonlight and surrounded by fireflies, it was both romantic and tender, stirring her heart. He Yunqi gently pulled her closer, his hands enveloping hers. He tentatively cupped her face, carefully leaning in, his long fingers gliding down her cheek to touch her slightly swollen, rosy lips, lingering on them as his voice grew husky. Jiang, you are mine." His soft lips pressed against her forehead, then glided down her nose, finally landing accurately on her lips. This kiss was light and gentle, yet it was difficult to contain the emotions. The boy's breath lingered by her ear, and she could distinctly sense his affection. Her voice softened by several tones. "May I ask for a promise?" In the darkness, the fireflies emitted faint lights, countless in number. They were the only illumination in the dark. He Yunqi nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features, obediently replying, "You may speak." Jiang Yuan looked into his eyes, resolute and earnest. "Do not forget your original intention." He pondered seriously for a moment, his eyes softening, exuding an innocent charm. "All right." Chapter 93. An incident in Sacred Moon City. With the conclusion of the events in Luo Feng City, the Nine Immortals sect had suffered significant losses. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan's Jieshiying, they would have faced utter annihilation. She once again lamented how unreliable the Nine Immortals sect truly was. The city lord seemed to age several years overnight, appearing dejected and haggard, delegating the aftermath to Rongji. Rongji owed her a promise, but she had yet to decide what to ask of him. Initially thinking to let it linger for now, to address it when the opportunity arose. Or perhaps she felt that Rongji could not aid her in any meaningful way. She lacked for nothing. Yet, the mere thought of meeting Rongji later filled her with an overwhelming sense of resistance. Finally, she uttered, "I hope the young master will refrain from troubling me in the future." Rongji's expression darkened more than ever before, unable to maintain his composure, yearning for something beyond reach. As she departed from Luo Feng City, Jiang Yuan felt a weight in her heart. She unexpectedly felt a pang of sympathy for Pei Xian. He had escaped from the grasp of Yu Shuqing, freeing himself from the high priest role, no longer bound to heed the clan leader's commands. He could accompany his Luo through this fleeting, perfect life. Yet, love between humans and demons was not accepted in this city, leading them to such a tragic conclusion. She glanced at He Yunqi, who had fallen asleep on her shoulder. His crimson headband was soft and, along with his hair, elicited a slight tickle. He grasped her sleeve tightly, reflecting his own insecurities. The barriers between them weighed heavily on her mind. She had promised to care for her brother and master in the original owner's stead. Would they consent? If that day truly came, Would she dare to defy her brother and master, resolutely standing by He Yunqi's side? Would their fate mirror that of Pei Xian and Luo Luo? The thought was too daunting to entertain. She shuddered at the contemplation of his life without her. He would surely go mad. The idea was unbearable. Jiang Yuan's voice was soft. I hope you're not. I hope I'm merely overthinking, and I hope there's still time. If she had not wished to inquire initially, now she simply feared to ask. The dread of discovering the answer loomed over her. Unbeknownst to her, He Yunqi's lashes fluttered, silently releasing her sleeve. They had arrived by boat, and they chose to return the same way, solely because she enjoyed it. She relished the sensation of boating, the gentle ripples of water, the picturesque scenery, and the leisurely pace. Ah, esteemed immortals, what a coincidence to encounter you again. Indeed, where did you go on this trip? Was everything smooth? They were met by several merchants they had encountered on their way there. As usual, they raised their voices in prayer as they passed that stretch of water. Jiang Yuan did not intend to hide anything from them. We visited Luo Feng City. Luo Feng City, you say? I just heard news that the young master of the Nine Immortals sect has vanquished a nine-tailed fox demon, and he's being exalted by everyone. Was it truly him? I find that hard to believe. Who knows? They say it was him, so it must be true. It seems the next leader of the Nine Immortals sect will undoubtedly be him. The group laughed and jested, and soon their boat reached the destination, and they parted ways. Arriving at Shangyue City, several days had passed. Their journey was filled with pauses, taking a bit longer than anticipated. Jiang Yuan's curiosity led her to want to explore every place they passed, and He Yunqi was more than willing to accompany her. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Wherever you go, Jiang, I shall follow. He was like her devoted shadow, trailing behind her wherever she ventured. The dance-tail spirit grass had begun to grow a little, and He Yunqi sat on a bench in front of the house, swinging his legs thoughtfully as he gazed at the grass. For the third time, the boy sighed. Why does it grow so slowly? I long to see the dance-tail spirit grass bloom across the spiritual field. At that moment, Jiang must have been exceedingly joyful. Jiang Yuan, who had just concluded his cultivation, could not help but interject, not so fast. You must exercise a bit more patience. He blinked and suggested, shall I hasten their ripening with my spiritual energy? No, He Yuan replied firmly. You've been diligently practicing every day. You cannot waste your spiritual energy on this. He pouted, appearing rather aggrieved. Nearby, an orange cat frolicked about, seemingly in pursuit of something, delighting in its play. The scene of the two individuals and the cat was both heartwarming and healing. As night fell, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi occupied separate chambers. She lay in bed, wide awake. It seemed she harbored some concerns, for her spirits had not been particularly high in recent days. Even if she feigned indifference on the surface, she was aware of the turmoil within her heart. Little fan, what is your current favorability rating? He Yunqi's favorability stands at 75, came to reply. 75? That means just 25 more, and I can complete my task. Upon completing the task, the narrative of this fictional world would stabilize, allowing her to remain within its confines, correct? Indeed. Will you depart? If the host wishes for Little Fan to stay, he may remain. I possess the qualification for leave, enabling me to linger in any fictional realm for an extended period. She gently stroked Little Fan, feeling a pang of reluctance. His ability to stay brought her joy. She teased, do you tell every host the same? Because they always excel in their tasks, earning the most leave. Are you boasting about your own prowess? It is merely the truth. Jiang Yuan was amused by his expression, her laughter resonating clearly in the night. He Yunqi sat on his bed, lost in thought as he gazed toward her room. The demonic energy within him had melded seamlessly, now serving his purpose. He could cultivate two systems concurrently without conflict. He sensed his own power. The concealed demonic aura was invisible to anyone beneath his cultivation level. His only concern was one individual, Jiang Qingxian. If anyone from the sect were to detect it, it could only be him. During this descent from the mountain, they had several years, making it nearly impossible to encounter Jiang Qingxian. He was confident he would find a way to completely conceal this demonic presence. As he pondered, a startled exclamation erupted from the adjacent room. Senior brother, what did you say? He Yunqi, unable to comprehend her words, acted on instinct, instantly teleporting to her door and kicking it open. What has happened? Jiang Luan, who was currently communicating with Luo Maxian, glanced at her neatly arranged attire and patiently admonished. Ah Chi, you should knock next time. How can you invade someone else's room unannounced? That is quite improper. She had forgotten that the communication on the other end had not yet ceased. Luo Maxian's voice, cool yet tinged with concern, interjected, Sister Yuan, are you all right? Upon hearing the male voice, the young man's expression froze. So late at night, she is actually conversing with another man? Was that laughter just now also because of the senior brother? He suddenly felt as though his heart were gripped by a colossal hand, fiercely tugging at him, causing him to catch his breath. He could not accept it. Seeing him silent, Jiang Yuan replied to Luo Maxian, I'm fine, senior brother. What did you just say? Could you repeat it? Since Aki was also present, they should come over together. Something had happened in Xingyue City. Chapter 94. Sang Huaiwei, what are you doing here? The moon hung high in the sky. The street, which should have been deserted, was teeming with people, bustling with life. He Yunqi and Jiang Yuan had just arrived and, before they could take a good look, were pulled into a corner. Shoo, keep your voice down. He Yunqi shot a cold glance at the spot Luo Maxian had touched, his expression growing even more frigid. Jiang Yuan, caught off guard, then saw Luo Maxian, Feng Shi, and at the back Sang Huaiwei. She furrowed her brow and lowered her voice. Sang Huaiwei, what are you doing here? Sang Huaiwei retorted without hesitation. If you can come, why can't I? Is this your territory? She clicked her tongue, secretly lamenting. Trouble seemed to follow her wherever she went. Ever since she had entered this narrative, she and He Yunqi had been in a constant state of being oppressed and beaten. Perhaps in this era, one must endure hardship to deserve the role of a villain. Counting the injuries she and He Yunqi had sustained from the beginning until now was a disheartening task. She had hoped to rest in Xingyue City and enjoy a peaceful life for a while, but alas, trouble had once again befallen Xingyue City. She understood all this. To advance the plot, the storylines must unfold. However, why on earth was Sang Huaiwei here? Wasn't it enough of a hassle already? She knew how much Sang Huaiwei despised He Yunqi, and she feared that before they could fend off external threats, they might end up fighting amongst themselves. It was Feng Shi who broke the impasse, pointing in a direction. Look over there. Her finger indicated a spot within the throng of people. Among the bustling crowd, two familiar figures emerged. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, her voice escaping her control. Luo Ling and Master Suing. How could they be there? We also received a message from Huaiwei, which is why we hurried here. As for the specifics, let Huaiwei explain. Sang Huaiwei turned her head away. I don't want to talk to them. Her childish temper might be indulged within the sect, but outside, it would not be tolerated, especially not by Luo Maxian and Feng Shi. Huaiwei. Feng Shi's tone carried a hint of sternness. This is not the time for your antics. We have important tasks at hand. I just don't want to talk. Sang Huaiwei huffed, sulking to the side. She felt quite uncomfortable seeing Jiang Yuan and He Yunqi together. Then let me speak, Feng Shi sighed. Since our return from Fanyu Town, Luo Ling has been acting erratically, her mind unclear. Master Su has always doted on Luo Ling. Even in her current state, he has not given up on her. Master has said that Luo Ling may have inadvertently entered the 10 evil mirror or was deliberately led into it, which has caused her condition. If her soul had been drawn into the 10 evil mirror, finding the mirror might offer a solution. However, it is evident that her soul is damaged, making restoration far more arduous. An elderly Hung is at a loss. In recent months, despite the diligent care provided by my master's uncle, there has been no sign of improvement. I had resigned myself to this unfortunate reality, but who could have anticipated that a few days ago, my junior sister, Luo Ling, would suddenly vanish? Huaiwei was the first to notice. That night, she inadvertently saw Luo Ling descending the mountain alone, departing from the sect. Filled with curiosity, she decided to follow, but lost track of her halfway. After conveying the situation to my master's uncle, it took several days before we finally located her here. My master's uncle acted impulsively, attempting to retrieve Luo Ling, and rushed into the crowd, despite our efforts to restrain him. Jiang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. So, he has transformed into that. Indeed, was the reply. How long has this strange phenomenon been occurring? It manifested yesterday. As for whether it had happened before, that remains uncertain. He Yunqi cast a detached glance around. In the crowd, smiles adorned the faces of everyone as they busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some were setting up stalls. Others engaged in conversation, while a few frolicked about. Were it not for the abrupt appearance of Luo Ling and Su Ying among them, one might easily dismiss this as a perfectly ordinary scene. Luo Maxian remarked, "From our observations, they do not venture beyond that particular range." He gestured toward a specific area. It seemed that the individuals present were constrained within an invisible boundary, unable to step beyond it. This was precisely why we remained here, unaffected by the strange occurrence. Jiang Luan glanced over and noticed Su Ying smiling widely, cheerfully haggling with an elderly woman. His countenance, typically fierce and rarely adorned with a smile, appeared somewhat intimidating in this moment of mirth. We attempted to communicate with Master Su Ying through sound transmission, but he could not hear us. "I fear that if this continues, his soul might be compromised," she expressed her concern. "But Master, is he not at the integration stage? His cultivation level is being effortlessly manipulated. For those of lesser cultivation, entering this situation would be tantamount to walking into certain death." "Not necessarily," came the retort. "With the protagonist present, there exists a theoretical possibility of breaking the spell." Feng Shi added, "I have urgently summoned disciples from Tianqing sect, near Xinhua City. For now, we must refrain from hasty actions." Sang Huai suggested, "It may be prudent for us to return and seek assistance. With our current abilities, especially with a liability among us, are we not merely courting disaster?" The young man, lips curling in a sardonic smile, replied coldly, "Who are you calling a liability?" "Talking about you, of course," came the response. He Yunqi nodded in agreement, tilting her head. "So, it appears that senior sister Huai is the liability." The term senior sister dripped with sarcasm. "You," He Yunqi declared, "today, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Feng Shi interjected, "Enough, Huai, hold your tongue. And you too, Yunqi. Senior sister, he is insulting me. Even my father does not speak to me in such a manner. Yet he dares." Jiang Luan could no longer contain herself. "Huai, will you ever cease?" Huai shot a glare at He Yunqi. "Cease? Why should I be concerned about your presence?" The young man responded languidly, "Then you may take your leave." Huai, incredulous, looked at He Yunqi. "You want me to leave? Oh, so senior sister Huai is not only a liability, but also incapable of understanding simple words," he taunted. Huawei's expression darkened significantly. "He Yunqi, are you out of your mind?" The young man, seemingly jesting, replied, "Indeed, I have always been a bit mad, and those who provoke me do not meet pleasant fates." Jiang Yuan tugged at him. "Stop speaking nonsense." He reined in his surging anger and fell silent. Sang Huai wished to retort, but understood that further discussion would lead to conflict. Luo Maxian interjected, stating that the immediate priority was to rescue Master Su Ying and junior sister Luo Ling, urging everyone to refrain from excessive dialogue. His voice bore a hint of sternness. Sang Huai shot a fierce glare at He Yunqi and ceased speaking. "Does the senior brother have any solutions?" "I have yet to conceive one. This barrier is remarkably formidable." He Yunqi casually tilted his head and smiled at her, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He obediently approached Jiang Yuan, playing with her hair in a somewhat pitiful manner. After observing for a moment, Jiang Yuan remarked, "Gee, does this not resemble the puppet technique we encountered in Luofeng City?" Chapter 95. The hidden pair. You have greatly disappointed me. Unlike their experience in Luofeng City, where they could see the nearly transparent threads controlling the puppets, here there was no trace of such filaments. It was as if they were merely engrossed in their own worlds, engaged in their own activities. He Yunqi squinted slightly, directing his gaze towards Luo Ling. Recognizing that it was indeed the puppet technique wielded by a remarkably skilled practitioner, Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, her attention also fixated on Luo Ling. At that moment, Luo Ling held a cloth doll in her hands, manipulating it with a cheerful smile that appeared entirely normal. Yet, Jiang Yuan was acutely aware that Luo Ling detested cloth dolls. Everyone harbors their own fears and aversions. If they were truly immersed in their own world, Unaware of the barrier imposed upon them, they would not engage in actions they loathe. Clearly, their behaviors were being orchestrated by another. The puppeteer, unaware of Luo Ling's distaste for cloth dolls, merely acted according to their own whims, compelling the puppet to perform as they desired. Puppet technique? Another forbidden art. Luo Maxian furrowed his brow. The mystery surrounding Jin Mei had yet to be unraveled, and now a puppet technique had arisen. It could not be mere coincidence. Jiang Luan recounted the events they had encountered in Luofeng City in succinct detail. Fengxi inquired, "So, is it possible that someone in Shengyue City is practicing control over puppets?" "That is highly likely. They deliberately chose the night to cast a barrier around them, isolating their activities." Luo Maxian asked, "Have you all been in Shengyue City these days and not noticed the situation?" Jiang Yuan scratched her hair and replied softly, "We are not within the city itself, but rather at a considerable distance." She gestured in the direction. Luo Maxian did not press further. Fengxi pondered aloud, but if Master Su Ying's soul is intact, why would he be under the control of a puppeteer? If your suspicions are correct, the strength of the puppeteer is indeed formidable. Her beautiful brows knitted together. The unspoken implications were evident. In the distance, two figures alighted upon the rooftop, cloaked in black robes and obscured by masks, rendering their features and forms indistinguishable. What shall we do about them? The first to speak was a cold, feminine voice. She adjusted her black robe, stating, "I do not have much time left." The man in the black robe offered no response to her words, only uttering a cryptic statement. "Pei Xian is dead." The woman scoffed coldly. "He was merely serving others. The one I truly intend to kill is still very much alive." The man in black chuckled hoarsely. "Fu Li, you have greatly disappointed me." The woman shuddered at his words. Only then did she lift her head, proclaiming, "I do not comprehend your meaning. I assist you in acquiring Pei Xian's unique eyes, provide you with the 10 evil mirror, and teach you the forbidden techniques to eliminate Yu Shuqing, all to enable you to seize control of the Fox Demon Clan. Yet you, with your mere single-element fire affinity, have failed on multiple occasions?" The man paused momentarily before continuing, "Or perhaps you have grown soft towards Yu Shuqing? Impossible." Fully retorted immediately. "My maternal clan perished due to Yu Shuqing. He pretends to elevate me, garnering support, yet he holds all the power, treating me as a mere ornament. How could I possibly feel compassion for such a person? I yearn to slay him at once." "Remember that," the man in black replied. "I have lost Pei Xian, a trivial pawn. I hope you will prove more satisfactory." The woman responded respectfully, "Yes, Fu Li understands. My puppet technique is nearing completion." The man in black instructed, "In the coming days, ensure these useless beings do not disturb me. You know what to do without further guidance, I trust." Fu Li understood. With that, the man in black vanished in an instant. The woman in black adjusted her robe, and with a focused gesture of her right hand, a black square object materialized. It was enveloped in a thick layer of dark magical energy, pulsating at her fingertips. "Go," she urged softly, pushing it forward. The 10 evil mirror expanded in the air, transforming into a black vortex that surged directly toward the city. He Yunqi was the first to notice the anomaly. As he raised his gaze, he beheld an overwhelming density of magical energy swirling above, obscuring the night. Almost instantaneously, he grasped Jiang Yuan's wrist. "What is happening?" Jiang Yuan had been focused on Ling and Su Ying, and by the time she realized, several people around her had suddenly vanished, including He Yunqi. She recalled that her hand had been held, yet now there was nothing but darkness. She could not see her hand in front of her face, nor could she discern where she was. The bustling street had vanished in the blink of an eye. She blinked forcefully, calling out to the system in her mind. "Could it be that my vision has failed me?" There was no response from Xiaofan. Tentatively, she spoke, "Achi, where are you?" The only reply was a profound silence. He Yunqi was absent. She was certain of this. He would never engage in a game of hide-and-seek at such a moment. "Senior brother? Senior sister? Are you there?" She summoned her ice bird, and her sword emitted a faint glow, guiding her forward. Suddenly, her head throbbed as if it were being torn apart, as if something was tugging at her, screaming in agony. An eerie voice echoed from all directions, cackling in a chilling manner. The sound was overwhelmingly cacophonous and grating, as if something were grinding against her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. They drew ever closer, dark magical energy spreading like a plague, swirling clouds of black mist rushing toward her, seeking to invade her very being. The voice clouded her judgment. The more she attempted to resist, the more her head throbbed. Go away, go away. Her head fell as if it might split apart. The ice kite she summoned fell to the ground as she cradled her head, kneeling in excruciating agony. It hurts. It really hurts. Where on earth am I? What is this infernal place? Her thoughts barely had time to form before she felt as though her very soul was being wrenched from her body. Sweat dripping from her chin, hitting the ground with a barely audible sound. Dazed and disoriented, she wobbled and collapsed on the ground, clutching her head. In her hazy state, the scene before her transformed. It was no longer an endless abyss of darkness, but rather a vast expanse of brilliant light. She felt as though she were experiencing this vision firsthand. Every action, every blade of grass was vividly alive. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Wait, a rich, bloody odor. Chapter 96. Entering the 10 evil mirror-s illusion, her eyes were vacant, clouded, and after a moment, they regained a semblance of clarity. The sky appeared as if stained with blood, casting an eerie red hue. Corpses lay strewn about, rivers of blood flowing freely. A sudden pang of anguish pierced Jiang Luan's heart. This was a place she knew all too well. The plaque at the mountain gate lay shattered, yet the broken characters of Tianqing's sect could still be faintly discerned. She stumbled forward, navigating through the fallen disciples, slowly ascending the 1,000-step staircase. What was happening? What had transpired? Why had all the disciples of Tianqing's sect suddenly lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground? Among them were many familiar faces, those who had saved her food, those with whom she had sparred, and those who had sweetly called her junior sister. Their faces were etched in her memory, so clear and vivid. Yet they lay still, unresponsive. Outside the hall, a dark mass of demonic entities rallied, their shouts deafening. Among them sat a languid figure, a man with a 9-petal red lotus mark on his forehead, its vivid hue strikingly enchanting. He wore a long black robe, his inky hair cascading down. His exquisitely handsome face bore a chilling demeanor that sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Luan felt as though she had been doused in icy water, chilled to the bone. Behind him, a man in red lounged with his arms crossed, a nightmarish beast standing beside him, starkly contrasting with the ominous crowd of demons. Jiang Qingxian, surrender. The man in red said coolly. Our master's patience is limited. Hand over the demon queen, and we shall grant you some dignity. The cold, ethereal presence of the man seemed to be in dire straits, his hair severed by sword qi, blood oozing from his lips. With a slight parting of his thin lips, he uttered words devoid of warmth. You must be dreaming. The youth's patience appeared to have reached its limit. Nonchalantly, he gestured dismissively, saying, Then let us destroy these. Be gentle. We wouldn't want to disturb my Jiang. The elders of Tianqing's sect were severely injured, in a state of utter disarray. The leader among them, filled with fury, shouted, Wretched beast! You have privately cultivated the demonic path and betrayed your sect. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your indiscriminate slaughter of innocents? The young boy tilted his head earnestly, inquiring, What is the wrath of heaven? He sighed, seemingly exasperated, then turned to Qi Ling, asking, Did you understand that? His subordinate also appeared bewildered. Perhaps it was merely nonsensical ramblings. The boy smirked, letting out a cold huff. He remained seated, deliberate in his movements, yet his demeanor was chilling enough to instill fear. The mark upon his forehead glowed ever brighter. He pressed his fingers to his brow, the crimson hue at the corners of his eyes growing more pronounced. With a slight curve of his lips, he suppressed his rage and warned, Jiang Qingxian, if you do not release her soon, I shall truly become enraged. His words were not mere bluster. In this conflict, the demonic forces had suffered minimal losses, while the Tianqing sect endured catastrophic damage. His power had ascended to a level that even Jiang Qingxian must look up to. If one wishes to take away my yuan, they must tread over my corpse first. Jiang Qingxian stood in opposition, manifesting a sword from his will, refusing to yield an inch. Aware that he was no match for his adversary, retreat was not an option. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on her. Jiang Yuan stood outside the ranks of the demons, momentarily stunned, clad in flowing white robes. Jiang Qingxian bore the stains of blood upon his garments, his hair shorn in places, yet he stood resolute. Her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Brother. Jiang Qingxian was unwavering in his protection of her. Very well. The boy chuckled softly, spreading his hands, revealing a sword that rested within. He rose slowly, a wicked grin upon his face. This is the sword that the Tianqing sect once granted me. I return it to you, as you desired. An overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged around him. In a flash, the boy materialized before him, his pupils transformed into a crimson hue. Merging with the red at the corners of his eyes, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Do you have any final words? His tone was low and frigid. Jiang Qingxian regarded him coldly and replied, On the night of the blood spider, I should never have shown you mercy. The boy struck first, each of his movements embodying the techniques taught to the disciples of the Tianqing sect, yet infused with a malevolent force that rendered evasion impossible. Jiang Qingxian was injured, struggling to cope, and as they exchanged blows, it soon became evident that he was at a disadvantage. The sound of a sword piercing flesh echoed. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. He Yunqi withdrew the sword with an air of disappointment, exclaiming, The celestial realm's exalted one, it seems, is not so formidable after all. Jiang Yuan could no longer contain herself. The scene before her blurred, tears cascading down as she cried out in panic, Brother! Her voice was soft, drowned out by the cheers of the demonic horde, yet the boy heard her. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. At last, she was willing to show herself. Clear the way. Let me go. Jiang Yuan squeezed through the throng of demons, who towered over her, their visages fierce and menacing, and she should have felt fear. But in that moment, her gaze was solely upon Jiang Qingxian. Without hesitation, she charged forward, whether driven by the emotions of her original self, her own feelings, or a fusion of both. Her tears fell like pearls severed from their string. Let me go. Jiang Yuan continued to struggle, as Qi Ling grasped her collar, respectfully addressing the distance, Master. We have captured the Demon Empress. A Yuan. Jiang Qingxian knelt on